Yeah. Better days, I pray for better days. Working hard cause I want extra pay. Talk to them seeds, but you must demonstrate. Cause it's your ways that they gon' imitate. Non-violent. Sometimes I wish I would've went to college. Frown proudly. Cause where I'm from, they hate you when you smiling. Your faith should be your gun. You can't leave home without it. The children being grown, cause all the parents acting childish. You show them your reality, I bet they doubt it. You tell them all about your dreams, just when they out it. Your own blood. Ain't no family no more. They do you badly for show. You try to patch up your soul, Lord knows you on a mission to show him you so submissive. The prayer said in silence, you know the devil can hear him, pay attention. Know the war's within, how much time do you spend? Try to balance your zen, then again, losses is lessons. You tell me you trying to win, we know about saving money. You tell me you trying to spend that blood on it. Sweat, tears, you put that love on it. Your best years was just a dumb moment. You tired of going hungry, can't deal with fake making your life lonely. Your lack of faith that left your soul boning. But you gon' work and you gon' strive, do what it takes to survive. What is truth, what is a lie? You know that war's inside. Some get draped into the fake, they don't know what to decide. Wrong choice, meet your demise, keep that between you and I. You realize, some people you gon' let go, you visualize. The things you need to feed your soul is on the rise. They not gon' wanna let you go, but it's alright. It's cool to bury what's gon' grow. Went from wrong to the right and to the dark to the light. It was a hell of a fight. You give it all your might. Gotta hold on tight and you stay strong and precise. You fight the war that's inside, cause it might change your life. From wrong to the right and to the dark from the light. It was a hell of a fight. You give it all your might. You just hold on tight and you stay strong and precise. You fight the war that's inside, cause it might change your life. I ain't the person that I used to be. So what I do today ain't things that you used to see. Stay the same, no, things change usually. Some folk I may know might get reintroduced to me. Yeah, I ain't the person that I used to be. So what I do today ain't things that you used to see. Stay the same, no, things change usually. Some folk I may know might get reintroduced to me.
Don't be stressing on the dumb shit, cause God is gonna make a way. Just keep going and keep your faith, so you can win this race. This race called life, yeah, yeah. This race called life. This race called life, yeah, yeah. Race called life. Yeah, 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 yeah. I'm grinding 'cause I know that I'm gon' get it. I just gotta have vision, keep faith and be humble. They have some patience with it. I've been there once since day one, been always on my job. I never been a fake, never had to steal and rob. Cause I do good business, I'm too good with it. And even though I'm on this road, I'm still daddy to my children. You know I do good with them, and don't like being missing. But I hate when my bills are thicker and my pockets get thinner. But I can't stress up on the dumb shit, cause God is gonna make a way. I keep going and keep my faith in my pace, so I can win this race. Win this race called life. This race called life. I'm just trying to win this race called life. This race called life. This race called life, yeah. Race called life. I'm just trying to win this race called life, yeah, yeah, yeah. I keep on running in this race called life. this race called life. This race called life. Girl, I just gotta win this race called life. This race called life. Just gotta win this race called life.
This Saturday, March 14th, the Battle of Truth, the clash of intellects, Leandre McBride versus Elder Yara. Can Elder Yara, the seasoned veteran with decades of debate experience, prove he's an Israelite using only scripture? Or will Leandre, the brilliant PhD scholar, dismantle his claim with razor-sharp logic and scholarly precision? It's a high-stakes debate where faith meets knowledge and history is on the line. Two giants, one question. Can Elder Yara prove his Israelite identity through the word? This is a battle you don't want to miss. Tune in to Titans Debate League and witness the ultimate war of words. Who's got the facts? Who will leave the other in the dust? The countdown to the debate begins now. Coliseum of arguments. Only the brave speak here. Are you not entertained? Yes. Welcome back. Mic check. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Welcome back to Coliseum of Arguments, hosted by Titans Debate League. This is your host, A1, and today we're doing something a little different. We're taking a look back at one of the most talked about exchanges on the internet right now, the conversation between Isan and NAPHTALI. Now, before we even get into breaking this down, let me make something clear. This is not a bash session. We show love over here. We show respect, and we acknowledge the work people put in. Sister NAPHTALI has been teaching in these spaces, debating, putting information out there for a long time, and we appreciate her contributions. What we're doing today is a recap and analysis. We're going to walk through some of the highlights from the discussion, look at the strong moments from both sides, and also point out a few places where the arguments may have missed the mark, or where, as Isan was saying, the evidence kick didn't quite land. But that's part of the culture of debate. We sharpen each other. Nobody is above critique, but everyone deserves respect. How you feeling today, Isan?
Beautiful. And yourself, brother?
I'm doing amazing. You want to go ahead and shout yourself out for the people who may not know who you are, if there are any of those people left out there?
Let's first and foremost, I always have to say all praises are due to my creator, my guide, my teacher, my all, who is called I. Myself is not I, but the spirit of I lives within myself, as in all of us. So my whole purpose of what I do and why I do is for I and to awaken the inner I that lives within us. And what I do want to say, like the brother was saying, this isn't a bashing on the sister at all. One of the things that I noticed when I sat back and looked at what she wrote, and I'll get into it, on, or what she named her channel, was Doctrine Over Truth, which kind of like blew my mind, because at this point in time, no matter if you have truth, she's going to sway and stay with the doctrine in opposition of truth. And there is a couple cases in here where that does actually happen. Now, what I would say is that the sister is staying true to what she believes. And, you know, I respect her for that, because it's a lot of people on here that won't say that they believe what they believe is true over the doctrine, but they'll say that the doctrine's over the truth. But they try to put the truth in front of the doctrine. And this sister is saying, per the way she wrote her thing, as you can see it, doctrine over truth. The last I checked, there's nothing over truth because the creator is truth. The creator isn't doctrine. Doctrine is something that has been written down and has been orally transferred over to us. And it's how it's to be observed. And I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. I put a stamp on one of them. I think it was around 11:16 or 10:16. For some reason, I didn't write the right time down. But basically, what we were talking about, and if you go back and watch it, you'd be able to see it. She was saying that I was coming from the biblical narrative. And as I was coming from the biblical narrative, which would mean that I do believe in some parts of the Bible, I just don't believe in the totality of the Bible because of what they've written. So what I'm trying to get her to understand in this is that to say I don't believe in the Bible at all would not make sense. And you'll hear her say that later on when she's uncomfortable with what is going on in the conversation because she can't control the narrative anymore. And brother, if you want to start it. Yes, sir. I didn't hear what you said. I'm sorry.
Started here at 11:16?
No, 13:18.
13:18.
And this is where we're having a conversation about donkey speaking and snakes, and I'll break that down.
Then okay, go ahead. I don't want to cut you off. Go ahead.
No, go right ahead. You were about to say.
So you don't take on the so-called scientific narrative like evolution?
No, I don't believe we evolved from monkeys and animals. No, not at all.
So you believe in the creator, and you believe that we came from the dust and dirt of the earth. So you pretty much are taking kind of on the biblical narrative. You just have some.
Okay, she says it
Because when
here.
you talk about like talking donkeys,
Stop it right there, bro.
There are birds.
So as you can see, she does say that I do take on the biblical narrative, meaning I don't disavow the entire book. It's just the lies in the book that I don't deal with. But you'll notice later on, it turns into I don't even believe in the book at all, which is always a tactic that people who claim this book in totality wants to force out other people that points out the negatives and the lies in the book, because we choose not to fall victim to that. All right, if you want to go ahead from there, brother.
Birds, like a parrot, can actually talk and understand, So if, let's just say, for instance,
well, they repeat, correct? Parrots don't talk, they repeat, don't they?
They can actually carry on. They can actually understand. Like how a dog, you can tell a dog what to do and then understand commands.
Correct.
A parrot can actually conversate and understand with you. So it's actually talking. It can actually carry on. Now it's its vocabulary it's limited with its vocabulary, but it actually can carry out a conversation, and it can also understand you, like how a dog, it communicates with us. However, it communicates barking, but it still can sit and knows to come and knows to do things. But this parrot can actually talk, and it's not just mimicking, it actually can communicate. So when you say that, and then when you mentioned the land of Nod, and you said there's only 4 people.
Can you stop right there?
Well,
stop right there quick. All right. So notice, and this is what we have to watch out for when we're talking to people. For her to bring in a parrot, because we all know, of course, parrots do speak and mimic. But notice she never mentioned the snake talking. Notice she never mentioned the donkey talking. So she immediately ran away from what the conversation was talking about in the Bible. And throughout my time speaking with the sister, I noticed that she never stuck to the conversation. She will continuously run somewhere else instead of staying on topic, which I think, and as I said, I'm not here bashing the sister, but I do have to tell the truth here, which I think is disingenuous. If you're saying to me, or I'm saying to you why I don't believe in the Bible, and it's because of a snake talking, and it's because of, and these parts of the Bible, should I say, I don't believe in these parts of the Bible, it's because of snakes talking, it's because of donkeys talking. I don't believe in that. I mean, unless you're talking about Shrek talking, then the donkey and Shrek talking, there's never been another donkey talking. All right. In Matthew 15:9, it says, "But in the vain they do worship me, teaching for doctrines the commandments of men." So when they get to this point where the doctrine becomes greater than the creator, they're at this point and at this time going to be looking for the lie, no matter what the cost is, whether it has to go against what she believes, and knowing that she's wrong, she has to stand on that. All right, you can go ahead and let's go. Here's another one. And this is why I say in John 16:13, it talks about it, where it says, "But when he, the Spirit of truth, comes, he will guide you into all truth. He will not speak on his own. He will speak only what he hears, and he will tell you what is to come." So we're not looking for a doctrine. We're looking for the truth. And it's truth over doctrine, not doctrine over truth. All right, and let's see here. And I would say, every single Christian and Israelite does exactly what the sister does. They will lie to make it appear that their doctrine is correct. We need to navigate through the recap, and you'll see how she carries this, and I'll expose where she's trying to make the doctrine the truth. Let's go to 14:19, and give me 1 second, brother.
It was actually more people on earth. The Bible didn't say that it was only 4 people. That's just something that people want to conclude. That was just in that location. It was only them. But when he left out, there were other people on the earth, because time went past and people were multiplying on the earth. It wasn't just 4 people. So when I hear people mention these things, it's like, a lot of things I see is people just need to be taught a little better, that's we can get 1 second.
That's all right. I agree with you when you say people could be taught a little better.
Yeah,
But a simple fact, if you say, first let me ask you, do you believe Adam and Eve are the first people?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so when you say there were people already on the earth,
Mm-hmm.
how can people be established on the earth when Adam and Eve's first child was Cain? And it mentions no other people, then it mentions Abel. After it mentions Cain and Abel, there's no one else mentioned. The next time Adam has a child with Eve, it talks about Seth. And he says, then Adam knew his wife again. So in A&E, ancient Near Eastern time periods, if you're using Cain as the first child and you're using the word birth, then that is the law of first usage. You would have to show me where these other people come from if Cain is first, Abel is second, and Seth is third, because it doesn't talk about any other children that Adam and Eve had until after Seth. But Seth comes after Cain and Abel.
That's not true. Just because the Bible, that's one thing about Solomon, is a prime example. And then after that, we can get back onto your teachings. But
we can stick around here for a second, because I choose to challenge what you're saying.
I know that's fine. But the thing is that just like with King Solomon, he had over 1,000 wives, right? Well, 700 wives and 300 concubines. So he had 1,000 wives. But when you look at the children that are mentioned, it's only 3 or even 4, correct? So does that mean he only had 3 or 4 children? The thing is that those are the ones that needed to be mentioned. Those are the ones that needed to be made known. He had over 1,000 women. You mean to tell me he only had 4 children out of 1,000? No, it's just the fact is that the book has to summarize.
Can you go ahead, brother?
Yeah, hold on.
Okay. notice I said she runs away from the actual conversation and brings in something that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. When you're bringing Eve, who is one female, and now all of a sudden you're talking about something that happened 3,000 years later, and you're not talking about one female, you're talking about 700 to 1,000 female. Now, I wrote a little bit of stuff down, and I said, talking about Nod and people, she totally misrepresents the conversation in Genesis 4:1 to Genesis 4:8. We have civilization living in an area called Nod. She has no real explanation, just people, which the sister has made up because, again, it does not line up with her doctrine. Let's talk about the book of Jubilee. It mentions a sister, Awan. All right. Now, this God said, when it talks in Genesis 4:8, this God says in the Bible, anyone who kills Cain. So say any man, some say any man, which tells you Anwar, which would have been a sister as far as Jubilee, is not the only living one in Nod. Now, if Cain and Abel are the first two children, and you can't put any other children in between that, then you're at this point making up something. And she was about to, well, she did say that, the Bible is summarizing because you don't mention all the children, which I would agree that you don't mention all the children, but you're only on the 5th page of the Bible and you're going to summarize from there. And so this is what else I wrote. It says, so we know it cannot be from Adam and Eve. We know that these people who are not cannot be from Adam and Eve because in Genesis 4, verse 25, it says she knew Adam again and got another son, which means she had no other sons after Abel until Seth, or it would have mentioned it, nor before Cain, because he is called the firstborn. After Seth, it mentions others in Genesis 5 and 4. Listen what it says. It says it says, and the days of Adam after, this is what the Bible specifically says, after he had begotten Seth were 800 years, and he begat sons and daughters. So this destroys when Israelites and Christians tell this story about they had children in between that time period. They didn't, because it literally says in Genesis 5:4, it says after he begotten Seth for 800 years, and then he begot sons and daughters. So it never mentions any children before that. This also would destroy the sister's narrative about the 6,000 year creation, because now there had to be people before Adam and Eve, and her creation story, which starts at 6,000 years, would also be debunked. Again, I'm not trying to go at the sister, but when there's so many different things that the sister is saying and it's not adding up, we have to point that out. And I challenge anyone that believes like this, if it's saying the word after, then you can't have anything until after that. So we have to stop these individuals. And I'm saying this to people who do their studies when they're talking to Christians and Israelites, so that when they come and try to throw it up in your face, well, Adam lived 800 years. You don't know if he had children in between then. Well, the Bible literally tells you he doesn't have any more children until after Seth. So there cannot be any children before Cain, any from Abel to Seth, and then Seth. You have to stop these blatant lies. It's untrue and you're wrong. So this will destroy the biblical narrative. Adam and Eve were not the first humans on earth. They were the first fallen humans. They fell to sin. They were the first to come into a different world. So when you see the word Genesis, it wasn't meaning Genesis, the beginning of the universe or of the earth. It was a genesis of a new type of people. It was the beginning of a fallen people that would reside on earth for 6,000 years. And after that 6,000 year came to an end, then there would be a new Genesis, which would be that seventh day that would never end. So it would be no more days involved. All right, let's go to 1606, brother.
You already watched that. We're on 1715 right now.
Well, okay, so it came through.
Yeah.
All right, I did let it run. So, okay, so then let's see here.
And everybody, real quick, go give Sister NAPHTALI a follow. This is her new page, Doctrine Over Truth. Let's see if we can help her get over 1,000. She's got 973 right now. Go ahead and hit that bell and subscribe over on her page as well.
Let's go to 2230.
I'll leave it up so they can see it.
But again, it's just teaching. It ain't disrespect. This is just teaching. If you say something, and you got to be able to make this stuff match. If the Bible is telling you there's none after, then you can't make those people there.
Play it from right here.
2230. 2230.
2230.
Or we'll go from 2230.
Individual on the earth, which he later on became, because Cain was a symbol of the murder of Jesus. That's what they were talking about with the sheep. That's a symbol of Jesus.
Yes, and I get what you're saying, and that's why you're making it like this. Okay, so let me further expound on what you're saying. It doesn't disrupt anything by saying that it's obvious that Adam and Eve had more children. It's obvious because when he left out of the land, where did these children come from? We have to have common sense. That's just the way where else would they have come from if they came from Adam and Eve? Apparently they must have had more children. I don't know why that hurts the biblical narrative. Like I had said to you, they lived for 1,000 years. You cannot, this book is specifically the history. It's a preserved book of the history of the children of Israel because their history has been removed. So the Most High preserved it. I have a Bible right here. Look how thick this is. Thing is huge. You see how that is? And that's just by just talking about the few children that they mention of Adam and Eve. We will never get through all of the different manuscripts. It'll be ongoing with the information because there's so much. Everybody doesn't have to be mentioned. Everything that happens in history right now is.
All right. Now, one of the things she said earlier, I don't know if you guys caught it. She said the reason why they don't mention all the children is because they were summarizing this. Did you see how thick that book was? Why do you have to summarize in the very beginning of Genesis? Everyone should have been named when these people are coming on the planet, if they are the first people. So you would know where everyone is going to. Now, granted, the Bible doesn't name the other people after Seth, but when you're holding a book this thick and you're saying, do you see how big this book is? Then you should be able to fill those pages with people's names so there would be no question where these people from Nod came from. But because you can't answer where they came from, you try to make them come from Adam and Eve, and they didn't come from Adam and Eve. That's why when she said it wouldn't make sense, it's only because she doesn't want to give the people who are called people from the Paleolithic and the Neolithic time period. There were people born 700, 800, 900 to 300,000 years before Adam and Eve even came. And you can go look it up. They're called Paleolithic and Neolithic. And they are here at that time. All right. Let me see here. And one of the things she states that the history of Israel was removed, and that would be considered another lie. Because how can the history of Israel been removed when this book starts from Jacob, which is about Israel? There is no mention of anything of Israel before Jacob. So when you preserve the book, you preserved it to write Jacob in the book, to make the narrative for Israel. Before Jacob comes on the scene, Abraham comes into peace with the Creator. The only time this book starts to goes into a distortion of lies and deceit is when Rebecca, Laban, and Jacob comes on the scene. They're the ones that cause the controversy. So what's happening is, what this book does is, when you bring them in this, it shows you the degradation of these type of people, how wicked they are. It's not bringing us to the line of Abraham. It's not bringing us to the line of Isaac and Ishmael. It's taking us off course to a wicked people. Completely taking us off course. All right, let's see here. Did we get to 2444 yet, brother?
Nope, let me get there real quick for you.
Speaks over 100 words. I can actually give you the name of the parrot if you really want to know. It's found in Africa.
Back to the parrot.
It can understand, it can conversate with you, it can do all of that. But if that parrot was to have died off, or if no one had found that parrot, you would think it would sound ridiculous that a bird was talking. You'd be like, a talking bird? What? And it is a bird that actually can talk, and it can understand, and it can conversate with you. Now, is its vocabulary as extensive as ours? No, but it can talk, and it can carry on a conversation. And
can you pause right there, brother?
There is nothing going on, anything wrong, any error.
Now, if you look right here, she talks about a parrot. If it died off 1,000 years later, then somebody wouldn't believe a parrot could talk. But here's the issue with that statement, and this is what I mean by when the sister is trying to make up stuff. Donkeys are still here. Snakes are still here. So why aren't they still talking? You have to pay attention to what, and I didn't want to cut her off while we were talking, but you have to pay attention to what people are saying. So she just tried to say, well, a parrot dies off. Nobody would believe a parrot could ever talk. Okay, maybe you're right there. But here's the situation. There's still snakes and there's still donkeys on the earth. So why aren't they still talking? That would be her issue right there. We got to pay attention, because it's a lot of Jedi mind tricking in the conversation that will bring up something that has nothing to do with the truth, and to try to make you think, oh, well, wait a minute. Well, if that parrot was gone, nobody would know that. But then she doesn't cover herself on the other side and says, well, like I'm bringing it to everyone's attention, well, we still have donkeys. We still have snakes. So therefore, what would that excuse be, since these snakes are here thousands of years later? Okay, we can keep going, brother.
Errors within the Bible. You know what I'm saying? Like you said. So, and just like I said, with the thing about Cain, and you said Cain didn't do anything wrong. Well, Cain did. He didn't follow the Most High's law, statutes, and commandments, because thou shalt not kill. It doesn't matter what he killed for. He's not supposed to kill. You're not supposed to do that. You know what I'm saying? It's taking someone's life into your taking someone's life. It's not your. You can't take someone's life because you feel like taking someone's life. That's taking power out of the Most High's hands by you creating judgment on man. You don't want nobody to take your life.
I said, I'm glad you said that. I just want to just taking notes on what you stand.
Yeah, I'm actually taking notes too. So if you see me looking down or something like that, I got me a notebook. So I want to make sure I have this, I understand you. So you're not in it. You don't believe you have issues with the Bible. And I think a lot of the questions people have with the Bible is
Well,
that.
can I respond before we change subjects here? So
Yeah,
we
go
can
ahead.
stay.
Go ahead. Go
Okay.
ahead. Mm-hmm.
I think it would be a lack of discernment if you didn't take the time and really ask the question, where did these people come from? To assume what you're doing at this point in time is assuming that they would be from Adam and Eve, because you do not subscribe to the Neolithic and the Paleolithic people that came here before Adam and Eve, which would again make, excuse me?
There were no people before them.
And per you, there were none. That's my point. They can't be not, because you come from the mindset of only a 6,000-year-old Earth, which is asinine in my point of view. Because the only thing that happened when that 6,000 years, it was the 6,000 years of a fall, meaning that the demiurge began and the gods of this world came only 6,000 years ago. Before the gods of this world, there was a world well before that. So with you stuck in that perimeter or in that box, you can't go
further
out.
upon that. I would like to hear that. So you say there is gods. What is that? The gods.
Would you say, what are the other gods?
Yeah, I want you to expound more on the creation of these gods.
Sure. So, well, let me just get to what I'm saying to you. Mm-hmm. So when I'm saying this, if you can't go outside of that, you don't see beyond this human that was here that did not physically come from Adam and Eve. She came from her. She had a different family from a different area. Simple as that. Now, when I speak of the other gods,
you can pause it right there.
You have one creator.
Okay. So this is right now, this is the area where she cannot understand that there's people before Adam and Eve. And it's like to the point where she's struggling to say, well, wait a minute, show me where this is. And I believe in here we do go into it where I pull up the Neolithic people and I show where it talks about it. Of course, she disagrees with it, and she has it right by all means. Where are we at right now, brother? Are we at 32 yet?
2802.
2802. Okay, so yeah, so she disagrees with it. Again, like I said, instead of rehashing that part, you can go, because we have brought it up, you can go look up and you will see Neolithic and Paleolithic people. I advise anyone that's listening, go learn about that. It will absolutely destroy the biblical narrative of this earth only being 6,000 years old. And that's what they don't want people to know about. They want to act like it's a lie. And it's not a lie. Because it even states that the earth is 4.4 billion years old. The oldest crystal was found, and it's in the national monument, showing that it's it shows from the crustacean of the earth 4.4 billion years old. So you would be saying that we've had an earth for 4.4 billion years, and the creator just so happened to make the first family of humans only 6,000 years ago. And then look at what he does when he makes them, per the scripture. The son kills the first son. So we go directly into murder. What type of creator would create the first human that way? That's why I was explaining to the sister that these gods that came into play, the demiurges, they're the ones that was bringing murder and death, lying and stealing and cheating onto the earth. Those are the ones that deceived Eve. And then Eve deceived Adam. So you're getting a fallen people. That's why I said, excuse me, Adam and Eve were the first fallen humans. There were humans well before them. And for those of you that have Bibles, Go look in your Bible and go look at the top in Genesis at the top of the page. And a lot of the Bibles will say the first fallen humans. It literally tells you right in the Bible. If you look up at the caption in the top right or left hand corner when it's breaking down what the subject is or what the discussion of the Bible is about. All right, let's go to 32 because we're going to deal with this big G, little g stuff me and her started to discuss.
People call the gods, what we would call a little g. That's where the little g gods come from. They are the angels who had fallen. That's all they are. They're just a creation of the Most High.
So you're saying, and here's one of my issues with the biblical narrative. Okay. Because the big G, little g, capital L, lowercase l, all of this started in like early 1900s. So if you would go back into an original book, it doesn't classify if it's a capital or a lowercase. This is what man has done to try to create a narrative so that the truth isn't told.
And the one is that, if you don't mind.
Sure. Well, what the truth would be is if these gods and I agree with you, they are fallen angels. Mm-hmm. They're fallen angels. And that's why you get gods. But the fallen one that fell first, who they call Satan, Shaitan, or the devil, is a god. It has power. It has force. But it's a god that doesn't have a home. So it uses the people to misguide them to do its work of mischief, to go against the creator, because it knows at a point in a time it will no longer be spoken of, because the only thing that is everlasting is the word. So who I teach that one is called O God. It's O, the letter O, which is nothing. It has no value.
Well, okay, so since we're having this conversation.
Sure.
All right, so when you bring up Lucifer, before he fell, he was an angel. His job was he was to work for us. You know, he didn't want to work for us, correct? So he had fallen. Now, when you say he is a god and not an angel, well, technically, we are gods. It's a hierarchy in heaven. And then there's the one that is the Most High. And then there's, of course, the Most High, who is the Father. Then there's Christ. And then anything below that. And then we come. So I don't know why you have an issue with the Bible. The Bible explains that very thoroughly. It's no issue with that.
I didn't say I had an issue with it.
No, you said you had an issue. This is where you have issues that
with the people misinterpreting.
That's not a misinterpretation. That's not a misinterpretation.
I put it right here.
Like they'll put a capital.
So what I'm trying to explain to the sister is she thinks, and what they've made people to think is, if you put a capital G and a lowercase g, it makes a difference of who's speaking. So when you go to read the Bible, they've already told you what they want you to think. You don't look to see what this said God has done. So just like she said earlier, God doesn't like murder. But yet you see this God murdering all throughout the Bible. So that is a blatant contradiction in what she's saying. And that's why I'm trying to explain to her, when you use a capital G or lowercase g, capital L, lowercase l, it does not change the definition of the word. All God means is power and force. Anything can have power and force if you give it to it. So when she's going and she's like, well, no, this God has to be the creator, then if you look and you see capital G-O-D and it said God said kill the children and kill the women, then you just said that God doesn't want murder. So how do you explain what you just said God doesn't want, but yet God does? And you're using the capital G. So now you're in contrary of what you're discussing. All right. So I just want people to understand, when you see a capital G and you see a lowercase g and an L capital and lowercase l, don't look at the capital and the lowercase. Look at the actions after the word. If it comes where something is done out of peace, out of love, that's coming from the Creator. If it's something done wickedly, that's coming from Satan, Shaitan, or the devil, that God. So there are two different, if you want to use power and forces of the word God, then there's two different power and forces in the Bible. One is of love and peace, and one is of evil and no good. That's simply what we're looking at here. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure this out if you just look at the actions. You have to look at the actions after it speaks of a God. What does this God do? Is it a protecting God? Is it a God that loves lies and stealing and cheating and turns it back? This God turns its back on this? Then that's not the Creator. You're dealing with the demiurge that has a place on earth to cause humans to think they have free will to do whatever they want to do. And this is the whole problem. Jesus came, he said, not his will, but the Father's will, or the Creator's will. So how would you have free will if that was the case? You have to do the will of the Creator. All right, if we can go, let's go to like 34.
It's on 3444 right now.
Okay, so we are. Oh, keep going, because she's going to make an example here. So it's just low
on our
34.
names, like to capitalize.
Does it change the meaning?
Yes, it does. It does.
No, it does not. If you wrote your letter with a lowercase or all capitals, it don't make no difference how you write it. If you wrote chair, a capital C, chair, and a lowercase c, the only reason why you would put a capital C is because it's the start of a sentence. It does not change the definition, which is the meaning.
It does, because if I put a capital at the beginning of, you have to put a capital at the beginning of the sentence to understand that it's order.
And that's, but God's not always at the front of the sentence, though, so that would kill your narrative.
No, because it's a what's your name? Your name doesn't have to be at any. It can be at the
right
end,
here.
But
exactly.
This right here. This is what I mean when you're trying to make sense out of something that doesn't make sense. If I spell chair with a capital C and chair with a lowercase c, it doesn't make a difference how you spell it. It's still a chair. It's going to have the exact same meaning. And she's trying to say it changes the meaning when you put a capital in front of anything, even our own names. If I write my name with a capital D or lowercase d, it's still going to have the same meaning. It does not matter. This is what Christianity and the Bible and these writers who have infiltrated the minds of these people have made them believe, because you see that, and she'll admit it later on, because you see that, that means that. Instead of thinking for yourself, we can go forward.
That's my point.
Your name. If you do all capitals, that can mean that you're shouting the name.
Is God a name?
That can change the concept. If you put all capitals, someone can interpret that as you shouting. If you put a capital, if you highlight the name by having it all capital, it means that you want it to stand out because you're trying to make people recognize it as something of importance. That's why your name is spelled that's why everybody always capitalizes the first letter of their name, because that showcases that your name, it's a name and it's a title.
Does it change the meaning of your name? Is my question. How can it change the meaning? How can it change the meaning of your name?
It doesn't change the meaning, and change the importance. So
But
like
does let me just ask you a question. But when you use a capital G-O-D in the Bible
Mhm.
and you use a lowercase G-O-D in the Bible, does it change the meaning of it?
What it does is that it signifies the hierarchy. So the thing is, it's like putting a I,
Can you
like
pause
for
right
instance, if
here
you were a
before we do this?
senior.
Now, see, right there, all she had to do is tell the truth. She says in the Bible, yes, it would. In the Bible, if you're putting a capital G-O-D, you're saying that that's the creator. If you put a lowercase G-O-D, that could be a demiurge or a human. You can say it in that sense. But instead of telling the truth, she's trying to now say that no, we can't say that. It doesn't make sense. Either it means God, capital or lowercase, or it means something totally different when you use the capital, which again, they've made people believe that's what it's supposed to mean. It's not. It means God just means power and force, whether you put a capital or lowercase. Now, watch her explanation and how she tries to make resolution, and it doesn't even make sense from this point. We can go ahead and go from here, brother.
If you're the first, if you're the second, or if you're the third, putting an I behind I behind the name, like Ramses the third, Ramses the second, signifies who is this first, who is the second, and who's the third. You know,
It has nothing to do with capitalization.
It does. By just putting 3 I's at the end of a name, lets you know that they are the third.
But that doesn't have. This is my saying to you, sister. You're moving the benchmark. We're talking about the capital G-O-D means you're talking about the Most High. When you use the lowercase G-O-D, it means you're talking about lower deities. Now, what you're trying to sit here and talk about, I'm not even going to go with the I stuff because that has nothing to make any sense. But we'll go with the.
But that's fine.
Yes, ma'am. But we'll go with our names. And for the record, God is not a name; it's a title. So
that's right.
But just for our names, and which I will agree 100%. When you use your name, you will put a capital first and then spell your name out. That's personification of your name. I agree with that. But it doesn't change the meaning of your name, whether you wrote it in capital or lowercase. It still is who you are.
The thing is that for people like us to be able to distinguish which God we are talking about,
there we go.
Us, yes, to distinguish, yes. So the capital G-O-D is for the highest God. I don't know why I don't know where the miss. I mean, I'm grown.
I'm gonna tell you. Listen, I'm gonna tell you why I'm saying there you go, because now someone told you to think that way. When they put that, hold on. You said for people like us, meaning not myself, for someone like you and people that think like you. So meaning you needed someone to tell you when this is talking about the creator. That doesn't mean that's the truth. That's something you've accepted because you've accepted the complete narrative. But when you look at the actions of what this God is doing, when this God is taking lies and accepting lies, when this God is saying murder children, when this God is doing things like that, that's not the creator. That is a demiurge doing that. And it will put the word God there because you're not understanding that it only means power and force. But because someone has now told you, when we see capital Lord, when we see capital God, it has been embedded in your mind to think that is the creator. If it is the true creator, then why not just use the name? Why are they hiding behind titles? Because you can have conversations like this where you can be ambiguous and you don't know the actual answer, so you accept someone's point.
That's a lot of that, and I you know, the thing is that we're at the mercy of all people and all things. Okay, someone had to tell you to spell your name the way you spell it. The words that you're speaking out of your mouth right now is because of someone told you that. So we're going to go based off of that.
That's not true.
Everything you've been taught by someone to tell you.
No, I just said to you I was self-guided. So how could you say that? And I told you that from the beginning.
You have to read what someone wrote and you have
exactly.
to.
But that don't mean they tell me.
But if you
It's a
want to,
difference.
however you want to accept the
Frame it.
information, whichever makes you. But the thing is, let me say this to you. The thing is that there is a way to formulate who is the creator,
Okay.
and to show your show appreciation and to give acknowledgement to the creator, you have to give him, he's a hierarchy. So that's why he has a capital G-O-D to differentiate him from the smaller, which is the G-O-D. Like I was saying about you being the first, the senior. SR means you're the senior. That means you are the elder, which then you have the junior, which comes in second. Just putting a JR behind that means that you are a son. That signifies that you are the second. You are a son of someone. You are not the first to have that name. So when you talk about a lot of, okay, let me expound a little
Yes,
bit.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Go
Talking
ahead.
a lot
Sorry,
about
I stopped.
God is. He is not. He only does. He is not doing anything that people are not doing. Everybody wants to blame God, but the people are the ones who are doing all the evil. You know, I have these conversations with a lot of people who are agnostics, and the first thing they want to do is talk about the killing of children. The thing is that the wages of sin is death. And the thing is, somebody has to pay the cost for us to have and receive this knowledge and this power. And if people were not to sin, and not to, if you do not want, just because you want to put death on the top on the leaderboard, all sin is the same to the Most High. All of it's filthy. So when you look at it and saying, "Oh, all I did was told a little lie," is the same as taking a child's life to the Most High. So just because you don't see it
Pause right there
as
for me, brother.
that bad, or you may see fornication. A lot of people like to go off and fornicate as much as they want to, but they.
Thank you, bro. Now you notice how to, and bro, we can open up, send the link so brothers can come in and sisters can come in if they want to build from this point forward. But I just wanted to make mention to this point. Notice how she mentioned about a lie. And she said how lies is almost like the killing of a baby. But when, and it's later on, but it goes deeper than this, but it's later on in the conversation when I asked her about the lie that Jacob told and the lies of what he said, she said those weren't lies. How can you sit here in one breath say that these lies is like killing an innocent or a baby, but then when someone tells a lie for Israel to claim to be who they claim to be, it's not a lie. That is hypocritical. It's either a lie is a lie or it's not. It can't be one or the other. And this is why I mentioned when she wrote the name of her channel, Doctrine Over Truth, anybody that comes up and supports this, you are going to have to be the exact same way. You take your doctrine over truth because you don't want to deal with the truth. And when someone comes bringing the truth, you want to hide behind a doctrine and not be honest, and you remain to be disingenuous. So if anybody want to come up, we can pause this right now. We have some more, but looks like they're getting active in the comments. So let's talk about it. Open up the gates. It's been an hour, so peace, brother. Brother Humble, how you feeling today?
I'm doing well, brother. Peace and blessings to you. Peace and blessings to the boss man, brother A1. What up, brother Roy Chess? Man, that you did some good pointing out there, brother. You pointed out how she was flipping back and forth. Definitely the conversation there with who came, was Adam and Eve, was they really the first people on earth? Well, we know in Genesis chapter 1, right, God had already made man and woman, right?
Yeah, there were people well before.
He said, let us make man in our image. So we made them, male and female. So that right there, he done already made man and woman upon earth.
Can I share?
And I'm gonna land my plane with this. And so what we see in Genesis 2 is a specific creation, right? The garden had to be placed on the earth. These people had to be placed in the garden. You see what I'm saying? But everything outside of the garden was already there. And so I like how you brought that up, brother. Go ahead.
Yes, sir, brother. I just wanted to share this because I know a lot of people think when the creator is saying, let us make man in our image and then make male and female, I think a lot of people think that happened 6,000 years ago. My position on that happens today. We are that people today in this last one. We're in that last 1,000 years right now. So when it says, let us make man in our image and our likeness, it's taking a human who comes from the same people. You know, he's like everyone else. He's not extraordinary. He's an ordinary man, but he has received divine intervention, and his job is to awaken his people, much like when Jesus came 2,000 years ago. His job was to wake up the people. The problem with that was he came 2,000 years too early. And the people that he came to, which was the Israelites, his people were there set to try to kill him. And they did kill him per the scripture. So this one that comes next, he doesn't come to the Israelites. He comes to the people outside of the Israelites. But his people, I was just telling Brother A1 this the other day, when Jesus came, he says that he came to the house, he came for the lost sheep in the house of Israel. Well, the lost sheep weren't Israelites. They were the people that fell in line with the Israelites and started believing they were those people. So he was trying to rescue them out of that people. It doesn't say anywhere that they were Israelites. It said, and like in America, we are that lost sheep in the house of Israel. This is the house of Israel. Look at what they're doing today. They're fighting the war for Israel. They own America. When you look at the Rothschilds and the people who control the Federal Reserve, which are the Israelites. So they're running this country. That's why America has to fight that war, because they are in debt to these people. They don't have sovereignty. This isn't a free country. Israel owns this country. And if anything was to happen and they had to go somewhere, well, you would see the people of Israel coming here to America and start moving in and taking over is what they would try to do. If they ever lost what's going on over there in Iraq with Iran, you would see that over here in Israel coming to America. This is that land that they're preserved for, and they want this land.
Can I chime in real quick if you're finished? After you're done?
Yes, sir. Is that Brother Roy Chess?
Yes.
Peace and blessing, brother. I was reading some of your comments, so yeah, I'm interested in hearing what you have to say.
Yeah. So first of all, I would like to address certain things. The verse that Humble was talking about in Genesis 1, that in normal Christianity, that is taken to be taken in, well, let me say in a certain dialects or certain denominations, that verse in Genesis 1 is different from the creation story in Genesis 2. The creation story in Genesis 1 is that we were not human beings at that point of creation. We were spirits. So human beings, you and I, and all human beings that come from the creation are spiritual beings first. The second story, the second chapter of Genesis is when he formed the body of the man or the human being, and then he breathed into him the breath of life. And if you look into the dictionary, as a lot of people have done, you will find out the word spirit means breath of life. So that means he put the spirit inside the body he created. So he created the spirit first, then he created the body, then he added the spirit to the body, and man became a living soul. Right? So it's not a literal reading of Genesis 1 and chapter 2 at the same time that they're the same story. They are not the same story. Second of all, there is no timeline for this. There is no 6,000 year timeline, because I think we've spoken before about what a day is and things like that in our previous encounters. And the last part I would like to land with is the thing that you just mentioned, the context that you just mentioned about Israel. I have no problem with that. However, I don't know if you were being specific enough, because like Israel is, I don't want to say it's racial, but it is racial in a sense, right? So it's an ethnic group and it's a racial group. So I don't want to say most Caucasian, I'll say Caucasians. Most Caucasians are going to be of that persuasion of Israelites. There is no such thing as a Caucasian that doesn't have Jewish ancestry, right? They all have Jewish ancestry. It is not the case that every Indian, every Asian, every Oriental Asian or Indian from India has Jewish ancestry, right? So they tend to use that as God's chosen people. But it's not the case that religion is about ethnicity or race and tribes of groups. It's about who believes and who doesn't. So I think I would focus more on, it's not about where you're from or what bloodline you're from. It is about who believes or not. Now, initially, when Jesus came, it was about bloodline because there was some kind of bloodline there, bloodline ties in authority in a sense, right? But Jesus was not an authority, and he was an unlikely source, and he was eventually terminated for it because he was a nobody. He wasn't one of the chosen ones. And I'll land there.
All right. So really fast, Roy Chess, I do want to, I got a little response for you, or a little rebuttal, right? So when we talking about the Bible, right, we know there's many denominations that follow this book, right? We know Muslims and Christians and Catholics and Jews. We know a lot of people follow this book. But when you read this book in the, as some people would say, the original language it was written in, right? The Hebrew, right? The word there for man, when it say, let us make man for our image, is Adama, right? Which literally is Adam's name, right? With the U for earth. So it's literally letting us know that it's physical when it uses that. It's not talking about anything spiritual. That's why it's so important to understand the Bible, not just in its English translation, but you got to go back and learn the Hebrew. You got to learn the Sephardic. You got to learn the Phoenician. You got to learn the Canaanite. So when you looking at these English words, right, you can go back and you can say, oh, this is the mindset they was writing this in. So I can understand now some Christians right now, they look at it, oh, that's a spiritual thing. But when you read it in its proper context, he was clearly putting man, right, the people of the earth here way before he put Adam and Eve here. So that's just some proper context for you. You can go and do your homework on that.
No, that context is not right.
Let me intervene what the brother was trying to share with you too, Brother Roy Chess. When you say that the spirit came before the flesh, I would beg to differ there, because when you look at Adam and Eve in that part of the Bible, they have spirit within them. You can't live if you don't have a spirit in your body. So they were flesh with the spirit. So when they rebelled and Eve ate from that, it says, now your eyes are open, and they found themselves naked. What that meant was that the spirit wasn't covering them the way it covered them before. So now when you come out into the world, it's you, and you're liable for your sins now. Before, they didn't know sin. They didn't know wickedness. They didn't know evil. They were obedient. So we came into a state of mind of disobedience, excuse me. So now with us being disobedient, today we are following that same pattern that Eve and Adam had when they ate from this tree of knowledge. You're eating and you're being taught from a seed of disobedience, a tree of disobedience. And we have to digress from that. And when we come out of that and start thinking for ourselves and not let someone tell you what to think, because you automatically know right from wrong. I'm not going to say Adam and Eve didn't know right from wrong. I can't say that. But what I can say is they didn't know the consequences. And when they found out that once they ate of that, they became just like Satan. They became gods also. This is why the only person that was truly given free will was Satan, or Shaitan, the devil, when it was casted out. So when it came out and came to the earth as a spirit. That's why it says it was void. When it first comes out, it says, how does it say? It came darkness and the earth was void without form. So
and
what that's saying,
without form and void. Mm-hmm.
Right. So what that's saying to you is spirit doesn't have a form. So that came without a form. So it goes in and out of people, tricking the minds of people. The reason why I said it's void is because it's the only thing that could never go back to heaven or go back to the creator. It has been written off. That's why when you get to the very end of the Bible, it says that he will be locked away for 1,000 years and then loosened, but for a short time, and then never to be thought of again. It will be dismantled completely. Now, you also made a point where you said we had a conversation about time. I would say that millennium tells you that every 1,000 years, the clocks turn over. So if in 2 Peter 3:8, the Bible says man is as with the creator, one day with the creator is 1,000 years, and we're living by that, there's no way you can dispute that, because that's how you count these years. Once a millennium turns over, once you get to 1,000, it flips to 2,000. It flips to 3,000. It flips to 4,000. So that number changes every millennium. So this is how these days are counted. So we've been from Adam to today, we've been on this earth in a fallen state for 6 millenniums. Now we're in the last millennium. And this is the millennium where the creator will set us back on the right path. And we as humans, we have to now battle our sins as an individual. Every last one of us has to account and atone for our own sins. Nobody can do it for you. The only thing that one comes to do is to show you that it's possible to make it back to this spiritual life in the flesh. It's when you put spirit before flesh. Right now, we put flesh before spirit. And we have to turn this around and put the spirit in front of the flesh now.
Yeah, but the scripture literally says the order that the spirit was created first in Genesis 1. In Genesis 2, there's a body formed. In Genesis 1, right, there is no body formed. Right. And then it literally says he has to breathe in him the breath of life. And then man became a living soul. So that means there's a period of time, no matter how short it is, that the body had no spirit in it. Right. So this is what death is, a body without spirit, without the force of life in it. So we return to the ground which we were made of. However, also there's a switch in context I want to point out, that a spirit is a being type. It's a type of being, just like a cat is a type of animal. It's not just some magical entity. Angels are spirits. God is a spirit. We are spirits, right? So a spirit is creating different kinds of spirits. So it's not just like a magical being only for gods and angels. We are spirits. Human beings are spirits. Your body doesn't make it to heaven or hell, but your spirit does. Your soul does. Now, there's a difference between the soul and the spirit as well. But the main thing is that our type of being is a spirit. Our souls are what we are individually. All right. And as far as sin goes, the only reason why we sin was because of deception, right? Adam and Eve were deceived. And because of that deception, there is something called sin nature, which some people miscategorize it as being born into sin, right? So you may hear that phrase that we are born into sin, but not literally. What that really means is that we have the propensity to sin, that given enough time, you're gonna sin, right? It's not that you were born in sin, but if I put a cookie jar in front of a kid and, for long enough, he's probably going to take some cookies out of that cookie jar. Just a matter of time. It's never going to be the case he doesn't touch the cookie jar unless there's some kind of threat or some harm he fears. But if we take away the fears, he's going to venture off into doing something he's not supposed to do in general, right? I'm just using the cookie jar as any sin, right? If you find an attractive woman and she becomes your friend, it might get beyond friends, right? Eventually, right? So it's just a matter of time before you mess up something. So that's what sin is. And the whole point of Jesus coming is to cleanse the sin. There was nothing to wash away the sin. Animal sacrifice did not wash away sins. It covered the sin. So this is the whole point of Jesus coming. So when you sacrifice a goat in the Old Testament, you're not cleansing yourself. You're not cleansing your sin. Your sin is still recorded, but it is covered. You're not being penalized for it right then and there, right? It's not like a crime. Like if I rob a bank today, I might get arrested today or tomorrow morning, right? So something that covers and something that cleanses are two different things. And that's the whole point of the New Testament coming. Otherwise, we would all be lost. So I just want to close on the free will concept. So technically speaking, objectively speaking, I would say philosophically, we do not have free will because God knows everything. So if God knows everything, we cannot have free will. He has to know our thoughts before we think them. He allows us to do those things and allows us to do things that we're not supposed to. And that's what the judgment is for. Now, if you don't believe in him, you have no coverage, right? So you're being dealt a bad hand and being punished for not believing. And it seems to be like a problem. I don't want to use the word contradictory because that's not contradictory. It's inconsistent, maybe, what people, how they feel about it, that you're setting me up to fail. And because I'm not going to believe, therefore you created me to go to hell type of thing. That's not 100% of the story, right? Some people have a purpose, and even though they fulfill that purpose, they still may go to hell, right? Unfortunately. So the fact that innocent people, that's the emotional stuff. So I want to make it clear that the free will is not part of being a Christian, right? Nobody has free will technically. That we are here with a purpose is the biblical doctrine, that the angels have a purpose, each one of them, and each one of us has a purpose. And what we do doesn't determine where we go. We are destined to go one place or the other regardless. And I'll land there.
All right. Humble, did you want to go before I said something?
Nah, y'all into your
Okay.
own little topic now. Go ahead, bro. I'm over here pulling up some sources. I'll be ready in a minute, though.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right. First thing I wanted to discuss is when you say the spirit came before the flesh. Well, yes, the spirit has to come before the flesh because the creator is the spirit. Flesh comes from the earth. So the creator made the earth. So when this human was formed,
it was not a man, a male or a female, until life went in it. Once life goes in it, then it becomes a gender, male or female. But you have to understand that who we are today, we don't own this flesh, nor do we own the spirit that's in us. When we go back to this earth, the flesh goes back to the earth and the spirit goes back to the creator. Now, what you spoke of, which is called the soul, that is the essence of who you are as a person. Now, when you see people speak of Abraham, Moses, Adam, Jesus, all of these people, they came thousands of years before us. These people, this is their souls we're referring to. So as the living whom we are today, when we speak of them, we bring them back to life only through our words. That's why it says the word is the everlasting. So their names and what they did is still living as a testimony to us. You made another statement when you spoke of sinful nature. Sin is not our nature. And I think that was a oxymoron word when you say sin and nature. Our nature is to be peaceful and loving and not to commit sin, not to be disobedient. That is our true nature. Sin is the transgression which has you turn from your nature. You're no longer acting in the way you were created when left alone. When you mentioned the child, you said, and I know you used the cookie jar as a metaphor for sin, but you said when you leave a child there, that child may touch that cookie jar. The child may touch the cookie jar, but an innocent child cannot be blamed for touching a cookie jar only until it was told not to touch the cookie jar. Adam and Eve would have never fell at fault for eating from that tree had not they been told not to eat from that tree. So you just can't put the tree there and then don't tell them not to eat from the tree and then they eat from the tree. They can't be at fault. The creator wouldn't be operating from an upright position, and that would be more of a slick move. Now you're guilty because you ate of a tree I never told you. That's not how the creator would work. The creator told them first. So with that being said to you, when you know what you're not supposed to do, at that point in time, it is up to you to make sure you do what is right. So you're right. We don't have free will, but you can't just do what you want and think you're going to get to the position you want to be. I don't know if you believe when you spoke of heaven and hell, I don't know if you believe that to be a place in the sky and under the ground, but all of that is a state of mind right here on earth. There's no place outside of this that we will go to. When the spirit leaves your body, it goes back to the rightful owner, who is the creator. When your body decays, it goes back to the rightful owner, which is the earth. That's why I say ashes of ashes, dust of dust. We're made of ash, water, dirt. This is who we are. So we have to understand when we know that our life is no more than a lease and it is our job to protect it and do what is right and stop following lies, because that's what's getting you jammed up when you're believing these lies. I believe you talked about washing away of the sins, and you said the sacrifice of an animal only covers it. That doesn't do anything but make that individual who killed that animal a murderer. Nothing to do with your life. Your life is made up of what your circumstances are. So when it's time for what they call judgment day, it's going to be between you and the creator. Nobody else has anything to do with that. In the Quran, it tells you that the creator is close to your jugular, meaning the creator lives right in there within you. So there's an audit within you going on every single day, taking an account for you. Get away with nothing. Only you perceive you do. But when that time comes and when you're unconscious and then I pray you become conscious, then you'll start to say to yourself, whoa, I can't do this. I can't do that. It's not that you're being restricted. It's that you're now being in alignment and you're trying to correct where you fell short. And I'll digress.
Yeah, can I respond? Or Humble, you can go ahead.
No. You can respond and then I'll get in.
Okay. So I think we agree on the majority of what you said. The only thing that I think that differs is that last part about the washing of the sin and the sin nature. Yeah, those are the two things. Okay, so I'll briefly talk about those again. So sin could be any. So again, let me just point out what I was taught. Right, you could take it or leave it, just so you'll have a principle of where I'm coming from, an idea where I'm coming from. A sin is a transgression against God's will, right? So if God tells you you have to wear a red bow tie with your every shirt, then without that bow tie, you are committing sin. It could be anything. It could be don't eat pigs, don't eat this, don't eat from this tree, don't walk down this street. It could be anything. Whatever God's will is, and you disobey that becomes a sin. Okay, so I agree with you. We are not born. Well, Adam and Eve, I should say, were not created with that nature. They developed that nature, and that nature was transitioned to the offspring and to the other human beings that were created after, right? So yeah, I think that you had that right. You had the creation story right, that the spirit has to be put into the body for that body to live, that without the spirit, that body will die, right? So we agree there. So there's just minor things such as the sin. The sin is the transgression of God's word. So the example that I gave about the child in the cookie jar, I did leave out that they have to be told not to touch the cookie jar. You were right about that. I left that out. I didn't mean to leave it out, but I didn't realize it until you brought it up. But yes. So if I put that cookie jar in front of the child and say, don't ever touch these cookies, and then that kid after the fall of Adam, and then I say to that kid, don't touch these cookies, I know that kid is going to fail. It's just a matter of time. I may not know when. He may do it today. He may do it next week. He may do maybe in 5 years. He holds out, but he's going to do it. So that's what sin nature means. It's not that you're being punished right then and there. I just want to also make that clear that every sin you commit is being added to your tally. Yes, everybody has their own record. I can't pay for your sins. So I mentioned Jesus because Jesus is the only person. And I don't mean person like human being like us. I mean, he's different from us. So he came down in human form, but he is God, right? He's God in a human form. The reason why we know this, according to the principles, right? I see you smiling already.
Yeah, I'm not good.
According to the principle, right, is that he did not have a human father. He has a human mother to give the avatar of a human being. Because if he just created Jesus without anybody knowing where he came from, it wouldn't be that he's human like us. You would just say he has supernatural powers. He's not human. He can't die for our sins because he's not one of us, right? So he made it this way, that he has to have human DNA and has to have similar lifestyles as us, so he can be one of us and pay the price of sin, right? Because if he was just a superhero, he's from another race, another species, it wouldn't make sense for him to cover our sin. So he has to be a member of the group for his actions to take consequence for the whole group, right? So he's not human like us. He's God in a human avatar, if that's the best way I can say it, because I think we all know what an avatar is based on the movie, right? It's not a real thing. It's a mental thing that goes into something else, and then it lives life through that. It's not real, right? So it's kind of like I don't want to say it's a lie or anything like that, because that wouldn't be the right word. It's you can call it somewhat of a con game, if you will, because he's not human just like you or me. I can't die for your sins. I can't pay for your sins, but he could, which means he's not human like us, which means he is God, right? Now, I'll land here. He never says he is God, right? He never, ever says he is God, ever. Pontius Pilate and the people that hung him claimed he was God. So they had some kind of inference that he was God. They just couldn't prove it, and that's why they hung him. But he never, ever came out of his mouth and said he is God. He said, I'm the Son of Man, right? He never said he was God. And then he was crucified, right, as a person, and he died as a person. That means at that moment in time, the avatar was hung on a cross, but the spirit left, and then that spirit was God, right? That was God in the avatar, and the avatar was hung, and the avatar was human beings, basically. So I hope that makes sense, but I would like to hear your response.
All right, let's let Humble go next.
All right. Before I go, I do want to introduce the brother Zion. What it do, brother Zion?
What's good?
What's up, my guy?
Bless up, King. Yo, what happened? No humble ancestor. Bless the Lord. Bless up, A1. You know what I'm
Bless
saying?
up. How you feeling, Zion?
Come on, yo, you know what I'm saying? I'm here. I'm trying to find my daggone controller so I can mute my TV. Big up, you know what I'm saying? Him coming. And everybody on the panel. I'm trying to get. Let me figure this out so I can mute this up and I can talk. I'm with the brother. He is absolutely correct. It has to come through a human line. All right. If it does not come through a human line, it cannot suffice. It will not suffice because it's not like us.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? So in order for something to suffice, it has to be from that very thing that it's standing in proxy of.
You won't know unless you're experiencing it yourself.
It cannot be alien to
potential evidence everywhere.
And suffice. So let me find my thing. I gotta find this remote. Thank you, brother.
Most definitely.
That was dope. I appreciate what he just said. It was so important to understand why Christ cannot be a magical dude. He has to be human.
But he's different from us. He's not human like you and me. He's different.
Now let me get into it. Now let me get into it really fast.
Let Humble go, and then I'm after Humble.
All right. So right here, I just want to point out, and very importantly, 2 points that the brother Asan made. You know, when talking about his dialogue with Sister NAPHTALI, the first point is, man was here before Adam and Eve, and I'm about to show that right now. And the second point is parrots. When you all was talking about the parrot thing, me and Brother Roy Chess was in the comments dealing with this. Parrots do not. They don't talk. They mimic sounds. Yes, they have the ability to mimic human vocalization. Yes, but when it comes to cognitive conversation, cognitive speech like we have, parrots do not have that, and I'm going to show that as well. So let me get through this really fast, and I'm going to hop over to that. So when we get to Genesis 25 and 26, right, we ain't even going to go to 25 because we know he made all the beasts of the earth, right? So now, matter of fact, 25 is important. Let's read this real fast. It say, and God made the beast of the earth. So right here lets you know the earth is already here, and he made beasts of the earth, right, after his kind, and cattle after their kind. So here we see God is creating the animals of the earth, right? Now let's go to Genesis 26. And God said, let us make man, M-A-N, as I was just reading earlier, right? In our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion. Now, if they were spirits, just spirits, not flesh, then how would they have dominion over the fish in the sea? How would they have dominion over the fowl in the air, and over the cattle, and over the earth? What? He gave spirits, just no human form, just spirits, right? Dominion over the earth. These had to have been men.
Right. I said that though.
Hold on one second. Let me keep going. Let's get to 27. So God created man in his own image. In the image of God created him, male and female, he, them, which means he didn't just make men on earth first, but he made both sexes. Now, this comes way before, if I could scroll down here. Mind you, this is in Genesis 1. Adam and Eve don't take place into Genesis 2. So this right here, without a shadow of a doubt, is letting you know that humans was here way before Adam and Eve. And these humans also had dominion over the earth, just like Adam and Eve. They had dominion over the fish, just like Adam and Eve. They had dominion over the fowl and the creeping beast over the earth, just like Adam and Eve.
What makes you think these are not Adam and Eve, though?
People, these was people that God said, hey, listen, I'm going to make y'all special too. Now, let's get over here to this. I'm going to stop sharing this. Let's get over here to this do parrots talk, right? Let me share this really fast, and I'm going to land my plane, right? Do parrots actually communicate? Let's get into it. Now, I pulled y'all something from the Bible. Let's go to an article, right? It's a life little mysteries. Do parrots actually understand what they're saying? Parrots are prolific vocal learners, but do they actually understand the words they say? Let's get into it. In the wild, parrots squeak, squawk, whistle, and thrill to communicate with their flock mates. These highly social birds rely on their complex communication systems to give food and warn off potential danger. And research even suggests parrots use signature contact calls to refer to each other, similar to how humans call each other by name. Okay, this is how they act in the wild, right? Now, remember, Roy Chess, I told you for birds to even learn how to even vocalize words, they had to be what? Trained. Now watch what this say. But when parents live with people, and brother I's son was making this exact same point when he was referring to the points that Sister NAPHTALI was making. But when parents live with people, they don't have any flock mates to learn parrot from. Instead, they use their highly specialized brains to pick up on human speech. So when parrots talk, they are really do they really understand what they're saying, or are they just mastery at mimicry? To answer depends on the individual parrot, how it's trained. So they don't just do this, they have to be trained to do this. Now watch this. Though research points towards parrots having surprising abilities to understand human speech and use words to phrase, apparently, right? Let's get down here. It's a birds that are trained appropriately can learn amazing amounts of speech. Crane puppets, right? Research professor, psychological brain scientist at Boston University told Live Scene the pepperbird was spent her career training parrots to use human language. Her most famous study, participate Alex, the African gray parrot, was known for his prolific communication skills. Alex understood more than 100 words for different objects, actions. So he's only doing this because he's trained. Here go a picture of the birds. They're only doing this because they're trained, right? If they were in the wild, they wouldn't have no use for any of these human words.
Right.
They would still squawk and squeak. They're only using human words. And in some parts of the world, we have birds that mimic like car horns that's going past the highway. You see what I'm saying? So they only mimic what's in their environment. This is what the brother I's son was trying to explain to Sister NAPHTALI. So we don't just see birds out here just talking to each other or communicating, even parrots. Right, we don't see animals just out here communicating like humans. You see what I'm saying? So I land my plane with that. Go ahead, y'all. Go ahead, y'all. Thank y'all for allowing me.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right. So hold on one second. Now, so I just wanted to respond to Brother Roy Chess. And it's a brother Jeremiah Yahweh ben Yokan's. Tap in. You say NAPHTALI. First of all, it wasn't a debate, it was a discussion about she won or did whatever you claim. You step up and talk. Don't hide behind the comments. Come on up here. So, first of all, brother Roy Chess, when we were talking, I was explaining, and this I'm trying to remember exactly because we've been talking about. We were talking about Adam. Adam fell asleep. So in the scripture, when it talks about Adam falling asleep, it never shows Adam waking up again. But what it does show is it shows the woe man, who I call the fallen man or mankind, comes up front now. So now man has been replaced by mankind. That's why I don't know if you ever seen when they talk about the moon, they'll say one small step for man, but one large step or one giant step for mankind. There's two different types of people it's referring to. That's why when you get to the end of the Bible, when it talks about the second Adam, he's the actual man to restore. Jesus didn't restore the people as you were making a comment on, because he never reproved the world. He told you in John 16, when he comes, the Spirit of truth, and he would guide you into all truth. So Jesus wasn't equipped to do that, and Jesus is not equipped to take your sins away. You make a big mistake thinking Jesus can take your sins away. Only you can take your sins away. All Jesus' job is to show you how to do it. So when Jesus,
I agree with that.
When Jesus went to the mountaintop and he was being tested, he was going away from and turning away from sin. But one of the things that people always say, well, Jesus was a man that came as a perfect man without sin. If someone comes perfect, then they can't guide a sinful person back to being sinless, because you do not have an example of how to get there. You know, let's just say somebody's in jail and somebody's never been to jail and you're about to go to jail. Well, I'm not going to listen to instructions from a man that's never been to jail on how to survive in jail. I need someone that has come from that place, that mindset, to guide me to how to navigate in that. So when you're talking about Jesus not coming from a human, from humans, he absolutely had a physical mother and a physical father. What Jesus is speaking of when he says he didn't have a father is, since he's speaking from the spiritual standpoint. There was nobody spiritually that guided him. He came from within. The Spirit guided him from within. So that's how he got his understandings. And now I'm not saying he never learned around people, because, you know, we all learn from each other. If anyone's on this earth saying, well, nobody taught me anything, that's asinine. Because even from this conversation all of us will probably take something from one another to make us sharper as an individual, hopefully. But we all learn from each other, and all Jesus' job was to show them where they were errant in their sins, and they didn't want to hear that. They wanted to know, how can we get richer? How can we have more elaborate wealth on this earth? And you don't get that until you get back into obedience. So that's why they got him out of here, because they thought he was messing up what they was looking for, is a king to come, take over Rome, give them all the riches, and then they just ride off in the sunset in their sin. And that's not how it's supposed to work back then, and that's not how it's going to work today. We have to fight our own sins and our own battles within ourselves. I think that was all that my last thing is just, I just don't want you to think Jesus was sinless. It even tells you in the Bible, is he not the wine bibber or the drunkard, the carpenter's son? So it shows that Jesus did things that he wasn't perfect. And we can't look for someone perfect if we're not perfect. We need someone to show us how to have our sins forgiven by being obedient. And that's the way the Creator will not get rid of your sins, but will see your works to becoming a righteous individual by saying, okay, I'm not going to lie anymore. I'm not going to steal anymore. I'm not going to cheat anymore. You know, even when you said, well, it could be a fine woman. Well, to a man that's asleep, he's going to touch that fine woman. But to a conscious man, he knows that that fine woman could be sent by that spirit to take him away from what he's supposed to be following from his Creator. So he knows to walk away from that. Don't even think about it. Get away from it. It's not.
Why are you making sense, yo? Like, now you're making sense right now. Like, this is the first time this Negro ever made sense to me.
you notice he's finished with saying to him. That must mean you waking up.
No, it's not that I'm waking up. It's that you starting to fix your face. That is a habit right now.
I've been saying this for a long time, brother.
No, bro. Nah. You switching the game up.
All right, so let me respond to him. Let me respond to him, then you can go. Because that's the order we can easily follow.
Go ahead, bro. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I won't be long. So the thing about again, I have to go back to sin again, and that is violating God's rule or violating God's will, something against God's will. So without that, Jesus would not need to come. We wouldn't need a Jesus, right? The only reason why he came is to cleanse sin for those who believe. Now, once you never addressed this in any of your comments so far, that you acknowledge that people have sinned, but you don't say how they get over it. How do they overcome it? Because what you're sounding like is that, you're just asking God for forgiveness at the end of the day, that nothing cleanses their sin. You didn't have a way out of the sin after you've already committed it, right? So the last example that you gave about that fine woman, so that same guy in his younger years would have touched that woman, right? So in his later years, he grows, and as you were saying, that as you grow old and you speak to other people and learn from other people, you learn what not to do, what to do, and stuff like that. So we're supposed to get wiser as we age, right? You're not still addressing the things that you've done way before that. 50 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, that guy lives to be 100-something years old. How do you address the sins the violations that he's committed? Where do those go if he doesn't have a savior, right? So you would still be charged with sin at the time of death, right? That's what judgment is all about. That it's not about what you do in your life. It's whether you believe on God or not, right? So I don't care if you're the Pope. Doesn't mean you're going to make it to heaven, right? Everybody has sin. Now, the thing about Jesus is I told you that he is not human like us. He did not have sin nature. He did not have a human father biologically, right? So Joseph was not his father. Joseph was a person who already had children. He was already married before he met Mary. He already had children. So when he married Mary, he had children already. He was not a single bachelor, without children. Mary didn't even have intercourse with him, allegedly, right? That's the whole point of Jesus being a miracle, that he did not have sex with his wife, and she was already pregnant, right? So that's again why Jesus' story is a miracle.
It wouldn't have mattered, though.
It would matter. It would matter, because if he were like us, like I said, you and I cannot cover sin or I'm sorry, not cover. I mean, forgive sin, right? Animal sacrifice, blood was a cover for sin. That if you believed, you may be, you could still get it to heaven. But without Jesus, everybody outside of that will never make it, right? So you need Jesus to make it. Yeah, you have a question?
I just want to make a quick statement, Diane. I know you go next. I'm not going to take long.
Yeah.
Is there still sin on the earth today?
Yes.
So therefore, if Jesus came to reprove the world of the sin, then therefore we shouldn't still be in sin today. The purpose of that one coming to reprove the world is to show you how to take the sin out of the world. But before you can take the sin out of the world, you got to take the sin out of you, because it ain't the sin that's in the world, it's the sin that's in each individual that must be dealt with by that individual themselves. You said I didn't bring that up. I absolutely did bring that up. I said when that woman comes there, and if she's a nice looking woman and she could be someone that is tempting you, then the wisdom of an awake individual would be either to get away from, or don't even let themselves fathom her like that. So that's called being conscious, being awake.
Right.
When Jesus comes, he's trying to show you how to be awake. The problem is he kept telling you all through the story, when he was in the Garden of Gethsemane, he said they couldn't even stay awake just while he made his prayer, because of the consciousness. You're falling in and out of consciousness. Some of us never even wake up. So when Adam and Eve sinned, they became spiritually dead. So it talks about it will be a people that will die a second death. How do you die a second death if you're only born once? You die a second death because if you're spiritually dead and you don't spiritually resurrect and come and to become awakened, then you're going to die in that death, which has been happening ever since we've fallen. We have not awakened yet. So you can't put that on Jesus to say, well, Jesus came, so now there's no more sin. As more, Jesus would come back today and he would say, wait a minute, what is this? Because it's nothing like 2,000 years ago. So he never repaired or done anything else. And I digress.
Let me respond real quick before I end right here. I'll end real quick. So I never said that Jesus was supposed to end sin. That's not the point. That was never the point. That point was for Jesus to cover and wash. No, I keep saying cover. I mean, wash away. I keep thinking about the animal sacrifice. It is to wash away your sin. It's not covering the sin. Washing away means you're a blank slate now in front of God's eyes. So it's not for all of mankind. It is only for believers. Okay. So you keep saying that he's supposed to take away sin. That's never been the case. You were born to be judged. And if you don't believe, you will be judged. That is the point here. So it's a kind of an unfavorable circumstance if you want to look at it in a human point of view, that you are tainted. You are born to be tainted, and the way out of that tainted is to believe. Outside of that, you will die. And I'll land my plane there.
Yeah, this is where it becomes overly indoctrinated, you know what I'm saying, with and there's so much, like I swear, like I wish I really could jump in this probably, but like he's making these overall very dogmatic, very Protestant, Calvinistic statements, and that's just what it is. It's Calvinism. It's Protestantism. You know what I'm saying? And that's not what the actual text says, or why Christ was even a necessity. You know what I'm saying? Like we're over here like making all of these conflations. In order for him to even be able to stand in proxy for anyone's sins, he had to be just like those who he was standing in proxy for. The only difference is being without his own guilt. He's the only thing that made him different. Is that he didn't have any guilt because he did not commit any sins of his own volition. He actually tried to keep the law. Doesn't mean he was not human. And if he wasn't human, he could not stand in proxy for humans. Because then he would not be the person. If he's not human, then how can he save any human person's sins? If he's not able to be tempted or able to even commit a sin, how is he supposed to stand in proxy for you? It makes no sense. I'm talking, brother.
That's exactly what I said.
You flapping gums. You flap gums. We heard you, bro. And you.
I wasn't talking. That was someone else.
Okay. My bad. So anyway, there's so many layers to this right now that I think that and me and this brother, we don't always agree, but there's places where we freaking agree, and I agree with what he's saying right now, which is difficult.
Trust me, I know it's killing him over here to say that. Trust me.
I have to agree with I's son right now, because he's making absolute sense. He understands what it means to be able to break a petition, a covenant, a contract. In order for those things to be broken or even to be mended, it has to be done within those criterion. The person within the structured a sin has to be one to break it. You cannot have some outside person do that. This is no alien coming in doing that. So that means that he has to be fully human. And this is what the Ethiopian Orthodox Church teaches as well. Ethiopian Orthodox Bible that does not the diaphysite does not distinguish between the humanity and the divinity of Christ. He is fully human, like we are. And we have the ability, just like Iceland is saying, to follow the behaviors, the statutes, the practices. That is how we actually free ourselves. That's how we're saved. Not by some magical force, but by actually following the example. The example. Huh? And being that. Embodying that. If you can't do that, then you're never going to be saved. You cannot be saved because you don't want to be saved. You want to sin and just ask God for forgiveness. And that's not how it works. That is not how it works. Not according to the Lord. And I'm done. I rest. There's so much more that I can go into, but it's so around the circle right now. You know what I mean? But yeah, you're right, son.
Well, praise to that, brother. I appreciate you. Like he said, it pulled teeth for him to say that because we go back and forth all the time. So that's what you call truth over doctrine.
Whose turn is it? Are we going to go to the new guy?
Yeah, it's somebody new on the brothers on the channel.
Hey, what's going on? How you guys doing?
Peace. How you doing?
Yeah. I came in. I missed a bit. I'm gonna have to recap on it. Where are we at on the discussion? It sounds like a good one though, for sure.
We just expressing our thought processes on Jesus, on spirit. I would say just if the brother wanted Roy Chess or Humble or Zion wanted to speak some more, or myself, then you can probably grasp a little more that way.
For sure, yeah. I'm here to tune in and build with you, brother. I'll listen for some more context.
Yeah, I would like to
just jump in when you want to, Dwayne.
All right, I appreciate it, brother.
I would like to, unless Humble wants to go, I would like to respond to what Zion was saying. Humble, you want to go or?
Go ahead, Rochas. You got it.
Okay. Okay, so one of the problems with it, so here I have to bring up reasoning here. Reasoning is super important. We can't just do what we want and just because it makes sense to us, because that's an emotion, right? A lot of the time. So if Jesus was a human just like you or me, that would mean that other humans can die for your sins. That's not possible. No scripture supports that. There is only one being that can die for your sins, and that being is called Jesus the Christ, right? So he cannot be 100% human and like you or me, and then he died for our sins. That means that you have the same properties as him. That means you should be able to do the same things as him. And clearly you cannot do those things because you have a biological father. You have a biological mother, and he didn't. He is partly divine and you are not. Right? So the reasoning here is the issue. Right? You cannot reason that way. Right? You cannot say that Jesus had sin because he just didn't do it. He was incapable of sin. Right? You and I have sin nature. Jesus did not. Right? He did not have sin nature. So there is no human being outside of Jesus that you can name that can fulfill all 10 commandments. Right? So if you want to go back to the Old Testament, no one in history, even up until now, is able to complete all 10 commandments without violating at least one. At least one. Now, for you literal readers, you will find passages where so-and-so is said to be righteous, so-and-so is said to be like God and stuff like that. But that doesn't mean they're not sinners. That doesn't mean they are without sin. That simply means that they were chosen by God for a specific reason. That doesn't mean that they were sinless. They are human. They have human nature, human sin nature. They had human parents. Jesus didn't have two human parents, which makes him different from us. That is why he can fulfill what he did, and that is why he is an avatar. He is not human like you or me. And I'll land there.
Okay.
Right, let me go real quick. Hold on, Zion. Let me go real quick, and then you're right.
Yeah, I'm ready to fly, bro. I'm ready.
I got you. I'm not gonna be long.
Right now. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. So here's I noticed that the whole time you're talking, Jesus' life wouldn't have been to come to die for you. Jesus' life was put on this earth to come to show you how to live. We already know that we all have been born into sin and iniquity, which is death. It says the wages of sin is death. So with Jesus coming on the earth, and you can't say that he didn't have sin because it tells you in the Bible that he sinned by saying that they called him a wine bibber and a drunkard. So therefore he did drink strong wine, so which was a sin. Now there's other things that's said about him, but of course it's not in the Bible. But my point is this: why you're focusing on the death is weird to myself, for the simple fact that his purpose was to resurrect, but not resurrect from a physical death, to resurrect from a spiritual death. So when he came in, like we all come in. So if you're claiming that we have to do, because it says you must follow him, pick up your cross, you must bear your cross like Jesus did. Well, when Jesus went to the cross, he physically died per the scripture. So that must mean you must physically die too and come back from a death and resurrect just like Jesus did. But you're not going to do that because you can't do that. What makes more sense is when the brother brought up the Ethiopian Bible, it talks about, and he even talks about it in the Bible, it talks about Jesus resurrecting within himself, like the brother said a second ago, by being in submission and total obedience to the Spirit. So the Spirit overcame the flesh and he became spirit, and the Spirit embodied the flesh, but he became conscious. He became awake. He no longer was considered an unconscious man. When you're considered unconscious, you're considered dead spiritually. So this is the situation that has to occur. Stop talking about Jesus, because I'm going to run back to this real quick. When it all started with Adam, it was about the seed of Adam being transferred from one male to another male, from father to son, father to son, father to son. But you notice when it gets all the way up to Jesus, all of a sudden you just threw the male out the window, which doesn't make sense, because now what is the purpose of Abraham's seed if you're not using the male seed to produce the child? This is why they can't say that, because they never had the seed. So now they're lying there. The resurrection comes from you, myself, and everybody up on this panel taking complete ownership of who we are and stopping the lying, the sinning, the cheating. And you are the only one that can do that. The only thing Jesus can do is show you. He can't do it for you. You have to do it. You have to handle it on your own. And I digress.
Let me smush his head in right now. Here's the problem, bro. He said that nowhere in the Bible that there was ever a human sacrifice that ever satisfied the Most High God. That is a lie. The two that what's his name's son? What's his name's son? Through the spear. He chucked the spear, and the spear flew in the air, and it daggone killed a Midianite woman, Ethiopian woman, and it killed an Israelite male. And when it did that, God stopped the plague that he had on the people. That is a human sacrifice that literally satisfied a God's wrath against the people. So you just lied there. No, I'm not going to say you lied. You just didn't know. You didn't.
No, that wasn't a sacrifice.
I'm sorry. I need you to shut your mouth. My time. I need you to fix your face and be quiet. Okay? Yeah, no, the man who cannot bridle his tongue is a man whose religion is vain, according to the scripture. Wipe your mouth and fix your face. The Bible shows that there were times where a person put themselves in a position of sacrifice. And their sacrifice was the wages of sin is death. And therefore, a death can satisfy a sin of another. We saw this with Cain and Abel. The reason why Cain still existed as long as he did is because he gave up his own brother's blood for his own sin. So what we're not going to do here, we're not going to sit here and make up fables based on a Calvinistic and Protestantistic doctrine. Okay, this brother is Protestantistic. He is talking doctrine that is not Judaic at all, or even Middle Eastern at that. People thought in a certain way, and when sin was a wage of sin was paid, it was paid through the price of blood, and animal sacrifices weren't always the filler. Didn't always fulfill. According even to the scriptures, the animal sacrifices weren't enough to pay the price, to pay the wage. Right? So when a person sacrifices themselves, they give themselves over by not committing a certain sin. See, the main thing that Christ actually rectified was the death penalty. He did not fix every daggone sin. You can still die of your sins, even if you believe in Christ. Because if you still believe in Christ and you know that something is a sin and still commit that sin, you know that you're not supposed to commit it. The Bible gives you no reprieve for still committing the sin and knowing you weren't supposed to commit it. Not just because you believe in Jesus. He's supposed to die for your sin. That is Protestantism. That's the European doctrine. That is not what the Bible teaches at all. You are to behave. That is what the law of reciprocity is all about. Love God like you love your brother, your fellow man. Like I love my brother Iceland, even though I think he's wrong half the time. I still love my nigga. Right? He wrong half the time.
And the other half, you wrong.
You know what I'm saying? And I'm wrong half the time. Bro, you wrong right now, my dude, brother Roy. I know you want to be right, but if loving you is wrong, I don't want to be right. You know what I'm saying? Like, I love you and you're wrong. You're just wrong, bro. Hallelujah, holla back. Christ was a full human. He had to be in order to stand in proxy for any other human sin. He had to be subject to the same human conditions. He could not be an alien. He could not be some magical Negro. He could not be some dude who wasn't like us. What if God was one of us, just a slob like one of us? He was. Absolutely was. I rest.
All right. Can I respond real quick before anyone else goes?
You had to put on a show since this is like the first time back on the Coliseum. You know what I'm saying? You know, I have to, you know what I'm saying, entertain. And
enjoying the conversation, y'all. Yeah, let's see what the brother got to say.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead, brother. Yeah.
So part of the thing that you were talking about, I've heard that story before. I think this happened like a week ago, 2 weeks ago, or something like that, where someone else came up on the panel and told you that story. And he was talking about how God stopped the plague. So that story, I don't remember the actual story. I don't know even where to look for that. I don't know the name of. I forgot the name of the characters, but I'll probably look for it eventually. That act was accidental. It was not a sacrifice for sin. It wasn't like I killed a man and then I said, I'm going to take these two people and run a spear through them. That was an accident. So a sacrifice for as sin is concerned, if I commit a transgression against God.
Did God receive it? Did God receive it and stop a plague after those two people died? Did that happen?
But it wasn't for that. It wasn't for sin though.
He accepted it.
He stopped the plague, but not for sin. It wasn't because of sin.
It was because two lives died that did not deserve to.
No, that's not a sacrifice.
Okay.
No, it's not a sacrifice. A sacrifice.
Land is playing. He waited for you, Zion.
My bad.
A sacrifice is a specific act due to a specific act, right? So if I rob a bank right now, I'm gonna do 25 to life for my action, right? But if I accidentally commit a crime and the judge gives me 25 years, that's different from me robbing the bank, right? I get the same penalty, but the circumstances are different, right? So that's what happened. That was an accident. A sacrifice is literally, you did this is the penalty that I need from you. You know, you want to buy this suit, I need this amount of money from you, right? That's a transaction, right? What you're talking about is incidental. It happened to be, it worked out for them, but that wasn't the purpose of them being there. They didn't wake up that morning and say, you know what, I'm going to get a spear thrown at me and it's going to kill me and somebody else, right? So that means it's accident. It wasn't purposely done for a specific reason. That if you have a transgression, you have a specific consequence for your transgression. So that fellow, I remember, I don't remember his name particularly, but I remember the conversation. It was about a week or 2 weeks ago. And he was getting away with that because the plague was stopped. So that's incidental. It wasn't stopped because those people were cleansed of their sins. It was for some other reason why the plague was stopped. But a sin sacrifice means I commit a transgression and there's a penalty and I pay that penalty right then and there for that transgression specifically, not for something else. And there is no scripture where you could sacrifice for someone else. You cannot sacrifice for your children. Your children cannot sacrifice for you. An animal cannot even sacrifice for you. You were correct, because the animal's blood only covered the sin. It didn't erase it. Jesus's blood is said to erase and wash away the sin. Nobody else can do that if they are human in sin. There is nobody you can show me that the Bible claims is sinless. You can find righteous, you can find right in front of God, righteous in front of God, justified in front of God, but that does not mean sinless. It literally has to say sinless, right? Without sin. Every human being after Adam was born with sin nature. When I tell you, and the scripture tells you Jesus was without sin, that will clearly eliminate him from that category. He cannot be 100% human like you or me and not have sin nature. That means he's not 100% like you or me. That's simple logic. So logically, it's impossible for him to have sin, for him to die for sins that if he was human, he wouldn't be able to do if he were human. Right? He had no sin. That's what the scripture says. And then he died for sins. That's what the scripture says. That eliminates him from being a human like us. He's a special human, yes, but not like us. His sin, he's close enough for him to sacrifice, but that avatar is dead, but he still exists, right? So that's what the whole thing is. And I'll land right here. I'll land
Hold
right
on.
here.
Let me go back. Okay, let me.
1 second.
I got you.
Yeah.
You mean you're going to land after this? I got you. I understand what you're saying.
1 second. Yeah.
I understand what you're saying.
So the only purpose of Jesus was to cover sin. Without Jesus, everybody's done. Everybody's out of here. There is no heaven. No one is good enough to make it without Jesus. So if you take Jesus away, everybody's done. Everybody's dust. Like, it would be no purpose of him. So this is, Jesus would be useless, and Satan would be correct in saying God is not perfect by creating a universe that has no purpose, because his creation would be destroyed. Why would you create something and destroy it? That makes no sense, right? So Jesus is the only way for him not to destroy us. If you do not believe, you will be destroyed. Those people who believe will not be destroyed. So therefore, the creation is not a waste of time. It is not a flaw in the creator. And I'll land there.
Okay. Let me say this, because that absolutely made no sense to me. How in one word you can say that the creator doesn't want to destroy, but yet here Jesus is being put on the cross as a sacrifice. That's a form of destroying someone. That's and Jesus didn't even want to die. He literally, they said he was crying like so bad, saying, "Take this cup from me." So here he doesn't even, because he doesn't know what's supposed to happen as far as the story goes. Now I'm going to show you where you don't see where Jesus is telling you he has sin, but you can't deny it once I show you this. When Mary Magdalene runs into Jesus, and then Jesus tells any of the people out there, "He who without sin cast your first stone." All of them dropped their rocks, and nobody cast a stone. And then Jesus turned to her and said, "Nor do I," meaning him, "condemn you." You know why? Because he had sin too. He couldn't cast the stone either, because he was born. Yes, that does mean that. Yes, that 100% does mean that. That's what he's telling you.
Why? Why does it mean that?
Because it means that because he's saying to you, he's no different than they are. I can't condemn you. What he told her was go and sin no more after that. So the whole goal is not to sin. That's the whole goal in life, to get away from sinning. If you can if you can stop yourself from turning to your lower nature, this is what the cross is about. You have an upright nature and then you have a lower nature. So on your fallen nature, that's when you're at your unconscious state. So when Jesus is talking about being in alignment with the Creator, which he had become in line with the Creator, he started changing and turning himself upright, where you seen him and the Creator as one together. But he always had to defer to the Creator. I heard you mention he was the Creator. It's impossible for him to be the Creator if he stands in place of, which is called a vicegerent or a proxy. He's standing in place because he's the mouthpiece for the Creator to the people. He's a gift given to the world to say that it is possible to rid yourself of these sins.
Preaching, bro.
Yo, let me I would like to fortify what Ison just said. I want to fortify it in principle, right? So I'm gonna fortify and support what Ison was saying in principle. There's actual precept for this. Yes, he's correct. You have Matthew 19:17, Mark 10:18, Luke 18:19. These are three scriptures where Christ is speaking, saying, "Who are you calling good? No one is good except for the Father in heaven." He was drawing that from a precept which derives from Romans 3:10, Ecclesiastes 7:20, where it says, "Not one is found righteous on earth. No, not one can be good." That's Genesis 18:24. Saying that if you can show me 10, this is speaking to Abraham. He says, if you can find me 10 people in Sodom and Gomorrah, if you can find me 10 righteous people, I'll spare the whole city. This goes all the way back to the original scripture, which takes us to the Torah, Genesis 2:18, where it says, I'm getting feedback, right? Can y'all mute up real quick?
Genesis. I need to mute, yeah.
Okay. In Genesis 2:18, it takes us all the way back to where, now mind you, this is all coming from a principle. So when Christ says, he who without sin may cast the first stone, he was speaking a principle that takes us to the Torah, which is testified by 2 or 3 witnesses. When God looks down from heaven and he looks down upon man and he says, it is not good, using the knowledge, Genesis 2:17, good and evil. He was using the knowledge. He says, it is not good that man be found alone. I shall make him help me. Basically saying that it's evil, that basically condemning singularity at this point. So we live in a state of duality, and as long as we're under the wisdom of knowledge, no one can be found good. That's why you get the proverbial expression that every hero is a villain in someone else's story, because there's really nothing you can do on this earth without being on one side or another. Someone's going to put you on another side, even if you try to play the middle ground. That's just the way it is. And Christ understood that principle. That's why he spoke to the woman and said, neither do I condemn you, because Christ was made in sin, even though he kept the law perfect. That's why he says, in order to be perfect like the Father, you got to keep the law, because the law is perfect and God is perfect. So he was perfect, and he was walking in the law, but it's he who endures to the end shall be saved. And Christ understood that. That's why Christ, basically, like Isan just said, even Christ could be viewed as someone who's bad. That's why they threw him on the cross.
Yeah, but he can't be perfect and have committed sin. Perfect means without sin.
Well,
In this context, he cannot be sinned. He cannot have sinned and be perfect.
In order to die, in order for your flesh to be corrupted, in order for you to take on corruptible flesh, doesn't mean that you necessarily have to sin of your own free will. It just means you're taking on corruptible flesh that can die. If it can die, that means that there was sin.
No.
Yes, no,
commit
that's
Yes,
no,
yes,
no,
that's what it means. I agree.
No, you don't know.
He didn't have a human father.
Sir, I'm not done.
Hold on.
I'm not done. I'm not done. I didn't fly for a second. Give me a second. Real quick.
Who?
In order, the wage of sin is death. And the only way that Adam could have brought death upon all of his progeny is by his first sin. And therefore, because of his sin, all of his children are now therefore subject to death unless they have salvation. Now, in order for there to be a savior, that savior must come through the same bloodline that sin was introduced. It's like an inoculation. It's like the venom, being the actual cure to the actual venom. So it has to be from a human who can be tempted. How can he stand on the mount and be tempted if he was free of sin? How could he die? He could not have even bled. According to the Bible, how the Bible explains the leaking of blood and the transmission of blood, and how you can die physically has to be because of some form of spiritual corruption. So in order for Jesus to die, he has to be human.
Part human.
He cannot
They threw him on the cross. So
I mean, Zion, can I just read this? I just want to read this and then y'all get back. Look at Romans 8:33. This is what it says. It says, for what the law could not do, in that it was weak through the flesh. Okay. The Creator sending his own Son in the likeness of sinful flesh, and for sin condemned the sin in flesh. So he came in the flesh. Flesh is sin. Anything that is in sin, in flesh, is in sin. That's what Zion was saying.
That's not what it's saying. That's not what that means.
So it does mean that, because he has to condemn the sin in his flesh. So in other words, what it's saying, hold on, brother, I'm trying to share this with you. So in other words, what he has to do is he, just like you, have to condemn your flesh so that the spirit can come forward. Your flesh is automatically in desire because it is from a lower nature than the spirit. So you must take, that's why it saes mind over matter. You must make your spirit over your flesh. Your flesh has the desires, not the spirit. And that's what causes the sin.
Right.
So Jesus had sin.
No, he doesn't. He's not a human like you or me. That's why he doesn't have it. You're talking about human beings.
There's no way. There's no way. Watch this.
You're talking about human parents. Did he have human parents?
Yes, he did have human parents.
No, not biologically. No.
Hold on, one mic, y'all. One mic.
He had one biological parent.
Mary, watch this, brother. Mary said this. She said, me and your father were looking for you. Now, you can't tell. No, it doesn't say. Show me in the scripture where it says stepfather.
Joseph was not his biological father.
Listen. Only the mother and the Creator knows who that child father is. Now, this woman said, me and your father. She didn't say stepfather. She didn't say Joseph.
Father meant Joseph.
No. See how you're trying to change it now?
That's what the context means.
Who? So if father meant Joseph, then Joseph's his father.
May I come in after y'all too?
That's not a biological father. That's a stepfather.
They didn't have stepfather.
What do you mean?
Yeah, I know.
If you marry a woman,
you next, Dwayne.
Stepfather.
No, you can't.
What we
if
do
you marry
know
a
is that
woman
he
with
could
kids
have
already,
children.
you are a stepfather. What do you mean?
No, wait a minute.
All right, hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all.
One
Let's
mic
let
though.
Dwayne get in there.
It get bad when it's three people arguing.
Yeah, let's let Dwayne get in there. Get in there, Dwayne.
My bad.
Yeah, so I would just like to ask the brother that is saying that Christ doesn't have biological parents. Would you count Adam as a human?
Yes,
Okay, but Adam didn't have a mother, right?
correct.
Okay, Christ comes to repair what was caused through Adam. That's why it's written Leviticus 17:11.
Repair. Wait a minute. When you say repair, what do you mean?
No, Christ come to repair the sin
What
that
is
Adam. Right.
what does repair mean? That's what I'm asking you. What does
So
repair mean?
the repair is you accepted a man that wasn't born of a woman, but you won't accept a man that was born through a mother, but not the father. It's flipped. It's reversed. But it was conducted that way so that he would repair what had happened to Adam.
So
Adam.
you're taking it out of context. All right. First of all,
Okay, go ahead.
both human beings that you're talking about, right? Neither one of them had a mother. Neither one of them had two human parents. So this is why Jesus is referred to as the second Adam. For that reason, everybody else has two biological parents. That is where sin nature comes in. Adam did not have sin. He was not created in sin, and neither was Jesus in the same exact way. It is a logical it's an identity. It's a logical paradigm that if you apply the logic to one, you have to apply the logic to the other one. You can't change.
Don't forget
You
Mary.
can't do that.
His mother
Mary
was also born of immaculate conception as well.
No, she wasn't. She had
Yes,
two
she
parents.
was.
No, she wasn't.
Saint Anne had
other
Mary
person.
through immaculate conception. Yes, she did.
No, she didn't.
Yes, she did. She
didn't.
couldn't have children. Saint Anne could not have children. She prayed to God to give her a child, and God gave her Mary. What are you talking about?
That's nonsense.
What are you talking about?
It's over now.
That person had
Mary was conceived of immaculate conception. Yes, she was.
She wasn't. No,
That's where the spirit. That's where the spiritual law shows, because when you go to Deuteronomy 21, 15 to 17, it says that a man who has two wives, they cannot be equally loved. One has to be less loved than the other. This is where you get Abraham, Jacob, and Isaac. All three of them had barren wives. Even Isaac did. Rebecca was barren, Sarah was barren, and so was Rachel. But notice that Hagar was required. This is where Sarah kind of faltered in the faith, because Abraham said, look, the Lord is going to provide us a child. And she laughed. That's written in Genesis 18 and 12, going into 14, where she laughed and God confronted her and said, I heard you laugh. Even though she laughed inwardly, she didn't even laugh outwardly. He still understood that she laughed. Then you go to...
You're talking about an act of sin.
No. What I'm saying is what the brother was just trying to say about Mary is that there's a precept dealing with the barren woman. She's the one that conceives more children than the married wife. That's why it's written in the kingdom that there's no marriage, because the sons looked down upon man and they came down and they took wives for themselves. This is where they swiftly died. They left their heavenly estate. It kind of...
I think you're changing the context. You're changing the context.
Brother, I'm not changing what's written. You can read it yourself.
No, you're changing the context of what's written. You're not
your context. That's the whole problem.
You're talking about Abraham who sinned by sleeping with another woman that wasn't his wife. That's still
his wife. That's
no, it wasn't. It was a slave.
Hold on.
It wasn't his
wife.
Hold on,
brother.
It was not his wife.
Hagar. Hold on,
brother. No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
Hold on, brother.
You can't tell me he married Hagar.
Listen. Hey, humble mister, can you pull it up for him so he can see where it says that Abraham married Hagar?
Hold on. I was trying to say something. Hold on, one mic. Our son is trying to say something. Say, brother.
Hold on. I was saying, can you pull up for the brother, because to show him where it says Abraham married his handmaiden Hagar. He seems to think that they never got married.
Genesis 16:30.
They were not married. What? They didn't have marriage.
Hold on, brother. Slow down, brother.
Let me speak.
You can understand. But hold on. It's not about what
you're saying. You're saying that there was a marriage.
Brother,
there was no formal ceremony.
Hold up. Let's let the scripture speak. How about we do that?
Yeah, but you're
now the
scripture. Hold on. Go on mute, Roy Chess. Hey.
You need to put it in context first.
Bro.
We don't have to put anything in context. If
Bro.
he says that he took her for a wife, then
Bro,
she
let
is
him bring
his
out the
wife.
scripture, bro. Let him bring out the scripture. Relax.
There we go. Can we read the scripture? Which one is it?
Go to Genesis
There it is,
16 and 3.
It says what is it, 17 and 3?
I want me read it. I don't got no
16,
problem
16.
reading it.
Yeah. Can you read it? Can you read it, brother? For me?
Let's go to 16.
Brother. Can you read it out
Let's
loud?
go to 16
he
and
said
2.
they
just so
wasn't
we can
married.
get some context. Hold on, one mic. Let's go to 16 and 2 just so we can get some context.
All right, bro. But
Sarai said unto Abraham, behold, now the Lord hath restrained me from bearing. I pray thee, go unto my maid. It may be that I may obtain children by her. And Abraham hearkened to the voice of Sarai. And Sarai, Abraham's wife, took Hagar, her maid, the Egyptian, after Abraham had dwelt 10 years in the land of Canaan, and gave her husband Abraham to be his wife.
There it is, brother.
Went
That's
into
his wife.
Hagar, and she conceived. And hold on one second. Hold on. And he went into Hagar.
Yeah, but
And
you guys
she
don't understand
conceived.
context. You don't understand
Not in
context.
context?
No, you're not. You don't understand context.
Hey, bro,
You don't
you
understand
can't put your
context.
own interpretation on the Bible.
Hold on.
You can't put your
bro,
own
they do this to me all the time. They say that I'm
This is
interpreting
doctrine
it when
over
we're
truth.
reading it literally
on.
from the letter.
This is
Hold
doctrine
on.
over truth.
Again, wife ceremony here is not a ceremony. It's just simply having sex with the woman. If you had sex
How
with
when
the
she
woman,
was his
Bro,
wife?
you're
No,
twisting it. He took her the moment they laid together. That's a wife. So it's written in the text,
that means
wife.
it's not a ceremony.
Wait, time
But it
out.
said
time
wife
out.
first.
Hold on, one mic. Hold on one
That
second.
means it's
son.
not a ceremony. They had
All right,
intercourse.
hold on one
That made
second.
him
One
his
second,
wife.
Roy
That made
Chess.
That's
Roy
not a
Chess,
wife.
hold on one
That's just-
second.
That's
Hold
that's
on.
a sex partner.
Okay, so the issue that Roy Chess is having that he's clearly not reading, right?
No, I'm
It's
reading.
the-
I
hold on
understand
one
context.
second, Roy
Bro,
Chess.
let him
Hold on,
talk, bro. Come on.
It say, after Abraham had dwelt 10 years in the land of Canaan and gave her to her husband Abraham to be his wife, which means her handmaid had then become Abraham's wife. Now, this is before he had sex with Hagar.
No. How does it become his wife? Because the woman said so?
No, nigga, it said with his head.
No, how does that woman become his wife if he didn't have
Bro, he had Ishmael with her. They clearly laid together. Stop.
That's
Hold
not
on one
what I'm
second.
asking
Hold on,
you.
one
I'm
mic,
asking
one
humble.
mic.
I'm
One
asking-
mic,
I'm
one
asking-
mic,
I'm
one
ready to
mic,
get over
one
here.
mic,
Y'all
one
do
mic.
He's doing a lot of talking though,
Hold
making
on,
it hard to
one
enter
mic,
to come
real
in.
fast. One mic real fast. Let me explain to y'all why this happens. This
Y'all keep
happens
over-talking.
because hold on. This happens because in these days, when you had sex without being married, this was the issue with Jesus and Joseph and Mary, right? When you have a child without being married, right? What is that called, Ison?
When you having it, I'm
Consummation.
trying to understand. I'm trying
When
to
you
Betrothed.
have sex,
Betrothed.
when y'all
Yeah.
are not married, but y'all have sex, what is that called?
Fornication.
Consummation.
Thank you.
Fornication.
It could be
So,
fornication.
hold on one
It could
second.
be-
So
it
hold
could
on
be
one
considered
second.
fornication,
So
but in some
for
of their
them
laws.
to hold on one second. So
Not
for
if she's
them
not if
to-
she's your
hold on,
damsel.
Roy Chess. Hold on one
Yeah.
second.
That
So for
wasn't me.
them to avoid that, right, being
Mhm.
persecuted for fornication, he married her first and
What
then
is a
had
marriage?
sex with her.
No,
And
what
that
I'm telling
shows
you, there is no
Abraham's
marriage.
uprightness.
Stop talking. Stop talking. Let me talk. Let me address that.
Go ahead.
There
Go ahead,
was
brother.
no marriage ceremony. Did they go in front of a priest? Did they go in front of a priest? No. It simply means they had sex. There was no marriage certificate. There was no marriage ceremony. They were not married by a priest. All he did
Can
was
you
have
show where
sex with her.
Abraham and Sarah was married by a priest?
They weren't either. There was no ceremony there. That's what I'm telling you.
Can you show? Hold on.
That's
Wait a
why
minute.
the context
Can
matters.
you show that?
Wait. He's just
What do you
gonna
mean,
overlook
yes?
scripture
You don't see anybody married by a priest
He's
there.
just going to overlook the scripture that literally said.
Man, how do you become a wife
Doctor
without a
number
priest
three.
there?
Bro, it's written in the letter. I don't understand why this is an argument.
I need you to be quiet. I need you to be quiet. I need you to be quiet.
I need you to tell me
how
you
bro. Hold on.
How do you become a wife
You're not getting away. No, you're not getting away from this. You're not getting away from this. It's literally. There is literally.
Hold on, Rochester. Go ahead.
Hold on 1 second, y'all. 1 second, y'all. Hey, yo, listen. Y'all disrespecting the brother A1 when y'all acting like this, bro. Let's have some decorum, y'all. We know how to act up here. Listen, we know it get heated. Let each other land that plane. Let's get into it.
Hey, can we rotate or something? Have some order in here so people, you know.
I'm gonna fall to the back, and I want to say peace and blessings to all the brothers and sisters, everybody that's on here. I'm gonna listen on for a little bit and keep building because everything's
before you
beautiful.
drop off, brother Einstein, before you drop off, brother, I want to let you know, Brody, that was fire what you did today. Keep doing your work. Keep laying your information. I learned a lot. I actually went back and researched a lot. And keep putting that information down the way you're putting it down, Elder. You know, you got brothers like myself watching.
Praise to the eye. Thank you, brother. Peace and blessings. I'm listening now.
All right. You guys have to show me what wife means without a priest. Show me that. Then we can have this discussion.
Okay.
The context is that he had sex with a slave girl, and he only did it because his wife put that idea in his head. That God didn't tell him that he could not have a child. God told him he was going to have a child. And because they used their
going to you next, Zion.
Because they used their illogical thinking that she thought she was too old to have a child, it couldn't be her. It couldn't be her. So she said, okay, go have sex with my maid over there. And it's a slave girl on top of that. So as black people, we should not condone that as it was his wife. It was a goddamn slave. Why couldn't he go to a wife, a free woman? Why would you accept that he had sex with a goddamn slave? And then you have the nerve to say,
watch your language, Brody.
What did I say?
You was talking goddamn. Don't. You good? You good? Just.
But
go ahead.
Come on.
Go ahead.
It was a slave girl. It wasn't a free woman. It wasn't like he went to the market, found a free woman, and had sex with her. He had sex with a slave, which kind of implies that it wasn't consensual because it was her job as a slave. I'll land there.
Okay. You next, Zion. You get to respond. Then we going to Dwayne next. Go ahead. Unmute yourself, Brody. You muted.
All right. So what he's doing here is conflating. He's conflating the idea of what, marriage meant in those times with these times. And it clearly says that she gave over her handmaiden and she was her wife. She was his wife. So if the scripture says that, what we're not going to do is we're not going to talk over the scripture and deny what the scripture says. It doesn't matter, bro. Okay. At the end of the day, we saw him have another wife, Keturah, after that, and who had 6 children by him. Nothing to do with the price of a can of beans in Botswana. Everything you said is only denial. And that's not even a river in Egypt. That was hot garbage, bro. It says that she is his wife in the text.
How did
the text? I need you to shut up.
Only the person on the screen is speaking. Go ahead, Zion.
Yeah, man, stop filibustering, bro. You can't block me at a free throw, nigga. This nigga over here like this. It's a free throw, nigga.
All right. We're gonna move over here.
Just let me real quick. Let me just end it. Darkness. Yeah. Listen, bro. At the end of the day, there was considered a marriage. It was considered a marriage. It was a consummation of marriage. Back in those days, they didn't have the same kind of thing. They didn't go through the same processes that we go through to get married, as getting the freaking daggone, engagement ring and the whole. That's today's requirements. The laws in those days were different. Simply put, the wife, his love of his life said, take my handmaiden. That in and of itself gives two witnesses. The husband who laid down, the three witnesses at that. It gives the husband who laid down, the handmaiden, and the wife who said, go and do it. It was legitimate. I'm done.
All right.
Cool.
Let's let brother Doc.
Real quick, I'm still here, and then I'm gonna leave right after. I'm gonna go after
Okay.
Brother Darkness, and then I'm gonna roll. I just want to talk on what he just said. All right.
Go ahead. I saw
no, Dwayne. Oh, yeah, I thought you were gonna go. I didn't want to cut you off. All right then. I'm sorry. I'll go then.
No, you go. You go. Go ahead, bro. I got
bro.
you.
Brother Roy, what you don't understand is Hagar really wasn't a slave, brother. She was the daughter of Pharaoh that was given to Sarah and Abraham when they left. So it's kind of like us. We're the slaves over here in America, but we're really royalty coming from kings and queens. So that's kind of what that story means. And only why I stuck around, because I kind of felt offended the way you said, well, he couldn't have taken a free woman. When you look at what you're saying, brother, think about us as that slave and us as that, our females as Hagar, because she's not in her rightful place because another people enslaved her. So when it says he took her as a wife, once that announcement was made, like Zion said, and they consummated it, there's nothing you can do to reverse that. If you sleep with that woman after the oral statement is said that you would be my wife and she would be the husband, however they would have said that, and then they sleep together, it's over. And just for the record, some say that Keturah is actually Hagar, because when he talks of Abraham's children, and watch this, brother, this is how you know. I'm going to show you how you know Hagar wasn't a slave, but yet a princess, because when it mentions the children of Ishmael, they're all called princes. Abraham wasn't a prince, so the royalty came from Hagar's bloodline because her father was a king. And I digress from there. I just wanted to put that out.
Boom. That's straight fire right there. Straight fire.
All right. We got Darkness next. Go ahead, Brody.
Yeah, it's in the text. We're not using privatized interpretation. I understand when your accusation is that people take things out of context, but we just literally read that he took her as a wife. It started from the law. I was pointing out the law. The law is spiritual. The law is holy. Psalms 19:7, Romans 7:14. The law is perfect. The law is holy. That's why Christ said 3 times, who are you calling good? No one is good except for the Father. So if you want to live, keep the commandments. He kind of deviated from being good to keep the commandments, and you'll be okay. James 2:10, where it says, if you break one law, you break all laws. So it's about turning to the law, knowing that while we're in the flesh, like the brother said earlier, the flesh is immediate sin. It is the transgression of law. We entered flesh and blood. That's why Christ said, eat of my flesh, drink of my blood. That's the only way you're entering back into paradise, because the flesh and the blood is the word of God and the Holy Spirit. The flesh being John 1:14, that's the word of God, and the Spirit being the wine that we drink in the new kingdom and the new covenant, being as both covenants is written in blood, Leviticus 17:11. So the wine, the blood is of Christ, the flesh is of Christ. Adam sinned. Flesh and blood cannot return back into paradise, which is Genesis 3:24, the fiery path. You can't go through fire in flesh and blood. It's going to burn you up. So you have to enter as Christ. He's the only one that can access back into paradise. That's why he says, John 14:6, I am the truth, the way, and the life. The truth is the word of God, which is a spiritual sword. That's Hebrews 4:12. Cuts 2 ways to make his point. That's the knowledge and the wisdom, good and bad. Even though Christ was spiritual and he kept the perfect holy law, they still found a way to string him up on a cross and bleed him out. He became the sacrifice that replaced the animal sacrifice. The animal sacrifices, you offer up the animals alive and they die. But Christ was offered up dead and he lived. That's how it goes. Just like Adam, he didn't have a mother and Christ didn't have a father, but it's the same thing. It's revert. It's just a flip on its head, but it's to repair what was done in the blood. The blood condemned the flesh. So just to land my plane here, everything is testified in terms of trial and judge. Everything is testified by 2 or 3 witnesses. All forms and ranges of academia, from science, biology, botany, mathematics, you name it, it works off this principle. There's nothing you can think of in your mind that doesn't have an opt to it. That's how the law works. So Christ, when he entered the flesh, of course he was in sin, but he taught us how to keep the law. He taught us how to ascend through dissension. He taught us how to go into death and to conquer it. But by doing that, we can't be hypocrites on the earth. All of the law that is written down in the book is confirmed through what we already know. That is, don't do things you don't like done to you. It's it's pretty much that easy to simplify it.
There's reciprocity at the end. Yeah, absolutely, brother.
Yeah. So when it comes to the law, and I'm going to land my plane here, Deuteronomy 21:15 going into 17, it says, when you take up 2 wives, both cannot be equally loved. One's going to fall a little short. That's why you have the gods. That's why you have Jacob, Abraham, and Isaac. All 3 of them had a barren wife and a wife of which they didn't love. Leah wasn't loved as much. Rachel was. That's why Rachel was barren. Isaac had to pray to God to get Rebekah to conceive child. She was barren. And the same thing applies to Abraham. He had to take Hagar, which was, like you said, it was a breach of law. Sarah was kind of wavering in the faith. But Abraham hearkened to his wife the same way Adam did when Eve brought him the knowledge. He hearkened to his wife. Right. So with all that being said, if you keep your precepts and you diligently seek out any questions that you have, just have faith that the Bible, if the Bible makes a claim, the Bible will answer it. You just have to go into the Bible and trust that the Bible will answer it, and you'll find it. That's like the best advice I can give. I yield the plane.
All right, we're going over here to Quantum. Quantum, you got anything you want to add? From Quantum, we're going to Jose. From Jose, we're going to Sadiq, and then we starting all over.
Hey, what's up? First, I want to say what up to the panel. Shout out to everybody. Our son got to get up out of here before I got to give him a shout out. What's up to the Titans? Roy, Zion, Darkness, Uncle Francis, Sadiq, my guy. I know y'all been talking about some biblical things and stuff, but I want to respond and the direction of the conversation. I got to step back from the scriptural interpretations for a minute and look at it through my philosophical eyes, because my concern, when I start hearing everybody arguing all of these different points about God here, God there, then God is Jesus, God is, you know what I'm saying? It's my concern is whether the concept, my concern is whether the concept that people have of God is even coherent. And if y'all know me, y'all know I'm big on coherence. Because when people talk about God in the discussions, I've been hearing them talking about a being who creates, chooses, judges, forgives. He sends prophets, intervenes in the world, and all those descriptions involve action. And action always implies sequence. Sequence means there is a before and after. That means there is ordered change. Ordered change is what I call time. So the first philosophical question that I always have to ask myself when people start having these conversations, and I be wanting to ask them, beautiful. If a being X chooses or creates, then that being is already operating within sequence. And if sequence is present, then time is present. So when someone says God is outside of time, but then describes God performing actions, I have to ask myself whether that concept is coherent, because action without sequence is not meaningful. Timelessness action is not an action. It is simply a contradiction. And the same thing appears when you talk about nature. If any being speaks, thinks, chooses, creates, breathes. That is structure. Structure is what allows something to exist as something rather than nothing. Structure is what we call nature. So if a being has nature, then nature already exists. If a being has nature, then it cannot, if it doesn't have nature, it can't think, it can't choose, it can't act. So the philosophical problem that I have with all of this is simple. Either the being that people call God already exists within time and nature, or the description of that being becomes incoherent. From my perspective, the highest power is not a supernatural person standing outside of what we call existence. The highest power has to be the functional conditions that make existence possible in the first place. If God exists, he is within existence. Those conditions that he has to play by are time and nature. Time is the condition of ordered change, and nature is the condition of form and strength. And without that, without ordered change, nothing would happen. Without structure, we couldn't say this is that or that is this. That's why I describe the highest power as the union of these two conditions. They are not optional features inside reality. They are foundations that allows reality or anything to occur in the first place. Now, when we move the discussion about Jesus, this is where things just start getting more incoherent to me. And believe, I'm not saying anybody is, I'm just saying I don't think people has taught about. When we start thinking about Jesus, the same philosophical images appear again. One side argues that Jesus must be human to God humans. Another side argues that Jesus must be different from humans in order to remove sin. But both positions assume a particular framework about sin and salvation without first examining the logic of the system itself. And Roy Chess, you big on logic. That's why I'm glad you brought it up, because I wasn't going to say nothing until you said logic. If the problem is human moral failure, then the explanation of that failure should be understandable in the terms of human existence. If the solution is a miraculous being who is exempt from the human condition, then the solution does not explain how ordinary humans like me and you overcome the problem. It simply introduces an exception to what the problem is. And philosophically, exceptions do not explain the rule. They just bypass it. There's also a deeper issue in the idea that people are born with sin and must accept a specific belief in order to be forgiven. If a system declares every person guilty from birth and then provides a single doctrinal path to remove everybody's guilt, we must ask whether the system is grounded in coherent justice or in obedience to authority. Justice normally means that consequences follow action. But in this framework, the decisive factor is not the action itself, but the belief about a particular figure. So my interest in the conversation is not to attack anyone's faith or their tradition. Y'all keep doing what you're doing. Right. My interest is to examine whether the concepts being used are logically stable. When we analyze those concepts carefully, we find that many of the descriptions of God rely on time and nature, even while claiming that God exists outside of time and nature. My conclusion is that the highest power is not a supernatural agent beyond reality. The highest power is the fundamental structure that makes reality possible. The structure is the functional union of time and nature. Once we recognize that, many of the theological debates that we have about divine persons and miracles and supernatural interventions become secondary questions. The first question is always the philosophical one. What must be true for anything to exist at all? And my answer is simple. You need something that's ordered, change, and structured form must already be present. Without them, nothing could occur. Nothing could exist. Nothing could be discussed. And that's why I say the highest power is not a person outside of existence or putting his spirit in a body and come. The highest power is the condition that allows those ideas to even be thought up. And I land myself, because I'm an owl. I float and fly on this.
That was amazing. That was freaking magical. Oh my God, that was.
He should go into the Gnostic perspective. So that's the way to do it.
Let's get Uncle Jose in here. What's up,
What's up,
Go ahead. You got something to say on a subject matter,
Yeah, I heard what quantum truth just, are you hearing me?
Go ahead, brother.
Are you hearing me?
Go ahead, brother.
Now, quantum truth said a mouthful just now, and none of that applies to the conversation of religion whatsoever. He's making a whole nother argument that has nothing to do with the Bible. The Bible is not supposed to be logical. The Bible is based on what I believe, and I can say anything I want because I believe. So you just said a mouthful and wasted your time, because none of these religious people on this panel are going to agree with you. That has nothing to do with religion or the Bible. It's not.
That's
nothing
incorrect.
at all. So don't bother making those.
Enough incoherence, Francis.
Hold on. Let me finish.
Hey, while y'all cutting them off, it's Jose's turn. Get it in, Jose.
Let me finish. That has no place in a religious conversation. Religion is not about logic. It's about I believe, and if you don't believe, you go into hell. In the Abrahamic faith, you go into hell. That's it. So you said a mouthful for nothing. They're not going to agree with you. That has nothing to do with it. It don't have to make sense. I believe it. That's all. It don't have to make sense. It's not a science project. It's not about sitting down and thinking. It's about somebody told you something and you accepted it as fact. That's why they're yelling and screaming and getting emotional. Because they can't make a logical argument for religion nowhere. They're never going to make that argument. That's a fact. I don't care what nobody say. We're just trying to be logical about it. Forget about that. Let them have their belief and move on. That's it. That's all I have to say.
Most definitely. We over here, the brother Sadiq. Let's get it in, brother Sadiq. What's up with you, brother?
Fam, I'm back in the background, just taking it all in. Probably would ask some questions just to anybody. So, was Jesus able to physically touch people?
Physically touch him now? You mean right now?
During his life on the planet?
Not physically, no. Not without a body, no.
Right. So, and he had an earthly father. He had an earthly man that acted as a father, right? Pretty much. Maybe not, some would say biologically.
The stepfather, yes, stepdaddy.
And the daddy was able to see him physically with his eyes and so forth, and interact, probably touch Jesus physically,
Yes.
Right. And he had a physical earth mother for sure, Jesus.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
What that's telling us is that he had a full set of DNA. Okay. There's no such thing as a person that physically walked the earth with a half set of DNA, incomplete DNA. Doesn't make any sense.
Right. That's the point.
This guy used the bathroom. Okay, he's a person. Okay, I mean we can get.
He's not a person like us.
Or what? That's a paradox you have to rectify. And so we have to. So when we get into a person having a human body, the scripture is not explicitly clear if he didn't use the bathroom. That would be more religious teaching in the individual buildings that some would subscribe to, where you learn some of this stuff, and it would vary from building to building probably. That's what I speculate based on my experience talking to different religious guys in the Christian faith from different, subsets. Basically, this guy had a physical body, so we had to deal with him having a full set of DNA. Now, he didn't have half a sequence. He didn't have half helix, right?
Wait, how do you know
you see what I'm saying? You have to rectify what you've agreed to.
No, because angels did the same thing. Angels appeared to be human.
We're talking about Jesus. We talking about Mary touching this guy. We're talking about Jesus interacting with physical people who also have full sets of DNA as well.
Yeah, but angels did the same thing.
No, we talking about Jesus.
Now, with humans.
Earlier you said when you apply the logic to one set of circumstance, you have to apply it to the other set, which I agree with.
Yeah.
So if the people we get into some violations, and I'm gonna go back and forth about it because we believe what we like. Somebody said you're supposed to believe and have a nice day, more or less. Pretty much. It's not a logic thing. It's because of that. Take what I'm saying and throw it away if you guys have to. But I just want to interject and say that I want to contribute something to the conversation. So the dude had a physical body. And he probably had and if you have I won't go rehash it too much, but technically, if you have a physical body, you actually use the bathroom and go through the body goes through physiological function just like anybody else. This dude actually used the bathroom. Okay,
that doesn't necessarily follow because we don't know that.
Now, will that take away from his miracles? I won't debate. Will that take away from his, the birth, his affiliation with the Holy Spirit? I would say this. Someone say, okay, well, the Holy Spirit, man, it's his father and all that. That's more religious. How I would look at that is that he had an earthly father. If he had an earthly body, it makes sense. We don't break the logic sequence and premise. It has to, everything has to make sense if you're gonna really
That's
take
not
this up to the
logical.
next level, or if I'm gonna step outside of the religious teachings. And I'm saying that to say this: the Lord or the God isn't the Father of the Holy Spirit. Let me rephrase that. The Holy Spirit, what Jesus is affiliated with, doesn't have an earthly father. Boom, that's it right there. I'm gonna repeat that. Okay, then I'll yield. The reason he has an earthly body, but he's a son of the so-called heavenly father, which is the source or the impregnated aspect that gives credence to
That is
Jesus'
amazing.
body. I was trying to get Zion to come out. Okay, that's my bro.
I love this. I
Zion,
love
you had
it.
me
I
back in the
love it.
back dying, bro. You had me
Run
crying,
it,
bro.
show it.
All right, let him
Let's
land
talk
his
about
plane, Zion.
And I
Let him
agree
land
with
his
everything
plane,
you said, bro.
Zion.
But you had me die. So the Holy Spirit, which is the Father's true from a spiritual standpoint, it is, but not literally, guys. A spirit can't. This is why its DNA is damn missing. If you think a ghost spook is going to give credence to a physical body, where's the damn DNA? If you already agreed that he physically walked the earth, to disagree with my logic, you got to take his physical body away. That's going to
No,
take away his
you're using
physical. That's going to take
science.
away his biological father if you do it,
I
which
You're
I
take the
could
using
do
goofy out
science.
of
You're
it.
not
Yeah,
using
I take
logic.
the
You're
goofy
using
out of it,
science.
bro.
to make
I
it
take
make
the
sense. You see what I'm saying?
It would be
So
logical. It would be
so he had an
logical to
earthly
use that.
father and he had a spiritual father. So the Holy Spirit, he is his father. Is the Holy Spirit would be essentially.
All right, hold
No,
on
no,
one
I'm
second,
gonna
y'all.
yield. I'm
One
gonna
second,
yield back.
y'all. All right, let's
Zion, man,
let
you
Roy
crazy. That's
Chess
my
get in
bro.
here.
over.
Going back to Roy
It's
Chess. Go ahead,
over.
Roy
It's
Chess.
over. That's all I need to hear right there, yo.
Yeah,
That's
but
it right there.
Zion, man.
he's talking about science there. He's not talking about logic. You guys are using logic as what is practical. So that's common in YouTube spaces with hoteps, right? So when y'all
But I
say
mean,
logic,
Yeah.
it's just something
He
to deal
really
with.
do
Y'all
that?
gotta let him get it in. Y'all
Zion,
gotta
you
let
a
him get
fool,
it in.
bro.
Wait. He just called us hoteps, bro.
that's
Right.
where you're getting it from. That's
Who?
where you're
What's a
getting it.
hotep? I don't know
Wait
what.
a
What's a
A
hotep?
hotep mean that a person that if they physically walked the earth and they had earthly parents and mother, you can't say that the guy. You have to accept that he's half ghost or half
That has
spook or
nothing to
half
do with logic, though. That
have
has nothing to do
spirit
with
and then
logic.
have human. He's like a hybrid, like a divine hybrid of
That's what the
sorts.
scripture is saying.
And
I'm
so
not
and then
saying
yeah,
that.
and if you and
That's
then
what
if
the
you talk
scripture
and
is
then to
saying.
be honest, well, just hold on for a second, bro. And to be honest, if you believe so the brothers, somebody nailed it, right? They said, look, man, look, the logic. He was like, it's not about logic. Look, you got it all wrong, guys. You have to believe this shit. You
No,
gotta
you have no logic. That's what the
believe.
problem
He
is.
said you gotta believe it. And he hit it dead on the money. Roy Chess, if you believe this, bro, you want to keep
You
that
have
Frankenstein. You want to keep that Frankenstein logic to yourself.
no, you have no
Because that's
logic.
exactly what it is.
No,
And
you're using the
anybody
word
else that
All right,
logic
believe
hold
that,
on,
correctly.
y'all.
anybody
Let
else
Roy
that
Chess
think
land
that,
his plane,
right?
y'all. Let Roy Chess land his plane.
You're not
So
using the word logic correctly, right? So again, I'm gonna emphasize that logic is a field of study, and just because you're human, you're not born with it. It has to be studied. There's
you have to
ways to
prove
make
all of that, brother.
inferences. No, it can
Yeah.
be proven. It
Who
has
could
been
be born
proven.
without a human? Who could be born without a physical body?
What do you
Have a
mean?
nice day. Have a good night and a nice day.
So again, you don't understand how reasoning
You
works.
have to
You're
answer the
talking.
question. If you're
I
going
can
to
answer the
if you're going
question.
to state
You have
emphatic questions like statements like that.
no. It's not an emphatic. You're a
That's what you
science
said. You
worshiper.
said it with us. You said it with. See, you can't pay the.
No,
See,
what I'm
let me say
saying
this
is
too. We
you don't
can't
know how
play
to
the
reason
game
properly.
without
The
the. We can't
reasoning
play
is
the
the
game
problem.
without the name. Okay, if
No,
you're
no,
doing
no,
it, you
no,
got to own it, bro.
no.
Yeah.
You're a science worshiper. That's all you have to start with.
You have
You're
to address
using
the point
science
of
for
a person being
everything.
born without a body, brother.
Yo,
It's as
listen.
simple as that.
I didn't say that though. Why
What's
you
that?
I
What's
know
that,
interjecting
what
me?
Zion?
scientists
All right, hold
Why are
on,
you
y'all. Hold
interjecting?
on,
say.
y'all. One mic.
This is
Let's
what
let
Why
Zion
scientists
why are
get in
you
here
making
because
that
he
false
got.
say.
statement like I
My
said
bad.
it? I never said that you could
Hold on
exist
one
without a
second, Roy
body.
Chess. Let's let Zion get in here
Yeah,
and
well,
let's
Zion,
let
that's
Hey,
my
I
Roy
didn't
bro,
go
even
man.
speak
He
next.
be
yet.
cracking me up.
Hold on, I didn't even get to speak yet
Oh
because
yeah,
he
go
was
ahead. Come
talking
on, land your
nonsense.
plane, Roy Chess. You good? And
So
then we
he
got
keeps using
Zion next.
him and the hoteps keep using the word logic, and they don't
Oh,
understand that it's a field of study that you've never studied. And you shouldn't be using it, right? You shouldn't be. Why not call it accounting? Why not call it French? Why not call it chemistry? Right? You have respect for those things, but you don't have respect for logic or philosophy, for that matter. So without you understanding how to reason properly, you're not going to understand it, which is why you don't understand it, why you get things out of context, right? Most of you are getting things out of context, and then you're not even considering that other contexts exist. So again, you're using science as your God, and then anything that's not science, you're just rejecting, right? So
Right.
you cannot just claim somebody is.
If you have half a helix, I'm gonna reject it every time, brother.
Yeah, because you're a science lover. Right?
We can do this all day, brother. I'm pretty
Just
thorough
say
with this
that.
shit, bro.
Just say you're a science lover, and I'm gonna
extremely
reject
thorough with
anything
this
that's
shit, bro.
science.
Right.
Just say you're a science lover. Just say you're a science lover, and I'm gonna reject anything that's not science. Then that's gonna limit the conversation, right? So again, the things that you're saying, the inferences that you guys are making make no sense.
Make no sense, right? I got you.
And you can't do it forever, even if you were accidentally correct.
My brother's sitting there with a double helix talking this. The funny, what's funny about it is that he sits there with a double helix standpoint. That's hilarious.
Hold on, real fast. I got a question.
Let me finish. He keeps over talking me. Let me finish. He keeps over talking me.
Hold on,
right?
y'all.
Even if your reasoning is correct some other time, it's not going to be all the time. That's why I'm big on reasoning. So you guys are just flipping coins, basically, and then talking about your logic, which is crazy to me.
Okay.
So again, none of you understand what rules of inferences are.
All right.
None of you know how to. None of you know how to derive properly.
So Roy Chess, let me ask you this question, Roy Chess. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Let me ask you this question, Roy Chess. Would you say that science, all fields of science, validates logic?
It's not logic. It's not logic, and science is.
So we go to absolutes again. Here we go to absolutes.
Two different things.
What? So are you saying the observable? Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. So are you saying the measurable, observable, objective reality, right, is different than what we call bodies, for the lack of a better term?
Bodies? You mean like animal bodies?
No, just life. Like you're really sitting up here saying that logic and science are different. So the process. So hold on. The process to get from point A to point B is different from the GPS system to from the GPS system to a compass.
Those are sciences. You
right. But they both use logic.
Facts.
Yes, they do.
Facts.
They use inductive reasoning.
Maybe
That's
not Frankenstein logic, but logic nonetheless.
You're using the word logic wrong.
Time out. Hold on, Roy Chess.
Take him for a walk, humble. Take him for a walk, brother.
Roy Chess, do you drive a car?
Right.
No.
You don't drive a car. Who on this panel drive a car?
I drive one, brother.
Okay, so you drive a car, right?
Right.
So do you have GPS systems in your car?
Yes, I do.
So your GPS system runs off a satellite, right?
Yes, it does.
That satellite is programmed to give you the quickest route from point A to point B logically, correct?
No.
That would be correct.
You're using the word. No, you're using the word logic.
How not when you hold on. Let me ask you one more question. Hold on, and I'm gonna let Roy Chess have it. Hey, Sadiq, when you're driving, right? Let's say you're driving for 300, 400 miles, right? And you know you have to go through tolls. Can you not program your GPS to take you a route that don't take you through tolls?
That is quite possible, yes.
Isn't that done by logical mapping?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
No. Okay, you're using the word logic wrong.
Through sequential thought. Right.
No, you're using the word logic wrong.
See how easy that is to hold Roy Chess?
No, you're doing the Hotep stuff.
You see where religion actually smears against logic and science on the sake of belief when it's worship to the extreme absolute. You see why absolutes are false?
You're not using you're using the word wrong. You're using a slang.
So the brother said earlier, I'm gonna repeat that. He said, "Look, all this logic and science stuff." He said, "Look, out the window with that shit." He said, "You know what I would do? It's about belief." He said it in a nutshell.
None of you know it. He didn't know it either.
Oh, he right. No, when it comes to religion,
Hold
he's
on, Roy
correct.
Chess. You gotta let him land his plane. Let him land his plane.
But
Roy
it's my
Chess.
Let me land the plane, Roy Chess. I'm gonna use the logic to land this plane, because so
There's
as
no
we land in
logic.
this
You're using
plane,
it
just
wrong.
hold on for a second, brother, because the uncle, my dude, did he get off? He might have
Yes.
jumped off. He was correct.
No, he
He
wasn't.
said we don't have time. He said something to the effect of we can't incorporate logic, like you said, science worshipers and all this, because they say like science worshipers read YouTube, and these guys are disconnected. These guys with this messed up logic, distorting the word pretty much, right? And so that agrees with what dude said. From a religious standpoint, I have to agree with you and agree with him as well. And that's the only way we're going to find a common ground at the end of the day, because what Humble just said eloquently laid out the example. He's quite correct.
No, he's
It's no
not.
field of science, at least what they're familiar with, particularly that equates to
Logic
contributing
is
to the
not a science.
formation. Just hold on for a second, man. This is not church.
Let him land his
We
plane.
we
Roy
use
Chess.
we use
Let
a
him land
we
his
use a
plane, brother.
logical we doing we doing things here in a constructive fashion, reproducible fashion. My point here is that logic is required, particularly in systems that handles computation, which very complex computation at that. It doesn't run off belief in church mess. GPS don't run off church mess. It's not half of calculations, half formulas and stuff functioning. Give you a magic output of your that fulfills your holy, deep, righteous desire.
Come on and preach, brother.
Right. So we dealing with two different worlds, Richards. I agree. Right. I mean, it's just two different
But you're
states of
using the
view.
word logic
So and
wrong.
I'll just
You're all
land it.
using it wrong. You're all
So
using it wrong. You're using the word practical. That's
All
what
right,
you.
really
That's
fast,
what you
really
need to.
fast. Hold on 1 second,
Why
Roy
you keep
Chess. Let me
interrupting me,
introduce
bro?
the brother. Hold on 1 second, Roy Chess. We're gonna get right to you. I just want to introduce the brother OTK. He just hopped up on a panel. What it do, brother? What it do, OTK?
Man, you already know, man. I come so I can scream this on my side too to help with the support. Y'all brothers building right now. Y'all got a good conversation. I'ma sit back and wait till I get called on to jump in this conversation because I got something to say with this too, man. And y'all brothers hitting
That was
points.
good, cuz.
what's up,
That's
brother?
my
Yo,
cousin.
what's up, Zion? And in case y'all didn't
That's
know,
my
Zion,
cousin right there.
Zion
That's my
Warren,
blood
that's my
right
family.
there.
Yeah, from South Carolina.
That's some
Yeah.
shout
That's my
out.
And we
gut.
follow each
Yeah.
other on YouTube. Yeah. Big facts. Shout
All
out to
right,
the
so we
Titans,
going with Roy
man.
Chess. So
Yeah.
we're gonna start off with Roy Chess, and then we going with Dwayne. Dwayne, you still there, Brody? All right, then we going to Dwayne, and then we're gonna have a word from our sponsors.
Okay, so again, I won't be long, right?
Mhm.
So part of the problem is context. And some of the words that we're discussing here, you guys are taking a different context and eliminate and just closing your mind to other contexts. So for one, when I say you guys shouldn't use the word logic because none of you know what it is. None of you have the right tools to do it. I haven't even taught you that yet, which is what I'm trying to do over time, right? Because you're not introduced. Unfortunately, on YouTube, the Black community is not taught this. That's why I'm trying to do this. I'm trying to introduce you to things that you're not gonna get just by breathing air because you're human. When you guys say logic, what you're really talking about is what makes sense to you practically. You're not talking about how to make an inference properly.
Exactly.
How to go from point A to point B inference-wise. You guys don't know it. You guys freestyle it. And because you get it right so often, right, you think
Right.
that is the right way to do
We
it.
do get it
It's
right quite
not.
often, actually, right?
Yeah, you can get it quite often, but
And
you're
we do it
guessing.
We do it practically. You're correct.
Yeah,
Wow.
that's what science is. It is practical.
Facts.
But so
Facts.
it's not logic, it's practical. It's practical, it's not
It's
logic. So you're using the wrong word.
it's
You shouldn't
both.
be using that word. That's a
No,
hotep.
no absolute one or the other. It's both.
No, there is an
Oh,
absolute.
yes, it is. No. We
Yes,
use
there is.
both when we construct and analyze the fields endeavor that
So can I
constructs and
ask you a
science.
question, Roy
Oh,
Chess?
what?
Really fast, really fast. I'm gonna ask Roy Chess a question, and then we're gonna move on to I'm gonna ask
Well,
Roy
I
Chess
gotta
a
answer
question,
the
then we're gonna
question.
move on to Dwayne.
Yeah, we got to
So
move
Roy
on, Roy
Chess,
Chess. Let's move on,
I got a
guys.
question. I got a question, Roy Chess. Right. So would you say the practical way of drinking water out of a glass cup is logical and not practical, or practical not logical, or both?
It has to do with practical. It has nothing to do with logic.
So
It's
can
just
you logically drink from a glass cup any other way?
Again, you're using the word wrong. That's what I'm telling you.
I'm asking you the question, brother Roy Chess. Answer the question.
Yeah.
Can you
The question makes
logically drink from a cup
This is hilarious.
logically any other way?
There's
45, 47.
That makes no sense. There's nothing. There has nothing to do with
That's
logic.
my point. That's exactly my point, Roy Chaz. Thank
Right.
you.
No,
Facts.
you're
Thank
using the
You
word
gotta
wrong.
get taught
Great,
that, humble.
Real
great job,
fast, real
brother.
fast,
Humble.
y'all. Real
Hey,
fast. So
humble.
we're gonna
You
go
gotta
ahead and get to
taught.
Dwayne. We're
You
gonna go
gotta
down
get
here and get to
taught how to drink
darkness.
out of
And
cup.
then we're gonna get to the then we're gonna get to a
Right.
word from our sponsors. Go ahead, Dwayne.
I
Hey,
appreciate
humble.
it, brother.
Don't you gotta
Hold
get
on,
taught
OTK.
how
Hold
to
on one
drink
second,
out of
OTK.
cup?
Everybody want a piece of that
Okay,
one.
my bad, my bad. Oh, my
Hold
No,
on,
you're using the
OTK.
word
Go ahead,
wrong.
Dwayne. Hold on, Roy Chaz. Hold on, y'all. Let's get some structure. Go ahead, Dwayne. Then we're going with from a word from our sponsors. Go ahead, y'all.
I appreciate it, humble mystic. Yeah, so I wanted to get to the brothers earlier. Quantum, I believe his name was, and brother Jose. Brother Jose, by addressing a problem, if you're listening, maybe you might not be on the panel, but
No, I'm
just
right
by
here. I'm right here. I can hear you.
all right, okay. Just by saying that you can identify what you feel is a problem doesn't mean that you have a solution. You're just talking about a problem, and that's only half the battle. We as men, we should also provide a solution anytime we call out a problem. You say religion is this, scripture is that. Well, then provide a solution. To the brother Quantum, I like what he did. He gave a Gnostic perspective, or at least he asked questions that led me to the Gnosis. So in terms of time, space, and movement, it is deemed that the ineffable light is what we call it, which is what you could say God. That's Romans 3:23, where it says, all things fall short the glory thereof. Meaning, even the word Father falls short the glory of this thing that we're trying to talk about. It is beyond our ability to comprehend it, but there's a difference between nothingness, as in there's nothing, versus unknown. Unknown suggests that it's just outside of your reach of observation and understanding, but there might be some existence there, some entity there. It's just outside of your span of reach. Doesn't mean it's nothing, right? So once we establish that, the Gnostics, and I'll land my plane here. The Gnostic approach to what the brother said about, well, if it's outside of time, space, and movement, then we can't really apply these definitions. You are correct. The scripture gives us God and gods, singularity versus duality or plurality, meaning more than one. When Christ talked about the Father, he was speaking of the law of the two witnesses. That's why he says, I alone do nothing. I testify of my Father. Through my Father, I do all things. Through me, you have to get to the Father. Once again, taking us back to the wisdom and knowledge, which is good and bad, up and down, left and anything you can think of, it has an opposition to it. That's duality. So if we go outside of duality, right? Because anything in between, anything inside duality is good, bad, or indifference. I don't think it's good. I don't think it's bad. I just don't really think much of it, right? That's indifference. That's like hot and cold, then you get lukewarm. Man and child, you get woman. Light and shadow, you get dim. So when it comes to anything outside of time, Ecclesiastes chapter 3 spoke of that, saying there's a time for everything. And notice it spoke duality. It said there's a time to build, there's a time to destroy. There's a time to kill, there's a time to heal. It was telling you that because time itself is a construct of duality. It's a construct of knowledge and wisdom. When you go outside of the knowledge and wisdom, now you're dealing with the ineffable, aka the unfathomable. That's where the Father comes in. We call it the Father, even though the Father is falls short the definition of what we're trying to say. We only say Father because that's the best thing we can come up with. It's a provider, a defender, and it's strong, it's dominant. So that I hope that would kind of answer his question a little bit on why it is intelligent brothers like us wrap ourselves with the ancestral testimony, which is the scripture. I use my plane.
Can I
Thank you.
respond
Thank
to
you,
that,
brother.
Mystic?
Really fast before you respond. I just want to give a huge shout out to the big boss man, A1. I want to appreciate you for allowing us to, utilize your panel for getting our voices out here, speaking this, this raw intellect to the people, only the way that we could kick it. You feel me?
That's
And with
right.
that being said, I want to also, and I already know my man A1, we want to give some appreciation to the people that's in the comments, you know what I'm saying? We appreciate y'all engagement, you know what I'm saying? Y'all make this even more worthwhile just down there engaging, having your own little commenting we talking about, you feel me? And to the people on the panel, y'all keep doing what y'all doing. All you got brothers are some sharp brothers, and every time I y'all speak. I hear y'all evolving. I hear y'all updating. I hear y'all going to do your own research. You see what I'm saying? And this is what we need in our community, and we need more of it. So, you know, I want to just tip my hat to all you brothers. And with that, we're going to move on to a word with our sponsors.
This Saturday, March 14th, the Battle of Truth, the clash of intellects, Leandre McBride versus Elder Yara. Can Elder Yara, the seasoned veteran with decades of debate experience, prove he's an Israelite using only scripture? Or will Leandre, the brilliant PhD scholar, dismantle his claim with razor-sharp logic and scholarly precision? It's a high-stakes debate where faith meets knowledge and history is on the line. Two giants, one question. Can Elder Yara prove his Israelite identity through the word? This is a battle you don't want to miss. Tune in to Titans Debate League and witness the ultimate war of words. Who's got the facts? Who will leave the other in the dust? The countdown to the debate begins now. Coliseum of Arguments. Only the brave speak here. Are you not entertained? Let's pause the noise for a second, because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellectual smoke. But you do. This is Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League. And what happens here doesn't survive on algorithms. It survives on the people who believe in it. When you support through Cash App, you're not just donating. You're fueling the arena. You're the reason we can bring in high-level guests. You're the reason we keep unbiased judges. You're the reason these debates stay sharp, fair, and uncompromised. This platform is built by thinkers, sustained by supporters, protected by the ones who know value when they see it. If this show has ever sharpened your mind, has ever entertained you, or has ever challenged what you thought you knew, then Cash App is how you say, keep this going. Not everyone contributes, but the ones who do, they're part of what makes this real. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, powered by the people who get it.
Most definitely. And commercials done by yours truly, brother A1. Amazing job. He got a lot of more content coming, a lot of more commercials coming. And you know, we putting that working on the back end. With that being said, we going to go to Brother Quantum. What's up, Brother Quantum? You've been quiet lately. What's up with you, brother? Let's see if he there. He probably not even there. Quantum,
what up, brother?
he probably ain't there.
My bad. I was muted. My bad.
Oh, all right.
Hey, what's up? No, I'm good. I don't know. Was we still talking about the topic we was talking about?
I mean, hey, dive into what you want to dive into, bro. You want to continue to talk about it? You can go ahead. You can switch it up if you want. Yo, that's cover is fire right here. Hold up. Oh, wait. Yeah, I'm about to say, move your head. I ain't trying to look at That's a fire cover, though, Zion. That's a fire cover right there. But go ahead, Brother Quantum. You can dive into whatever you want to dive into, bro.
Yeah, man. Just let me respond to what I heard. Because I heard a lot of ideas introduced, and I want to bring the conversation back to clarity through my lens. First, there was a lot of discussion about DNA and biological fathers, hybrid bodies, and whether Jesus had an earthly father if he had a physical body at all. This is the and I ain't saying this to nobody. Remember, I'm not trying to knock nobody. I'm talking about, to me, in my eyes, this is what I'm talking about when I start saying, like, I understand the direction of that argument, but I just got to point something important out to everybody. Biological details of the story are not like a philosophical foundation of the issue. And that's always what I have to look at first. Whether someone claims Jesus had a human father, a divine father, a mixture of both, a deeper question is whether that idea that we use it to explain reality is coherent in the first place, man. That's all. If the framework itself ain't coherent, then debating the biological details inside the framework don't solve the deeper problem. The second thing I heard is the claim that people in here don't understand logic. I pulled up my transcript. I was gonna tell you to share it, but I don't even want to share my transcript. Right, Chet? People understand logic.
No, they don't.
It's true that logic is a field of study, and that we should. He say people shouldn't be using the word because it's a field of study, unless we have formally studied it. And I agree with the part that the statement, and disagree with the other part. It's true that logic is a field of study. I agree with that. And it has formal rules of inference and systems of symbolic reasoning and a long philosophical tradition, Roy. Chess, we know this. But the existence of formal logic does not mean ordinary reasoning suddenly becomes meaningless.
Thanks.
I'm gonna say that one more time for you, Roy Chess, because you
One more
don't.
time, please.
Because and with your logic, you can't even believe what you think that you believe because your logic tells you that don't nobody understand it. But I'm gonna say that one more time.
Go ahead.
We're going to church today.
The existence of formal logic does not mean that ordinary reasoning that regular people have who might not have, they still have regular reason. It don't suddenly just become meaningless. People can reason with these things without having to go and have logical studies. Every person who moves from one ideal to another is already participating in regular reasoning. Formal logic just simply refines and disciplines the reasoning. So don't say that people don't understand. That the issue here is not whether somebody studied logic in a classroom. The issue is whether a concept we're using is inherently coherent. You can see that without any studying. Now, let me explain where I see the real philosophical tension in the conversation for Roy. On one side of the discussion, we hear that belief is a key element. On the other, in other words, a person must believe in a particular story in order to resolve the problem of sin. You have to believe in it, which means you have to insult your intelligence no matter what you see. And
Facts. That's fire.
You are actually asked to just be a participant in insulting your own intelligence, because what you see, that creates a difficult situation. Because if belief is placed beyond examination, then we can't ask whether the ideal is coherent itself. But philosophy begins with exactly that point. My philosophy does. My philosophy asks whether the concepts we are using are actually something that hold together when we examine these things. And we've been examining them for years. That's why I say we have to change and we have to update from these incoherent, these self-sabotaging beliefs. My interest ain't to attack no one's religion. I told y'all that. It's just to examine the conditions that must already be present. I'm going to just stop right there, man, because I could go on for days.
That's a nice way of saying ripping the pages out of your Bible.
I don't.
He put it in a nice way.
I just
listen, man. Talk about your religion. I'm gonna just shred your book.
That was amazing, bro. That was amazing.
That's why I don't like when people address me about scripture. I say, look, I'm not going to go against what the scripture teaches. It teaches me not to bear false witness. So if someone's like, how tall was Jesus? What color was he? What did he? Where was he at this time? I only go by the letter of the testimony. I go by what I can prove, what is written down. If it's not written down, it's not testified. That's up for theology. You know?
Yeah.
That's kind of how I operate.
So I got a question.
So let me.
Hold on one second. I got a question for you guys. How old was Jehoiakim when he became king of Israel?
You asking me?
Yeah.
Jehoiakim.
Yeah.
I don't know offhand. I'd have to go into the scripture to get that if it's there.
Now it's there. It's there. The issue with it being there, though, mind you, you just said you only go off of what's written, right? So now in this book that y'all think is a perfect book, in a book without error, right? It's written in 2 Kings and Samuel and 1 Samuel. In one phrase, it says that Jehoiakim was 8 years old when he became the king of Israel. The other ones say he was 18 years old. Now I'm asking you, which one of those are true?
Yeah, that's a good one there. So the way I go about that, mind you, I don't have the answer to that initially right now, but the way, because there's other examples of that, of what you just said, where there one thing says one thing says another. Is I look for anything that's supposed to be inspired by God, because I accept that man wrote the Bible, man wrote the scripture. It's flesh and blood that wrote it. It isn't some like alien that came down. But the way they work is they work in principles of irrefutable truths and things that we examine on a finite level, but we understand there's hidden factors behind it, and then they address those factors. Well, I go through all the books. Like when I go to the scripture and the Bible, and I see, let's say, like you said, an example of where one says 8, the other says 18. I say, what do all the other prophets say? What do the non-canonical say? Is there any non-canonical that address this matter? And if I can't come to a conclusion to that, I just find out how I do the best I can to find out how each number is represented through all, and I cross-examine all the prophets.
Here's another one for you, right? Who actually enslaves the Israelites in Egypt?
Nobody.
No, watch this. Watch this. I'm asking because in the Bible, when you look at it, right, it's a Pharaoh who knew not Joseph, right? A Pharaoh, by the way, right? A Pharaoh of Egypt knew not Joseph. And then when they do the Exodus, where do they go? They go through the city of Ramses, which lets us know that Ramses was the Pharaoh, or it should. Some other people say other people, but it should let us know that that Ramses the second was the Pharaoh. But then when you get on later on, right? And somebody's, I think it's Moses, somebody that's speaking about this was happening to him in the past, and somebody come and correct them, like, you know what, it wasn't the Egyptians that enslaved you in those days, it was the Assyrians. So that begs a bigger question. Well, who enslaved the Israelites in Egypt? Was it the actual Egyptians, or was it the Assyrians? Because if it was the Assyrians, then why not in the book of Exodus, right? Did it not identify the Pharaoh who knew not Joseph as an Assyrian? Why was he classified as an Egyptian? Now, why is that important? That's important because during the time the Assyrians was in rule of Kemet, they made themselves distinct from the Nubian people. Whereas we can see their distinction amongst the Cometian people who sought themselves to be the same as the Nubians. So now we would have had a clear distinction of who was there who've enslaved the Israelites if the Exodus was a true story. The issue there, however, is we don't have no evidence for neither one to be true.
Exactly. That and that's the point. So let me respond to what Dwayne was saying to me before. I understand what he's saying, but at the end of the day, that book is not my ancestral knowledge. Because you can't take a book that's 3,000 years old, and that's only a part of the Kemet. That's just the unified part. That don't count the pre-unified part of Kemet. So you can't take something that's one part of the civilization that I'm talking about and tell me that's ancestral knowledge. It's not ancestral knowledge to me. Because they have buildings, mummified remains, pieces of artwork that's older than the whole biblical culture that you're talking about. So that can't be ancestral knowledge. Just like when they talk about this Solon, who was a Greek philosopher.
Answer the question the brother asked, man. Don't go into your diatribe.
I can say what I want to say.
Let him land his plane.
You just hold your horses.
Let Jose land his plane.
I'm answering what he said. He said ancestral knowledge. But I'm saying to me,
he's taking us into the Congo.
If you have Plato recalling one of the ancestors, Solon, who spoke to an old Kemetic priest, and the Kemetic priest said, your knowledge is not ancient to us. You are children to us. So, all of you guys who are talking philosophy, my ancestor told all of them, he said, "Oh, so long you are a child." So why am I repeating baby talk and trying to make that something important in the context of my ancestors? They didn't respect that. They told you don't know nothing. And
You
then
better
when
let them
it
know,
comes to catastrophes,
You better
and then
let
when
them
it
know,
comes to catastrophes, you talk about catastrophes that deal with reconstruction and things of that nature. So don't bring philosophy to me and tell me I must accept that what my ancestor said. You are a baby. You're on breast milk. Get out of here with that. Sit down and
Similac
learn
behind
something.
the ears.
So that's what
Can
I'm
you
telling
prove
anybody who wants
that?
to bring the Bible and
Can you
philosophy.
prove
That's
that?
baby knowledge.
But
Don't
who
belong
said
nowhere
anything
in
about
here.
philosophy? Why are you bringing philosophy?
Especially if you think a man walking around with half
Before we get into it,
with a half of you.
hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Before we get too deep into
Frankenstein
it,
is.
one mic. We got Brother Capone up on the panel. What it
You got
do,
a
Brother
spiritual
Capone? What
Frankenstein
it
in
do,
this
my
thing.
guy?
Hey, shalom, peace to the panel.
Shalom, brother.
Shout out
Peace.
to
Hey, you been in them
GDN,
comments, Brody. What it do? Let's get it in there. What you got to say?
Yeah, what book, chapter, or verse you talking about with the Assyrians when you say the Assyrians are the ones that enslaved the Israelites in Egypt?
That nigga say
If
he
you're
did a book
talking about
chapter.
the one in Isaiah, or I think it's Amos, it's one of the two. That's talking about what happened in Second Kings. But yeah, that's my question. The Egyptians are the ones that enslaved the Israelites,
That's
not
to you, humble.
the Assyrians.
That's to you, humble. Shout out to GDN, man. Shout out to A1, man. Always posted in
Out
the
to
cut.
A1.
You know what I
What up,
mean?
Brody?
Shout out to A1, man, and the debate league. You know what I'm talking about? Not only debating, but also can we call this logical or logo?
No,
Let's start that.
absolutely not. Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
My bad.
Who?
Okay, so I see a scripture right here, right? This Isaiah 52. So it says, "For thus says the Lord God, my people went down aforetime into Egypt to sojourn there, and the Assyrian oppressed them without cause." So when it uses the word Assyrian, it don't necessarily mean the nation of Assyrian. This is like an epithet for a king.
Yo, what?
No, this is an epithet. This is an epithet for a king. They call, look, I can show you instances where it says the word Assyrian and it's not talking about a literal Assyrian.
Right.
We know they're not talking about timeout. When he say it was the Assyrian who oppressed them without cause, right? After the first, now mind you, he's talking about a group of people in history, and he's talking about a place. Before this time, right? What place he said the first time, right? So he have to be talking about the time that Joseph was
it's
in
not.
Egypt.
It's
What
not.
other time? Hold on, time out. What other time was they in Egypt besides Joseph?
Well, but no. So listen, humble, right here. The first, so you see the semicolon. So the first part is talking about when they sojourn in Egypt. The second, when they say the Assyrian oppressed them without cause, they talking about when the Assyrians carried the children of Israel out of the land.
Out of what land?
Out of the land of Canaan.
The truth, man.
So why are they talking about Egypt if he talking about Canaan in the next thing? And why
Because
is it
this
in
is
the same verse and
because
not a different verse?
because this is the trials and tribulations of Israel. He's saying, look, y'all sojourned in Egypt, right? And when y'all was in the land, the Assyrians oppress y'all. Like when you read this.
Wait, so let's make some sense of this. We're gonna try to make some sense into this, right? Hold on. Hold on. Pull this up on the screen real quick. Because we're gonna try and make some sense into this.
Yeah. So
put it in
ChatGPT. Egypt.
Humble.
So
Humble.
was the Assyrians
Yeah.
ruling Egypt at this
Humble.
time, bro?
Hold on.
Yeah, I'm here.
Humble.
Yeah.
You have to explain to him that there's a time during the 25th dynasty when the Assyrians took over from those people. So they're making a reference to that particular time.
Thank
Who did they
you.
take
Yeah,
over
so that's
from?
in Second
Who did
Kings.
the
So
Hold
that's
on one second. Hold on one
didn't
second.
rule.
One mic. I'm about to read something to y'all. So we
Yeah.
can all
No,
see it.
they
So you
talk-
know I
Like
ain't
he
making
got so
nothing up.
much info,
he's
bro, but he
talking about
don't.
the time when the Assyrians
Hold on.
came against the
All right.
children
So
of Israel.
listen. This is Isaiah 52:3, and then we go down to Isaiah 52:4. Right?
Right.
It say, "For thus saith the Lord, ye have sold yourselves for naught, and ye shall be redeemed without money. For thus said the Lord my God, my people went down after time into Egypt." So he's talking about his people going down into Egypt.
That's a
To sojourn
semicolon,
there,
right? That's a semicolon, right?
Okay, hold on one second. He said to sojourn there. So
Go ahead.
right here, because what we're talking about, hey, I'm about to hit the Roy Chess move. We're talking about suppositions, presuppositions, right? What connect? So we know from right here, the sentence before, right, that he's talking about his people sojourning in Egypt, right?
So what does
So that
what does
means, hold on one second. So that means that we can trace this line right here to the first time we see his people sojourn in Egypt, which was during Joseph's time, right?
Right.
Now,
The first part is right.
it say, okay, hold on. It say, and the Assyrians oppressed them without cause. Now, what happened during Joseph's time? Well, what happened during Joseph's time was
You inferring that.
Hold on one second. There after Joseph died, there up came a Pharaoh who did not know Joseph. And what did it say in Exodus about this Pharaoh who did not know Joseph? Why did he enslave? Now, mind you, the people who were enslaved didn't know why they was enslaved. But why did that Pharaoh enslave those people? Because he was in fear that they were going to grow too large and overpopulate them. So he enslaved them. He oppressed them. That's what this is talking about. We can't then say, okay, well, he's talking about Egypt in this sense, but then he's talking about the land of Canaan in this sense. How does those two concepts even coalesce even in a verse that's going on here? Mind you, Isaiah is speaking here.
Right. So let me break it down for you. You see that semicolon there, right? That means that these are two independent thoughts. These are not two thoughts that go with each other. These are two independent thoughts. So these are two separate incidents, two separate events right here.
Right.
One of them when they sojourn in Egypt, you use the logic, you use logic for the first part of it, but for the second part, you inferring that this is talking about. I mean, you are implying that the second part is talking about them still being in Egypt. Well, no, there's an instance. Hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish. There's like the brother had said, in the 25th dynasty, the Assyrians started to rule. Well, that's around the time where the Assyrians carried the children of Israel away. Now I'm gonna reference. We can go to 2 Kings 17. Right. So let me pull it up. It's 2 Kings 17, and it's gonna tell you the king of Assyria, Salmanasseh. That's what they talking about. 2 Kings 17.
Thank you, Humble, because I was just on there.
Hey, Humble, no research on the panel, man.
So here we go right here. So here we go right here. 2 Kings 17:3. Against him came up Salmanassar, king of Assyria, and Hosea became his servant and gave him presents. And the king of Assyria found conspiracy in Hosea, for he had sent messengers to sow. This is a name of a king of Egypt. He has sent messengers to sow, king of Egypt, and brought no present to the king of Assyria, as he had done year by year. Therefore, the king of Assyria shut him up and bound him in prison. Then the king of Assyria came up throughout all the land and went up to Samaria and besieged it 3 years.
Okay.
So right here,
now watch
this is what Isaiah is talking about.
Okay, now watch this. It say what do semicolon means in scholastic breakdown? A semicolon is a punctuation mark used to connect two closely related independent clauses in a single sentence. It is stronger than a comma but weaker than a period. Semicolons are used to separate items in a list when those items contain commas, making the list easier to read. They can also replace a comma between two clauses joined by a coordinating conjunction when the sentence might otherwise be confusing. For example, I have a big presentation tomorrow. Semicolon, I need to prepare my notes tonight. Okay, let's use this example right here.
Wait,
right?
hold on, humble.
Hold on, Capone. Hold on, Capone.
Go ahead.
It say I have a big presentation tomorrow. Semicolon. Right now, I need to prepare my notes tonight. Need to prepare my notes tonight is exactly is referring to the I have a big presentation tomorrow.
Hold on.
We got I'm going back to the Roy Chess. Here we got a presupposition and we got a supposition. So now let's insert what we talking about from Isaiah 45, right? It say, my people went down in the land of Egypt to sojourn there, semicolon, right? So we hit that bam, right? It was the Assyrians that enslaved us in those days was after a semicolon. So after a semicolon, we know that it was the Assyrians who enslaved him in Egypt. We know he's talking about Egypt because it's the semicolon. It's connecting dudes. Come on, y'all.
So you just messed up, right? So
no,
two things. Hold on, OTK. Hold on, OTK. This is my last statement on this, right? He just messed up. So one thing is you need to know what an independent clause is. That's one thing. The second thing is the scripture uses a conjunction. That conjunction is in. So it's semicolon in. So it's relating two separate events. Two separate thoughts. That's what independent clause means. They can stand on their own. They don't need
in the same place, correct? But in the same place though, right?
No, it's two different. It's two different thoughts, man. It's confusing because it's a primitive English, and it uses the quote the punctuation, and that's what's throwing people off.
It's not.
No, bro.
Hold on, let me say something here. Hold on, let me say something here. Let me say something here. What the first reference? Hold on. The first reference has no historical basis about Joseph and Pharaoh. The second one has a historical basis that the Assyrians ruled in what they're calling ancient Egypt. That is why it is that is why people are focusing on that.
Wait, hold on.
No historic basis.
Hold on. So the first one don't have. So the first one had
historical basis. No, it does not.
So the first one had no historical basis, but the second one does. That means the sentence is contradicting itself in one sentence.
No, it is saying that when the children of Israel were in Egypt, it was under Assyrian rule. It's a historical reference.
No, it's not.
What
Why don't you
scripture
read
are we
before you
talking
talk?
about?
It is a historical reference.
Yeah,
You don't know
yeah,
that
that
because
is
you're
what it's
talking too
saying.
much.
That's
Yeah,
No, no,
not
I'm
no.
what
just
it.
I'm
saying.
telling
How
you. I
y'all
looked it
can
up.
get?
No, listen to me.
Put that in
I
Chat
looked it up.
GPT
I looked it
and
up.
let
It's a
Chat
historical
GPT
reference.
break it down because
I
these
looked it.
punctuations
I
is
Hey,
looked it up.
killing
I
It's a
y'all.
fell
I
out. I
historical
just
fell
reference.
out
gave
for a
y'all.
minute. Could y'all
The
tell us?
Assyrians
Could you,
ruled in ancient Kemet. That's a fact. That
Yeah,
has nothing to do with your belief.
yeah.
what
That's
what
what
are we?
time it's talking
What,
about. Then it's not talking about the time when the children of Israel was in
I
the
So,
thought you
folk,
were
was
trying
talking
to
you
about
hear
in
explain.
yourself, did you?
Exodus. It's not talking
That's what
You
about
I
the
hear
thought.
time of
yourself.
Exodus.
They are
Yeah,
not
that's what I
two
thought you were
different
trying to explain.
hey, what
situations.
y'all? What's the discussion? What are we talking about a scripture in particular?
That's it.
So
That's what I
hold on,
thought.
hold on,
What
hold on.
what
Let me
I'm
let
what
me
I'm saying?
hold on. Let me repeat
Hold on.
myself
Everybody,
before because you didn't hear me.
one mic.
I
What I'm
said the
saying?
Y'all
connection.
chill out.
Hold on. The connection between Egypt and Assyria is that during the
Right.
25th, sometime during the 25th dynasty, that dynasty was defeated by the Assyrians, and they ruled for a certain period of time. That is
Right,
why it is not two separate clauses. They're
right.
talking
So
about
that's
the
what.
same thing.
Okay, well then, okay. If it, I concede to that, but the sentence is talking. The whole sentence is talking about the Second Kings event, which is what you just spoke of. That 25th dynasty rule.
The Bible doesn't mention the 25th dynasty. They know that because they have extra biblical evidence. The
Man,
Bible doesn't
bro,
talk about
you
that.
either gonna concede to the evidence. First, you said it's a historical. You gonna
I
either
said
accede to it or not,
the
bro.
Bible
What is
doesn't
what?
mention the 25th dynasty. We know it's the 25th dynasty
But
because
you
of
said,
historical documents the Bible
hold
contains.
on, y'all. Hold on,
The
Zion.
Bible
You
does
just
not
heard
say
him
that,
just
Capone.
say that
The Bible
the
doesn't say
second
that.
sentence
I heard him.
is
The Bible
referring to
doesn't
the
say that.
25th dynasty
He's
when
not
the
saying it's
Assyrians had
historical with
ruled.
the Bible.
The
Whoa,
Bible
whoa.
doesn't
He's
say
not
that. They
saying it's
get it
historical
outside
with the
of the
Okay, so
Bible.
Bible.
but
The
I'll
Bible
say this
doesn't
though.
mention
Leave
any
the
So
Bible
dynasty.
out of that
humble.
historical
I'm gonna
shit.
say this.
Don't. The brother never
The
said that.
sentence. Now that I'm looking at it in the
Give it up.
references.
Give it up,
The
Capone.
sentence is
You can
not
forget it.
talking about when the children of Israel first went into Egypt. It's talking about in Second Kings, which would be the around the 25th dynasty. You can count the lineage of kings. So it's talking around that time when the Assyrians besieged Israel, and they also went out through Israel. That's why they throughout the other lands. That's why I just read that in Second
So you
Kings
saying the people of
chapter
the Bible is
17.
writing during the time of these things are happening, or are they writing in the past, or are they writing in the future? Which one?
Well, Isaiah is in the 6th century, so Isaiah
No, but
is
is he
writing about
writing? Is
something
he
that.
writing? Is he saying something that's in the past and then saying, "Look, this is how we end up in this," or is strictly speaking about now, here and there? So
No,
is
that's the
Isaiah
past. No, he
speaking
talking
about the
about something that was
now?
past. He talking about something past. They had records. They had records about
Okay.
this ruling of the Syrians in the book in that
Okay,
book of
so
Kings
now,
where they
now
when
that
it was
he's
being
talking about the
recorded.
past, can that be a
That's a
problem
great
with
question.
us?
Yeah, that's a good
Because
question.
that will
Yeah,
mess our dates up. Can that be a
right.
problem? Right there. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
That's a great question.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't see why not. If your starting point is wrong, your conclusion gonna be wrong. So that's what I'm saying.
What?
Right there when he say that the Assyrian, he's talking about because you had Jews that was in Egypt. You know what I'm saying? You had them. You had the Elephantine Jews, and you had Jews all throughout Egypt, right? So right there, he's talking about when the Assyrians came and what they came against Jerusalem, and they went and we know through other records that they and through the Bible it tells you that they went throughout the whole land, the whole area, Syrian Empire. So yeah.
So Capone.
So
So
did
So
you
Capone,
the
did
so
you
the
or
verse is
did you
not
not
talking
get
about.
out
I
of
just wanted
reading?
the
Hold
verse
on,
is not
y'all.
talking
Let me
about the Exodus. That's
GD
the
and
main
Capone.
point that I
Hold
wanted to
on.
make.
Hey, GD and
but you
Capone, let me ask you one more
but
question. Out of that
but you
reading that you got, that my brother Humble read, and your own reading that you read, did it
Right.
say that the people was not underneath Assyrian captivity, or was the Assyrians ruling? Yes or no? Out of all
Yes.
that you read, did you not read
Yes.
that? Is that
No,
not
no,
what Humble said? Hold on.
no. But what Humble is saying, go ahead.
Hold on. I know we don't need to mistake what Humble was saying, but what I got from it, Humble was giving a statement, and Humble was like, yo, the Israelites, or the so-called Israelites, was up underneath Assyrian slavery or whatever like that. What he was saying, you know what I mean, Assyrian rule in Egypt. You said no.
Right,
So
because he's
now when we
conflict.
read these things, hold on.
Mm-hmm.
So now
Go
when
ahead.
all the documents that they brought out just now, I see that no matter what, no ifs, ands, or buts around it, whoever was ruling them, they was called the Assyrians, and they was in Egypt. That's what I got out of all of that. So you know what I mean. Let me know if I'm wrong, Humble. I don't want to mess up your question or
Right.
what you're
So
saying. But I thought that's what I
yeah, but you
that's
gotta
what
be
I heard
careful
from
with
the jump, bro. Go ahead.
Humble because he say one thing and then he conflated. So the part of the Assyrians ruling, like I said, that's true.
I gotta be careful
The
with you
part
too,
about the
GDN.
Joseph, the
I gotta be
Israelites
careful
being
with you
hold on,
too.
because he said
You
because
just
you
contradict
got
yourself about
because
Hold
5
on, let him
minutes
land
ago.
his
no, I
plane.
didn't.
I'ma
No, I
let you
didn't.
go.
I stayed on my point. So he'll tell you like, oh, the children of Israel was in Egypt during the time of Joseph. And then he'll say, in the Assyrians rule. So he'll say the Assyrians are the ones that oppressed the children of Israel during the time of Joseph, leading up to Moses to the Exodus. That's what he. That's what he. Hold on, brother.
He
hold
ain't
on,
never
brother. We
said
gonna deal with what's historical and what's
no,
not.
he ain't never
Let-
say that.
That's not what he
GDN
said. Hold
Capone.
on,
He ain't
Capone.
never
Is
say
what he
that.
Hold on,
said.
Capone. Hold on,
So
hold
what
on,
he
hold on.
went? Hold on. Listen.
That's
Hold
not what he
on, y'all.
said.
Y'all gotta let me finish, bro.
Hold on, let
Listen.
him land his plane.
Yeah,
Let
but
him
I
land his plane.
can't let you
I talked to
It's not
Humble
violate,
about
responsive.
this
bro. He
plenty of
didn't
time.
say that,
Listen.
bro.
Hold
I
on, let
spoke
him land
to.
his plane, y'all. Let him land his
I know
plane.
y'all. I know you Humble y'all mans, bro. I talk to Humble on a day-to-day basis. We spoke about this plenty of times. I know
You my
what he
man.
mean when he say this. It's brothers that say this and they unlearn and they need to read more, right? Because what we just pointed out that's talking about the time during the Second Kings event, right? But what Humble does, Humble will say, oh, this is during the time of Joseph. We know Joseph lead up to Moses, which leads up to the narrative of the Exodus, right? So with that, now you're gonna think, oh, the Assyrians are the one. It wasn't the Egyptians. The Bible was lying about. Which one is it? That's what he asked the brother. Is it the Egyptians that oppressed them, or is it the Assyrians? So now he throw a conundrum in where you gotta pick. If you a biblical scholar, now you gotta pick. Well, I don't know, right? So now it's a contradiction, but it's not a contradiction because it's talking about the Exodus is talking about one period of time, and when Isaiah is speaking, Isaiah is talking about another period of time. He's not talking about the Exodus.
But Capone.
Okay.
But Capone. The point.
Humble, you understand what he's saying, Humble? Humble, go ahead, reply. You understand
I
what he was
got
saying,
y'all. I
bro?
got y'all. Watch this. I'm about to kill him like this. Hold on. Right. I will put it up on the screen. I got too many tabs open already. Watch this. Right. So I went back to it. Right. So Isaiah 52:4, the full scholastic breakdown. My people went down. Here's why I'm giving the breakdown I'm giving. We have to read. See, Capone ain't reading. My people went down at Egypt, and he said, my people went down at the first into Egypt to sojourn there, which lets us know that this is the first time that his people went into Egypt. So we can't just say, oh, well, we think it was during this time. We think it was during this time. We think it was, no, this is the first time his people went into Egypt. Now, what was the first time his people went to Egypt? When Jacob and his family migrated into Egypt in Genesis 46. This is the first time we see his people in Egypt. Now, what happened in Genesis 46, all going the way down to Exodus, right? So in Genesis 46, Jacob and his family migrate to Egypt. Israel lives there as foreigners to sojourn there to live temporarily. Later, right, they were enslaved under the Pharaoh. Now, watch this. Here's the scholastic point right here. This event right here is the Exodus story and the oppressors. Bam. So this is why I say, well, they must have got something wrong. Because if this is letting us know that this is the Exodus story, no, mind you, let's get back to that semicolon that he don't want to deal with. He keep talking, it's two different clauses. Yeah, they two clauses, but the clauses must be connected. So if this is talking about Egypt, this must also be reflecting on what this is talking about. So this must also be talking about Egypt. This can't then be talking about Canaan or another landmass or Israel. That makes no sense to the first sentence that it was talking about. Why would I say my people went down into Egypt, but then they enslaved us 3,000 years later over in Africa? That don't make no sense. Like we have to make sense of these things, bro. Right? I can't be enslaved. I can't be enslaved.
Read the next verse. Read the next verse, homie.
All right, all right. I'm gonna read the next verse. But the reason I had to bring that out and the reason I had to put so much emphasis on that is because Capone is correct. Me and him go back and forth with this all the time, right? But what Capone fails to realize is I know more about his scriptures than he do because I actually read his scriptures. Right? I won't miss the word. Listen, I won't miss the words when we first went down in Egypt. That word first there lets us know it's an indicator in what time period they're speaking of. This is why I can go back to Jacob, because that's the first time we see the Israelites in Egypt.
You implying that that's what that means, bro?
So who was in Egypt before Jacob?
Listen, it doesn't matter, bro.
Jacob.
Abraham went down to Egypt too, but that's not the point. The point is, what I'm saying is, you are applying that that's talking about when the children of Israel was in Egypt.
No, Capone. That's not what he said.
Listen, hold on.
Hold on. Let me jump in here for a second, Humble.
All right, go ahead.
Let me jump in here for a second.
Hey, Jose, can you clear it up for us, Jose? Clear it up.
No. Let me jump in here.
Y'all got to let Didi and Capone respond.
No, y'all got it. I'm gonna go.
Hold on. I want to interrupt him respectfully.
Go ahead, Jose.
What Humble is saying, they have a story about Joseph going into Egypt, implying that was the first time, right? And that story has no historical basis whatsoever to begin with. Now we have a story that has more historical basis that said that this is actually saying in the text that this is the first time they went into Egypt, and they're talking about an actual historical event. So this has more credence to people outside of the Bible than Joseph's story. Whether it's true, whether they're conflating, whether or not this happened, you can look it up that the Assyrians took over from the 25th dynasty, and they put in vassal rulers. That is why you hear them focusing more on that than the Joseph story has no historical reference.
All right.
So you are arguing an invalid academic point.
Man. I thought Abraham, y'all fucking me up.
Hold on,
right
we gonna let GDM respond. But before we let GDM respond, hey brother, A1, don't just cam down casually like you just wasn't up here cammed up.
I know, right? A1
you big boss man. We saying you, bro.
Runway. Yeah, he on a runway, Humble. This nigga on a runway, right?
I'm walking around in some Crocs and some jersey shorts, man. It's just a cool afternoon.
AI, Humble. That was an AI.
I was looking for
my bro. Hey, what up, bro?
What's
what up? Hey, go ahead, Capone. Go ahead. It's on you, and then we gonna get back to darkness.
Yeah. Hey, that's y'all billing like a motherfucker. I thought Abraham was the first one in Egypt that was an Israelite.
No, he
or
went to
Hebrew or
Abraham.
something. So
Abraham went to
y'all
Egypt to
killing
see
it right
Jacob.
now. Yeah, y'all
So what I'm
killing
gonna
it
say
right now.
is, what I'm gonna say is, the scripture is, it's a little bit complex, and then you have these instances with the punctuation, how they punctuate the sentences and stuff, because it is primitive English, that you have these complex sentences. I ran into a couple of, it's one in Genesis 6 and 4. It's another one in Corinthians. It's all throughout the Bible. So that's one thing. So I put this in Chat GPT, right? So
No.
ChatGPT
You gotta cam
agrees
up to
with
show us what
me.
you put in
Hold
chat.
on, look.
You be
So
scamming.
ChatGPT agrees with me. So
No.
it says the scripture, right? And it says Egypt is referring to Israel's descent into Egypt in the days of Jacob and Joseph, which eventually led to slavery. Assyria is referring to a later oppression in exile under the Neo-Assyrian Empire, especially during the destruction of the northern kingdom of Israel in 722 BC. So that's what the Chat GPT says.
So now here's the issue with that. Here's the issue with that.
So hold on, let me conclude. Let me conclude. So that was my initial stance, that it was talking about two
Can you pull it up on the screen so we can read it for ourselves?
northern Israel, not Nordic.
Yeah, Northern. Okay, can you put it up on the screen, man? Sometimes we like to read for ourselves, man, so we can get our own.
So this was, so I put it in Chat GPT, and I just asked I just put the scripture. I ain't even asked the question. I just put Isaiah 52 and 4.
Oh, Chat GPT. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
but
So
what
now
I'm
y'all
saying
got
is,
somebody else. So now y'all got somebody else telling y'all what the scriptures mean.
no. What I'm saying
I'm
is,
just making sure.
I had that initial stance. Now, when we went into the whole semicolon thing, is we should know this stuff. This is basic English. A semicolon in a conjunction, or a semicolon with a conjunction, could put together two independent thoughts or clauses. This is basic English. They don't have to relate. It could be in one instance, in another one.
English, though.
No, they have to relate.
They don't have to relate. That's the point of the semicolon.
No, you can't use
There's no
English
relation.
thought.
It's independent.
You can't use English pronunciation and English thought when
Semicolon
you're
is to
using a
show
book
relation.
that was before English.
A semicolon is not used to show relation. A semicolon is used to separate two independent thoughts. Roy Chat. Let's get it.
I've been to English Comp 1 and
Roy
2.
Chat, give us an understanding on when you use the semicolon.
Well, you know what he just did? You know what he just
Well,
did?
I'm gonna say this. It could be for two independent clauses. Or they could be two, or they could relate as well. That's what the conjunction is for.
Yes, that's correct.
They talking about the same thing then, correct? So they talking about the same thing.
Sometimes you can use "and," you can use "and" as an addition. You can use "and" could be like a either or thing as well.
Yes.
Like, I mean, not like either or, but like I say, me and you, right? We two different people.
Yeah.
So
You see
here's
what I'm
the
saying?
issue. Okay, watch this. No, hold on. One mic. Watch this.
Out here in South Carolina, so I know what you're talking about with
Right,
these
but watch this
punctuation
though.
marks and all of that, though, bro. When we talking about their language over there, you can't add our style of the way that we using it today in modern terms and then correlate it to what that is, man. That's like doing what the Bible tell you not to do. Don't add in and don't take away.
Watch
this. Hold
okay.
on, y'all. Watch this. Now, here's the issue I have with this, right? This book was transliterated, and translated from another language that didn't use quotation marks, right? So why didn't the scholars that, if this is how Brother Capone was saying, why didn't the scholars reference it that way? to help us understand, because that was the quotation marks for, and all that other stuff was for anyway in the Masoretic, right? It was to help us clearly identify what each thing is saying so the common person can read it. So then when they transliterated in English, right, they didn't distinguish if it's put there the way that Capone is saying, why didn't the authors that put into the King James Bibles distinguish the two? Why they simply put a semicolon there if those were two separate events? Why did they put a semicolon instead of putting these two separate events in two separate verses? Because we know that everything that has to do with one verse all deals with one another.
But humble, the original translators did not write the King James Bible. It's written in modern English. So what they're doing is they're using what they think would be. Hold on, they're using whatever. They're using.
Hey, Jose, is you trying to brainwash us, man? You trying to brainwash us, Capone?
They're using what they think would be proper punctuation. It's not a commentary. Their job is not to explain. Their job is to give a quote-unquote translation. And I'm going to tell Capone again.
Transliteration or translation, correct?
No, transliteration is not the same as translation. The two are not the same.
Oh,
so they hear
transliteration too with American English, bro. I can prove it. Let's go.
Hold on. No. They're not the same. They're not the same. They've never been the same. Transliteration means. Hold on. Transliteration means. Transliteration.
So let me explain. So transliteration is writing down something where you have translation, right?
But we're not listening to you. We're not listening to you because you clearly confused about language.
Hold on, y'all. We gotta let Uncle Jose land his plane.
Right.
All right, go ahead, Jose. Go ahead.
Let me finish first.
Yeah,
go ahead. Transliteration simply means you take something from one form of writing into another.
Mm-hmm.
So in this particular case, a transliteration is a pronunciation key on what it would sound like in English. It has no value in the original language whatsoever. It is a bridge between the original language and English.
Was the Bible transliterated when it came over here? Yes or no?
Can I finish?
Hold on. Hey, OTK, you gotta let him land his plane.
A translation
my bad,
is supposed to be a translation.
Make me seem like a dummy, humble.
A translation means that I take what is written and tell you what the equivalent is in the language that I'm translating to, such as English. That is not the same as a transliteration. If I take a word like adios and put that into actual English, they would say that means goodbye, but it literally means go with God. That is a translation.
Yeah, my bad.
And the transliteration. Right.
I never said they was the same. I said and, bro.
Right. Okay. Now, let me get back to Capone, who clearly wasn't listening. We are giving credence to the second Bible verse because it actually has some historical value. The first Bible verse has no historical value whatsoever. So you are arguing, and then when you put it to ChatGPT, you compare the first verse to the second verse. That is not, and you conflated something. You conflated.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
You did.
All I put in was the verse was Isaiah 52 and 4 in ChatGPT.
And what did it tell you? And what did it tell you?
Else.
Read what it said.
Okay, it says, here is the book, Isaiah 52 and 4. For thus says the Lord God, my people went down aforetime into Egypt to sojourn there, and the Assyrians oppressed them without cause. Brief context. In this verse, God reminds Israel of two past oppressions. It says, 1, Egypt, referring to Israel's descent into Egypt in the days of Jacob and Joseph, which eventually led to slavery in the Exodus. 2, Assyria, referring to a later oppression in exile under the Neo-Assyrian Empire, especially during the destruction of the northern kingdom of Israel in 722 BC.
Now pause there.
Go ahead.
What it's doing is it's comparing two different biblical events. They are not the same.
That's what I said.
It's making a connection between the story of Joseph, period, and then it's talking about them being oppressed in Egypt under Assyrian rule.
Wait, hold on. Well, you just did what Humble did. You had it right the first time.
I did do what Humble did, but I'm explaining to you. The last verse is talking about one thing. They're not two separate incidents.
But you said they was you put hold on, Jose. You said that them being oppressed in Egypt under Assyrian rule. But at first you said it's talking about. But you said that. Hold on. First you said
that's one occurrence.
So what's the second one?
The first occurrence, according to the Bible, was when they were supposedly oppressed under Joseph. That is two different things.
Right.
The Assyrian and the Assyrians were in Egypt. So that is one occurrence.
But wait, no. So you can't connect the two. You can't put the Assyrians with when they was being when they was in when they sojourned in Egypt. If you're talking about two separate events, that's what I'm saying.
No. Let me explain it again.
So what you saying, Capone?
Hold on. Joseph, the incident with Joseph was one occurrence that happened earlier in the biblical narrative. The second one is talking about the Assyrians ruling in Egypt. That's a whole separate occurrence.
Okay, I agree with that.
Well, all right then.
One is earlier and one is later. I agree with that.
That's not what you first said.
That is what I first said. That's exactly what I first said.
No, that's not what.
That's why I read 2 Kings.
You tried to conflate the idea that
Abraham didn't go into
hold on, OTK. You were conflating the idea that the semicolon in between it was saying that the Assyrians were not in Egypt. It's two separate.
Yes, that's what he be
trying
to say.
And beat you up.
Yeah.
Then you did it. Then
no, I wasn't saying that the Assyrians wasn't in Egypt. The Assyrians wasn't. I'm saying that the Assyrians wasn't in Egypt during the time of Joseph. That's what.
That's not what you said initially. We beat you up and made you change your tune. We beat you up.
No, I never changed. I never changed my stance. I've been this. Listen, the chat GPT agrees with me. This is hold on. Listen. I said the chat GPT agree with me. It says these are two separate occasions. Facts. One when the children of Israel was in Egypt with Joseph, and two when the Assyrians conquered the northern kingdom and later on conquered Egypt. It even tells you in 2 Kings, and I read the 2 Kings event when it said that they didn't give tribute to the king of Egypt or something like that. His name was So or something like that.
And that's a whole other verse too, and that's a whole different verse.
Yeah, but that's what that's talking about. That's what that second part is talking about. That's when the Assyrians came up against the children of Israel in 722 BC, 300 years after David.
And this is how we know that semicolon means two different things, but the same relation.
Well, the relation is the oppression of the children of Israel, but it's not talking about the same people oppressed them.
Yeah,
exactly.
and this is what I wanted.
That's what I said.
I got a shout out
I agree with you.
Shout out to the brother GDN. Shout out to y'all brothers too, man. I've been listening in. The brother GDN is correct. You brothers are having a faulty misunderstanding when it comes to the chronology. You dig what I'm talking about? Yeah.
No, the Bible
he changed his tune when he got beat up.
Yeah, listen, man, listen. Y'all just listen. Y'all just wrong.
Well, Mike, let him spill.
Yeah, go ahead, y'all wrong. Y'all wrong.
Oh, he could talk because he accuses you, but we can't talk, right?
First of all, hold on, you wrong. Wait a minute. You're wrong on the chronology, and you're wrong when you think that Jacob is the first time that Israel went into Egypt. You're wrong on both points. But my whole thing is when you put it on the timeline. See, that's what the brother GDN did, which debunks whatever y'all saying, because the event that happens with Jacob happens years and years before the Assyrian captivity. But what y'all failing to misunderstand is, and you're making assumptions about Egyptians going into or Israelites going into Egypt. Jacob and the by time the tribes and all them, that's at least 1,000 years after the time that Abraham actually walked the Israelites there.
What? Bro,
yeah, see, listen.
The first
listen,
time, hold on, no, time out, Cosmo, because you're not making sense. Hold on 1 second.
No, you're not making sense.
Hold on.
Abraham
walked.
Listen, wait a minute. We heard what you said.
Listen, I just let you land your plane. I got you, Cosmo. I got you.
This is why you're confused, because you keep talking about something you don't know nothing about.
So watch this. All right, hold on, Cosmo. Hold on.
Listen, you don't know. Listen,
went into Egypt
listen,
the first time. Hold on, Cosmo.
Wait a second. Hold on, wait a minute. Because you keep talking about shit you don't know about. If you be quiet for a second, I'll explain it.
But you wrong.
Abraham predates Jacob, Jeremiah, anybody of the 12 tribes, any of that. He walked the Israelites in there per the Bible. We're not making this up.
I'm about to show you where you're wrong at. The first time Abraham goes into Egypt, there was no such thing as an Israelite. So it couldn't have been. So that phrase couldn't have been talking about Abraham in them first.
Listen, it couldn't be an Israelite because Jacob wasn't born.
Hold on, I just sat here and let you talk. You better let me spill first.
Don't go about.
Hold on. So clearly, the first time we see the word Israel or a person referred to as Israel that created the Israelites was Jacob. The first time Jacob goes into Egypt was when? Was way after. Nobody's talking about Abraham because we know Abraham wasn't an Israelite. Israel wasn't around during the time of Abraham. So when we talking about Isaiah 54, right? We know Isaiah Israel. Hold on. Listen, this is why. Hold on 1 second. This is why we got to understand the context on things, right? When we read Isaiah 54, we know Isaiah is an Israelite. So when Isaiah say my people, who is Isaiah's people? Israelites. So we know Israel. Let me cook. Hold on. So
you
we
about to
know
debunk yourself. Go ahead.
We're talking about the first time these people come into Egypt. We're talking about Israelites. We ain't talking about Abraham. That's number one.
You're just wrong.
Hold on, Cosmo. Hold on. So now let me go back to GD and Capone. I'm gonna land my plane. Let me go back into GD and Capone. I'm gonna land my plane. So now, here's the issue with GD and Capone, because what he is saying is, right, the people who gave us the English version of the Bible that he read made a mistake, and he's okay with that mistake. He's okay, right? If we're following his logic, he's okay with white people putting in things or making things seem structured the way they really wasn't structured, and then misleading people that's reading that, right? Because we know what a semicolon means, right? So it's like he's okay with that.
Bro, you so long-winded, but you ain't saying nothing. And then did this. Listen, go ahead, bro. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
King James ain't the first.
You just long-winded. You get to the point.
No, I got to the point. So my point with you was Abraham was not an Israelite. Prove to me Abraham was an Israelite.
When did punctuation? When do we get punctuation?
In the Masoretic text.
Right. And listen, first of all, every Israelite descends from Abraham. Every single one of them. So even Jacob. So that debunks your whole idea. Listen, hold on, be quiet. Israelite is not about your blood, son. It's about what you do. And this is what you're not understanding. And regardless to your point was just moot because it was off point. The point is that the people who go on to later in time become Israelites, right? The Hebrews, right? They are the same people. They got marched in thousands of years before the incident with Jacob and them happened.
No, that's not what that. Yo, this nigga dumb, bro. Let me calm myself down.
You can't beat the chronology.
I'm about to go in, bro. You clearly don't read the Bible.
I clearly do.
So
I read it more than you. I know more Bible than you.
Time out.
I know more Bible than you.
Genealogy that
who genealogy come first, Abraham or Jacob?
Hold on.
Yeah, which one come first, Abraham or Jacob?
We know Abraham come first.
Well then, shut up.
Yeah, but Abraham is not so Abraham is an Israelite. Is Abraham an Israelite?
He is the father of them. He the grandfather of
I'm
them.
asking you, is he an Israelite?
He don't have to be. He's the
now
grandfather
he don't
of
have
them.
to be. Now,
yeah, he's a Hebrew.
This is why this point.
Are Israelites Hebrews?
Hold on, Cosmon. Hold on. This is
Israelites
why
Hebrews?
this point right here is so important.
Yeah.
Hold on. This is why this point right here is so important.
One mic.
Because when we're talking about Isaiah 54, right? We know an Israelite is speaking. The Israelite said when we first got into Egypt, speaking of Israelites. So if Abraham is not an Israelite, then why would Isaiah be talking about Abraham if Abraham wasn't an Israelite?
Listen. You're using semantics, right?
Bro,
to try to.
no,
that's
I'm
like
reading
saying. Listen. Let me debunk your point because since you a Pan-African anyway, right? A lot of y'all Pan boo boos say because you got a lot of y'all Pan boo boos say because you got African genetics that make you African. Nigga,
of course that
guess
makes
what?
you African.
Listen, be quiet, Jose, because you always come in with some pointless shit to say.
Because you just said something ridiculous.
The whole thing is
you're ridiculous.
Listen. Hey, hold on. Listen. Hey, hold on.
One mic, guys.
Let me just finish. God damn, just let me finish. Listen, the whole point is the chronology is.
We gotta respect they want.
Listen, okay, right. So be quiet. The whole point is that your chronology is wrong. Abraham in Genesis happens way before the time of Isaiah. And then Isaiah happens way after the time of the 12 tribes and Jacob and all that shit. I don't know.
About 1,000 years apart.
Yeah, you don't know the chronology. You need to pull it up because you look silly talking about Abraham, who is a Hebrew. He ain't an Israelite. How ain't he? You dig what I'm talking about? He's the father of them. Just because the title does, listen. Just because the title, listen. That's like saying American Indians, right? That's like saying American Indians who got or Negroes or Indians who was got mislabeled as Negroes, blacks, and colors are not American Indians just because they got mislabeled as blacks and colors. What I'm saying is your logic don't make your math ain't mathing. That's all I'm saying. Abraham.
Hey, Roy Chuck, I go that word of the day again. Logic.
He's using it wrong.
Hold on.
He's using
once again, let's get right here to Isaiah 52:4, right?
Why ain't you in Genesis with Abraham?
Be subjective.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm being objective. Objective is Abraham and his seed predate in Genesis, predate anything going on way 1,000 years later in Isaiah.
Big fact.
What I'm telling you is Abraham wasn't an Israelite.
I'm saying all Israelites are Hebrews.
I'm telling you, he wasn't. I'm telling you,
all Israelites
he wasn't. He wasn't an Israelite.
So
Isaiah wouldn't have been talking. Now, why is that important?
I'm saying that's
because
semantics.
Isaiah wouldn't have been talking about Abraham.
What is an Israelite? What's the difference between an Israelite and a Hebrew? What's the difference between an Israelite and a Hebrew, smart guy? Hey, smart guy. What's the difference between an Israelite and a Hebrew?
I got you. The difference between an Israelite and a Hebrew, right, is the Hebrew came from Eber, one who crossed over. The Israelite came from Jacob, who once wrestled with God, and it's the descendants of Jacob. That's the difference.
Wait a minute.
That right there is the difference. So when we had the Hebrews and the Hebrews, there was no Jacob and no Israelite.
Listen. Hold on. Is Jacob a descendant of Eber? Hadouken.
Eber was not a person.
Eber?
Eber was a person.
Eber was not a person.
Listen,
Eber
all
was
of these
not a
are
person.
Hey, shut up.
Eber was not a person.
Jose, you stay out of this, Jose.
Eber is a person.
You stay
You
out
just
of
made
this.
that up.
Eber is not a person.
It is.
Man, listen,
They
man. You
called
stay out
him.
of this, man.
They changed his
Hey,
name
He
to
don't know
Ibrahim
nothing.
because
Shut
he
up.
crossed over. There is no such person as
His
Eber.
Jacob name too.
You're
And
talking.
listen,
No, you're talking
hey, listen,
too
this
much.
is how you
No.
You think we gonna believe
This is
Be
how you
quiet. Be
walk him
quiet for a
into the
second.
punches.
All right,
Because
hold on,
hey,
y'all.
listen, hey, listen, hold on. Hey, listen,
Can I talk
this
for a
is how
second?
you
Let
no,
me talk.
wait a minute.
All right,
This
hold
is how
on
you
one second,
no.
y'all. One mic.
Come on, man, we supposed to be brothers. Come on, man, we supposed to be brothers. Come on, man, we supposed to be brothers.
I just walk him into the punches. See,
Hold on.
listen, he didn't know that
Hey,
Jacob and Judah are both descendants of Eber, who are both descendants of Shem.
Now, can I respond?
Oh my
Can I respond? Can I respond now?
Go ahead, Jose.
He said all of that, and so much of what he said was wrong. So much of what he said was
You can't
wrong.
prove it.
Hold on, can I finish? And
You can't prove it. That's just your opinion. Is that subjective?
No. Can I finish? I'm not finished.
That's your subjective opinion.
I'm not
about to
finished.
change the Bible
I am not
story,
finished.
dog.
Cosmon, can I talk?
Damn.
Can I talk?
Yeah, change the Bible chronological
Hold on,
story.
Cosmo. Let him
Go
land
ahead.
his plane,
Let me
Cosmo.
talk.
Let's let bro rock.
This is what happens when you're reading these strange books that are not your culture. And then you come out here and talk about a chronology and the
Egypt ain't our
reality.
culture, nigga.
Can I finish?
Go
You
ahead,
rest.
Jose.
Can I finish?
Go ahead, Jose.
Go ahead.
What I'm saying is this: there is no actual definitive chronology of the Bible because the Bible itself is not actual history.
What the fuck is he
It
talking
refers
about, man?
to the whole. Can I finish talking?
Y'all
Or you
got
gonna get triggered?
bro, man.
And you're gonna start a rant.
Ain't real, bro. Damn, man.
Can I finish
Go ahead,
talking, Capone, or are you gonna?
Go ahead.
You don't want the Bible to be. You don't
One
want
mic.
the Bible.
Can I
One
finish
mic,
talking?
gentlemen.
One mic, guys.
Let's let
Can I
Jose
finish
land his
talking?
plane.
Right.
Stop muting my
Because
mic.
you
I'm
get
not
triggered.
talking.
Can I finish
I ain't
talking?
mute mic. Oh, your mic got muted when that we supposed to be brothers thing play. It mute everybody mic automatically when the ads play.
Hold on.
Thank you. Let me finish talking before you start to rant. The Bible is not a historical book. It does not have any definitive chronology. What they do is they take these made-up stories and they start to make a chronology from made-up stories. It's not historical. In this particular instance, we have one historical event that we refer to in this whole conversation: the Assyrians in ancient Kemet. Everything else outside of that is not considered historical. See, when they talk about Jacob and all of that, that is not considered historical. That's a made-up biblical story that has no real timeline whatsoever. I don't care if you use your keyword subjective, objective. It has nothing to do with history. You can't prove it. So don't come on here yelling and making ridiculous statements like because you have African genetics, that makes you African. Yes! That's what genetics is for. It tells you who you are. If you read a book outside of a watch, you would know that. So don't come on here talking crazy because you don't like because you don't like people talking about the African culture. Your book is not a historical book, it's a compilation of nonsense.
Hey, listen, Jose.
Simple as that.
Jose. For you to be talking the way you talk, bro, and you got the name Jose, yo, you ate us. Straight the fuck up. Next person. Go ahead, man.
So what?
Hey, hold on. Let me say something. Hey, humble.
This is why you don't get a vote, Jose.
No.
Your opinion
What you
don't
want
count,
me to do,
nigga.
Cosmon,
You
is
ain't
come
one
up
of
with a
us,
fake
nigga.
disingenuous
You not the
name. That's
homeboy.
what you want.
You not down
That's
with
what
the
you want.
team, nigga. You a op. You a tether, nigga. You come from another.
You see, look at you. That original thought in your mind when you are. You don't even know where the term tether comes from, but you're using it.
Listen, you
don't know where I'm from. Ask the question
crimes
first.
and shit.
Come on, man, we supposed to be brothers. Come on, man, we supposed to be brothers. Come on, man, we supposed to be brothers.
Now order me a double burger with cheese, nigga.
Ask me the question.
Dumbass
Ask
shot.
me the question.
Hey, Cosmo, funny. He came right onto that.
This is what I'm.
Ask me where I'm
This is what
from.
I'm trying to tell you.
Ask me where I'm from before you make a
Hold
stupid
on, we
statement
got
because you
these
don't know
fake
where I'm
ass
from.
niggas up here.
Gentlemen, one mic, man. Like how are we trying to?
Yeah, damn. Come on, man. We got these dudes up here doing all this talking for us.
CDN, can you
This
mute
all
up?
this
You got an echo.
we talk. This we.
Oh, I gotta jump down, my bad.
You cool.
Bro, you not one of us, Jose. And
How
your
do you
name
know that?
Jose, and you supposed to
How
be
do
an
you know that?
Egyptian. You sound like
How
a
do you
lost
know
pan
that?
goofy to me. Don't talk to me
Okay.
about no history
Can I
and
respond
culture
to you?
that got
Or
that
you
don't
gotta
got
keep
nothing to
ranting?
do with you, Negro. Carry your
How do
ass
you know
back
that?
to
You
Africa
don't know where I'm from.
and go help them musty ass niggas over there in Egypt.
You see
That's what
stupidity?
you need to go do.
You
Go
see
help some of the
stupidity?
people in the Sudan.
You see stupidity?
Nigga, that's what you
see?
need to do.
You're
You're
talking ignorant. You're making yourself sound
trying to
stupid.
tell us who we is, who we ain't.
I'm talking to you, not them. I'm
What we
talking to
is,
you.
what we ain't. You ain't
I'm
never
talking to
been there.
you.
So how you gonna help somebody there?
Hold on, y'all, real fast. One
That's
mic.
what I thought.
Hey,
You ain't
listen,
never
hey,
been
listen.
there.
We want to.
I'm
we want
talking
to try
to
to.
you.
Hold on, Jose. Hold on, Jose.
Ain't nothing Egyptian about you.
Hey, hold on, Cosmo. Hold on, y'all. One mic, y'all. We want to. Hey, listen. We want to try to remember our decorum. We want to try to remember that we're in Brother A1's. You know, we in his castle right now, bro. So we want to show him respect by showing the platform respect by having high level of decorum, y'all. So hey, let's get it in, but let's get it in intellectually.
Okay, let me say this, and then I'm gonna and then I'm gonna be quiet. The individual who I'm talking to
that we can pull up.
Hold on, let me finish.
Can you share anything that we can pull up?
Can I finish?
Intellectually.
Intellectually, there's nothing intellectually
that we can pull
logically, common sense.
Can I speak though?
Please, anything.
Can I speak?
Because all you do is just give your opinion.
You're right.
You
give your little opinion don't matter for nothing.
Can I speak?
That's all I'm asking.
I am going to. What I was going to say to you is, you didn't ask me where I come from, and you do not know. I never told you I was an Egyptian.
Care.
We don't care, nigga.
You don't care because you're ignorant.
You ain't one of us.
Your system doesn't
That's what
teach
we
you
know.
discipline.
That's all
and
that
to
matters.
talk to people
You not one of us.
respectfully. So we don't want to hear you.
Just because you got brown skin don't mean you get a vote.
You talk too much.
You don't get a
be
vote.
Quiet.
You
There's
mad.
no niggas on
You
this
mad.
panel.
You big mad
There's
because
no
you Africans
niggas
got
on this
caught out
panel.
there with your little
You are the only one
skirts
acting
on.
stupid.
This is what I'm telling you. Let her go.
You
let a
are
cow pee
stupid.
on your head, nigga.
You are stupid.
Listen, we
And
are
you're
not
gonna
of the
remain
same
stupid if you
culture.
don't listen.
We not the same people, bro.
I'm done with you. Have a good
Okay,
night.
I know.
I
Be
don't want
done.
to
Well,
talk
be
to
quiet.
you. I don't
Because
want to
ain't
talk to
nobody
you.
trying
This
to
is
hear
not
that
your
shit,
platform.
Jose. That
This
old
is not your
African
platform.
1986
If you
ass
cannot
Van Sturtman
discipline
ass
yourself,
shit,
you
nigga.
should leave.
Take that shit
You should
back
leave.
to Dr. Ben, nigga. Dig that
You
nigga
see
up.
All right, let's get
again.
back to some intellectual discourse, gentlemen.
This is what I'm saying. Stop pushing
what's the topic anyway right now?
Stop pushing your subjective beliefs. Listen, the whole point is the only thing that's the only thing that's not subjective about the biblical tale, right, is the way it tells its chronology. Right? Nobody is saying it's right. Everybody knows that they say their world was created in 3761 BC. That's the beginning of the Hebrew
glasses, A1. Let me get them glasses, A1.
You see what I'm saying? So we know that that's not true, but what we're saying is the time of Abraham far predates the Israel, the whatchamacallit naming, getting his name named Israel. It doesn't never say nobody was ever named Israel before Jacob. And then I asked him what was the difference. He didn't give me no practice. He didn't tell me nothing about no blood. He didn't tell me nothing about what the difference would be between a Hebrew and an Israelite, because there is no difference. They're the same people from the same blood. The only thing about the Bible that they can't deny is the chronology. They say Adam, then it's Abraham and them. And then it come everybody else. Isaac,
Jacob. They can't even deny Ishmael and the Ishmaelites.
Right.
Who's the
Come on,
progenitor
man.
Hold
of
on one
Islam?
second.
You can't.
The point is when you make the claim. The point is when you make the claim that the Bible is saying that Jacob, when Israel, the people who come out of just that one little tribe of Judah, that was the first time that they had been into Egypt or oppressed in Egypt. You're making a statement that's fallacious. It's not true.
So
right.
So let's get into it really fast. Okay, so let me get into it now. Number one, he said the first thing that can't nobody disapprove. He said we could talk about a lot of stuff in the Bible, but we can't disprove the chronology of the Bible. Man, what it say Abraham came from Ur to Chaldea. That's an anachronism right there. A historical anachronism at that. That mess up the chronology right there off the break. That mess up the chronology. So what you talking about chronology, Cosmon? Right? Because we know when Ur was around and thriving, we know there was no Chaldea. And we know when Chaldea came into play.
Wait a minute. You say, wait a minute. What'd you say when Abraham was living? There was
hold
no
on one second. Hold on one second. So we even know the very birthplace. The only thing we have of Abraham is faulty information. That's number one. Number two, he said, well, I asked him for a difference and he couldn't even tell me a difference. So watch this, bro. Is it not written in the Bible that Abraham ancestors worship other gods in those days when they was in the middle of the Tigris and the Euphrates, right? They worship other gods. Who was those people? Wasn't those the Eber people? So now when you asking me, okay, well, what's the difference between the Eber people and the Israelites? Well, the Eber people was worshiping different gods. They was worshiping many gods. The Israelite was only worshiping one God. That's the main difference right there. Off the break, off the rip. Another difference is when we look at Eber, right? We know Eber had two sons. One of his sons had 12 sons. We'll never mention any of them, right? But we know Eber, right, is the brother of a brother, right? And later on have Abraham. And then everything falls through that line. So we're not going to sit up here and act like even when we see their chronologies in the biblical story in the ark, that's even faulty. This is crazy, Cosmon, that you up here trying to defend this wickedness right here, bro. This
you done? You done, bro?
Yeah, I'm done. I'm done.
So all right. Now I was quiet. I let you get that out, but you conflated all this stuff that ain't got nothing to do with the topic. The topic is, when was the first time the Israelites and these people that go on produce Israelites? And then you double down and debunk yourself, because what you don't know is Abraham only served one God. So did Isaac and so did Jacob. You're wrong. Guess what? If the defining term between a Israelite and a Hebrew is that they served one God, well, the Hebrews and the Israelites only served the God of Jacob, Isaac, and Abraham, which blows your whole ideology out the water, which by the way is still not on topic. The topic is which came first, the Israelites and the Hebrew people walking into Israel and being oppressed with Abraham. Did that come before the time you're talking about with Jacob, or the time did you talking about with Assyria? We're not debating if they're real. We're just looking at the text, right? And one, chronology-wise, happens before the other. If you're trying to say anything other than that, you're just confused. And I relinquished it.
Can I chime in real quick? Because I haven't spoken in a while. I'm not going to get into too deep because I'm not an expert at this, but Humble, I think that there's a semantic issue here. Like, Hebrew was the term that was used first, because I looked it up. Like, I could read what I looked up, but Hebrew was a term that was used first, and Israel and Jew came in after, right? So Jew and Israelite are interchangeable, according to this thing I'm reading. But this is again, using a different word to say the same thing, right? So they're equivalent terms, but they're pronounced differently, right? So if I say Jew, I mean an Israelite. If I say Israelite, I mean a Hebrew. I mean those are semantics.
They're interchangeable.
Right? Yeah, they're interchangeable, even though that they didn't use them at that time, right? So I get what he's trying to say. They didn't use that word at this particular date, but they're talking about the same.
So is Ishmaelite Hebrews?
Israelites are Hebrews, yes.
Yeah. It's Ishmaelites Hebrews.
Ishmael. Oh, I don't know. I don't know.
No. Oh, so now Ishmaelites not Hebrews, although they come from Hebrews.
Genetically, they are. Yes, they are.
You can't use them interchangeably, but you can use
Hebrews
and
Israelites interchangeably. I would disagree with that. Genetically, they are Hebrews. The Ishmaelites are Hebrews because Ishmael is a son of Abraham per the biblical story.
The first son.
I don't know about that. I don't know. So I'll let those guys. I'll let those guys say that.
Yeah, he's for and per the biblical tale, Ishmael is 14 years older than Isaac.
Big facts.
So that's another word. That's 4 words then that refer to the same people then, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
You dig what I'm saying? I mean, genetically.
Right. Then what y'all are saying, so essentially what y'all are saying is the Muslims and the Israelites are both Hebrews.
They all, this is what, listen.
Hold on.
Wait. A light should have just came on. A light should have just came on. This is why they call it the Abrahamic faith.
Hebrews and Muslims argue about them worshiping different gods.
Hey, listen. This is why they call them the Abrahamic faith.
Right, bro.
Yes.
Right.
You're right about
they
that.
Families.
They families. But they argue over about I'm right, or it's this God, or it's that God.
Right.
Ishmael started the Muslims, right?
Correct. That's what the Ishmaelites.
Yeah.
No, he's the progenitor of it. He's the Ishmaelite.
He started it though, right?
Yeah.
He would have been a precursor.
He would have been a precursor to Muhammad of it, just like.
I see. You're saying Muhammad started it, but
I see. Israelites, and then his son became the Israel. His son. That's how Ishmael was. Ishmael was the progenitor of Islam, but it was Ishmaelites.
Right.
All right. Well, let's ask a real Hebrew Israelite. Hey, Capone.
Right.
Hey, Capone.
Mohammedism and all of that before you had a Muslim.
Well, now he trying to act like he ain't there. Hey, Capone,
he doesn't speak English, man. He doesn't speak English.
Hey, Capone, do Muslims and Hebrew Israelites worship the same God?
No.
Is Muslims Hebrews?
Depends on what's your definition of a Hebrew.
They came from them.
Hey, I'm gonna leave that up for y'all to argue about.
Well, I think a better question would be GDN.
Hebrew is a corruption, is a English way of saying Habiru, which meant a servant.
Okay.
But later on, but throughout, but hold on, let me tell y'all. So as time went on, the Israelites identified with that term, and they started to call themselves that. That's where you get Hebrews from. You get what I'm saying? Because it tells you in Jeremiah 34, and I think verse 8 or 9.
Wait a minute. So you saying the Hebrew term So wait a minute. Are you saying the Hebrew term don't come before the Israelite term?
Say that again.
Because the Bible shows us that the Hebrew term was used before the term Israelite.
Well, it says that Eber was the father of the Hebrews.
It say that?
Well, it say Shem was the father of Eber. Which one does it say?
It says Shem was the father of Eber. In them, grandfather in them.
Eber was the father of. Do it say Eber was the father of the Hebrews?
No.
Okay, so if it don't say that Eber was the father of the Hebrews, we can't. I know that genealogy go like that. So yes, Eber is a grandfather of what became known as what the people they identified themselves as Hebrews.
Yeah, but
they wasn't identifying themselves.
We talking about
back.
the term Hebrew. I'm saying the term Hebrew is used chronology wise in the Bible before the term Israel.
Right, and who is calling who a Hebrew? Are the Hebrews calling each other Hebrews, or are other people calling them Hebrews?
No, the biblical text is calling the people who migrate with Abraham Hebrews.
Right. So Abraham gets called a Hebrew, right?
By Moses.
He gets identified as a Hebrew
by Moses.
By the Canaanites.
No, by Moses.
No, by
right.
Moses.
Okay.
Genesis, right?
I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
Moses, you had Joseph.
Moses didn't call him nothing. Moses would have known exactly what to call that nigga. He would have been
right. But then you have Joseph, when he's a slave in Egypt.
He was a Hebrew, don't mean what his blood is. Just
Potiphar's wife called Joseph a Hebrew. They even called the Egyptians called the women the Hebrew women. You know what I'm saying? So this is a social term.
They were all called
Eber descends from Shem. And Eber is a Hebrew word, like just like the word Hebrew. They both mean crossover in English.
Actually means feather.
Hold on.
That means crossover in English.
So listen, the reason why they say Hebrew is because in the Hebrew language you have a definite article, and that's the hey. So, but
is it an Israelite language?
Hold on, let me. But so the language evolved over time, so that instead of the hey, it becomes the he, and then when they transcribe it in English, it becomes Hebrew. But it means duh. It means Habiru, right? But they transcribed it as Hebrew.
Transcribing Aramaic? Are they transcribing Aramaic?
It don't matter what they transcribe. I'm saying that's how they transcribe.
No, it does matter, bro.
Totally
matter.
Aramaic Aramaic was adopted by these people to write.
No, I ain't asking you for your soliloquy once again. Another person with another soliloquy. I'm asking a yes or no question.
It was yes. It was Aramaic.
What was they transcribing? Like you said, from what language was they transcribing it in the Hebrew?
Aramaic. Aramaic to me is a
misnomer. Is it an Israelite language?
Aramaic.
Hold up. The Israelite language is Aramaic too?
No, the Israelite language is Phoenician or Chaldean.
The Israelite language is what? Capone, say it again.
I stop.
Phoenician.
Yeah, he know what's up.
It's Phoenician. Hold up.
But listen though, man, we touching on look. Y'all going into so many different things, and that stuff requires a lot of studying. So I'm trying to give you the basics. Listen, I'm trying to give you the basics.
So are you saying the Israelite language predates the Hebrew? I ain't even know Israelite had their own separate language.
Okay, so first you gotta hold on. There was no language technically called Hebrew. It's one thing we gotta understand.
All right, was it a language called?
Hold on. What the Jewish people did, they resurrected an ancient language, and they called it Hebrew.
Was it a language called Israelite?
No.
All right then. So now quit fumbling around with me, bro. Like I don't know what I'm talking about. What language was the Israelites speaking? Or do the Israelites got their own separate language?
They got their own language. They got their own language. According to the text, I think the text talk about the Jews' language, It talks about the language of Judah. So they had their own language. They had their own language.
I stop. All right, bro. I stop, man. I stop with you, GDN.
The language got turned. It got classified as Hebrew.
No, bro.
Over time.
You told me the Hebrew was speaking Aramaic, and you say the Israelite language predates the Hebrew. So I was asking you, what language do the Israelites speak? I never heard an Israelite language. I never heard that. So now you got to show me something. Are you talking about Paleo Hebrew?
Well, you gotta understand. Well,
what language are they speaking, bro?
Listen. It's complex because you have to understand that where we got language from, where we first get writing and language from, and how that goes throughout everywhere. Because I can ask you the same thing. What language? Hold on, look. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Look, hold on.
Come on, man.
Do we know what language more? Do we know what language more by speaking?
Sanskrit and pictograms, bro.
That's writing. That's writing. That's not that's writing. So someone could speak a language and they can have common writing. That's called lingua franca. You know that, right? They can speak different languages. So they wrote their language in the Aramaic script. You have script, and then you have the phonetics of what they spoke.
So now is Aramaic Hebrew, or did they get it from somebody?
No, Aramaic is not technically Hebrew. Aramaic was used to write.
So therefore, they don't got no original language. Thank you.
No, it was used to write the Israelite language. It's just like how you use English to write whatever you need to write today. Sometimes they use Arabic.
Bro. I use English to write English. Everybody in the world today use American English.
Exactly.
No, that's not correct.
So during the time that they used, so during the 5th century, everybody used.
Ain't no other country language or speaking or written language goes around the world than the American English.
No, that's not correct. UK English is not the same. That's not correct.
So I'm gonna do
Ukraine. I ain't say no
UK. Hold on, let me talk to you.
I ain't say no UK, bro. Step back.
Yeah,
Step back,
that's different from American English. That's different from American English.
Listen, American English is the #1 language. I don't give a fuck whether it's sign language. All sign language is American English.
I'm gonna have to do something.
Now we talking lingua franca. Hold up, we talking about lingua franca right now, right? Correct? We talking about language, how you can correlate languages in different places, and you can say, oh, okay, that might have came from over here because we have similar things. So now I'm telling y'all, ain't no other language around the world but American English. That's already around the world, and it's taught in sign language. No other language does that.
That's not correct. Everybody's not learning American English like that. Most people are speaking UK English, especially in the Caribbean.
Hold up.
Oh yeah. In the UK, they speak a different. They speak the King's English or something like that.
Yeah, the Caribbean speaks the King's English. Everywhere the English colony, everywhere where England dominated, they gave them UK English.
That's the
like we say water, they say water.
Hold up.
Something like that.
Roy Chess, do we sign language in the King English or do we sign language in American English?
They could do both. Why can't they do both?
No. Stop it, bro. Stop it.
Why can't they do
we
both?
Sign language in American English, bro.
And over here we do, yeah, of course.
We actually sign language in Latin. Yeah, we sign language in Latin. We don't sign language in English because we use Latin letters. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. That's all Latin.
That's not true.
That's not true.
That's 100% true.
Not true.
No, it's
not.
That's
100% true.
Hey, listen. If y'all don't believe me, Soto took sign language.
That's what I was saying. That it takes study. You have to study where language come from, what language is being utilized, what symbols is being utilized.
But GD, GD, I think your chronologically is off. Hebrew comes before Israel, right? Hebrew comes way before Israel. And the word Jew,
there's no that. Oh, you talking about no. You talking about
the word Hebrew comes way before.
You mean Eber? You talking about Eber?
Hebrew. Abraham was a Hebrew.
Right. Abraham was a Hebrew. I never said that he wasn't.
Right, but you made it sound like Israelite came first and then Hebrew. It's Hebrew first and then Israelite after Exodus.
Right.
Right. I said that this was a term. So Abraham was Abraham.
Hebrew who practiced Judaism at that.
So Abraham was the Hebrew, I'm saying that it was a social term. So it had nothing to do with lineage. Abraham was described as a Hebrew. Over time, his descendants start identifying themselves as Hebrews, and it became synonymous with being a Jew. Because we have scriptures where it uses Hebrew and Jew in the same sentence, and is used interchangeably to talk about men servants and maid servants.
Israelite was interchangeable also.
Yeah, Israel too. But this is the thing. All Hebrews are not Israelites. But all Israelites are Hebrews.
You're talking about nationality, though.
You're thinking about this black shit.
You're mixing context there.
No, I'm trying to,
bro. You mixing.
So yes, they are used interchangeably. So
you water whipping.
You're mixing context, though. Yes, you are mixing context.
You water whip, dog. You water whipping like a motherfucker.
How I said all Israel. Hold on, no. The scripture says this. It says, hold on, no. The scripture tells you. It say all Israel is not Israel. Then it goes in through the lineage. So it tells you that all Israelites are Hebrews, or they identify as Hebrews, but all Hebrews are not sons of Jacob. An Israelite is a son of Jacob.
You're talking about nationality. When you say Hebrew there, you're talking about nationality. You're not talking about the bloodline.
He just read it. He said all.
No, I'm not talking about. Okay, you saying what the social term?
Yeah, you're talking about the social term. We're talking about the genealogy.
Okay.
Of person to person to person to person.
Yeah, but the genealogy got something to do with nationality, don't it?
No. Because the nations are the social construct.
Because they got kin.
You can call it. You can call it whatever you
right. So that's why I said it's a social term. That's why if you saying I'm talking nationality and it's a social term.
Yeah.
Then I'm on the right page.
No, but Hebrew is not a social term. That's a genealogy. Just like Jew is a genealogy.
No, Hebrew is a social term.
No, it's not.
It's not a genealogy. It's social.
I believe Hebrew is principality. It's not physical bloodline.
It is. Jew is a bloodline.
So hold on. So let me.
Hey, listen.
Gnostic. Hold on. Gnostic, I'm gonna let you go right here. Let me ask real chest. So real chest in Exodus 21.
Go ahead, fight, niggas, fight.
It's dealing with principality.
About to get extra interesting.
So in Exodus 21, Roy Chess, it says a Hebrew slave. So what is that talking about?
It's somebody who's
in Exodus 21.
So in that
somebody
context,
that's what?
In that context,
captivity means they're brought under the law. Under the law.
That's not what that means. It means that person was.
But go ahead.
That means that person was allowed to live there among the Jews, but they were not Jewish. Right, so it is kind of talking about an ethnical term there in that context, but the original term
no. So
it's not a social construct. So
we're talking about a certain type. So
They're not Jewish people.
So
They
this is
allowed people to live among them that were
I
not
would like to argue that Egypt is
I agree. I agree with
spiritual.
that. But this is
It's
the
not
thing.
physical by itself.
In Exodus 21, it's talking to the Israelites, right? And it's talking and it says something about a Hebrew slave. So now you're saying that that's talking about them having people from their lineage as servants.
No.
When I'm telling you, no, that's just a social term. Hebrew is a social term for a servant.
No, that's talking about the land that they called Hebrew.
I thought a Hebrew
they were talking
was
about an ethnic group there. So it's used twice there. Because
Hey,
they're
can we look up the
Hebrews
term?
that are
Hey,
Jews.
can we look up the term Hebrew and just see what
There
it
were
means?
people who were Jews.
It means crossover. It means crossover, like Uber.
Crossover, yeah. But I'll look it up so that way y'all can see it on the screen.
Yeah, I know it
Yeah,
means.
trust me, I know these things.
Why are you going by
They keep
definition?
using it like it's a noun when in fact it's a.
May I say something in terms of the reason why it means crossover is because once again, it's dealing with principles. It's dealing with like the Exodus. The Exodus actually happens more than once in the scripture. Even when when we were dealing with Isaiah 52, if you read into 53 and 54, going into 54, it's talking about they were in Egypt escaping the plague and they settled there for a minute. And then the Egyptians took over and enslaved them. And then the Assyrians come in and take over enforce oppression upon the Israelites. The problem is the Israelites had started to adopt the customs of the Egyptians, and they started becoming wicked. So God used.
Let you know your book skipped thousands of years.
Yeah, but
and
that's
at the same
them is
time,
hundreds and
looking at
hundreds
that
of years
dictionary.
apart.
He's talking about something different.
Look up the.
But hold on. If I go by the word of God, then if I go by outside sources, then that's a different principle dealing with history. That's outside of the word of God, outside of the prophecy of Israel.
Yeah, but you're going by definitions. You should not be going by definitions. You should be going by context.
That is context. Definition is context.
No, that's not context. That's a definition.
Towards context, the definition.
Definition gives context.
By the context.
No, it's not.
Yes, the definition can change by the context.
No, context. No. The
definition of the word can change by the context.
And vice versa.
Yes, but you're using the word definition is context. You're using the wrong word. That the context is how people use the word and what they mean by it. And what you're doing by definition is by using a source. Context is not source based.
Come on,
You're
man.
using an authority.
What?
Context doesn't require authority.
That's why names are translated in scripture.
A1 got on the screen.
Read this real quick, y'all.
Okay, what I got on the screen.
Ancient people. Yeah, a member of an ancient people living in what is now Israel and Palestine, and according to the biblical tradition, descendant from the patriarch Jacob, grandson of Abraham. After the Exodus, c. 1300 BC, before the Common Era, they established the kingdoms of Israel and Judah, and their scriptures and traditions form the basis of the Jewish religion. Number 2, a Semitic language used by ancient Hebrews in modern Israel. Adjective of ancient Hebrews or the Jewish people. Number 2, or of or in Hebrew.
Right. So it don't say nothing about Eber right there, right?
It do. When you go down here, it says to origin.
Okay, go ahead. It's gonna say that's because that's the root. That's the root that it comes from.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Aramaic.
Origin. VIA. Latin.
You're doing dictionary scholarship.
Hold up. Stop, Ray.
That's what we gotta define terms.
Hold up.
And we have to go to the etymology of the word. So
No, you do. By context. It goes by
It
context.
doesn't, Roy.
It does.
Oh, you said it goes by
From
context.
late Greek.
The
All
Bible.
words go by context.
Yeah, so the context. So okay, the context is that Hebrew is a word to describe a person,
No, you're
not
using a
not
source.
a genealogy.
You're using a source. You are using a source.
Hold up.
Wait, if we use it context, context got to come from a source.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No,
Yes,
it
it does.
doesn't.
The
No, it
Bible
doesn't.
establishes
Yeah, dude.
context. Right.
No, it
No,
doesn't.
context
The Bi-
do
Other
come
than that,
from a
you
source.
make
It has to
No,
be established by somebody.
No,
Right.
no, you're kissing
Yes.
up.
Yeah.
No,
You're
you're
kissing
just
up.
making it up.
It's not going to create
No, I'm not
itself.
making it up.
The Bible goes against those. The Bible goes against history. They're lying.
Even English today goes by context. You can't tell me the etymology of a word. That's why it means it today. That's not how it works.
Right.
Context
let me
goes
give
by
you this
frequent
origin
usage.
real quick, man. And then
The
y'all
origin,
finish going
you-
in, man.
again, you're still doing the
So
kiss
in
up.
the context of the Bible, so Roy Chess, in the context of the Bible, when it says Abraham was a Hebrew, who is that used to describe a certain type of person, or is that talking about a nationality?
It's talking about a group of people who have his lineage
No,
with
it
a
ain't.
belief system. That's what a
Well,
Hebrew
it
is.
ain't. No, it ain't talking about that yet.
It is talking about
That
that.
didn't happen yet, though.
What are you talking about? You're confusing history with context. We already established that those words are semantically the same. Hebrew, Jew, Israelite. Without the ethnic group.
Jew
You're
means
going by history again.
Now,
I don't care about when they used it.
But hold on.
The term refers to the same group of people. I don't care what date you put on it. It still refers to the same people. If I say cat in French, it's not the same word, right? But it's the same animal.
So in
So
other
that's
words,
what
Okay,
you're
we
doing is
get that.
playing semantics.
I get that part. So that ain't my argument, Roy Chess.
Right?
I
You're
get
doing
that
it.
part.
So
if we look at the given translations in the Bible, it will go against pretty much all the history that we're reading outside of the Bible. It goes against all of that. All of that is deception.
No, it
Yeah, it
doesn't.
does.
You don't know how to
Or the
reason.
Bible is deception.
Yeah, it does.
You don't know how to
I'll
reason.
make an example. I'll make
The
an
Bible
example.
talk about real kings.
Right?
How it's going against the history?
Because the scripture says spiritual things will be foolish to the flesh-minded people, to the earthly
Yeah,
ones.
you don't know
So
you don't understand what that means because you a Gnostic.
yes, I do. So I can explain it. Okay, watch this.
So why I say so hold on. Let me
Revelation
ask you a
17 and
question.
15 lied.
Let me ask you a question. Why does it say this? Why does it say?
Let me explain it. Like Genesis 10 and 5 says that the islands are referred as nations and tongues of the Gentiles. Then when you go to Revelation 17:15, it translates the many waters that
Hold on.
surround
All right,
those
let's stop
islands
right. Let's
as
deal with
nations.
that. Is Revelations written by the same person that wrote Genesis?
I'm going by the scripture that lines up with precept,
Okay, I
not
understand
by
that,
what
but
other people say.
There's no private
outside the Bible.
interpretation. Second Peter 1:20. There's no private interpretation. Now,
That's exactly what I'm doing.
Is the person that wrote Revelations the same person that wrote Genesis?
You have Moses and you have John, which watch this. They're the same.
The answer is no.
They're the same because they followed the law. John wasn't John by himself. He was Elijah.
Man, y'all gotta stop that, man.
He's cutting me off. I'm trying to explain, right?
No.
So
You
I'll even explain. Hey, all of this started in Isaiah 52. I can even explain what Isaiah 52 is talking about when it's dealing with Assyria and Egypt.
No, you can't. You're
talking about
yes, it is. It's talking about
bro. We know
Y'all
that.
really go.
It's talking about captivity.
No, you can't. You're wrong. Oh my gosh.
Like really wrong.
They didn't even let me be wrong before I was wrong. That's what's crazy.
No, your context is way off.
You way off. But listen, I was saying that they two different authors, bro. Meaning there's two different contexts right there.
Right.
Yes.
No, that's what's called keeping precept. That's why it's written twice, precept upon precept. Can I explain? Can I say something, bro?
Let me ask you this.
Seconds.
What is a precept?
You won't let me talk. You won't let me
No,
talk,
no,
man.
no,
Why
no,
should
no.
I
You
answer
said
you?
something. You said something. What is the
But let
question
me
is what is
talk,
the
man.
precept?
Okay, if you ask me a question, why do you start talking right when I go to answer? So if you precept upon precept twice, line for line twice, every word is established out of the mouth of 2 or 3 prophets. You get your
No,
context. Yes, you get your
no,
context, not just by
no.
reading one scripture
The
Just let
alone.
him
precept.
You
finish. Just let him finish. Damn. He probably don't even got that much to say, but he can't get it out. He fighting.
Go
Let's let
ahead,
him
man.
land his plane, and then y'all could clean it up after with everything he wrong about.
right. So in terms of the scripture, John is Elijah. So John ain't even acting by himself. This applies to all the prophets. Christ says in Matthew 16 and 13, going into 16, he asked it twice. He says, "Who am I like?" They said, "You're like John. You're like John." The other one said, "You're like Elijah." Another one said, "You're like one of the prophets." Dealing with, because anybody that's keeping their precepts, they're using more than just one prophet to establish context. Isaiah 17, 12, and 13 says that the waters is the nations. Jeremiah 47 and 2 says the waters is the nations. Ezekiel 26 and 3 says the waters is the nations. Daniel 9 and 26 says the waters is the nations. Then you got many scriptures talking about the dry land. And the dry land is amidst the waters. That's earth. Earth, Genesis 1, 9, and 10. Earth is the dry land that appeared in the midst of the waters. 2 Peter 3 and 5 says that the waters created the earth. The earth is merely an illusion, which is dry land that appeared from the waters after it divided and reunited. So when you look at the scripture in context and you read it the way you're supposed to, which is here a little, there a little, keeping your precepts out of the mouth of 2 or 3 prophets, and it's written like that because truth don't stand by itself in this world. You have to have a lie to compare it to so that you can talk about it. Nothing stands by itself in this world. Everything works off 2s and 3s.
And just real quick, is that also historically and chronologically how back then?
You know they're gonna lie to you, right? Guess what? That definition you did on Hebrew, that's taking us to Israel and Palestine. You really think they the Jews? They really keeping the Torah? Come on, man. It's even in the Bible where it says that Revelations 2 and 9, 3 and 9, where it says you are the fake Jews, synagogue of Satan. Though you're rich on the outside, you're poor on the inside. They're rich. They've always owned everything. And it even says in John 19 and 15, Caesar said, "Do you want me to crucify your king?" They said, "Our only king is Caesar." So they've been worldly the whole time. That's why Nicodemus said, "Should I crawl back in my mother's vagina to be born again?" Now that's supposed to be a master of the law. That was one of their favorite Jews, and he don't even know how to read the damn book.
All right, let's pass it
Christ was
around and let
talking to him
somebody
about it.
respond to you. Let's let
All
somebody
right,
respond to you.
the brother's all over the place. And I'm gonna read this scripture, right? This 2 Peter's 1 and 20, right? Peter, by the way, for a little context, Peter is the one that Christ left his ministry to. So you're supposed to be listening to Peter, right? So it says, knowing this first, that no prophecy of the scripture is of any private interpretation. For the prophecy came not in old time by the will of men, but holy men of God spake as they was moved by the Holy Spirit. So I read that to let you know, to show you that no prophecy of the scripture is of any private interpretation. So that means you can't come up with your own thing. It has to be thus says the scripture, right? So each scripture has its own context. Each writer, they have their own context, what they're writing when they're using certain words. John is thousands of years after Moses. So why would John be writing in the same context as Moses? That makes no sense, right? Another thing, you wrong when you talking about the nations and everything. I already explained that. So anyway, this is the last thing. Precept. I asked you what a precept is. When you said precept upon precept, that's true. That's in Isaiah 28 and 10, 9, 10, 9 and 13, right? So that's true. But you have to understand what a precept is. A precept is a commandment. So when you say precept upon precept, it's just not any line in the Bible. No, you're supposed to go to a commandment in the law. That's what a precept is. And you have to tie that precept to another commandment, and it tighten up the actual message. Last thing, Bible says that the scriptures are for our learning. So the scriptures from before time is for our learning, meaning everything that happened is you learn is lessons in it. It's wisdom. So a lot of that stuff you just all that jumbled up. John said this. Oh, he was the Christ. This. None of that matters, bro. What we talking about? You trying to point to that to say that they talking about Gentiles is the water in the sea, so every time you see water, you think it's Gentiles symbolically. That's the wrong context, and you making your own private interpretation.
All right, can I respond to that or no? You went to Isaiah 28 and 9, going into 13. 28:9 says, "Who can understand the doctrine? Who can obtain the knowledge? Those who are drawn from the milk, drawn from the breast." The milk is dealing with the babies, the milk and honey. The wine and oil is dealing with those who are advanced in the Word of God. They're keeping their precepts and they've established the principles. So if I go to 1 Corinthians, which is Isaiah 29, 10 and 13, talk about precept upon precept twice, not once, twice, line for line, twice, here a little, there a little, not a lot. Then in Isaiah 28 and 11, it says, "With stammering lips and a foreign speech, I shall speak to these people concerning the doctrine and concerning the precepts." As it is written in 1 Corinthians chapter 14, verse 21. "In the law it is written, with men of other tongues and other lips, I will speak to this people. And yet for all of that, they're not going to hear me, thus saith the Lord. Because tongues are for a sign, not for them that believe, but for them that don't believe. But prophesying serves for them that believe, that don't believe not, but believe." Meaning, and once you keep your precepts, it's going to sound weird. It's going to sound crazy, as Hosea 9 and 7 said. 1 Corinthians 14 and 23 says, "If the whole church comes together in one place and they speak with tongues," which is the Holy Spirit, and people come in and they don't believe in the Word of God like you do, they're going to say you're crazy. That's Hosea 9 and 7 saying the same thing. In the end time, there's going to be a man, or there's going to be a group of people that are going to keep their precepts. They're going to figure out how to really break down these principles, and everyone on the outside is going to go, "You're crazy." And the reason why it's that way is because we got history, people on the outside of the book, giving us a bunch of nonsense that goes against the book, and it's confusing us. Like when you look at Africa, you see Ethiopia, you see biblical places, but they renamed everything to confuse us, to make us think it's physical. It's not. Even the 12 tribes of Israel come from barren women. The 6 of them come from the woman that was less loved because of the law. Deuteronomy 28, 21 and 15 going into 17. I know these things to prove that the firstborn is spiritual. It's all hidden. It means it's about the faith.
So that means Esau is actually the real spiritual one, and Jacob and Jacob and them is the evil ones, the non-spiritual ones. But them is the people you telling us that we need to be.
No, Esau is red and hairy. If you look up,
you said the firstborn. You said the firstborn is the spiritual.
Right, but Esau lost his birthright blessings to Jacob. Jacob took it over. The promise.
I mean, those blessings come from God. No man can take them.
It's written in the scripture.
His birthright.
No, he got robbed of his birthright.
It's written in the scripture.
It's written in the scripture that Jacob stole it from him.
Yeah, he's a usurper.
Yeah, he used deception. That's why.
So if y'all following Jacob, then y'all following the stolen legacy. That's not really y'all.
No,
that means following Esau is the original, correct?
The usurper.
No, Esau represents is red and hairy. I'll break it down in scripture.
No,
all right, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm not gonna force y'all. I'll let y'all go.
Color, bro.
You already messed
up.
With
skin color.
Stop that. No, I'll let y'all go. If whenever y'all ain't afraid of what I'll say, then I'll speak. But I'll let y'all go.
This is how I know y'all God fake. Because soon as y'all get on that racist, low vibratory colorism to try to prove a point, you already lost. You already lost. Your God has shown himself to be demonic. We know that that's not good today. basing anything on colorism and acting like you can judge a book by its cover.
Big fact.
Anybody who think that already on the precipice of his own fucking hell that he's making for himself. So y'all be careful when you listen to these people, man, who up these old spiritual groovy gurus and all this stuff. You dig what I'm talking about? Take into really account what they saying. You dig what I'm saying?
Yeah,
They getting mad at me right now. They won't even let me talk now.
It's not you. It's not you. It's not you. If you feel that shoe fits, wear it.
I listened the whole time. I showed good decorum. I'm not gonna argue with y'all. When y'all let me talk, I'll talk.
Shit you was kicking, dog. That shit sound rehearsed, practice, and everything because you had line for line, concept or precept. My bag, not concept. Precept.
Y'all brought up
trying to explain a concept beyond precept. Dog, you had them shit right in order. And
So
then
what
you
does
said like you do.
I wrote
right?
down some shit.
And then you dissed the brother GD and Capone, and you was like, "Hey, yo, the way you don't understand like how you do, right?" And then the way that woo, dog, that shit was orchestrated, dog. We done heard this shit time and time before.
Heard all this shit before. Let that man kick his shit like everybody else kicked their shit.
Let me
pass it around,
let me respond about precepts. Listen, this is how I know that.
1,000 podcasts.
You good? You good?
This is how I know precepts mean commandments, and it's not just any scripture, right? This Isaiah 29:13. It's the next chapter from 28, right? It say, "Wherefore the Lord said, for as much as this people draw near me with their mouth and with their lips do honor me, but have removed their heart far from me, and their fear towards me is taught by the precept of men." Right? So I told you, a precept is a commandment. It's not a scripture. I mean, it's not any old scripture, any line. No, it's a commandment. It's a commandment that's in the Torah.
That's taught by who? By man.
By man.
Can I everybody finish on that?
If I start talking, they're gonna just run over me. So I'll let you
go
go.
ahead and finish because I want to speak on what everybody's been
Stop
talking
that,
about.
man. We gave you a whole diatribe, bro. Stop that, bro. Ain't nobody.
You ain't gotta cry. You ain't gotta cry to kick it neither. Homeboy.
So you go ahead.
Man.
You ain't gotta cry to kick it. Just say what you gonna say.
I sit here for a long minute, because I knew it was gonna come to this. I'm sitting here listening to this. Like I'm saying, it's all the ideal about, we'll just call it the Abrahamic God. And I'm hearing pile up category mistakes. I'm hearing this person on this person's team, and then they going against this person. They shifting definitions, equivocations, they importing assumptions. And each and every one of y'all delivering this with confidence that you should was reserved for things that you know for sure. Things that you can define. Y'all ain't slowing down to define what y'all saying. So let me deal. I'm gonna deal because I wrote I took a few topics, and I'm gonna show y'all why these arguments take place in the first.
Dumb motherfucker?
No, not you. Open knowledge. When you hear me speaking, you gonna hear me when you hear me speaking knowledge. I'm basically saying what you're saying, but you know,
that might be the conclusion of what he coming to. Let's see.
Right. I mean, put some names on that shit, because I ain't backing up none of that shit.
My bad, man. My bad.
One of you was in the cut. He in the cut like Fredo.
Yeah, you one of the ones. I'm in the cut point, because the first incoherence I see in the conversation is where everybody keeps switching between terms as if they, you know what I'm saying, stand fixed with what the definition is for themselves and then changing it when somebody else say something, you know what I'm saying, like Hebrew. Hebrew is used as a genealogy in one breath, then as a social designation in the next, and as a national identity by the next person, then as an etymology by the next person, then as a script and language by the next. It's really incoherent. It's already incoherent when y'all be having these arguments about this incoherent. The term is doing 5 different jobs, and nobody
Shout out
even
to the
stops to
incoherent.
specify which job that the term is doing in the sentence. No, this is real. This is the incoherence of this. Y'all, it's I'm sitting here
It's not
listening to it.
incoherent. It's semantics, like we were saying. It's semantics.
Yeah, because
they're trying
exactly.
to act like they trying to act like they don't use Hebrew for all 3, bro.
Right.
Or they don't use Israelite for all 3. You know what I mean?
That's right. It don't give it no stable object. It's no reasoning. It's just everybody just having verbal sliding between whatever they want it to be. And the problem with the whole Hebrew Israelite Jew section is one speaker wants Hebrew to be a bloodline, then the other one wanted to be a social, then the other one wanted to be a crossover. You can do both of them. Another one wants it to be Egyptians called somebody that. Another one wants it to be what Moses supposedly called somebody. But ain't none of them stand at one level so we can analyze what we looking for. We can't prove nothing like this. Y'all moving between genealogy and language.
That's called context. Those are many contexts.
Those are many contexts, but he's saying we have to pick one.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I agree with
he's saying that you're sliding back and forth between different contexts in the middle of the conversation, and that's why it's incoherent.
Yes.
Like Roy Chess. Come on, catch up, Roy Chess.
Yes, I know that.
So why are you being disagreeable for no reason?
No, I'm being disagreeable because he's saying it's incoherent. Those contexts
I think you disagreeable.
Rewind this tomorrow. Rewind this part tomorrow.
Those contexts are comprehensible. It's just a shift in the context.
I think you're being disagreeable because hit dogs holler.
No, I'm not.
Cool. Before you cut in, finish his thought. Damn, can he finish his thought? Go ahead, bro. Finish your thought, bro.
Like I was saying, man, and like you said, who? It's the moving between the genealogy and then the language, then ethnicity, then nationality, then outsider labeling, and then Roy Chester looking right at the Bible, say something. He's saying you don't understand it. My man's GDN saying that you don't nobody think nobody else understand nothing. It's not interchangeable. So the whole exchange is incoherent. Roy Chester is what I'm saying, because the object of the discussion won't stay still so we can hit the target. And that's just the first issue of incoherence. The second issue of the incoherence of this idea and the concept and the idea that y'all have
my brother hit
of
that King
God
Kong over there
is the language discussion. You keep confusing language and script, and then writing tradition like these is the same thing. They are not the same thing. People can speak one language and then write it in a script and adopt it from another culture.
So
that's normal. Roy Chess, you know that's one of the things that you be flipping, how you just can do this, that, and the third if you want to. But these are real reasons that we know that can be done. It's normal. Humans do it all the time. So when one person says they wrote it in Aramaic and another person responds as if it proves what they spoke, the argument breaks right there. Script is not speech. Writing system is not spoken language. Linguistic ancestry is not national identity. So if you don't separate them, the whole discussion is built on the confusion of the categories that you keep on presupposing or assuming, and it's incoherent. When you argue about whether Hebrew was a language, whether Aramaic was used, whether Israelites had their own language, whether something was Phoenician, Chaldean, Uzzian, Urim, Hebrew, even before you separate the script from the language, from literary standardization, you ain't even speaking about the same thing. You speaking about a force, but it ain't coherent. Y'all arguing about around the topic that y'all agreed to put in the middle, and then you just get the ring around the rosy.
Thank you.
The third incoherence, that's just the second, Roy Chess, and I ain't just talking to you, but I like your name. You know why. The third incoherence is the Isaiah 52 in the Assyrian issue. I have to go back to this because that's the first thing y'all started talking about. And this one important because it shows the same pattern. You move between grammar and history and theology as if one of them can settle the other one by itself. One person says that the semicolon proves two clauses are the same event. Then another person says the semicolon proves they are separate events. Then another one to say that the Assyrian is the Iphamet. And then another one say that the historical, let me see how he said it, historical imperial reference. We're talking about the kings. Another one say it's about Joseph's Egypt. And we had one person say it was about two kings. And we had another one say that it was about extra biblical evidence that was needed for something. Another one said the extra biblical evidence was a lie. It's all a deception. So that whole exchange is incoherent. Nobody agreed on the level of claim being made. And right before that, GDN and Roy Chess was agreeing. Then they turned right around and start disagreeing with each other. The incoherence of the thing that we are trying to suppose is the reason that we exist. We have to get past this. A claim, the whole exchange, like I said, like nobody agreed on nothing. Is the claim grammatical that y'all looking for? Is it a historical claim? Is y'all looking for lexical, theological, chronological? Where it's at? When y'all keep on swaying the lanes and can't nobody ever fix on nothing. I'm trying to get my thing straight so I can talk about something. Y'all gave me 50 topics that couldn't nobody agree on. The semicolon does not prove historical theory. Grammar alone can't establish chronology. What is y'all doing? A lexical possibility does not override a narrative frame. A later prophetic summary does not mean we have to automatically rewrite the earlier story.
You through with your physiological?
Yeah, man, I'm through. I'm through.
Yeah.
I mean, y'all gave me so much. Y'all gave me so much. I didn't say
appreciate you writing all that down, bro. That's
minutes.
Listen,
I didn't say nothing. 50 minutes.
He was
that's
writing
what's
all
up.
that down.
Oh, he the owl in the oak, ain't he?
Yeah, man. He wrote all that down.
Yeah.
He wrote
all that. Back to the Isaiah Jordan and
y'all
everything.
too smart to keep on insulting y'all intelligence with this. Y'all can move on to something else and we can start solving problems in today's world.
Well, let me ask you this, bruh. So when we ask you a question, when you talking about your physiological theory that you got, when we ask you a question that mean the same thing, you tell us no, we're not understanding. What are you practicing at that point?
Who?
That owl. Nigga, that owl.
That's right. That's right.
You and that owl.
That's right. Now listen. Who? Knowledge. You right about everything you just said. I have a view, and when people have their own view, that's exactly why I said at the first, I ain't trying to insult nobody's traditions, what they believe or nothing.
Right.
Because that's their belief. Right. And you have to be a certain type of, person to be able to insult your intelligence at that caliber, especially in today's world. And this is to me.
Word.
I know.
But let me ask you this. You think you bigger than everybody else because they don't understand the level that you understand on, or what? Let me
no
just
knowledge.
ask you that.
No knowledge. I actually hurt myself because I believe that everybody is the same intelligence and the simplicity of the existence that I see. I believe that everybody else see it. So that's what be hurting me. Sometimes when I be acting and asking questions, because I be thinking people see it and they just don't want to identify it like that. You know what I'm saying? So that's what be getting me upset.
Right.
No, I don't think I'm smarter than nobody.
Everybody on the same
can I ask a question?
that you on.
Right?
Yeah. You trying to get everybody on the same frequency that you on. Hey, Roy Chess. You think you better than anybody else out here?
Who? No, I said I reason better.
Chess.
I said I reason better. I know rules of inference.
What's your argument for that?
Oh, okay. You reason better than everybody else around here. Go ahead. Can you give us your logic for that?
It's a whole concept. It's a whole lesson plan. I have to do that over time.
But
like,
Roy
break
Chuck.
it down simply. Like, why do you believe?
But no one. But that's a human
reasoning, or your logical capabilities is somehow better than anybody else's.
It has to be taught. That's why. Like you guys think that you don't need to be taught. I'm telling you, without being trained and taught by trained professionals, you're gonna get some reasoning right, and you're gonna get a whole lot wrong. You have no way to verify if it's right or wrong.
So
That's a human.
Your training is a leash and hampers you. It only takes you to a certain position that is manageable by those who taught you. But
say that one more time, Cosmo. Can you say that one more time, Cosmo?
Hold on, wait. What about those who say your teachers and their reasoning, right?
No, you're
is
wrong.
Limited.
No, you don't understand.
So
Reasoning is not an authority thing. You're taking it as a source thing.
It's not I'm not taking it that way.
Yes, you are. Because you just said what you just said.
How you gonna tell me how I'm taking it?
Because you just said it. Literally, you just said it that I have to kiss up to a teacher.
I didn't say that.
You said it.
All things require formula and application.
Will you admit that you just made that up?
No, I didn't just make it. You literally
you just imagined that. I never said that.
You're telling me that
kiss up to a teacher. I said, what about those who say your teacher's ideology on
that is the same thing as saying.
Yeah, how come we can't have a conversation without arguing?
That is the same thing.
Why every time?
Roy wants to be
Roy
wants to be right more than he wants to be right.
I don't understand why there's so much contention over anything.
I want to respond to what Oni Leslie said.
Can I speak without you? Without
you about to get the mic, bro.
You calling you
you cutting me off, bro.
Just call me
Odin. I'm responding to you.
But you gotta chill, bro.
Yeah, I don't think anyone wants to hear each other. Is what it is.
Yeah, ain't nobody trying to hear nothing. You did what I'm saying. All I'm saying is, I get your belief. You don't
understand what I'm saying. That's why
I do understand. Hey, listen, you're not smarter than me, Roy.
The way you cut somebody off,
you're not
sounded like
than
a domestic
I didn't say that.
Right.
I didn't say
that.
I didn't say anything about intelligence or smart.
Like a very
there's nothing in this world that you can understand that I can't overstand.
Right. Listen, what I'm telling you,
I'm smarter than you. Light years smarter than you. There's nothing
say
you
anything
can't
about
grasp
intelligence
that I haven't already grasped.
So why are we not having the same conversation? You're talking about smarts and intelligence. I didn't say anything about smarts or intelligence.
Why? Because you made up a
Nothing I
scenario
said.
about you kissing up the teachers. You made it up. You're just lying.
No, I didn't make it up. You did say that. That's what you meant. Because you keep telling me about what my teacher
bro.
said.
You can't shut up.
No, you shut up. You said it. You said it. You make it sound like everything that I was thinking. Shut up. It was my turn. It was my
Come on, man. We supposed to be brothers. Come on, man. We supposed to be brothers. Come on, man. We supposed to be brothers.
It was my turn. It was my turn.
You
interrupted me.
Go ahead, Roy Chess.
It was my turn. And I keep telling you guys the same thing. I'm not talking about intelligence. I'm not talking about smarts. I'm talking about something that is formally trained versus somebody who's an amateur at something. It has nothing to do with smarts. I'm better at it because I was trained at it.
No,
the same way a medical doctor is better at operating.
Shout out to the police trained people in the world.
Well, those people do it better than you because they are trained. A surgeon does it better than you because they're trained. A lawyer does it better than you because he's trained. An accountant does it better than you because it's trained. You're not going to tell me that you're equal to me when I am trained and you are not at this field. It is not.
I'm a military.
But that doesn't have anything to do with what I'm saying.
In what field? Philosophy?
And reasoning. That's what I'm. Yes.
Yeah, but reasoning is based on many times subjective ideology.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't. If you were trained, you would know that. No, it
has
isn't.
both components.
Don't tell me what it is. I'm telling you it's not.
I'm telling you.
Okay, but Roy Chess,
you it's not. You're
with
not
your
trained.
training, with your actual training, you can't follow all the rules correctly every time.
What are you talking about? I can't follow. Again, you guys are kissing up again. This is not.
No. I'm saying all of the rules. You're gonna make a. You're gonna have a fallacious.
It's my turn.
Roy, you're really sped up tonight, bro.
Right, I think Capone was saying something like that.
Don't interrupt me. It's my turn.
Damn.
The rules I'm talking about are not based on humans.
These boys be getting a little sad.
Time of the month, bro.
Okay, Roy Chess. All right, now let's hear Capone.
Don't tell me about rules that humans make. It is not made by humans.
Okay.
What do you got? What do you?
You guys
got a degree in that makes you so much better at whatever you think you.
I wouldn't keep asking questions.
All right, Roy Chess. So let me respond to Orly real quick. Let me respond to Orly real quick.
Objectively, your reasoning is lacking.
It's not my reasoning. It's called reasoning. It's not mine. It's not subjective.
I think Capone wanted to respond to Quantum.
No, it isn't.
To you.
No, it isn't.
Let's hear the response.
It's subjective. You have no training to even
All
say
right,
that.
Roy Chess.
You have no reason. You have no evidence or anything to even say that.
Okay.
You are not trained. Where are you getting that
I have been
from?
trained.
No, not in this. You haven't. Not in this. You haven't. Because you don't know the concepts.
Why
you know none of them?
Why don't you know reasoning has parts that are subjective and objective?
They don't have it.
You know so much.
They don't have a subjective.
It does. Listen, we can both look at the same objective thing and come up with two different points of view.
No, that's science, you dummy.
Yeah,
science.
That's reasoning.
Hold on.
Reasoning also.
All right, so hold on, Roy Chess. So we just experienced this. Me and Humble just looked at the same text and came up with two different explanations from it. We both reasoned with the text.
You don't know inferences. You don't know how to reason. You don't know how to reason. Reasoning requires inference rules, and none of you know them.
You don't know.
None of them you can even. None of you can even name them. Other than me introducing them.
You don't know.
Only knows how. Only knows some of them because he researched. But none of you researched it at all.
Hey, what reasoning did you get your degree in?
What do you mean? What reasoning?
Yeah. What you think? There's a reasoning degree?
What reasoning degree is crazy.
No, there's a
So what you studying psychology then?
Yeah, I don't have no talk about psychology. I'm not talking about psychology.
Roy about to draw a lot of wrath.
Reasoning has something to do with the psyche, don't it?
No, it doesn't.
I want to hear that logic of
Guess what you're not understanding, Roy. With your misunderstanding of reasoning.
What you're not understanding his inference logic of how a man can have half DNA and still because
I can't hear everybody.
All right, hold on, Roy. I wanted to tell
that smart logic.
Hey, y'all tripping in the
how we supposed to solve world problems when we can't even agree on something simple as a text? You know what I'm saying?
That has nothing to do
So we gotta get these. We gotta be able to agree on things.
Bro. He's not gonna let
none
before we can come up with solutions.
He's confusing what reasoning means. You are all confusing.
I'm not talking about reasoning. I'm talking about agreeing.
I hear you, GD.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
By a process of logic. That's what it means to reason.
That makes no sense.
That's what it does. That's the
definition.
It
doesn't. It makes no sense.
That's the definition.
Makes no sense. Because you're a kiss up. You're doing
reason as a verb.
What make no sense is a person has half DNA is considered a whole person.
To reason.
And you believe it, Roy Chess.
You don't know how to think.
That shows me that you have profound Frankenstein.
We debunking him. Look, reason.
Military.
The definition of reason means to think to
He said he don't
understand
go by
and
reading
to
off
form
the dictionary,
judgments
y'all.
You
by a
kiss
process
up.
of
I don't know
logic.
what
You
this
kiss
is.
up.
Find
Logic is
an
not a
answer to a
logic is not a
problem by
monolith.
considering
You don't
various
know how
possible
to
solutions.
reason. You kiss ass all the
Or
time.
to
You know nothing
persuade
else.
someone
Roy
in a
Chess,
rational
you
argument,
gotta stop
which
doing
means
that.
to
Hold
reason.
on, Cosmo.
That's what he's doing.
Can't, Roy Chess, you cannot just keep yelling over people like that.
It was my turn to talk.
You sound like you're trying to keep the marriage, like you're fighting to fight for some divorce or something. This sounds like a domestic dispute. You hear him talking and you just keep screaming,
Right.
"You can't
Right.
do that.
He's getting
You
stuck in
can't
an
do
absolute.
that."
Right.
Or, "You're
A
wrong.
recurring thought
Bro,
loop.
you gotta do some emotional
That's the
regulation,
issue with
bro. It
absolutes.
sounds
Right.
crazy, and I really want you to watch the tape back, and
Right.
then maybe you'll.
It was my
you'll
turn
be
to
like,
talk.
yeah, that doesn't.
It's my turn to talk.
I'm trying to, bro. I'm trying to help you. I'm not trying to shit on you.
No, but what I'm saying, he's talking over
Go
me.
watch the tape back tomorrow, and then
And
you
again,
and
he
me,
keeps repeating himself. He keeps repeating, and then he tells me he's not doing what I'm telling him he's doing.
bro.
He's
But if
kissing
you,
ass.
That's okay, Roy. He can do
Everything
that,
he
Roy.
does
That's
is that.
okay.
it
That's
just
okay.
sounds
He's
whiny.
going
It
to the
don't
source.
sound
Get it off.
like you. It
Get it
doesn't
off.
He
sound
doesn't
like
know
Roy
how to
Chess,
reason.
we're dominating the conversation.
Alright.
You're just screaming over other people, but
No, he's talking over me when it was my turn.
okay.
I
Probably
allowed
'cause
I
he-
allowed
okay.
him to I allowed GDP to Capone to ask a question, and then he chimed in. He wasn't even supposed to be talking.
He was.
So don't tell me I was talking, people. It was my turn.
Hey, share
I
my
can take
screen.
the question. Again, he's gonna go to kiss ass sources. You don't know how
It's
to
my
reason
turn.
without kissing ass. You don't know how to reason. You know how to read, but that's not the same thing. You don't. You think that because you're human, you can just reason. You have
Hey,
logic.
listen.
A human
That's
needs a
retarded.
double
Listen,
helix of DNA, right?
Hey, listen.
That's
Listen.
retarded.
Listen, when you listen, this is what happens.
You know how to
when you-
read.
Hold on, when you attack
See,
the
he's doing
logic.
it again. Now he's just gonna scream.
Right.
You know how to
No.
read, all right? Over, like you hear him about to break something down. Like, can
Yeah,
you?
he's reading. He's not
Let's hear-
thinking.
let's
He's
hear him
reading.
out.
Okay.
Roy Chess, let's hear
He's
him out.
Let
reading.
him do it though, and then. So what are you just
But
going to be
that's the
disruptive?
problem.
Hold on, Roy
That's,
Chess.
hold on.
You
That's
want
the
to hold
problem.
decorum,
He's
brother.
not
Decorum.
thinking.
Decorum.
He's
Decorum.
reading.
Decorum.
So I'm trying to
He's
figure
not
out what
thinking.
now you're going to do it to me.
Right.
He's not
All right.
thinking.
Now
That's
you're
what
not
we're
going to let
talking
me
about.
speak, and you're just going to scream at me as I'm trying to talk. Like
Well,
you're,
I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to get you to understand what's happening here.
that's
We
the
don't,
thing.
we don't need to understand it,
Cannot
brother.
get people to understand in that manner, and it's very
Not
toxic.
to an absolute like that, right? That's false, bro. It
No,
should,
it's
your
not.
reasoning is
Most people
is
do
false.
is let people finish their sentence.
Right.
He's,
That's what
Right.
I was
he's doing
saying.
something.
And then
He's
Absolutes
doing,
is false, bro. They're false.
That's
he's
what I'm saying.
Right.
You,
something
you're
that
not gonna be
we're
able
complaining
to
about.
follow the
Roy Chess, you
those
want to
rules.
yell at people while
Right.
they're like, it's one thing. It's okay if you want to say something, but you're actually nonstop yelling at people.
Right.
He's over talking me. That's why I'm yelling.
I'm concerned if you can even hear us. Like, where is your phone at? Like,
No,
is it
I
in front
can
of your
hear.
face?
I can hear them. I can
Okay.
hear them.
You have to have
But
decorum, brother.
they're doing what I'm telling them
Bro,
not
you're
to do.
too intelligent to
They have a
be
right to do that, brother.
No,
for
you
this-
don't.
for this to be going like this.
No,
Again, you're
they're
still doing
doing-
it. No, you
You,
don't.
right. You won't be able to
Like
stop
you're,
it, brother.
you're
he's
fighting
still
with
talking.
everybody, bro. Like,
No,
chill
he's
out.
still
You're having a
talking.
conversation with
They're
me.
giving,
You're
they're giving
still
it back to you, brother.
No, Sadiq is still talking.
They're giving it back to you.
Talking.
Bro, am I dealing with ninth graders?
No, Sadiq is still talking. And he's
you're like-
telling me,
with a bot.
he's
Decorum,
telling me
brother.
that it's
Decorum.
okay to do something that I'm complaining about.
Yeah,
And
to
then he
be-
I'm
continues to do
talking
it.
to you. You can't even keep a decorum to focus on.
Right.
trying to
Imagine
get
the
you to
principal
understand what's
pulls
happening.
2 students in the office, and you still over here fighting with him while I'm talking in the middle of a conversation with you.
Yeah, I'm trying to get you to understand what's happening.
And you still responding to him. No, I'm not. To the other
No,
student. What are you doing, bro?
We don't need to know, brother. We don't need to.
He's
We don't
doing
need
it
to know what's
again.
happening.
Look,
We don't need
He's
to
doing
know.
it again. He's doing it again.
This is a bunch of
I'm talking.
clips.
You're talking to me. and
What is
Sadiq keeps talking.
This nigga weird.
He tripping.
Word. I ain't never seen Roy Chess
Are
like
you?
this.
So why is he
Are you?
still
Are you?
Uh,
Are you okay,
Why is
brother?
he still talking?
Are
Why
you
is he
all right?
still? You and I are
It's not
talking.
on
This
you,
guy's
Roy.
still
That's
talking.
it's on Cosmon.
Let
I
Cosmon
stopped
finish, brother.
Cosmon
Bunch
to
of clips.
get
So why is
all
Sadiq
this
still
behavior
talking?
together.
Come on, man. let's get back to the deal, man. What y'all got up here? Y'all say,
Cosmo,
let's finish it up, brother.
All
right, man. I just wanted to.
I see a definition on the screen.
Right.
There you
This
go.
is all I wanted to bring up, right? because we can't let these dudes at the drop of a dime, just because they want to or it fits their narrative or their talking point, change the definition and meanings of things. To reason, he said, it doesn't mean to think or to understand or to form judgment.
It doesn't.
You don't mean to comprehend.
That is literally the definition.
No,
you
listen, he already talking about no. He already talking about no. I ain't even got it out yet.
Let's hear him out, Roy Chess.
Wait, hold on.
I ain't even got it out yet.
You don't speak American English.
Let's hear him out, Roy Chess.
I do speak American English. That sounds dumb.
No,
listen,
you don't.
That's illogical.
I just want to say, Roy Chess, you very confusing at times. So like it's something. At times you go by the script, and then it be times where you just go off when you're talking about the context of things. You do your own thing. Like, so if we can't agree on the definition right there for reason, can we agree on that? If we can't, we can't finish off.
Yeah, if we can't agree on the definition, we need to stop.
That's not a good definition. That means it's not a good definition.
Just stop talking to me. If we can't agree on the definition,
you're pissing up. You're not thinking. You're not thinking. No, you're pissing up.
Read the definition for the people. And
read the definition.
Why would I read a definition? I understand context. I understand context.
We're not asking you.
No, why are you nigga?
Read the screen, man.
What country are you people from? I'm American. I don't need a definition. I speak American English. What country are you from?
You can't be bad.
Roy Chad, stop.
Yeah, right. I'm sorry. Yeah, he's trying to make up a lot of stuff.
That makes no sense, bro. What you just said.
Just to avoid reading the screen.
No, I know how to read. I can reason as well. But the difference between you and I is that I'm not a kiss guy.
The difference is between me and you. I'm a real man, and you're weird.
No, what's crazy is Roy Chess. If you and everybody sees this, like if you're such a master at reasoning, how do you think this is the best way to teach people?
Right.
They're going by a source.
You see what I'm saying? So you can't figure if you can't reason that this isn't a good way to communicate.
Nigga, nobody thinks you're like. You ain't shit, and your teachers ain't shit because you can't convince us with your reasoning.
He has no way to make inferences.
Everybody here is what he reads. A big fat faker.
He doesn't
know. Everybody see that. Everybody.
None of these guys know how to think. The only way they know how to reason is by going by
capabilities are lacking and wanting.
I support the definition on the screen. It says think, understand, and form judgments by process of logic. Period. I agree.
Wait, read the example they gave that, and I'm gonna really test this. What context is this word reason being used in?
Right.
What you're reading here makes no sense.
You
might as well have it in French.
By a process
because you think logic is a thing, you idiots.
Hey man,
it's not a thing.
Man, put him in the back.
Hey, Roy Chess, hold on.
Put him in the back, bro.
Why do you keep insulting people? You call people dummies
because they're doing stupid things.
You're calling people idiots.
No, I'm
smarter than you. Personally attacking people, bro.
No, I'm not attacking them for no reason.
You need to work on some emotional regulation, Roy Chess.
Yeah, because you acting like a bitch.
I'm directly telling them what it is, and they're
I'm
telling me.
gonna let that one fly because you deserve that one. You've called people stupid. You've called people dummies.
Because they keep doing the same thing I'm telling them not to do.
So that one was cool.
Crybaby ass.
And remember earlier you said, Roy Chess, a person could be human with only half a helix. What kind of intelligence?
So again,
that right there is priceless. That's priceless.
I'm talking about reasoning, and they're talking about their opinions.
Are you worship that shit? That is priceless.
Then they're gonna give me a source. And like
everybody, let's let Roy Chess get it out, man. Let's let him get it out of his system.
Oh man,
he about to cry.
I'm not about to cry,
nigga.
We're supposed to have a conversation about reasoning, and then you're telling me something.
Do you agree with the definition of reason?
No, not that definition.
Okay, make up another one then that we can agree.
Doesn't even make sense.
I'm saying everything came out your mouth is imaginary, nigga. You ain't saying
Facts, bro. I'm starting to kind of believe that. I'm starting to think that.
And I'm telling you, you ain't got a degree in shit.
Yeah, dude might be lying, bro. I'm starting to think you. I'm starting to think dude lying, bro.
Didn't he just try to say he had
A little bit. I'm
degree
starting
in
to think you
reasoning?
lying, bro.
He said he had a degree in reasoning. He
Because
didn't know.
it's too erratic. It's too chaotically erratic. I'm starting, and that's kind of very revealing and telling. If you really stand on your degree like you really got it, you own that shit. That'll give you comfort, bro, and to stand on your business, bro. You'll be unshakable. If your shit is half as real.
You getting beat up by a novice.
He won't give you a definition for reason because he said there isn't one.
He said he don't agree with the definition of reason.
No, that's not that definition on the screen makes no sense.
Okay, can I ask you a question without getting yelled at?
Yes, of course.
Okay, and then Kaz asked you for a definition that you like, so that way they can go with that one. And then you said you refuse.
No, I didn't say I refuse.
I know you didn't, but that's what you did. You said no.
Just stand on it, Roy Chess. If it's not right, then okay, what is?
That's quote unquote.
Just roll it off the tongue.
I said that, yes.
Yeah, go ahead. Roll it off the tongue.
If he's asking for a different, if he's asking,
Roy Chess, you're about to. I'm bro.
Yeah,
I'm asking the question. I'm trying to answer the question.
I'm questioning people's comprehension because I'm trying to slow it down, and you still not getting what I'm saying. But you got what I said when I rewinded it. So you refused.
No, I didn't refuse.
You said no, I didn't. I didn't say that.
I didn't.
I didn't refuse. No, I don't have to. That's a refusal. And now I'm starting to question your comprehension. If you don't know that that's a refusal,
that's not a refusal because he's asking me for.
Bro,
no, he's asking me for a source.
He asked you to.
He's asking me for a source. So if he's asking me for a source for him, I don't have one. But that doesn't mean there's no definition. He wants an authority instead of me.
No.
So it's not something I can give him.
You don't agree with this definition. You said
the definition right on the screen.
He asked you to come up with one. He said, "quote unquote," fine. You come up with one that we can go.
It's not about me coming up with one.
Man, are you going to give him a mother definition or not?
You're probably gonna have to, Roy Chess, if you shut it down.
He's asking for a definition. He's asking for a source one, and I am not a source to him. So no matter what I say, he's not going to agree.
Let's go ahead. Let's hear it. Just for kick. Let's hear it.
Let's hear it just in case, smart guy.
Man,
it's an impossible feat.
Let's just hear it anyway.
Easily spit out a definition for reason, but instead here we are 4 minutes later.
No, again, he wants a source. He wants somebody.
Bitch ass nigga, I want you to be the source. Tell me what the definition of reason is.
Stop cussing.
Let's hold the core, guys.
I'm so tired of these dumbass niggas, A1. I'm saying these niggas.
Let's hear it, Roy Chess.
What you're asking for is a source, and I'm not a source to you. So you're asking
me for a definition for reason that you can agree with.
Right. Let's hear it, Roy Chess.
There is none that you're going to pull up.
Now it's time to talk. Now it's time to talk, Roy. Now it's your time.
I said you give me the one that you agree with. What is the definition of reason?
And what would be the purpose of me doing that if you're not going to accept it?
Shut your bitch ass up, D.
How do you know he won't accept it?
That's
the way he is.
To prove,
I know
that you don't know what the
if you cuss again on here and call him out a B word again, I'm kicking you off the damn channel. Play with me, bruh.
Who?
Cosmon. Call him out his name again. Like I didn't ask you several times to quit cussing on my channel. Damn, man. Roy Chess, he asked you for a definition.
I cannot give him he's asking a rhetorical question, A1. So no matter what I say, he's not going to accept
Entertain him. So do it so that way he can reject it then. Right. So we can see if you're going to be right or wrong. I want to see how psychic you are.
Facts.
What do you mean? How is he going to judge it if it's right or wrong?
That's what you said. You said he's not going to accept
that reason.
Can you give it so that way he cannot accept it? Don't argue with me in circles like you just did for 4 minutes prior. Give him a definition or you're getting off the damn channel too.
Facts.
Give him a definition.
So correct reasoning refers to making inferences from information to other information that was not originally given. and there's steps to that, right? It's not just thinking. It's not just being
You're
a human
explaining.
being.
We want a definition for reason.
That's what a definition is. It's
You're
explaining what it is.
No, you're giving
I'm explaining
examples.
the
Give them a
steps.
definition. I don't need an example. Give a
I'm
definition,
giving the
bro.
steps. I'm giving them the steps. I didn't give you an example. I'm giving
That's
you the
not a
steps.
definition.
What do you mean that's not a
explaining.
definition?
You're teaching reasoning. We want a
That's-
definition.
That's part of the definition. Going from one inference to another. That's part of the definition.
Okay, we'll leave it at that. You were about to go into examples.
No, I wasn't.
Do you accept that definition, going from one inference to another?
Wow.
If you weren't, what were you saying after that, Roy?
Wow.
I wasn't going to go into an example.
Going from
I'm
one
sure-
inference to another. That's
Yes,
it?
there's a way to do that.
But you were
There's a
going
way-
about to do 2 minutes.
Inference.
Wow.
Is that subjective?
There's a way to do inferences. There's a way
Wow.
to do it. That's why
My
it
brother
needs to be
said going
taught.
from one inference to another.
Man.
Yes.
Dude, it's not that. It's not that simple, bro.
That's what
Dude,
reasoning is.
fuck?
If that's what reasoning is, that's why the world is so fucked up.
God
I mean,
damn,
my
Roy,
bad.
man.
That's why the world is so messed up. I'm sorry, A1. That's
Going
why the
from one
world
inference to another.
Again, he's not accepting it, right? That's
And
why
what
the
kind,
word.
and what kind of sentence structure is that?
Hey, listen, that's what
Going. What's
that's what you're
going?
coming
Going
with.
from one. What are you talking about?
We just want to understand
Again,
what you're coming
you
with.
don't
I still
understand.
don't. I
Updating.
still
What's that
disagree.
going? What the hell is that?
So if you don't understand it, that's why you need to be trained. That's what I'm telling you.
What do you
That's
mean
what I said
going?
from the beginning.
Going from one inference.
To another.
You mean
They don't
updating?
use, they don't use
It's
going
mean-
in that context.
You mean exactly what that definition say right there. Thank
y'all
you.
Like, are you traveling? Are you
Y'all
traveling?
need to get trained, bro.
Are you
Y'all
traveling?
need to get trained. Y'all some
Going is for
y'all
traveling.
need
What are
to
you
get
talking about?
trained, dog.
That's
Y'all
moving.
gotta get trained.
You may not understand it.
Yeah, lift y'all right paw up.
I
Lift
think I'll
y'all
go with
left
the
paw up.
the definition that was on the internet first. Yeah.
His definition is that same definition right there.
The problem-
Train how to think and understand. That's
Inference is just a process of logic.
That makes no
definition
sense.
on the
Ain't that
screen
indoctrination?
is the
Stop
same
saying the
thing.
wrong words. Logic doesn't make sense.
Ain't that
I keep
indoctrination?
telling you
It
people.
sounds
said
like
the
training
process
is
of logic.
I keep telling you
Yeah.
that
doesn't
logic
have
is
to
not a
make
monolith.
sense. Okay, we don't
keep
care if it
telling
makes
you-
sense.
I
It's
think you've
still
been
logic.
overvoted. I think you've been outvoted, Roy Chess, on it.
I don't care about your vote.
Hold on.
I'm telling you,
Hey,
logic
Roy
is not a
Chess,
monolith.
can you
It's not
tell
a
us
thing.
how
It
logic
is
is not a
slang.
monolith?
So no one's
Can
going
you
to believe
explain
you.
that, Roy
Logic
Chess?
is a slang
Roy
word.
Chess.
No one's
It's
going
not
to
a real
believe you,
thing.
brother.
Explain. Hold on.
No, he's
Roy
right,
Chess,
bro.
Can you
Roy
explain
Chess is
how
actually right.
logic is not
Hold
a
on.
monolith? Go ahead.
Let me share my screen, man. Roy Chess is
Mhm.
right.
Yeah, but
I just looked up the definition for inference. Let me pull it up. I mean, even inference is almost what you're looking for. I mean, inference is the logical process of drawing conclusions based on evidence, well, reasoning. So that really wouldn't work.
Right.
So that doesn't work. Roy. No, you were wrong.
Right.
It doesn't work.
Right.
You can't.
Right.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
What do you mean it doesn't work? You can't
Because
use logic.
reasoning,
Reasoning is in the definition,
of
bro.
inference.
Same definition.
We're trying to define reasoning.
no,
We're
that's
not. We're
not
not going
correct.
to use it in the sentence in
No,
another
that's not
Going
definition.
from one
No,
inference to another.
Right.
To one inference to another. There are inference rules, and I made that very clear in my presentation.
My whole point
Inference
was an
rules.
inference is still
No,
subjective.
inference rules. There are inference rules. Go from one to make one inference to another. You need a rule.
No,
So this definition is not making sense
We're talking
either.
about reasoning. We're talking about reasoning, brother.
Yes, and it requires rules. There are rules to
Yeah, that's
reasoning.
subjective. That's
Right.
subjective.
It's not subjective.
He's saying his reasoning to us.
No, it's not my
it requires
reasoning.
rules in order for
There,
us to
there are
understand
rules.
his
You
reasoning.
don't know what you're
In other
talking
words,
about.
He's trying
There are
to say that
inference
we
rules
dumb
that
as
are
shit.
over
We
2,000
don't
years old.
understand him.
It matters
There are
not.
inference rules that are over 2,000 years old. What are you talking about?
It's crazy though.
It's not like
Because
I'm making it up. They're
His
over 2,000 years
Where?
old. So what are you
They
talking
dealing with
about?
logic
You are
and
not
reasoning,
trained.
yes? Are
What?
they dealing with reasoning and logic?
What is logic? That's what I'm telling you.
Hold up.
That
Are they
makes
dealing
no
with
sense.
reasoning and logic, bro?
Logic doesn't make sense. That's what I'm telling you. What language do you want me to speak?
What?
I
Logic
think
does
my
not
work
make
here
sense.
is done, gentlemen.
What do you mean?
I'm gonna go
Okay.
take it off.
Yeah, what am I say? Logic
Now
don't
he
make
I'll be
sense.
back.
Oh my
talk a
God.
It
subjective
doesn't
thought.
make
said
sense. It's
logic
not a
don't
real
make
word.
sense.
It's not a
I'm
real
Inference is a
sharing
thing.
it
logical
now for
process.
My
you.
goodness.
It's
It's not a real
defined.
thing.
This
It's
is
not a real thing.
Britannica's
It's a slang.
definition.
All
And
this shit is
Britannica's
subjective, bro.
definition.
Logic is a real thing,
bro.
Britannica's definition says inference.
That's why onlyism gonna kick ass in the future, man. Come on.
Inference is the logical process of
You
reaching.
can't use the word logical there.
Logic is real, okay?
You cannot use the
Okay.
word logical there in
First
the
of
definition.
all,
And
brother,
illogical is real as well.
let me finish. But don't write Britannica and tell them what they can't do if you don't like it. I'm just reading this for you, okay?
I understand
You
that.
don't have to interrupt me to tell me what I can't do. I didn't write this. It's from Britannica, bro. Chill out. This is what I'm talking about with the emotional, like whiny stuff. Like, why are you can't do that? Like, I didn't write this. Like,
I understand you didn't write. I know
You're
that.
yelling to cut me off about what I can't do. I'm trying to read a definition to you from Britannica, one of the most reputable sources. Like, again, if you don't like Britannica's, maybe write them. But I haven't done anything. But try to bring some clarity to what's going on. But before I get to the end of the definition, you're yelling at me.
No, but I'm telling you, this is about reasoning.
Don't tell him, brother.
And then trying to explain to me why he did it.
Right.
Like he's crazy right now.
Right. Yeah, it's becoming kind of illogical, to be honest, Roy.
Just say my bad and fall
it's
back
getting
and be
kind of
like, okay,
illogical.
finish.
Yeah.
Like you won't do that though.
Irrational, to be honest. Right.
Well, we're talking about reasoning, and then you're reading something that has errors in it.
Can you let me finish?
You're irrational. You're becoming irrational, brother Roy.
How about you just let me finish?
Okay,
you're
go ahead.
not gonna let me get to the end of it, are you? You're gonna
Let's
cut me
let
off
A1
at
finish.
everything that you don't like.
I'm not gonna cut you
Why
off.
do you think that that's okay though, Roy Chess? That's my question. I really want to sit down and talk with you about this.
Right.
I'm pointing out an error.
You forget I come from a family of psychologists. We need to sit down and talk about why you think it's okay to conduct yourself like this every night when you are very intelligent. This is not okay. It's very disturbing to me because you're bright and I want you on here, but then you do this and it's not okay. It hasn't happened to me, but I'm literally just trying to read the definition. You won't even let me get to the definition. Finish the definition of Britannica.
Go ahead.
Let me. It's not even like I'm saying my own opinion about nothing. Inference, defined by Britannica, is the logical process of reaching a conclusion based on evidence, facts, or premises. It spans multiple fields: logic, deductive, inductive reasoning, statistics, drawing conclusion, parameters, and philosophy. And this is from Britannica. Now you can clean up. Why is that so hard to wait?
So the issue is when you guys are using the word logic, you cannot define the word and use the same word in the definition, right? So when you guys say logic, automatically everybody understands intuitively that we're talking about reasoning. However, there is no logical monolith. So logic is a slang, right? There's no such thing as logic by itself. There are logical systems. And I said this in my presentation that I did on your channel, that certain logical systems have certain inference rules while others don't have them. So to say that there's a logic thing is a slang. And mathematicians and psychologists are probably responsible for that. And I gave this in the presentation that logic, when you guys usually say it, you're usually referring to mathematical logic, which is the proper, correct terminology, not logic. There is no such thing as logic by itself. When people are talking about logic, they're talking about modern logic or mathematical logic. They're not talking about Aristotle's logic, which is not math. So it makes no sense to say something is logical process when it's talking about mathematical logic. And it's not saying that. It's not telling you that inferences require rules. You don't just go from point A to point B just because you say so. There's a rule.
Logic is not simply relegated absolute to just mathematics. Where did you read that at?
All of this is based off of him trying
That's false.
Roy Chess, you know what this is. You know you're full of
shit. No,
the reasoning is false. It's just false. It's outright false.
Wait a minute. How am I wrong, A1?
It's not just regular absolute to
I'm not saying
mathematics.
you're wrong.
That's false as hell.
I'm saying that. Hold on. Let me.
False as hell.
I got you talking over me.
Hey, one mic.
He's asking me why he's wrong. I didn't say you were wrong. I said you're full of shit.
How?
Because to take us this far off of the island when he was simply trying to get a definition for reasoning is absurd.
And I gave him one.
And 20 minutes later, we still don't have one, and we still are trying to figure out the definition of it because you gave us a definition of one inference to another. So, okay, we tried to look up the definition for the word inference. You can't agree on any of those definitions either. We're never going to figure out what you're trying to say. So
no,
I'm
just telling you what I'm saying. I'm telling you that inferences require rules. You don't just make an inference.
That's not a definition.
That is a definition.
That's a function. You're telling me the function of what an inference is. I'm not asking you for that. I'm asking you for the definition of it.
Bro said go from
not how it works.
No,
not
what I'm saying.
An
inference requires a rule. That's not, an inference requires a rule. An inference requires a rule. You don't just say an inference. You have to have a rule in place.
Following all these rules, but we not following Aristotle. So are you following Aristotle?
Bro, and you think everybody's slow. You just need to work.
I didn't say everybody was slow. I didn't say that. I'm just saying that you're not trained. I never said. No, I never said everybody was slow. You can't attribute to
right. Big time.
You can't attribute that to me because I never said anything about intelligence or slow.
No, we're talking about reasoning.
Yes.
And your lack of it.
No, you don't know it. That's what we're talking about. You're going from source to source, and you don't know how to think for yourself. I'm telling you, it requires rules, inference rules. So when I make an inference, just like when you make an inference about the Bible scriptures, right? How do you know that?
Why doesn't the definition say that?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Say that. You just made that.
Because the Bible, I can answer that.
Here you go.
I know
how can you physically touch somebody logically and they don't only have half DNA?
Again, you're using the word.
I can't see a person like that.
Is that
using the word logic wrong? I'm using it wrong.
A Roy Chess, is an inference definitive?
An inference rule is universal and definitive. Yes.
What? An inference rule? What's an inference rule?
That's the whole point. Guy.
What's an inference rule?
That's the whole point.
You just made your word up.
We went right back to the blazing equation.
I didn't make it up.
That's logic.
That nigga just made this shit up.
I didn't just make it up.
Inference rule is logic.
No, logic. Again, you're using the slang. Stop using the slang. I'm trying to correct.
Logic is an inference, is a rule governed by.
And it's not just contained absolutely to the field of mathematics. That's flawed reasoning, brother.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
You said it earlier.
No, I didn't.
You said that's the truest sense. You said that's where it's
no, I
meant to be.
didn't.
You said
no,
the other is a slang and not true. That's what you said.
I said logic is not a monolith.
So
and I said it's a slang.
That's what you said.
It is a slang. I said it's a slang for mathematical logic.
So Roy Chess, in what context is you using logic in?
I don't even use that word because you guys are using that word because you're not trained. The word I'm telling you,
because we're not simpletons. We're not dogs like you.
The proper term is mathematical logic.
Ain't nobody train us. We grown ass men.
Well, you just used the word. Wait, hold on. But you just used the word.
Right.
I didn't just use the word.
Yes, you did.
Said it was solely referring to mathematics.
Right. Yeah, that's the name of that's the name of it. That's the full name.
Okay, but you just used the word logic. You said logic is the wrong word, and you use mathematical logic.
No.
Right.
The whole name is mathematical logic, not logic. The whole name. Logic. If it was a government name, it's the whole thing, not just logic. Logic
where do they teach
you can't say logic is emphatically a slang word if you're using it.
I get what
you can't do
I get what you're saying now. You saying that they use the incorrect term.
So there's some kind of reasoning issues. I'm trying to pick up reasoning issues.
Nickname. That's like me calling you a nickname instead of
not a nickname. It's a short way of saying logic. It's a short way of saying mathematical logic. It's the contractual way.
According to him, it's just concept.
That's
okay,
but
this is why we don't do the absolutes, brother.
According to your logic, according to what you were saying earlier, it's just context. It's not
right.
Yeah, right, that ain't got nothing to do with
logic. Slang, but then mathematical logic is permissible, bro. Speaking absolutes, bro.
It was all just
mathematical logic is the proper name.
But with the word
okay,
logic,
put it in mathematical logic.
No, that is the name.
Mathematical logic
That's
is
the name.
We made that word up too.
My brother getting cut all kinds of ways.
That's what they call
You know, you got
What school?
Like
Hey,
goddamn
what school do
bloodbath
they
on this
teach
motherfucker.
mathematical
You can
logic?
Google it.
I thought logic was just
It's a
rational
thing.
thinking.
It
He
is.
doing all
It
this.
is.
He doing all
That-
this to
that-
claim Jesus
no,
is God.
Essentially.
I never
that's a
heard of all
slang.
this other shit.
That's
All
a
of this
slang.
ends
You
with
can look it
Jesus
up.
is
my
God.
A1, these are the type of shows I'm used to.
No, that's a slang.
Oh man,
Paradome shows.
No, you just
All you gotta
making
do
it
is
up.
it's
Google
not
it
slang,
yourself.
bro.
It's not
It is a
slang.
slang.
Other
It's not
people.
slang. I can use logic to
Other
drink
people
water.
got to
Yeah.
say it for it to be
It's a
slang.
slang. It's a
We don't
slang.
agree.
I'm telling you where
We
it
don't
is.
agree
It's a
with that.
slang
Yeah,
in
nobody
what
don't believe that, bro.
context? In what
I don't
context
care.
would it
I don't
be?
care if you disagree. It's you look it up.
In what context
entitled.
is
In what
Because you can tell
field
the way
that
you're
is
using
telling
it.
you the
That's why you're
context.
getting cut.
I'm telling you
How
the
you using it is not making sense to anybody. Even yourself.
No, that's
You're
the
not
name.
reasoning.
That's how you know it's. That's
personal
how you know it's
name.
not true.
It's
What you're saying is not making
irrational.
sense.
You better go get taught
Hey,
again and
A1,
get
This is
another
what real
degree.
Did you
quick.
see how irrational the
Slow down
conversation has
right
become?
now, man.
There are
Are
books
you gonna
written
get
on it.
another degree?
Okay,
and
let's
read
get some
What
on it?
happens
decorum
is
in
you get
here,
a
though.
real
I don't like
philosopher
how
on the
there's a
board, Roy
symphony of
Chester.
y'all talking over each other.
There are
Okay,
hundreds
let's
of
get
books
one
on
mic,
it.
guys. One mic.
Yeah.
There are plenty
Let's
of
hear
books on
A1.
it.
Here we got a full house. We're gonna have to have some decorum.
Yeah, let's hear A1. Yeah, let's
Yeah,
get some
one might
decorum,
keep
guys.
the responses to a minimum because we got a
Yeah.
full panel.
There are several books with that title on it, so I didn't make it up.
Let's go back course.
Mathematical Logic is the title of plenty of books. You can Google them. So there you go.
We don't have to do that.
So your
We're using
definition of logic is
philosophical.
Yeah, nobody's gonna do that, bro.
Okay, so don't tell me I'm wrong. If you're not
No, your definition of logic is mathematical
there is-
logic. Is that that's the correct term to say it instead of just saying logic?
So
we need to say
mathematical logic
mathematical logic.
is basically reasoning, how you get from one inference to another, right?
No.
That's
No.
philosophical logic, but it has the same.
He is
principle.
wrong.
That's
The term
Facts.
logic was a word before mathematical.
Philosophical logic is a
No, it
word, right?
wasn't. No.
All right, man, I'm confused.
It's more than one type, brother.
No, it's more than one type of logic.
Listen, man.
There is no
I'm
such
not
thing
gonna
as
let-
logic by itself. There's systems.
There's more than one type, brother.
When you're
Always.
talking about
What is logos?
systems,
I want to
you
show
have to
y'all
name
my
the system.
transcript. Roy Chester.
There's
Oh, man,
Aristotelian
you said
logic,
going all the way to
mathematical logic.
It will always be more than one type. Always.
what is logos?
Always.
Always.
So in other
What do
words,
you mean
y'all.
always?
So in
Yes.
other words,
You know
y'all,
nothing about it.
some logic
What are you
And
talking
there'll be different aspects of it and created along the time as we move further. It'll be updated.
Roy got a real
Always.
but it's not.
But Roy
Always.
Chess, you really been
It'll never stop.
But Roy Chess, you know what they mean when they say logic, though. We in America, bro.
You're not
Whether
slick,
it's
bro.
a slang
Trying to be
term or
slick
not.
and shit.
It's a slang term. And
Whether,
it's not
even so, but you know what people is talking about when they say, you know what's implied
They're
when
not
they say
using it.
logic, even
No,
if they're
no.
using the
Not a
incorrect
slang term.
incorrect term.
It is a slang
there's
term.
No, it is not.
No,
It
Roy
is.
Chess is wrong. Be quiet, Roy Chess. You don't get to talk.
I'm not wrong.
Roy, I'm about to.
Yeah, Roy Chess
How
is
am I
wild as
wrong?
hell tonight.
I ain't never did. I ain't
May
never
I
did 7,000
talking
to nobody.
absolutes
Don't
and
make me
shit?
do you like that tonight. You've been
No,
cutting
please
everybody
tell
off,
me how I'm
yelling.
wrong.
You can't do that. You
Please
can't
tell
do
me how I'm wrong.
that. You've been wrong.
Hold
This
on.
whole
May I ask
time.
Roy
Yeah, you're
Chess
not
a
making
question?
sense. His reason is not
Go ahead
making
and
any
share my
sense, man.
screen. I don't want to yield. I don't want to over.
There you go.
And I don't want to be over talked. Okay. You're not going to do me like that.
Here we
No,
go.
I'm
Did
not gonna
mathematical logic or logic come first? You definitely said it didn't come first, and it's just a slang term that came off of the term mathematical logic, which is a compound phrase of two words. So why would
it's not
the compound phrase come before the original word? Like, you
No,
make
it's not a
sense.
compound phrase. It's
But
the entitled title.
logic came first. What we call mathematical logic is a much later development. Mathematicians started using formal logic and symbols to
All
analyze
philosophers know that.
mathematics itself.
Again, what system are you talking about? You're using sources and you don't know what you're referring to.
So you think the term mathematical logic came before the term logic?
Yeah.
No, I caught
I didn't
the
say that. No,
Aristotle.
I didn't. I never
That's
said
what
that.
you
Caught the
said.
whole
No, I didn't. I would never
logic.
say that.
That's where logic comes
I
from.
would never
So
say
no,
that. In
no,
my
no, no.
presentation, I clearly made.
Fast, Roy, because you're so quick to try to tell somebody they're wrong.
No,
You're not
I
Right.
did
listening
not
to what
say
I'm
that. You're
saying.
attributing. Hold on, A1.
Hey,
Hold on.
hey,
You're not
A1,
being
come to
fair.
find out the term he said on
Hold
stand
on.
alone is standing alone before Absalom.
No, it doesn't. It never stood alone.
They just
I
said
told
it.
y'all that.
It never stood alone. You're wrong. You're wrong. Let me speak
No,
for a
no.
second.
I believe
In
the
my
source.
presentation, I made it very clear. I made
They're
it very
they're
clear in the
correct.
slides that there are two systems of logic, right? There's a system of logic called
That's
Aristotelian logic.
Aristotle theory.
There's
Yes,
more
that's
than
one.
one system of logic.
There's more
I
than
know
one
that.
system.
That's why you can't use the
bro.
word logic.
Right.
That's why you
No,
can't
that's
use the word
Aristotle
logic.
Yes, you
theory.
can use it.
Hey,
It's a
No,
listen,
you
word.
I
can't
told
because
you
you
it
use
was
there's many
Aristotle,
systems.
and I asked him,
I
was he going
definitely
off
can
of
use any
Aristotle?
word I want to. It ain't
No, you
nothing you can
can't.
do about it.
No,
Big
you can't.
Mathematical logic
That's
came
Greek.
came later.
That
Not
is
using it
Greek.
correctly.
Right.
That is Greek. That
Just
is
like they
Greek.
Yeah,
said.
What does
you
that have
just
Right.
to do with it?
regurgitated some Greek ideology,
No,
trying to
you
put
keep
it
going
on
to
our people
sources.
today, bro. That I
You
mean,
keep
trick
going to
don't
kiss
good,
up stuff.
There
homeboy.
you
You
go,
keep going to
doing it
kiss up stuff.
again, Roy.
What are you
No,
talking about? He's
What
doing it
A1
again.
pulled up was
You're telling
accurate,
me
bro.
I'm doing what again?
what he's
Brother
doing.
just showed you.
You're doing the no,
Yeah, you can't just
no.
deny it. Yeah,
Like
denial
you're
ain't gonna
doing,
just work, bro. You can't say
like
no to that
he's
shit. No, but
actually
it's
saying
no.
it.
You can't
He's
just
No,
say
making
again,
no.
he's not being
and
coherent.
using words. You're like
He's using
fighting
it
for your life,
incorrectly.
and that's
I'm
Right.
what
not
it looks
fighting.
like, bro.
No,
I'm trying
none
to
of
tell.
you.
Even the words,
You better
no,
stop saying
Let's
no.
hear A1 out.
None
Let's
of
hear
you
him.
have
fighting for
shown
your
me
life
wrong.
words.
He's not ready.
None of
Like
none of you show me wrong.
It's not
I
true. No, it's not true.
every
Can I
time,
ask Roy Test a question, y'all? Can I peace
every
to the
time,
chat?
Peace, brother.
every
Peace to
time I
the
use.
chat. Shout out A1.
shout out
Hold on,
Courtney.
Roy.
Courtney, man.
Roy, Roy Test, I got a clarification question. When you say logic is a slang term, are you speaking about the colloquial usage of logic?
Yes, the way these guys are using it, yes. They're not using it
Okay.
formally.
Okay.
Using it colloquially.
So then he's
We're
using
it definition
Aristotle form of logic.
logically and objectively.
Well, okay, but hold on. There is a difference in whether we're talking formal or colloquial logic. Colloquial logic is often seen as synonymous with reason.
That's a slang.
Okay.
Yeah, it's often not isolated to what it actually is, because logic, technically speaking, is a collection of axioms that govern proper thinking
So what you're
That's not
proving
correct.
is logic is
when
not
applied.
slang.
That's not correct. They're no.
Logic
There
is
doesn't
not
have to be
slang.
there doesn't have to be
Oh yeah, no,
axioms.
Corey, he nailed it. Courtney nailed
And
it.
so he's
Yeah,
using
he just
mathematical
killed that.
logic. No, he didn't. He's
Yeah, he
using
nailed it.
mathematical logic.
He just showed you that knowledge is not, or logic is not.
No,
slang.
he's using it. He's using it slang also. He's
Why
doing
do
the
you
same
want
thing.
everybody to be using it in
I'm
math? How
asking
you
a
saying it?
clarification question. I'm not trying to ask a
Because we're
clarification
not
question.
trained, y'all. We're not
Colloquial
trained.
means
We need to
slang. You're
get
not using
trained,
it.
y'all.
You're not using it
We
in the
some
formal
little
sense.
dogs. We some
So
little
You're
what
using it
puppies.
in
And he's the
slang.
head K9.
are you
And then
saying?
using the
Hold
name.
on,
The
Roy
name is not
Chess. So are you
what the
saying
name.
speaking about? Are you saying speaking of the particular law of modal logic, whether we're talking Aristotelian, classical, or S5? Are you saying that there's at least three formal shared collection of laws that govern logical rationality
No, that's
in
not
the
correct.
classical sense?
That's not
Okay.
correct. That's not
So, okay. So how are you suggesting that my usage is colloquial?
It's slang. Yes, it's not correct.
How am I using logic? Because I'm trying to isolate it and show the distinction between using it formally and versus colloquially.
So
Because I
formally,
think colloquially, hold on real quick, I think colloquially is equivalent to rationality or reason. Colloquially. But I'm saying I'm trying to be in agreement with you, because I also think they're using it colloquially in a slang mode. But I'm suggesting that the application, the strict formal application of logic as it applies to rational thoughts. We're not necessarily talking about mathematics. Those would be other things. But and I'm not saying these logical axioms are irrelevant to mathematical assessment. But what I am saying is that they are essential for the assessment of rational or irrational thought.
So you're using certain terminology that tells me you're using it slang-wise, just like everybody else, because you're thinking of math. That's why you use the word axiom, right? So it doesn't
I'm
have
not
to be
thinking of math.
Yes, you are. You used a mathematical term. Axiom is a mathematical term.
It's also a philosophical term.
No, it isn't. It's a mathematical term. Philosophy doesn't need axioms.
Philosophy doesn't need axioms?
No, it doesn't. Logic, certain forms of logic doesn't need axioms. Certain systems of logic do not require axioms.
Which forms of logic? Well, let me guess, super logic?
No, Aristotelian logic doesn't have axioms. You don't prove things.
And yet Aristotle, aka classical logic, is premised off of.
No, that's not classical logic.
Oh, what?
That's not classical logic. Aristotle's
Aristotelian logic is not colloquially considered classical?
No, it's not. It's traditional. Classical is mathematical logic. Right? Classical requires connectives in certain.
I've seen these terms used synonymously in textbooks. Classical and traditional as it relates to Aristotelian.
They're not the same thing. No, they're not the same thing. Nobody would tell you that. Classical means propositional logic, which is mathematical logic. Traditional means Aristotelian logic specifically only.
Aristotle's assessments were on what compared to S5? Like S5 is dealing with possible worlds.
No, S5 is mathematical logic.
Exactly, but that's dealing with possible worlds, and it's a little more
S5
theoretical.
is not dealing with possible worlds. What S5 are you talking about? S5 in general is not is like, unless you're talking about a specific type.
But we talking about in its formal sense. Roy Chess, we talking about in its formal sense. We're not using it colloquially.
Hold on. So, Roy Chess, I only got two more questions. First, who first articulated the primary three modal laws of logic?
The three modal laws of logic. What?
Identity, excluded, middle, and
not modal logic only.
Had a degree.
Right? Matter of fact, modal logic doesn't even use, some modal logic systems do not even use those. Right, so that's why I'm telling you that's a mathematical term.
Some forms are. Whoa. I agree. Some applications disregard, and hence now you got univocal speech as a like for example, barber syllogism as a and that was the thing with Aristotle. He sort of started us off with the ball rolling as it relates to syllogistic logic.
There's no axioms for it. You're not using it to prove anything. You're not using axioms to prove anything.
Then why does Aristotle have an argument for logic? And his argument for logic is the impossibility of the contrary for the application of the primary three modal laws: identity, excluded, middle, and
modal laws. He doesn't.
Yes, he does. He says the impossibility of the contrary for the application of these laws, because you have to appeal. You have to use these laws in order to test these laws. That was essentially his argument.
That's not facts. That's not facts.
How you gonna find out if it works if you don't use it?
Aristotle doesn't deal with modal logic. That's the Stoics, maybe you're talking about.
So why does he use the argument for the impossibility of the contrary, and for what?
Roy Chess is crazy.
Right,
Can I say something?
With this logic infused into the philosophy. He's actually just undoing the whole philosophy, Roy Chess.
Let me straighten this out.
You won't be able to create philosophy if you undo
You guys are not using the right terminology.
You
guys are not using the right terminology. So how are you correcting me when you don't?
Can I say something?
You don't know the terminology. None of you know the terminology that you're supposed to be using.
What?
So how are you going to correct me?
First,
The credibility
I'm
is
not trying
shot,
to
brother.
correct you. I'm trying to have a dialogue. So
You lost
Roy
face,
Test,
lost a little bit
these
of
other
face today.
guys, these other guys might be trying to correct you, and you might be trying to correct them. I'm trying to have a reasonable dialogue about the issues at hand.
Yes, I agree with. I think that's the case, Kurt. But the other guys, I wasn't referring to you, so
Okay.
I apologize if I didn't make that clear.
Well,
but
then
the other guys are just knocking down just because they can.
Okay, so are you familiar with when and why and how Aristotle used the argument from the impossibility of the contrary? And for what?
Like if you can give me the entire argument, then maybe. But like just that the words you're using doesn't follow to me. I can't connect it.
Well, okay, so transcendental, a lot of well, it's not like small scale transcendental arguments. It would be like not Kantian, but more in the vein of Cornelius Van Til. I don't know how familiar you are with certain theologians, but and philosophers. But yeah, more in the line of Cornelius Van Til. This argument has been sort of revitalized as it relates to the justification for God's existence as a necessary precondition for intelligibility. The impossibility of God's existence would only demonstrate that, in for intelligibility, if there was no God, you couldn't have intelligibility or intelligibility. So that's what the argument is attempting to demonstrate, but like Greg Bonson is one. He's revitalized the argument from the impossibility of the contrary. Van Til, I don't think technically did. Even a lot of the professors that taught Greg Bonson, they never really utilized the impossibility of the contrary argument for the justification of this type of transcendental argument.
Facts.
But this is I'm just giving you context. And again, Greg Bonson has utilized Aristotle's argument for the impossibility of the contrary as it applies to the three modal law, the three laws of logic that he sort of gets the ball rolling on, and which are identity, non-contradiction, and excluded middle. And yeah, so he says to demonstrate the contrary is impossible because I would have to utilize at minimum identity, non-contradiction, and excluded middle in order to argue, in order to consider. If if you appeal to something outside of these foundational three modal rules or laws of logic, then now you're actually saying these are actually insufficient, and it would actually, and not really in a recessive sense, because it's an ultimate justification epistemically. So if it's something outside of what you're claiming is the ultimate justifier, then you would have to appeal to that other. And then that outside or that other is the ultimate justifier, not the point you're actually trying to argue from. So then it would be a whole different set of logical axioms, if you will. And when I say axiom, I'm using it in the it's in modern logic. Yes, you're absolutely right. It is an overlap.
Yep.
But I'm not. Yes, and we can thank the analytic philosophers like Bertrand Russell and all of them.
Right.
But it's not to say analytic philosophy started with modern philosophy. There was analytics going on. Now we're dealing with possible world conceptual assessments, which was and prepositions, and the other is primarily what Aristotle was doing.
No, but you're confusing them. There were two different time periods. So Aristotle didn't have modal logic, and he didn't have conditional statements like if then in the connectives that modern logic does. So
yeah, I agree. You didn't have conditionals, right? But conditionals are relevant to S5. Yes.
Yes, so that means it's mathematical logic. So that's the category. Now there are different names that it goes by outside of mathematical logic. It could be propositional logic, modal logic, fuzzy logic, et cetera, et cetera. Those are the systems. And then there are systems within systems. So again, we're talking about two main types are Aristotelian and mathematical. And I gave that in my presentation. So I'm correct when I say logic makes no sense unless you tell me the system that you're talking about. So the way your guys are slangily using it, it's like it's just reasoning, it's just thinking. No, there are systems, and those systems have principles. And how you go from one thing to another is how to do it.
Okay, so what makes up the system? What is in the system?
The rules. What makes up the
I'm glad we're getting back to a point of agreement, because you were saying that was colloquial usage when I was you saying these laws, these principles, these axioms.
No, they're not axioms. You keep saying axioms. They're not axioms. They're inference rules, not axioms.
Can you identify one of these inference rules?
For example, modus ponens. That's an easy one. Modus ponens.
That's as it relates to structure and form
of an argument. That's a mathematical inference rule, right? Aristotelian inference rule. An Aristotelian inference rule would be obversion, right? You can look that up. Or contraposition. Contraposition exists both, but it's different from mathematical logic. It's not the same. It's the same word, same spelling, same pronunciation, but the rules are different.
The application is different. The law is different. The rule is different.
But the problem with that is just allowing anyone to come in and assert that knowledge is somehow non-binding, and that logic is just something. How we're using it. We're using it colloquially when in fact he's using it colloquially. We're using logic. Hold on, be quiet, bruh. I was quiet. The brother is using knowledge colloquially, but blaming it on us, saying that we're doing it. No, we're talking about logic formally. And if we just allow logic to just be a dialect or a slang of the mind, then anyone can just come in and speak a different logic, effectively bypassing reality and objectivity or a person's argument just by saying that's your slang or that's your logic, and twisting it up colloquially. You dig what I'm talking about? But then turn it on its head. We can't allow people, just because of their narratives, to redefine words. And that's the only problem I got. You know what I mean? With any of this, you dig what I'm saying? You know, it's an assertion that, falls on its face in so many ways. You dig what I'm saying? That we just can't allow people to just change up the definition of things because it don't fit their narrative. That's it.
Whose narrative? Who are you talking about? I didn't invent logic, bro. I didn't invent this thing you call logic.
Yeah, but
not even invented.
But you are trying to reinvent that logic is somehow just dialect or slang.
No, I didn't say that. I'm saying you're using it slang wise.
Well, I'm not. See, that's what I'm saying.
You're not using it formally. You don't know inference rules to do it formally.
Hey, Roy, can I tell you something? I'm letting you know I'm using it formally.
No, you're not. You don't know anything about the form. You can't tell me anything about the form.
How don't I know?
So what is modus ponens then? If that's a formal inference rule.
Listen, you trying to take me away from the fact that you're
you don't know it. I'm not redefining anything.
Redefining what logic means.
No, you're using it a slang definition, especially in the black community.
I'm not. Prove I'm using it slang wise.
I'm showing you that I can
prove I'm using
the etymology of the word logic. Do you know the etymology of the word logic, Roy Chess? Can we do that? Can we go over
I don't need the etymology.
Well, how are you telling people they're using it in a slang way if you don't know the etymology of it?
Because it goes by context, and again, the subject is a field, and it's not what he's saying.
It goes by context, and yours is not the original. Wouldn't yours be the slang?
No, mine is the original. I'm using it the way Aristotle uses it.
But you're using the original, but you don't know the etymology.
Like, do I specifically know the word for word quote from a book? No. I don't need a word for word quote. I understand the idea.
I mean, everybody saw what just happened. I don't.
The etymology of the word logic. I mean the word usage.
It's not relevant. It's not relevant to the.
Not really, because the term has evolved, and it will almost be that's one thing he's trying to avoid is an etymological fallacy where logic taken as either traditional or formal as being one and the same, and also being one and the same as reasoning. I agree. They're not one and the same of any of the three.
Right. So
a lot of people speak univocally. I agree with Roy Chess. A lot of people speak univocally in a colloquial sense about some of words' meanings. I mean, I don't know off the top of my head the etymology of logic. I mean, I know it's one of the most diverse words in Greek.
He buck dancing. We were talking about reason. Now he done twisted it to logic.
Yeah, he's buck dancing because
just keep buck dancing.
I'm not buck dancing.
When he, after all of that arguing and telling you that you're using it wrong, he says, it's context, there's different ways to use it.
I want to hear the logic about how a person can be fully person without half the DNA. I want to hear the logic of that.
No, what I'm saying,
I want to hear how these inference rules apply.
A1, I'm not being inconsistent. I'm saying it is a context that he's using, but that context is misinformation because he's spreading that into the black community, and they think logic is just reasoning, and you don't have to study it.
They think logic is just. So so if he doesn't explain the whole logic textbook when he uses the word, then he's misinformed black folk.
It incorporates reason.
Well, he's not the only one.
Use it in the context because he doesn't. No, man, you can't.
He's not the only one. The whole text started this.
You derailed the whole night for this.
Reasoning incorporates
just you using it.
You derailed the whole night and the whole show and took us all the way down this path because of that.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean that
he was wrong?
Because it's misinformation.
Right. It's not misinformation. You just agreed that it's context.
Sorry, I did that.
Right.
It is a context, but it's misinformation. The context is
there is no misinformation.
Context is a misinformation, man.
You just agreed that it's context.
The context is
and misinformation. Don't give the context. Vice versa. What are you talking about, man?
There wasn't
no. Can I get a chance?
You are doing yourself. You're doing yourself to undo it.
We were asking for a definition, bro. Like, and then you were trying to act like this definition didn't apply. Only in the end, when I asked you for the etymology for the word, you knew yours wasn't first. Then you had to agree, bro. If this was a debate, I would have cooked you and smoked you in this joint.
No, I didn't do anything inconsistent. I didn't. No way.
Yes, you are.
I was not inconsistent one bit. You haven't shown me that.
I just showed you how you were inconsistent. You told them they were using it wrong, as if there is in context. And then when I asked you for the etymology of the word to see if you're using it wrong, you said you didn't have it, didn't know it, doesn't matter anymore. All of a sudden, and then you said, well, the context.
No.
The same thing that applies to them. So it's like, what?
No, it doesn't. No.
They were asking for the definition of the word.
He's asking for a source.
How this all started. We were looking for definitions.
He's looking for a source.
You were refusing to give definitions.
I didn't refuse anything.
What? You said you weren't going to give it, and I had to threaten to kick you off the channel.
No,
I gave you an ultimatum: either give him a definition or you got to get off. And then you finally gave him a definition. So let's not what is going on? Are you okay?
So
that's what I was kind of wondering. Because probably some anxiety.
I'm okay, but you're mischaracterizing.
It's a little anxiety.
I'm telling you the day that I'm having. You can recharacterize it from your side when you tell your story, but I'm being genuine about what I'm going through. I'm not making anything up.
No, I'm not saying that you
know. Let me cover Cam up. That's not my MO. I'm not about to make anything up, bro. So
I'm not saying you are. I'm saying that
I'm saying you is no Roy.
Very well.
His context in the context of the black community on YouTube and debate channels is that they use the word like it's not a field. It doesn't have rules and order to it, that like you could just be human and I know logic because I'm human type of thing. That's what they're spreading. And that's not how it works.
But when a person uses it wrong, you get caught though on it, right? we all know it. We all know when somebody don't make sense. Trust me.
No.
I get.
Oh yeah, we all pretty. Most of us are pretty good at
logic. Nobody's allowed to use the word anymore.
No, you're just guessing without the inference.
Let me finish.
You say something that don't make sense.
Because this is what I'm witnessing. You're telling people, hey, if you're not using it as in the trained way that I know it, you're not using it right anymore. And when we ask you where we can go get the definition, you don't have a book for us to go look for the definition that you know.
Because it's not authority based.
It's not anywhere.
It's not authority based. Why do you think it's authority based? No, why do you think it's authority based? That's the issue.
His philosophy.
Reasoning is not about authority based. Like
I hear the Frankenstein logic, I'm gonna catch you.
Can I say something, man?
He did it again using Frankenstein logic.
Frankenstein logic. That's one of my terms, brother.
I want to talk. Can I say something to you, Rich?
I've caught you using it a few times, not just today.
I don't even know where to.
There's a system. There's a system of logic, not just logic. You have to refer to a system. I will tell you specifically a system.
No, we don't. We don't have to do that to say I was using my logic. We don't have to say I was using my Aristotle. We don't have to go through that.
That's a slang.
Can I say something?
Why don't you use the word accounting?
Go ahead, Quantum.
Why don't you use the word accounting like that?
Hey, Roy, let's hear Quantum.
I'm doing my accounting, or I'm doing accounting.
Yeah, why don't you use it like that? Yeah, why don't you use that?
I do use the word like that.
Yeah, but you don't use the word.
I actually do accounting, so
yeah, because accounting is a field, right? You're not saying well, accounting is just thinking on adding numbers, but using a spreadsheet, you're not doing that, right? That's not the context you're using it at.
That actually is the context I'm using it in when I would say that's what I'm doing. So
no, that's not. I don't know. I don't know about that because most people who use that word know something about accounting. You don't know anything about accounting. No,
what's going on, Quantum? I think Quantum want to put something to you, Roy Chess.
Didn't you have to take a class to do that?
Because the issue ain't about logic.
I watched some YouTube videos and I downloaded a program that pretty much does it for me. All I have to do is input my stuff. Yeah, and I'm still doing my accounting. I don't have to hire an accountant anymore.
Damn.
It's automated and the program could do it for me. I still have to input my stuff. So I'm still doing the accounting. And I'm not wrong when I say that. But you will come here. No. You can't
logically makes sense to me. That's a lot. That logically makes sense.
Whiny, like we've done something
to save money, right? All kinds of shit. Learn at the same time.
You can't understand why nobody's
like. Our reasoning came to that conclusion. That
was a reasonable conclusion.
Right. That's why I wanted to say something. That's why I wanted to say something.
In contrast to not doing it.
So when you use a word accounting like that, people are not going to take it the same way that you're using the word. These guys are using the word logic.
No, we ain't to get off.
You know how somebody gonna take it.
Let me despise. Let me.
Because nobody uses it.
Roy Chess know how nobody gonna take it. Roy Chess know you don't know what nobody gonna take.
Why don't you use the word electricity?
What people gonna take?
You just make up a word.
Talking absolutes and shit.
No more Roy Chess.
You gotta wait.
Because court the
absolutes are false, bro.
Court the barbarian coming in here on the.
Right. If I throw some clothes in the wash, I can't say I'm doing laundry. You know what I'm saying?
Hilarious, man.
It's gonna get so extreme.
This is great for content, though. I give you that. We got 10 hours. We got 8 hours on this motherfucker. Let me see.
I remember what this started.
How many hours is?
And Roy Chess, that's why I said let me respond because the issue is about
6 minutes to 7 hours.
Right.
About logic itself. The issue is the way Roy Chess using the conversation about logic to control the conversation instead of clarifying it. See, first, ain't nobody here denying that there's different logical systems. Of course there is. Like we know that. You got Aristotle's syllogistic logic, modern symbolic logic, mathematical logic exists, modal logic, predicate logic, informal logic. Philosophical logic exists, and that's where we were at. systems within systems, like you said. Nobody seriously disputes that. We know that. So pointing out, this is where you be trying to trick people. This is what I said, what I figured out when I first came in here. This is why I thought you was a skeptic, but I see it all leads back to you. See, nobody's point. What you start doing is you start pointing out that there are different logic systems that don't automatically prove that and start trying to mix everybody up. We were strictly in a philosophical conversation when we started talking about logic and reasoning. You're the one who start trying to say, well, that's mathematical logic. How? When we were having a philosophical conversation.
Every time he does that shit, man.
Because that's what it is.
Time.
That's what it is.
We're already using it in one context. And then, man, you don't even have to say that. It'd be non sequitur when you come with it.
Let me think. Can I finish?
That is the context. You don't even understand.
And then it starts an argument.
No, that's the context.
Bro,
that's the context that you're using, and then you deny that's the context. That's how the argument starts.
But it wasn't. If we was talking about a philosophical thing, how you gonna say we was using it in a mathematical concept? Now,
because of the words you're using.
Of course, logic. Can I finish?
The word you're using tells me what context you're using it in, and there's only two. Like I said,
let's hear quantum.
There's only two.
Oh,
not
man.
this.
That's what I'm saying. This is what I'm talking. That's what I'm saying right there. In ordinary philosophical discourse, Roy, when the word logic is commonly used to refer to broadly used principles about valid reason and coherence. We were talking about that. We had switched to that because I was talking about how incoherent the ideal of God that we were arguing about, and all of y'all were going. That's how we got to this.
Yes, incoherent as hell, especially if you have half a DNA structure.
The problem is
hold on, Roy Chess. Can I finish? I'll let you. That's incoherent. The valid reasoning, coherence, and the consistency, and the non-contradictions of what we was talking about. That's not slang. That's the standard usage across philosophy. That's what we was doing. You see people trying to reason, and we reasoning good. So now you trying to take us out and tell us that you keep accusing everyone else of using the word logic colloquially, while claiming that you are the one that's using it formally. But your own argument keeps shifting between the levels of discussion. One moment you say logic must refer to a specific formal system. The next moment you say, are you using it as Aristotle's logic? Then you shift again and say logic is a slang for mathematical logic. Then you say inference rules are what define reasoning. I wrote it down. This is what you're gonna hate about me. Those are different claims, Roy Chess, and you sliding between them to try to mix people up. And when we jump on it, then you slide to the other one like you playing the lily pad hop and we frogs following you. This is not cool when you're supposed to be here trying to teach us that. Stop trying to act like this equivocation. You keep moving the meaning of terms depending on what helps your point of view, because it all ends back to you want this to be a created existence. So I know what it's going back to because I break everything down to the quantum. And when I mean quantum, I mean the smallest part of the situation that we going to. Third, when someone asks you about etymology, you dismissed it like it was irrelevant. But earlier you was criticizing how people was using the word logic. I caught it. If you go into the police and you trying to police the word and use it, then the history of the word and the range of the word's meanings absolutely becomes relevant. Roy Chess, you know that. The word logic comes from the Greek logos, which relates to the reason, discourse, argument, and account. That broader philosophical meaning, and you know this because me and you acting like you the only one that know this type of, you're not the only one. You're not the only one. The broader philosophical meaning exists long before modern mathematical logic was developed. I believe it was A1 that showed you them slides.
He didn't show. So again,
the broader philosophical use of the term is not slang. Historically speaking, it's the original concept territory that the word belongs to.
Exactly.
Fourth,
you haven't shown that.
You gave with modus ponens, and I hate that because you always talking like somebody, but don't know. The example you gave with modus ponens don't even prove what you think it proves. Yes, modus ponens is a formal logic and inference rule. Nobody's denying that, Roy Chess. But the existence of the formal inference rule does not mean that everyday reasoning suddenly becomes invalid unless somebody done went and start studying and went to school. And you wrong for that.
It does. It means it's unreliable if you don't have the inference rules.
Oh
That's
my
what it
God.
means.
It's not unreliable if you snatch your shirt off.
People been using valid reasoning.
If you're getting cut by that
formal
shit.
logic systems was even written down to describe it. Roy Chess, formal logic describes reasoning structures. Formal logic, you kept on saying logic ain't reasoning, and here we are again back to the same thing because you didn't want it, because you want this to fit your narrative, but it can't. Not with me here, because you see what OLE that stands for the only logical explanation for existence. OWL, OWL, that means the only world logic, and the only world logic that we see is this. You said logic is treated loosely.
You're using it.
Everyone can invent their own logic and bypass objectivity.
No, that's nonsense.
But that was not what was everyone was
You
here.
denied the definition. How is that nonsense? That's objective proof.
No, it isn't. That's not
What was Roy Chess, don't do that. What was being
That
said?
makes no sense.
What was being said is that logic can be discussed at different
There is
levels.
no logic without naming the system. That's what I'm telling you.
If we already in a system, if we're already in a system, Roy Chess, if we're not debating and we're already in a system, Roy
That's
Chess,
false,
hold on.
because that's
If
like
we're
saying
not-
that anybody who hasn't ever been trained, has never used logic before. So
You use it
that would be
accidentally.
false.
No, that would not be false. You're using reasoning. You're not using logic. Logic is a system. It's referring to a system. Reasoning is going from inference to inference, right?
Reason is the simple form of logic.
Logic came first, then they broke it down into different systems.
No, logic is another word for reasoning. Logic is a system.
Logic came first, then they broke it down into systems.
No, Aristotle invented it. No, I'm sorry, he didn't invent it.
I was about to say that. That's wrong too.
Logic?
He didn't invent it.
No, he keeps saying invented.
He just added his own unique spin to it based on his own experiences. Yes. Otherwise, he wouldn't have invented anything if he didn't experience intellectual endeavor.
I made a slip there. He's the one that put it into a curriculum.
Right.
Right.
But okay.
It is discovered, so it's not that he created it. It's not coming from authority. Right. So again, reasoning comes first, and then they name the system Aristotelian logic. So the subject, the category is reasoning. Then the name of it becomes this logical system.
You know what? I seen this before in the debate before.
That's what everybody been trying to tell you.
I seen this. I seen a dude use this tactic in the debate.
Oh, you caught it 2009?
Yeah, it's onlyism.
It's not onlyism. I'm not telling you about onlyism.
Yeah, it is.
I'm not the same thing.
Yeah,
it's not the same thing. We're not the same thing. He doesn't understand the rules. I understand the rules.
What the fuck? I mean, excuse me. Sorry, guys. Roy Chess, let me finish.
You keep saying logic like it's not about reasoning. So you're using the word like
logic describes reasoning structures, Roy Chess. I know this.
So again, you're doing something silly. That's like me saying,
no, you're doing something silly by
that's
trying
like
to say you're the only one that understands this when I've been destroying you all night with your reasoning that you're trying to say isn't logic. That's because your logic is incoherent because you want to believe in a creation existence.
It's very incoherent if you could see a person who don't have full set of DNA.
All this comes down.
I agree with him on that.
You could touch a. I want to get back into that one more time.
Reasoning did come first, and then it was like.
I want to test this logic. I want to get into this inference.
Right, you're using the word logic to mean reason when we're talking about reasoning.
Logic does not create humans' ability to reason. Roy Chess, reason creates humans' ability to logic.
I never said stop saying the word logic like that.
I can say logic how I want to. We using it in a philosophical discussion now, so you know what I mean.
You're not.
Yes,
use
I
the
am.
word electricity like that then.
We talking about logical reasoning within within a philosophical situation.
No, you're making stuff
you
up. Use the word electricity.
Your reasoning is poor.
Use the word electricity instead of logic.
Is
see if you do
poor.
Why are you using misword? Why are you misusing that word out of all the English words that exist?
You said logic is treated loosely. You said logic is treated loosely.
There's no such thing as logic the way you're using it. It's a system. No, it isn't. It's a specific system.
No. See, there you go. See, y'all see what he just did? There you go.
There's a specific
what was being said is not what was being said is
to think rationally.
No.
That's not what was being said.
How do you know that you're thinking rationally without rules?
How do you know that you are?
Is to think logically.
How do I know that I'm not?
That makes no sense.
Because I'm still alive.
Hey, Roy Chess, you want to talk about? Can we talk about that Jesus scenario earlier again?
You're talking about practicality. That's what you mean when you guys say logic. You're talking about practicality.
I'm talking about logical reasoning for living.
No, you're talking about practicality and science.
If I can reason logically to stay alive, then I know I can reason about a philosophical situation. Those are the same things.
No, they're not the same things.
Yes, they
are. That means you got lucky. That means you're going to reason.
So you don't live by your philosophy then.
We're not the same. I'm not you. I don't say things like that.
You don't believe. So you don't live by what you believe then.
What do my beliefs have to do with anything?
Because if you don't live by your beliefs, then your logic is not going to be.
That makes no sense.
Facts. Everyone lives by their philosophy.
No, everybody doesn't have a philosophy either.
I got to stop this.
Everybody does have a philosophy. They may call it. They may not use the word philosophy.
He is right. He says, "I thought it was about reasoning and logic." Was in the definition.
That's exactly
he don't
what
have
we
a
was talking
definition.
about.
That was about an hour ago, but he's right. He just posted that.
It's crazy.
What?
So everybody do have a philosophy by which we live.
Logic.
Oh yes, they do.
Logic is in the dictionary.
That's the premier. That's the premier notion of the highest order of thought.
One was talking. I can't hear him.
Oh, I said logic is in the dictionary. It's in the encyclopedia as well, but he doesn't accept those definitions.
Yeah, but they're using the word logic in the definition, right? Are they not?
Your perspective is your philosophy.
No, that's philosophy is a field. So
and
again,
your philosophy is your perspective. It goes both directions.
Why can't you have a physics? Why can't you have a physics or a
why can't you have what?
Mechanicism?
Have what?
Why can't you have mechanicism?
What you talking about? Like a mechanicism? What are you talking?
Yeah,
a person that live, even having these conversations, what make the debate? Just follow me for a second. Just follow me for a second. When a person creates, even some of these debates, what they're debating is their independent personal philosophies.
No, why are you calling out philosophy? Just because they're human?
Yeah, we're not cats and dogs. You see what I'm saying?
So there's no training required.
It depends on the personal philosophy. Some people incorporate different levels of training, but that's not my point. Is that whether you do or not, you don't have to absolutely have to have personal training. That would be another absolute. You don't have to have training in a formal sense.
Why do you need training in everything?
Right, that would be the question you have to answer. Why would you have to do that to satisfy what I'm asking you? Right. What I'm telling you is that a person. So you have to get rid. See, when I say absolutes are false, it's actually false. When you say you have to have all of this and do all of that to qualify to be this in its fullness, dude, that's false reasoning like a mother. You get towed up with me, particularly with me.
You don't know how to reason.
You can be a person. You could be a high school dropout. I'm gonna take this real low. Just follow me for a second. A person can drop out in middle school as long as they're alive, experiencing over a course of time. They'll acquire values and so forth, and they'll through experiences. They'll come up with a way to proceed in life that they may or may not work for them, but they'll proceed nonetheless. Now, if they decide to debate at that point to whoever, you, me, or whatever, they're going to present their philosophy in life as ammunition. They hit you across the head with it, and vice versa. You hit them across the head, kind of like what you're doing to the people on here. That's really what it's all about at the end of the day.
Why are you using the word philosophy though instead of some other English word?
The philosophy. This is also goes to say that why philosophy is actually one of the highest, the highest degree in all academia, because it's the highest order.
No, you're talking Hotep. You're talking Hotep. In the black community, that's a problem.
So, which like what you believe there now, like you're basically debating your philosophy.
No,
Now you
I'm not.
may say I had training in this field, or I had training. When I've got a couple of degrees in a certain field, I could debate within the healthcare system, and put my own personal experiences to pivot off the personal, professional training. But I'm still debating my philosophy.
No, you're not. You
So
don't have
yes,
a.
it is. Yes, it is. Oh yeah.
You don't have
If
a
it's
philosophy.
about
You
his
have
morality and the way he lived,
And
yes,
to
it
say you
is.
don't have a philosophy is another absolute. That would be false reasoning. I have a philosophy, big time.
Oh, you don't. You
See,
have
and
electromagnetism.
you have one as well.
No, you have electromagnetism.
Your entire life is
And Naga has a philosophy of
every
electromagnet. That would be their
your
philosophy,
philosophy.
right?
No. Instead of the word philosophy, use electromagnetism. Use it.
No,
That in
we're
the
just
same
going to
concept.
use philosophy because it's
No,
about
why?
Facts.
Electromagnetism doesn't think. Electromagnetism doesn't think. It doesn't rational. It's not
Facts.
rational. It doesn't reason.
So a bird
It
has
doesn't
logic to
reason.
you, right? So
Facts.
a bird could reason, so they have logic to you.
They have
Prove
reason.
a bird can reason.
What?
Or does a bird do what a bird
Reasoning
does?
is enough
You're talking
for
in the
us.
concept of human
No,
of the
no, no.
human
I'm
What
reality.
does
asking
a
you.
bird do with a bird?
Right. Don't leave the human reality, bro.
Hold on. I'm
Yeah, man,
asking
you
you.
just starting to make
Hold
up.
on. I'm asking you a
Bro,
question. You're saying logic is about reason. So if a bird reasons, he has logic, then, right?
This bird over here got logic.
So is that true? Any animal, you could pick an animal. If they reason, then they have logic. Yes or no?
Yeah, I got logic.
Hold on. Did logically, did Chicken Little think the sky was falling?
You tell me. If it's reasoning, then I would. If it's reasoning according to you, then it's logic.
But Chicken Little,
I don't use the word
the sky
like that.
was falling.
I don't use the word like that. That's a slang term. You're talking about practical.
No.
Scientific.
Was it okay? Was it practical? Even if you want to change up the word, was it practical for Chicken Little, right, to think the sky was falling because he got bumped over the head?
In his experience, yes.
Facts. So, with that being said, a person who has their own philosophy is just someone who can study fundamental truths, knowledge, based on their existence, and they'll develop wisdom based on their own life. This is true. This is fact.
There is no your
And
own
they'll determine their own. Just follow me for a second, brother. They'll develop their own. Just follow me for a second, bro.
You're misusing terms.
Just follow me. And so, as a person's alive, right? Nonetheless, we're alive and we're existing. Nonetheless, right? It's irrefutable. It's absolutely irrefutable. And so your logic is just flawed, bro, in this context. And so you can't debate the irrefutable. And so people are you're actually not making sense now. You totally you way off. if you starting to question a person's living, if you question a person being alive, having the personal experiences, your logic is extremely flawed. It's extremely flawed. I call that Frankenstein logic.
Do you have your own physics?
You can never question what a person actually experienced.
Do you have your own mathematics? Do you have
your logic is so flawed, it's ridiculous. So I'm gonna finish this sentence.
Yes, I have a book.
So then this goes to the underlying importance of how we all have our own personal philosophy.
Yes, I have a book called Divine.
So as we go through this, we'll develop through our own consciousness, and we have beliefs and so forth. And this will be considered what I'll call empiric observation.
Do you have your own psychology?
Bro, did you hear anything I just said?
Do you have your own psychology?
Did you hear anything I just said?
Yes. Do you have your own psychology?
What did you think? What do you think about it?
I do, but it don't dispute.
I could read it again.
I do, but it don't dispute modern psychology.
It makes no sense what you're saying.
I would say you're lying.
You want to misuse those two words out of all the billions?
I would say you're lying. See, we got to understand that some people lie in bad faith. I would say you lying in bad faith.
I'm not lying about anything.
That's exactly what you're doing.
I'm not.
And see, so we have and I'll say this to the rest of the guys on here. See, we catching people he's actually responding in bad faith.
Yeah,
that's what's actually. Forget the logic. For hell with what's going on. You know what's going on here, dude. Denying this shit in bad faith. You know what the hell we saying?
No, you're
not explaining nothing else to you no more, man. You know exactly what we say. I just read a clear definition based on my personal experience. You say, nope, not dude, what the hell is wrong with you? You can't tell nobody as if they're not alive. What the hell kind of reasoning you using, man?
You don't
so the only thing that's left that's practical and makes sense to assume what this guy's doing is he's talking in actually bad faith.
Don't say logic.
And
Don't
so
say logic. Don't say
when you get
reasoning.
when you
Don't
talk in
say
bad
logic.
faith, brother, you get seen as deceptive. And once you get seen as deceptive, you lose credibility. In my opinion, take it, throw it away. I was speaking for myself. You
Yeah, but
begin to
that
lose
makes no sense.
credibility, brother. This
That
is
makes
not
no
about
sense.
defining. It's
Going
not
by
about defining
emotion.
terms at this point.
It's
Dude's
not
actually questioning if we are actually alive. I would go first and say this dude actually questioning if we're actually alive having experiences and
But he don't
forming
believe.
philosophies
See,
based on
listen,
our experience. Technically, that's what he's doing. That's
Sadiq, no,
extremely illogical. That's
Sadiq,
extreme, bro. That's
Sadiq,
extreme.
no. Listen, he don't believe that. He just questioned. That's why I say I thought it was.
Right, dude. What the
He
hell
just
is
like
going
to ask
on here,
questions
bro?
to try to
Right.
make you seem like you don't know what you talking about.
No, he doesn't
Right.
know what he's
What the
talking
fuck,
about.
Even
bro?
though he's a
We got a
theist.
whole nother issue.
No,
This
he
is a
doesn't know
whole
what he's
nother
talking about.
problem, right?
No, he
Yeah,
doesn't
you
know what
okay,
he's
Roy
talking about.
Chess?
He
What
doesn't
the
know what he's talking
hell?
You need to sit on the couch for a minute.
Right, dude.
No,
Have a seat. Take
fine.
several seats, bro.
I noticed it
I'm
when I
You're not
fine.
in a
first when he
position
came
to
first
question
You
asked me
guys
nobody's
are,
that
you
personal.
question.
guys are in your
The hell?
emotions.
The
He act
hell?
like don't nobody know how to reason, and
The
all of
hell with
us are
that damn
sitting
tree? You
here.
don't got
Hey,
no
Roy,
training for that.
I
The
would
hell?
You
like
don't
to
know how to
say,
reason correctly. You don't know how
hey,
to reason
Roy
And
correctly.
Chess.
how am
Let
I
me
on
be
You
this?
have
clear.
no
How am I
idea what
on this
reasoning is.
website
You
with
have
you?
no
Hey,
idea.
hey,
You don't
hey,
know
Reasoning
Roy
anything.
Chess,
correctly
can
is
I
what I'm
see your
concerned with.
degree in reasoning?
Correctly means you're surviving enough. You're
No, that's
reasoning
You
enough to
said you
practical.
had
survive.
a
Right.
degree.
This dude's
That's
saying no.
practical.
He
That's
says
not
he's saying
reasoning.
it
That's
emphatically.
practical.
Bro,
That's
you're
not
a
reasoning.
liar. You're actually
That's called
lying.
practical. There's a
You
word for
lying,
it.
man.
Practical
We don't
reasoning.
believe you. I don't
No,
believe you, bro. You lying, man. You actually
it
lying, bro.
applies when it
This is
works for you. When it
You're
doesn't work for
lying.
you,
I
it's
know
not
No
what
one's
I'm
believe.
practical.
I don't want no believe you lying,
These
man.
are the people that be
So
trying to tell us that we don't know shit, y'all.
Right. You
This
Right.
kind of
lying, man. You
so
just
this
flat out
why they be
lying, bro.
do
I
I
don't.
do that with every subject?
right
No.
You
there,
trying to mislead people, bro. You
Do I
actually
do
trying to
it?
deceive
Do I
people,
right
do
man.
that
here,
with every
that I
topic? No.
hate so much.
This dude
Not
Do
think
like
I
he's
do
that,
that
slick.
Roy
with every
Chess,
topic?
because
No.
it's crazy.
Dude, you don't know what you tell you. It's not don't know what he's talking about. He's actually he's intentionally lying. You lying, bro.
Right.
No,
He
I'm
want
not.
to be right more than he want to be righteous.
Right. That's you
It's,
No.
egotistical, bro. You're a
you
narcissistic
claim
guy.
you using the
None of
word
you can
logic
show
the
me
way
that I'm wrong.
Aristotle
And
used.
you got seen.
Aristotle
You
used
get
the
you done
word
got
logic.
seen. Yeah, it took
None
about
of you
6
can show
hours.
me that I'm
Took us
wrong.
about 6.5 hours to get you. But
No,
it
none of
took
you can
us,
show me anything that I'm wrong about.
bro.
None
You
of it.
lying, bro.
Huh?
No, I'm not.
I can tell you everything you're wrong with right now.
No,
Right.
Right now.
you're going to
First,
dictionaries.
I'm not going to no
What's wrong with
dictionary
He's
use of
telling people they're not seeing what they're
no,
seeing and shit,
because
dude. You
I've
crazy.
studied logic and I've studied
I didn't
reasoning.
see. I didn't say
You
anything
made
like
up
that.
some shit. You
Yes, you
say
did,
that.
bro.
No, I
You
didn't.
implying it.
I never
Yeah.
said that. No, I didn't. I'm talking about reasoning itself, not what I see, not what I feel.
Bro, you're
Reasoning
lying, man.
Now you're trying to drop
You
back down
lying,
to
bro.
reasoning. Was
How
you
am I
talking about logic
lying?
or
What did I
reasoning?
lie about?
You
You
lying,
lie.
man.
Lied
Especially
about
when
what?
you're out
Watch
here.
this, y'all. Watch
Lied
this.
about
Are you
what?
talking
I'm
about
not
logic or
explaining nothing to
reasoning?
you, bro, because you're losing credibility. See,
No,
when you get
your
caught lying,
emotion.
when you get seen
I
deceptive,
didn't lie
bro,
about anything.
dude, nobody ain't gonna you don't really we get to the point where you may not deserve an explanation. You know what I'm
Are you
saying?
talking
No,
about
you don't
logic or
have
Because you
one.
reasoning?
don't lost credibility a little. You don't
No,
lost.
you
I
lost
done sat here and
credibility.
explained that when we live and we as we go through life, and this is how these philosophers and so forth, Aristotle, whatever, formed his theories and so forth,
Again,
and
that
this
you're saying
recorded in
this
the
is
history as some that
subjective
study in that
authority.
academia,
Why do
academia
you
or
keep?
whatever.
Why do you think? Why
And
do you
so
keep
that's
going?
how he did that. And to say that, because if you send my philosophy as I live
There
it
is no
isn't
more
true, then
philosophy.
we have to take that your logic there and apply it to Aristotle and
No,
say his findings is false as well.
no,
And
there is no such.
when you said his philosophy, we said I don't have a philosophy, then he don't have a philosophy. And if
Correct.
he don't have a philosophy, then I don't have based on your logic, you're using Frankenstein logic.
And that's what I was thinking too, because even there's a debate to this day about are the rules of logic invented or
They're not
are
invented.
they like
They are invented.
They're discovered.
yeah,
They're not invented. They're not authority based. That's what I keep telling
it's
you
up
guys.
for debate.
No, it's not. It's not.
Yes,
It's
it
not up debate. No, it's not.
It's the debate
They're
among
not.
philosophers today. I
No,
just
it's not.
looked it up, bro.
Yes, it is. Your philosophy
it
just say
isn't.
otherwise.
They're-
Right, it's
they're
just your
logical
person's personal philosophy, right?
No, they're
Your
not. Personal,
philosophy says
there's no
otherwise,
such
but
thing
my
as personal
philosophy says
philosophy.
it's up for debate.
No,
Here it
they
is.
can
Here it goes
debate.
You want to
They can
debate it?
debate.
You
No,
want to
they-
debate it?
No, stop. I'm talking to A1. I'm addressing A1. There's debate about what rules go into the logical system. There's no debate about whether the rules are created or not.
Yes, there is.
Name one. Like, give me an example of a rule that's created.
No, not created. There's the debate is whether logic is discovered or invented.
Okay, that's different from what. Okay, I must have heard you different because that's not what I was. That's not what I was responding to,
bro.
That's not what I was.
And so, but that goes back to the
This dude try to win at all costs.
Yeah, because this goes back, but he goes so fast that like
I see how it
needs
works now.
to slow down extremely.
He'll say anything to win.
Yeah,
he'll
try.
like that right there. That's it right there.
It sounded like you changed.
He'll say anything to win.
No, it sounded like you changed it.
Bro, you're just going so fast, and
It sounded like
when we
you
do anything and shit.
No, you sounded like you changed it.
You make.
I was asking you about inference rules.
But look, when you go fast, you also set the pace. So other people will make mistakes trying to keep up with you. I don't want to keep up with your pace. I don't want to go that fast. I don't want to be interrupted that fast.
Okay, I'm trying to bring clarity. So
that does not. It brings more confusion than clarity, and that's
no,
all.
I'm trying.
I'm
trying.
You don't see any. You don't see any professor doing what you're doing.
It's not in good faith.
What do you mean, Professor, doing what I'm doing?
Because what you're doing is meant to be provocative.
If there was a room full of
rhetorical
people who disagreed, there's a way to talk to them, and it's not how you're doing it.
No, they're overriding me.
Cutting people off. No.
They're overriding me. That's what they're doing.
Overriding you.
Bro said to the absolute. You don't have a personal philosophy. You don't have a philosophy.
Wait for his turn to make sure he has the floor because he knows what he has to say needs to be heard. He wouldn't waste his breath trying to talk while someone else is talking.
Yeah, but the problem is that they're using authority to trump me, right? So if I'm not quoting a book, they're just gonna push me aside, right? So and even the person in the comments,
at this point,
even somebody in the comments named Eddie.
I'm listening. The people at home are listening.
Eddie's doing the same.
So what you do is you create confusion by not letting them talk. Then the people at home can't hear them, and then they can't hear you either.
No, they're overriding.
Right, it's intentional.
No, it doesn't matter about overriding. No, you're overriding.
Figures you out, bro.
The only person overriding is you. You override the conversation. You override people's sentences before they get to finish.
No.
You're doing it to me right now. You're overriding.
Oh yeah, you're not slick, man.
Now you're cutting me off.
Overriding is an authority position.
Okay.
Are
you overriding me and cutting me off like this is?
You should be overrode.
That's not the same thing. Overriding.
Why can't you have an
authority on this channel?
Why do I have to argue with you like you're my girlfriend, Roy Chess? Why can't we have a healthy discourse?
We can, but you're doing both. You're overriding.
No, you're doing both, and you do it with everybody.
Right, you're doing both. Right.
I'm trying to explain it to you,
and then I've tried to explain to you.
You lying, man.
I'm trying to explain to you that this toxic girlfriendish arguing is your pace.
That's not.
You said it for everyone, and I'm trying to get you to stop that.
Okay, I'm trying to stop that.
Okay,
I'm trying to stop that. I'm trying to be clear as possible. I need some help.
Act like it.
But
I need some help.
What I was saying was the debate is logic invented or is logic discovered? And there's three different views. There's the realist view that logic is discovered. Many philosophers and mathematicians believe logical laws are features of reality, not human inventions. And then it gives examples, but I'm not going to read all that. Maybe I'll do a presentation on it. Probably not, but logic is invented. This is the constructivist view. Other thinkers argue logic is a tool humans created to organize thought and language.
So that's mathematical logic. That is correct. It is invented by mathematicians. So
that's a belief.
Again,
that's not a belief. That's not a belief. That's a fact. It's
multiple systems exist. Some argue that means logic is a framework we design, not a universal law.
Let's assume that perspective is part of philosophy.
Multiple systems exist. Some argue that means logic is a framework we design, not a universal law. Okay, this is the debate, but you will sit here and cut me off and tell me, no, it's not a debate. Why are you doing that? And this is the
Because
childishness that I'm saying, like, that's going on.
no. I'm trying to explain to you why I'm doing that. Right
Why
there.
you're explaining to me why you're cutting. It's never okay to cut me off. It's never okay to cut anybody off.
Well, you're making mistakes. And
Okay,
then
well, can you wait till I finish so that way you can correct me?
Yeah, but some people are speaking so long that it's hard to do that. If you're going to go on for 5 minutes, it's hard to keep track, and I might lose my train of thought.
I've actually
Then you might.
no.
Then you
You
might.
know what's crazy?
You
have to
might
calm
find
down,
more
brother.
No, let me explain something to you.
You might make more inferences that are incorrect.
Damn, man, this guy is toxic as hell. You explain to us how you don't want us going to these other white channels and getting embarrassed and doing this and that. You're doing that right now. When I go to these other white channels, like you say, I don't see them acting like you're acting. They're able to finish their sentence, and then people correct them once they finish saying all the wrong stuff.
Not if they're speaking for 10 minutes at a time.
And I tear the whiteys in half for the record. Routinely on the other channel.
And if you're gonna make a bad inference and then you're gonna make another bad inference, then you make another bad inference in 10 minutes.
Nobody can. It's not about 10 minutes. I can't get 2 sentences in. You won't
because you're gonna make a bad inference, and then you're gonna make another one, and then
Bro,
another
you're trying to intentionally confuse people, bro.
Now who's trying to?
I kind of got on to the tactic here now.
Why are you talking every time I talk? Why are you talking every time I speak?
But you can't complain because that's literally what you do, and then you try to explain it away.
He mad because people figured it. We figured that we would have got on to you now.
I say, well, I have to because you're going to say it. You're going to make a bad inference.
I didn't do that.
Right.
No.
Right. Get your ass out of here.
Doing that. He's intentionally doing that.
Get out of here, man.
I'm not intentionally doing. He's doing that to me only.
I don't hear no more notes from you, bro.
He's doing it to me only, A1. He's not doing it to you.
Because you do it to everybody.
Right. We on to you now, bro.
We're trying to actually, because you won't allot us the same respect. He's actually taking it away from you.
No, that's not
correct. I can't blame him.
No, that's not correct.
I'm literally begging for the respect, and I'm the damn host, and I'm still begging for it. You're still cutting me off. What
you gotta respect A1,
bro?
man. You gotta respect him. It's his platform, bro.
You need to take a breath, bro.
It's his platform, bro.
And then you're trying to explain to me why you're
not about them damn rule made up rules. Right. It's his platform.
I have to.
Right. Forget your rules. It's his platform.
Rules of decorum because you guys just don't know enough. This is literally what's going on here. And you have yet to recognize the situation. Luckily, I come from a family of psychologists. I'm trying to sit down and hold the mirror up so you can see yourself, bro. That's what Virgos do too.
Right.
We are mirrors. You are literally sitting here telling me I can't keep the rules of decorum because you make bad inferences. He does this. He does this. No.
Nobody don't hear no damn panic attack logic.
Right.
Yeah, obsessive compulsive logic.
Have a panic attack. I want you to go watch this footage back, the whole thing, if you can even stomach it. Because if it was like if personally myself, I would be like, "Oh shit, what the hell? I'm doing that." Like,
that whole slang thing was.
Oh my god!
I mean, this was literally irrational as hell, dude.
And then I would be like
really bad.
My argument's weak because instead of my voice having meaning and speaking, I'm just throwing it out all everywhere. I don't wait for the floor to be clear, so that way my voice can be heard. So that way, what I'm saying is actually felt and means something. It has some authority. I'm just out here arguing with everybody. Like, I'll send you. I do have your number. I'll send you one of them dark psychology videos on this. You don't just keep arguing with people and all of that. It weakens. It's just weak. You wait for your turn to talk. You say it once. You say it firm. If people don't want to agree, you let them disagree. You don't keep arguing. You don't fight to prove yourself.
This is not church. You ain't gonna convert us. You think you are, bro?
Weak as hell.
Everybody ain't religious, bro.
And then you're being rude to everybody.
Right? It's like conversion energy behind this shit, bro. Take that shit and take your own advice.
Like, it's not an intellectual discourse. We feel like we are dealing with a child who's actually very intelligent, though. But you're acting very
right. I ain't gonna say you're stupid or nothing. Facts, right? Right.
You're definitely not
But don't
stupid.
convert. I'm getting conversion energy. I get a lot of conversion energy here.
And you have enough reasoning to understand that this is a poor way to get anything that you're trying to teach across. So that's why people are saying you don't got no damn reasoning skills, and they don't, because if you can't reason enough to understand that this is a bad way to do this, that your communication is a major problem in trying to teach people, then why should we listen to you about reasoning when you can't reason that?
Right. Facts.
Well, it's an emotional response. That's what I'm dealing with.
Okay. Well,
so how am I supposed to do it?
No. Okay. Well, that's step one. Step one is actually admitting it, and then step two is taking a breath. Step two is when we calling you out on it. Take heed to it instead of telling me why you're cutting me off. Say, my bad. You're right. My bad. I know I'm having an emotional response. Let me take a deep breath. My bad. You know what? I'm gonna sit my phone down. I'm gonna take a lap around the room, and when I come back, what I was thinking about, the conversation won't even be there. So that ended all of that. Do that sometimes. 30 seconds. Sit your phone down. Walk around the room. You can come back.
No, I didn't mean I was being emotional.
It's okay, but that's step one. Step one was because you were fighting it. That's why we were fighting. I've been literally trying to psychology you all night and talk to you about this because it's really been bothering me for a while because I want to learn from you, but when you do it like this, nobody gets anything, and it really spoils the conversation for everybody at home for however long you continue to do it, which is usually the duration of the time you're on here. And once you get triggered, at least you do, because nobody else can get anything out.
Well,
and
they're making a bad inference.
usually they're cutting you off back because you've lacked respect for them.
That's not the case. They do it first.
Not all the time, bro.
All the time.
His absolutes is killing you. That
All
it
night,
was killing
you've
you.
been
He's absolutely
controlling
killing you.
Every time.
That's where all this
I've never
anxiety is
started
coming
it first.
from.
Come on.
I never started it first. They always started first.
They're going to keep doing it. Then I got to stop you because you're going to keep stacking them. Dude, you
No,
talk about
bro,
artificial
I never
timelines that
did it
ain't
to you,
even
Roy.
happened yet.
Roy Tess, I never did it to you.
You go
And
No, I'm
future
not
tense
saying
with the
you.
shit.
I'm not saying you.
And here's how you did it to me all night though. So that already proves you wrong right there. The second thing is
skipping ahead into the future, anticipating conflict before
you
it
said,
happens.
well, you were
That,
going to make a bad inference.
dude,
I had
that's
to cut you off.
hideous.
Like you were literally telling me why you're doing the toxic
Before it even happens.
Starting it with
Dude, what
and
the
then
fuck?
you're psychic with it too.
Artificial timeline construction being
I'm being
weaponized,
toxic
nigga.
because
Get the hell out of here.
So that means there's some conceptual understanding that you don't have. That's why you're saying that. I'm listening to what you're saying, but that doesn't change that doesn't make me wrong.
You mess up for having your own worldview.
I told you that what was going to happen, and that's exactly what happened.
Nobody believes that except you, bro.
And even if that's what I was going to do, you have to let me make the mistake to show me that I made it. You can't cut me off.
A1's being cool about it. Yeah, I respect because he's. I just leave it there.
My whole point is that your whole ideology is subjective to you. It's only real in your mind.
No, it's not. That's silly to say. It's not. How is it in my mind if it was invented before?
Made it up.
Or created.
Because
I didn't make anything up.
Who made that comment?
No, we allowed.
I never made anything up.
No.
Definition of reason, correct?
What's up? It wasn't you that made that.
We're not all in your head, bro. Your perspective is solely your perspective. You're not in our heads.
Yeah.
The hell wrong with you, man?
I don't have a perspective. I didn't give you my perspective.
What you speak from is your perspective and solely your perspective.
No, I
We
don't.
don't share. We're not entitled or obligated to share your perspective. Absolutely, bro. That doesn't make any sense. That's Frankenstein.
Who made that comment?
You made that whole line of reason is all made up. What you study and learn and what you experience is unique to you and only you.
I just want to know. I just want to know before we got right here who made the comment about it's only your worldview is yours because it's in your mind. It's only real to you. Who made that comment?
That's Sadiq over here.
That was you, brother Sadiq? I didn't think that was you that made that comment. I thought it was someone else. That was you?
Yeah.
No, that was me. I'm saying his point of view is subjective.
Who is the me?
That's Cosmo.
That's Cosmo. Oh, you talking about Cos? That's Cosmo.
Okay. Okay. I just was wondering. Thank you.
So is everything everything subjective, Cosmon? Like when a math teacher says something, it's their perspective, it's their subjectiveness, or is it just philosophy you have a problem with?
No, all things are not subjective.
Okay, so why is it when I say something about philosophy or logic, it becomes subjective?
Yes.
Why? Why? Explain
Because
to me
they're
why.
built on, even
you
though
start
they're
using
built on
mathematical
facts,
logic.
right? Even though they're built on facts, the outcome is just a possibility. It's an inference.
Facts.
It's not 100% all the time.
That's wrong. That's exactly wrong. That's what deductive reasoning is. Deductive reasoning is 100% all the time. Yes.
Oh my God.
Listen.
No, listen, nothing.
Science
It
invented
is.
to debunk itself?
What?
Was
Say that again?
science invented? Does science take methodology and steps to debunk itself?
Facts.
Does it? Yes, because it has to.
Right.
Not because it's
Guess
a choice.
what? So trying to apply the scientific method doesn't
I'm not using
necessarily
scientific
state that
Hear him out,
anything is in
Royce.
fact 100%, brother.
I'm not using the scientific method. You don't understand that.
Right, because you're making it up.
No, deductive reasoning is not science.
Brother,
Deductive
you're not
reasoning is
using
not science.
anything tangible but what's made up in your mind.
No, you don't know what you're talking about. You've been reading too many psychology
I do
books.
know what I'm talking about
No,
because
you
I'm
don't.
looking at it.
No, you don't.
I heard you talk.
Hold on, but Roy said, hold on.
I heard you talk.
Hold on.
So
It's
you're
not
telling me I haven't heard you talk for the last 2 hours.
You're not paying attention then.
And I didn't.
Courtney want to jump in.
Deductive reasoning is not science.
Said, nor was I.
No, I'm not talking
Hold
about
on, Greg.
science.
Let me let Cosmo
For the
land.
last 2 hours.
I'm not talking about science, sir.
No, you're saying I'm not smart enough to understand what you're saying.
No, I'm
What
not.
does science? How are we using the term science?
That he
Right. What I'm trying to tell him is there ain't no 100%, bro. Stop making these dumbass claims.
No, there is. Deductive reasoning is 100%.
Well, first and foremost, taking that comment, there are no 100%. At face value, it would actually be self-contradictory.
No, it would be an absolute, right?
It would be self-contradictory because it would be 100% true.
Yes, exactly.
In and of itself.
He doesn't know how to think. That's what I'm saying. He doesn't know how to reason properly. Let me say that, not think. You can think, but your inferences are not correct. You may be lucky to get them right. You should be a believer in God because you get some of them right.
Oh my God.
A finding from any experience is always up for debate by another group of scientists or another researcher.
Right.
Just because you use
Is that
deductive
your
reasoning, you come
argument?
to a specific conclusion. Okay, that's fine. Your
Science doesn't
conclusion may be absolute to that particular person, but here comes
did you
comes
just make an
A1.
abductive?
Here comes A1 maybe 20 years later, right?
No, this is not science I'm talking about.
Okay.
Hold on,
Okay,
but
well
Roy
then
Test, did
I
you
stand
just make
corrected.
an abductive
I thought I heard some
argument?
absolutes or something like that. That's why I said.
It wasn't on Roy Chest's part, but I want to know, Roy Chest, did you just make an abductive argument, an argument to the best explanation, for example, for God's existence?
No. I was just, that was
just a caveat.
Yeah, that wasn't like that. No.
Okay. I mean, I thought it was interesting. I just wanted to know if you fleshed it out before or whatever. But go ahead, my bad, y'all.
But that was a different context.
So, can I speak?
Yeah.
Because I ain't letting you off the hook, Roy Chess. You keep on saying that we done.
I'm not saying I don't talk about
I know you don't mean it. I know you ain't saying
it
it like that, and I know you don't mean it. Like I don't mean the way I be talking sometimes. You know what I'm saying, when I get to my regular self, but you know what I'm saying. You claim that you was using the word logic the way Aristotle used it, but Aristotle didn't use the word logic the way you describing it either.
I don't use the word logic like that. So the context that I was talking about was Aristotle's, right? Not the word. I don't use logic this and logic that without saying the system. You guys are doing that.
So you saying that we're using it like Aristotle without even knowing, not even trying to? We're talking about philosophy and still using it.
You're using the word like a general term. Like if I say car in general term, instead of saying I have a Mercedes, I have a Chevy, you're using it like generalized. You're not being specific to a system. And that's what is required to say
Even
logic.
if we're having a philosophical conversation, that doesn't mean we're being specific when we say it.
Yes, that means you're using it generally. Like it makes no sense when you say it. No, it isn't. You have to be specific.
No. Because the deeper issue here is methodology. It's your methodology.
I
see what it is.
There is.
And then he's trying to say you don't have
one. Logic, but what
No,
happens?
that's the problem. Because there are different systems, and different systems have different inference rules. So it's not universal like you think it is. There are some rules that are universal, but you don't know that. You don't know.
How I don't know that? How don't I know that?
You don't know them.
What's
the way
actually
you're
happening?
using logic
That's not what's happening, though. That's not what's happening. Even if I didn't, you still narrowing the terms so tightly that ordinary philosophical discussion becomes impossible unless somebody adapts your preferred language and stuff.
Right.
Are you
Exactly, because you're not supposed to speak it like that.
Philosophy has always involved.
That's why you're speaking in slang.
That's why it's subjective only to you. I told you it's only real to you. You made it up.
Your learning style is rigid.
Yeah.
It's very rigid. It's very impractical to a large degree. You have to talk to people. You paint yourself in a corner where you can only, in your mind, I guess, converse with, formal logic masters or upper level philosophical philosophers, PhD in your mind. You know what I'm saying? But now, when you get out to the populace or the world, let's say you're teaching people or whatever, let's say you're in the university, you can't use that approach that you got. That's just hypothetically. Right.
That's where the slang comes in. If you're not being academic and formal, then you're using a slang. That's why I'm saying it.
But we told you we are.
We know we talking about philosophy.
No, you're not.
If we're already speaking on philosophy, we know we smart enough to know that we're
you're talking slang. It's not.
We are talking philosophy.
No, you're not.
Because we're dealing with fundamental truths based on reality, given our knowledge via existence.
You're talking science then. Then you're talking science.
That comprises into philosophy, bro. Philosophy don't contain just absolutely one attribute. What are you talking about?
What he does is he's just trying to dismiss
get rid of the absolute.
No, that's a science. But you using a slang. You dig what I'm saying?
Using a
slang. To define absolute. You see what I'm saying? It's a
trap. You take one piece and run with it. We don't do that. Right.
There is no trap. I don't trap. I don't have psychological traps.
So I'm gonna mention again. Philosophy deals with this.
Everything that we're saying is somehow a slang, but every time you say it, or we're using it colloquially or slangish.
No,
because you don't know. You don't even know the vocabulary.
You're properly used.
So right, facts. Philosophy deals with a systemic study of fundamental truths. Basic shit.
No, you don't know what philosophy is.
Right. This is
the
definition.
Always involved
reality, knowledge, existence. This is all attributes of philosophy. Derived from the love of wisdom.
He's always involved.
So it helps us become smarter, right? That's the point of being an expert philosopher, particularly.
Always involved,
and that's why we're debating. I would say myself is to become smarter and more wise, right? And I think most would agree that that's probably what we're all conversing, spending 20,000 hours on the phone with each other.
Well, that's philosophy.
Right? For years at that, we've been untold debates, right? And even at the collegiate level, they be having debates at the collegiate level for the same reason. And so this uses logic and reasoning and critical analysis.
It doesn't. No, logic is the same thing.
Yes. We can't really trust we can't believe you talking in good faith, brother. I can't trust that you talking in good faith at this point. To be honest, I'm just gonna finish reading.
Hold on.
I can't really. Yeah, you want to hold up, bro? I can't. Yeah. So we're examining concepts that we live through via consciousness.
I gotta address this real quick, Roy Chess. Like when you say, can you use logic properly? That has an abundance of possible applications because at least in Greek, if I pulled up the standard Greek New Testament lexicon for logos, which is, and there's a lot of different forms of logos, by the way. Yes. This is one of the means by which logic comes about. Nonetheless, Logos has one of the most widest ranges of semantic meaning.
Yes, that's why I'm saying what I'm saying.
How are you going? I understand what you're doing, Roy Chess. I'm not.
Yes, the deconstruction is.
I mean, I think he's just trying to get everybody to come to one agreement on the application of logic by which is being utilized and discussed. I get that. And I mean, he didn't make this all up front, especially Roy Chess, since you know what logos in Greek can mean, and it's like it can mean a saying. It can mean like for example, in the Gospel of Thomas, every statement of Jesus is called a logia. It's 114 logia, which is derived from logos. It's a morphological change. Nonetheless, it has a very diverse range of meaning. It's applied to the modern modes of assessing the universe, logic, ology, which can mean study of.
Facts.
So I mean, it's not limited to that.
Right.
Again, it can also mean a statement, an utterance, a word, a matter. It has a very diverse range of meanings. Again, so
etymology matters. But
it's unlimited. Yeah, you'd be on for hours.
Well, etymology does matter, but we can't get caught up in the etymology. Like there's fallacies not only in philosophy and in the application of logic, and sort of as it is in math. Like in math, when you have a miscue in your equation, they don't really say, "Oh, well, that's in fallacy of the wrong denominator or whatever it might be." They don't say that. It's just a miscue in your assessment. But it's a in linguistics, there are certain linguistic fallacies. We can't get entrapped in the etymological fallacy, which is utilizing the root word and its initial meaning and its breakdown as the standard meaning throughout history, because words develop and change in their usage and meaning. A good example, and I'm sorry for being slightly long-winded, but a good example is the Greek word Christos. You know, there was a big debacle, I want to say last year, maybe 2 years ago, on some really big YouTube platforms over the medical text, the ancient Greek medical text. They use the word Christos compared to the biblical usage. And there was a Greek scholar of medical text that was interpreting the New Testament using the Greek medical usage as its initial usage and its proliferated usage throughout the usage of Greek, where you find the word Christ, essentially Christos. So he said, "Oh, it means to be stung by the gagnon fly. It means to be apply some type of drug into your eyeball." And that, like, if we use that ancient medical initial Greek usage in literature for the rest of Greek history, we will come to huge misunderstandings just when it comes to interpreting the New Testament, where Christos was used well before the New Testament in the Greek translation by Jews for the Hebrew term Messiah in English. So, I mean, it means to smear or to anoint with a type of oil, holy oil in a normative sense, but to smear, to anoint with some type of oil, or it could mean an anointed one. And it often was a title for the Jewish king, at least in Hebrew. That's the primary usage in the Hebrew, Aramaic, Old Testament lexicon. But Christos was the term they used to translate the Hebrew term Messiah or Messiah. So I mean, like, yeah, using the etymological fallacy, we could get caught up and say, oh, see, every time in the New Testament we see Christ, Jesus, the anointing oil that was a drug inside of your eye that originated from the gagnon fly. Like, you see what I'm saying? We can't get encapsulated into this etymological fallacy. I appreciate that. I'm done. I'm sorry for being a little long-winded.
No, that's correct. That's why you're not supposed to go by etymologies, because the several definitions is what I mean by context, right? So if it has 10 definitions, right, I can use any one of those 10 in a context, right? So definitions come from context instead of the dictionary and etymologies, which is what hoteps do. The word means this and the word means that and and then they go from reasoning from the etymology to something like what Court just said that doesn't make sense. And it happens constantly. Does it happen all the time? No. Sometimes they may get it right. Sometimes they get it wrong. So this reasoning is unreliable when you don't have inference rules.
I'm calling cap. I'm calling cap because you can't use logic to try to tell me logic doesn't exist.
The word exists, but the way you're using it doesn't exist.
And
you're using it as a monolith.
And trying to tell me I'm using it wrong, right?
You are using it wrong. You're using it as a monolith.
When I've mastered the English language, and I'm using it formally.
No, you're not. When you say formally, you mean language formally, not subject formally, right?
I'm meaning both.
No, you're not. Tell me something about the form then. Tell me something about logical form.
Man. Like I just said, I'm calling cap on your whole, because the whole point is that the whole point that you trying to deny is, right, that you just turned around and admitted that this is a subjective point of view.
No, I didn't. I never said that.
Right, and then
I never said anything about
then when we caught you lying in that, we moved on.
You didn't catch me lying.
The brother said everybody has a philosophy.
No, that's
and you
wrong.
tried to deny that too. And this is where
I told him he was wrong.
What you get?
So how did I lie? He was wrong.
But you getting your eye punched on and you're crying with nothing to back you up.
So again, you're reasoning by science, right? So you're a science worshiper. That's why you're having problems. This is why you're having problems. You don't know how to reason.
Can I say
science worship?
My turn yet?
Yes, you are.
Ain't nothing scientific about that Bible.
No, I'm talking about you. Your thinking pattern.
I'm talking about your God.
Before you go
I didn't even mention
let
God.
me
Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm saying everything you saying is fake. I'm saying everything you made up. Hold on. Even your definition for reasoning is fake and made up and only exists in your mind. It's subjective.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Not subjective. Nothing I've said is subjective.
Yes, it is. Even your definition for reason.
No, it isn't.
It is. So you didn't agree with the definition, right?
Because it has the word logic in it. You can't define the word logic with using the word logic.
But we're defining reason.
Yeah, but reasoning,
really, man.
So again, reason is logic, and logic is reason. The way you're using it.
No,
so
it's not.
Can't you see what I'm saying?
Yes, it is.
It's not. It's not.
Yes,
You're
it
using it wrong.
No, I'm not.
You're using it
tell
wrong.
Me, okay, let me ask you this. Just be honest. What's the difference? What's the
You're
difference
using
between,
it wrong.
No. Answer my question, please.
And then you're trying to say we using it
please
colloquially.
answer my question. Let me
and then
answer,
trying to
let me
blame
ask
it
you a
on us when in fact you're using it colloquially.
No, I'm not. I'm using it the way I'm supposed to use it.
Because you just made up a definition.
No, I didn't.
You
Let
did.
me ask you a question. No, I didn't.
Let me jump in here. I just want to say that I've been coaching Al, and Al, do you see how maintaining your composure is important? And because you did amazing tonight. You actually sat back, you listened twice as much as you talked, you took notes. When you did come in, you made sure your voice was heard. When people cut you off, you started right over from the same sentence. You didn't fight to get your stuff out. You made sure everybody was ready to hear what you had to say because what you had to say mattered. Good. Yeah, you did a good job today. That's the first time I seen you do it like that. And then we have right next to Roy Chess literally doing everything I'm coaching you on. You know, he one of my Titans, so I'm trying to get him right. You know what I'm saying? So
Roy
good
Chess, you
job.
gonna be
You
a
see everything
debater?
not to do tonight for Roy Chess and keep doing what you do. At least conduct wise and being triggered and emotional. I know it's not easy. It's something we all got to work on, even me, you know. So,
Roy
but I
Chess, you
feel like
gonna
I'm getting
debate that topic?
No,
Roy Chess don't debate.
I don't plan on debating.
Oh.
Trying to mix
Go ahead,
everybody.
Al. It's on you, Al. You wanted to say something?
Yeah, man. I was just gonna say that, man, Roy Chess, I can't get off of you, man, because every time it seems like we're supposed to get off of you and stuff, you'll just tell everybody that they don't like you speaking to others, saying that we using it colloquially while claiming you speak informally. But you have actually, what you've been doing the whole time is demonstrating form that you talking about we doing.
I keep telling
Just because you keep naming inference rule, like you can name one inference rule, like a while ago I heard you say modus ponens, that don't automatically make you your overall argument rigorous. Like we supposed to listen to you because you can name out modus ponens, and it's two people on the stand, and it might be 3 or 4 of us that can do it. But I know me and you know what that means. We've been discussing this earlier. Just because you think other people don't know what it means, that doesn't mean that they're not using it. Like you said, people can get you. It's one of your key things to say it. People can get lucky and have it right. Sometimes that luck is right because that's exactly what they're trying to do. Therefore, it isn't luck. They just don't know how to name it like you saying it. But you saying that you saying that they're not they haven't been reasoning enough in life to understand what's going on in the situation, in the conversations that they having. Formal reasoning requires stable definitions, consistent applications of rules, and clear premises. If we know we talking about philosophy, then that's what we own. You can't come in and say, well, you might be using it wrong because it's just the way it is. You might be. No, we sitting here already know that we're talking about philosophy.
Because they live their life, right? You can't retake that from nobody, bro.
Like in the
somebody ask you, who do you think you are?
He right on his distinction. Like there's difference between colloquial reasoning and philosophical analysis and formal logic systems. But that don't mean that the broader philosophical use of a word logic is incorrect, because we know what we talking about when we sitting here having this conversation. Now, if we was talking about debates and we was having a debate team or something and another team was over there but we know what we talking about. We trying to figure out something else. We know what we talking about. So if I use logic, my man's that Sadiq or Barbarian know we speaking about Cosma, know we talking about philosophy, because we've been speaking in the philosophical sense for the last 30-40 minutes. We've been talking. So we know we done switched it. You come in trying to tell us that you could be using it mathematically. You're using it wrong. You don't know what you're doing. You don't know what you're talking about. You done took us all the way from the answer we was trying to solve on a problem that we was really worried about, and here you is telling us we don't know shit. Oh, excuse me, my language.
Well, you're doing it
That's
wrong.
why I was getting frustrated, because I'm like, bro, you really dragged us all the way here away from the topic about a non sequitur?
Right.
Like, who cares that there's a couple different versions of logic and we didn't give the context of which one we were using? Like, we're trying to figure something out, bro.
It's like we'll be absolute on the
like,
point
you keep
every time.
doing this every time. Like, bro, like, it's almost like shout out Jose. It's almost like when Jose goes, well, you know Kemet. Like, he doesn't say anything. He gonna pull in and bring it back to Kemet. You gotta bring it back to the different forms. Like, bro, come on, we're trying to figure something out right now.
It's just
so that's what made it seem disingenuous. Like, what are you doing right now?
It's just
like, are you and then it makes us feel like you're not following the conversation.
No,
it's like, why would you do that? Because that's not the topic.
No, I do that because, again, the system depends on the rules that you're using. So that's why I'm doing that. Now, if you're not using specific rules, how are you going from inference A to inference B? And what rules are you using? It's very important. It's very important.
We're not
That's
trying
like,
to form an argument in these
what language
conversations right now. We're not trying to form arguments and use inference rules. We know what we're talking about at this time.
Right.
Now, if we was a debate team trying to form an argument, I understand what you're talking about at the time you saying it. We sitting here trying to solve a problem, Roy Chess, and here you coming about talking about inference rules and what we should be doing if we're trying to form an argument. We're not trying to form an argument. We're having a discussion about a specific subject or topic or situation, and we know what subject or inference we're using when we're talking about it because we're the ones talking about it.
Been based on our life, right? What we've lived through.
Yeah, but you're making inferences at the same time. And then you're
Okay, I got a
True,
question.
but then it's still
If we've
based on the
already
person's
all agreed
experience.
to the definition of the word we're
Roy,
using, you can't come in and tell us we're using it wrong.
Roy
You
Chess.
told us that an
What
inference
inference?
is
Hold on,
logic.
y'all. Hold on. What inferences are you making in order to determine that they're making inferences?
Correct.
Because they're giving information, they're making a statement, for example, and then they're going to say, well, this statement leads to that statement. Because this
Are
statement
you suggesting that this is inadequate or insufficient as it relates to addressing the issue?
yes, the methodology I'm addressing, right? So they're
Okay.
making inferences.
What are you doing right now?
What do you mean? What am I doing right now? I'm answering
As it
questions.
relates, that's correct. But as it relates to your last question, what were you doing? Your last response. I'm sorry, your last response.
Making inferences.
Making inferences.
No, I wasn't making. I'm describing what was
It
happening.
is an inference, bro.
That's not an
Hold on, everybody. Hold on.
I was describing what they were doing. I'm not making it.
Do you? Okay, that's fine. That's fine with me. I don't have a problem with that. Do you affirm in any way, shape, or form transcendental argumentation?
Well, I wasn't doing that at all here.
I just want to know if you affirm or deny the application, validity, and soundness of transcendental argumentation.
Well, I don't subscribe to. No, I don't subscribe to it.
Please don't say facts, guys. Please don't say nothing. I'm sorry.
I don't subscribe to it. No.
What are your issues with transcendental reasoning, or argumentation? And when I say this, I'm not limiting transcendental argumentation to a Kantian Immanuel Kant argument.
Okay, so if you don't mean that, then you're taking away necessity, or you're taking away things that are not logically necessary.
Not at all. I'm just, so let me explain, okay? Because I feel like regardless, I think you, in your response, like, so are you familiar, before I explain what I think just happened in light of my means of questions, are you familiar with a reductio ad absurdum?
Yes.
What about a performative reductio ad absurdum? Ad absurdum. Yeah, you know what I'm saying.
Performative?
Yes.
Did you say performative?
Yes.
I don't know what you mean by performative. Is that a specific type of reductio?
Yes, it's one where inaction, it neglect.
Formative.
No, I said like perform, like for example, we're having a conversation, so that requires cut 'em up court to perform words and in certain pitches in order to give inflection and emphasis to the point I'm trying to make. And likewise, your responses, and this is honestly not necessarily a major punch at you, but I do think it is important. Your responses were likewise performative, not saying they weren't yours, but you performed how you reason. Okay, do you understand that much?
I think I'm following. Go ahead. I need a little more.
Okay. I think when I asked you, the last particular question about, I forgot it off the top of my head. I wish I remembered it, but the last particular question I asked you, you performatively reductio ad absurdum yourself. And it only if I remembered my question. I hate that I forgot it. But if I remembered the question, then I remember you gave a no response. But that no response and your continued explanation actually demonstrates some of your own bias and the performative ad absurdum of your own position. In light of the utilization application, because you're assuming, and again, this is no hit at you, you're assuming logic must function as a usage term, as a term being used in a certain particular way, and everybody else is using it wrong, and you're transcendentally negating your own position. That's it. And by means of saying you didn't agree, I want to say this is a question. We would have to go back 8 hours in this live stream. Wow. We would have to go back about 7 hours and 50 minutes, I guess. About 5 minutes or 2-3 minutes, and we would get the actual line of questions that brings up this point. But I think you actually did the performative reductio ad absurdum as it relates to the transcendental argumentation and utilization. And I'm not giving credence to others that think they have a transcendental argument that is sound, because others in this chat, Owl, do not have a sound transcendental argument, neither by structure or argumentation or presentation, because I actually agree with a lot of the criticism that came from Roy Chess as it relates to your presentation and your debate with Suave. You performatively made certain equivocations, and you did not, it might have been a miscue, but your miscue was, it gives off all of the wrong implications, especially because I can find the quantum physicists that actually use this argument in the mode and some of the formal syllogistic articulation, but their implications are different, and they do not see it as a transcendental argument. They see it as they're scientific realists. I don't think I'm a scientific realist. I think I'm a scientific anti-realist. And for people that don't know, scientific realism is when you think the scientific descriptions are actual descriptions of the way things exist and function. The sad thing is there's a major incompatibility with strict verificationist, because especially in astrophysics and cosmology, a lot of these quantum realities they're describing have yet to been discovered or actualized by means of repeatable tests. So it's a lot of appeals to hypothetical small particles of small wave, and there's a dual aspect of certain quantum particles, but yeah, nonetheless, there's a lot to be explained if you are a scientific realist without a strictly speaking physical model of the universe that has been scientifically verified. Because until everything within your strict description of science, basically, as an anti-realist, I'm saying that's not the case. Scientific descriptions, applications in science are actually the most adequate descriptions. That means that they do not require all of the constituents to be necessarily verified in order for an adequacy of appreciation by the description. So yeah, there's a lot of things the community does not talk about. I'm with you, Roy. I'm with you, because there's implications. Hear that, Roy? I know you like that. There's implications in light of worldviews. Uh-oh, Al. You hear that? Worldviews. Everybody has a worldview. Everybody is a pseudo
Indeed.
philosopher. Even actual philosophers can be pseudo. But
Indeed.
it all depends upon the way they explain the world, the way they explain the foundations, and our attempt to articulate the coherence of a systematic worldview, their understanding of the world. But I'm gonna leave it right there. I'm gonna go back on mute. All right.
Indeed. So,
And again,
I want
Roy,
to add
hold
something
on,
real quick
real quick. Let me let this train pass me so it could be a little easier to hear me. But yeah, real quick, Roy. Again, I agree with some of the tactics you're taking in the conversation, and we just got to be a little bit more tactful in light of the tactics. Okay.
Can I? Is it my turn? Can I respond to that?
Okay, I'll go after you. Go ahead.
All right.
Go ahead.
I mean, yeah. First, Barbarian, shout out. Let me respond in the only way I know how, because I understand the direction you're going, but the conclusion you're trying to draw out of my position that I have, my philosophy, like you said, and I agree with you. Everybody do have their own when it comes to you figuring out how to live, and if it's making you think about your moral choices, then I feel that's your philosophy. Whether you following somebody else's or not, if you following somebody else's, it's their philosophy, but it's yours because that's the philosophy you follow. So I understand what you mean by a reductio ad absurdum. A reductio is when you take a claim and show that if this was true, it would collapse into contradiction or absurdity. A performative reductio is when, like, the act of a certain position undermines the position that you asserting itself. So the performance of whatever your argument is or the claim exposes a contradiction. I understand that concept. Philosophers talk about that. Like, I listen. Similar things have always been discussed in that way. But here's the problem with applying it to me and quantum onlyism in this situation. In order for a performative reductio to work, the person's position must actually negate its own conditions for possibility. That didn't happen. What you did was distinguish different levels of reasoning, formal logic systems, philosophical logic, and ordinary reasonings in discourse. That is not a contradiction to onlyism. That's a clarification of levels. You interpreting that clarification as if what Roy Chest and logic means must function only one way, and therefore I was excluding other systems. That is not what I said. That is not what my philosophy do. What I said is that philosophical discussions operate philosophical logic, which includes conceptual analysis, coherence testing, inference evaluation, and argument structure.
I think you just performed for yourself a performative abductio ad absurdum in light of the fact you call your own position quantum onlyism, but You are not mutually exclusive for this being everybody's actual position.
But you have to know my full. I can send you my total argument. See, what y'all heard in the debate was just a skeleton. That wasn't even. That was just. All I had to use was three of my.
You just consented the necessary preconditions for the reality of your own disposition as a worldview, as a necessary worldview.
As a necessary worldview.
You kind of
yes, because this is a worldview that no one has had, not in the way that I have it. That's why I tell you, the way that I have it is just different. You suggest my response to transcendental argument.
No, sir. I'm saying that if you are quantum onlyism, and this is the perspective that you are defending, rationalizing, and explaining, it must and only be the only position that is actual.
Yeah, because we know that there is
one. I'm sorry, A1. Forget possible world. All right, forget a possible world. Because if a possible world is true, then that means your own position is relative.
Those are possible world. When somebody has an ideal about a world.
I said if it's true and actualized by means of the next person's mind or the actual states of reality.
It's happening within one existence. I don't care. We're in the same
existence. Then therefore, you just, again, performatively reductio ad absurdum your own disposition. Quantum onlyism is true for me and only me. Therefore, it is not absolutely true for everybody. And it's actually a conundrum in terms, a contradiction in terms, if it's only quantum.
But then you have to say what the absurd part is, Barbarian.
Only.
What's the absurd part about
only? Tell me what is excluded in light of only.
What? No, that's what you gotta tell me.
Yes. Ain't no what. No, it's yes. Tell me what is excluded in light of an only position.
All other explanations.
Interesting. So tell me, how did you just make the statement? How did you just make the statement that, hey, you only heard a skeleton of my position?
Correct.
The skeleton of your position should actually encompass the rest of your position. This demonstrates.
It does.
No, it doesn't. Because he just said that it's actually not only.
But the only reason, but I'm telling you, there's different levels to my argument. I didn't have to give my total argument because I wasn't trying to prove that we should.
You did not give it. So now you're demonstrating you did not give an action.
Prove that time and nature acts together.
That's cool. Then you should have had a different argument in order to demonstrate that aspect of your argument.
It was about. I don't have to use all my.
You said you were presenting a transcendental argument. So do you understand what the? Do you understand? Listen, sir. Do you understand the attempt of what transcendental arguments are attempting to do, regardless of if they fail or don't fail? Regardless of if they fail or don't. Do you understand what they attempt to do?
Do you understand what I done?
Yes, you gave a skeleton that doesn't actually encompass the reality of your entire argument, which is a failure as it relates to a possible transcendental argument.
It does. Do you want my total argument? You can see it.
The total argument would have had to have been the initial argument. Therefore, if you have more to articulate, you have already articulated. You have already articulated.
What was me and him arguing?
Quantum onlyism. I actually do not remember the particular topic of the debate.
Yeah, that's why. And that's the whole thing. That's what I'm saying.
I remember that it was relative to quantum onlyism. I remember it being relevant to quantum onlyism. That's about it. But outside of that,
you shouldn't even be speaking.
What was it or was it not relative to quantum onlyism?
Can I finish speaking, Mr. Barbarian?
I don't have a problem with that, but please, since you asked what was the debate about, please inform the audience and myself. Inform me. What was the topic of your debate?
That's
and I'll go on mute.
Because transcendental arguments are not simply about scientific descriptions. A transcendental argument asks what must be true for certain experiences, knowledge, and reasoning to be possible at all. Okay? That is a philosophical move, not a scientific one. So when you say that some quantum physics use similar structures, but treat them as scientific realism, because that's where I see where I got to get you at, because I see what your belief is. Thank you for giving it to me. I can eat it up with onlyism. Now it's onlyism against realism, and I'm going to show you where realism fails. See, realism, scientific realism rather than transcendental arguments. And so this is why this ain't surprising, because scientists and philosophers are often working at different explanatory levels.
Are you reading?
So scientific realism says that scientific theories describe the structure of reality itself. Scientific anti-realism says that theories are instruments that successfully model observations.
Now, which one did I say I was?
You said you are a scientific realist.
False. Thank you for not listening well.
Now you're switching on me, huh?
I did not switch on you.
Oh, I must have misheard you. I'm sorry. What did you say you was?
I'm a scientific anti-realist. If you want to know the exact position I hold, I'm a constructive empiricist. And if you want to know who actually proposed and articulated this view very positively with quite a bit of good reception, it was Bas van Francine in the 80s. And furthermore,
you say it's
you
who?
can Google Bas van Francine and constructive empiricism.
No,
it's an anti-realist. It's an anti-realist perspective. I mean, I'm giving you a cheat sheet that you're going to still misinterpret, misapply, and misunderstand. It seems.
Imperialism or empiricism?
This is why I gave it. And he proposed constructive empiricism. The language he used, and this is going to be the second time I explain this, was that scientific theories do not require the necessary proof for the unseeable. He talked about the seeable and the unseeable. And he also talked within scientific theories. He also talks about how scientific theories against scientific realists are not actual descriptions of the universe because they don't have all the constituents evidenced by means of the mathematics or the theoretical construction. And he says that this is not needed because science is aiming at an adequate description of the universe. That's constructive empiricism. Did Google tell you what I just told you? It's an anti-realist perspective.
Man, I'm listening to you, Barbarian. I've been listening to you all night. You smart.
Okay, well, you can Google it. Bas van Francine.
Yeah,
okay.
No. I believe I told you I done studied philosophy.
Yeah, now I'll let you know right now, he does not agree with the very ambitious mode that I would hold to for transcendental arguments.
Yeah. I'm gonna show you why my mode is better.
He does not agree with the very ambitious mode of transcendental arguments that you're trying to utilize either.
Yeah, I bet. I'm just show you why you should. Constructive empiricism and onlyism. We deal with. See, I want y'all to know. I want y'all to know that in my studies and travels to form this philosophy, I have already got material with me running onlyism against these other isms. So this is why I have this material already, guys. So don't be surprised. Okay, I already have this because I've already gone through these. And constructive empiricism is a philosophy of science. Onlyism is a philosophy of existence. That's the first thing that has to be made clear. Constructive empiricism mainly from Bosban Franzen, who he was just talking about, says the goal of science is empirical adequacy. In other words, a scientific theory only needs to correctly describe and predict what we observe. It does not require belief that the unobservable things the theory talks about are real. So
thank you for quoting me almost verbatim.
So when physics talks about quarks and strings and dark matter and
correct.
wave functions or hypothetical particles, the constructive empiricist says, as long as the theory predicts the observable world correctly, we accept the theory as empirically adequate.
Correct.
They suspend belief about whether the
unobservable
exists.
Unobservable entities actually exist.
Yeah. So the position is basically science explains what we observe. Science does not necessarily tell us what ultimate reality is.
Yes.
Now, onlyism is operating at a totally different level entirely.
Exactly. Exactly, which demonstrates the futility of your own argument and position.
So can I finish, please? I just ran down what you is. Now let me tell you what I am. Onlyism is not trying to say what particles exist or what mathematical structure physics use. Onlyism asks a deeper question than that, Mr. Barbarian. What must be true for anything to exist at all is the question that quantum onlyism asks. That is a metaphysical and transcendental question. Onlyism answers the question with the claim that existence requires the union of time and nature.
And that's exactly where the argument fails.
Can I finish? Damn, I haven't even started the argument yet.
I mean, I hear you because I heard your explanation the other day after the debate. And this is where the explanation fails. You can actually have quantum vertical.
I gave you the explanation.
I can give you guys. I can give everybody in the chat a clear scientific. Okay, go ahead, bro. Go
I
ahead.
even gave you my explanation.
Did
you keep on talking about an argument? Does Mother Nature need Father Time to exist? And you going to try to say that this is the only argument? This isn't the only argument.
Let him land this plane, Quantum.
Go ahead. Go ahead. No, I'm gonna let him go. Let him go.
I was telling him to let you land your plane. Let him land his plane. You
were I want Quantum to continue.
Okay, go ahead. Quantum, it's on you.
My bad. I muted. I thought I was muted and then muted up and was talking. My bad. Barbara, the argument that me and him, the debate that me and him had was not about my argument on my philosophy. Do you understand that? I guess that's what I should say first.
I would have definitely got a different impression in light of the way you argued.
Of course you would have. That's because you don't know
so
the total
that demonstrates
argument.
Your intention in light of the debate was contrary to what you're trying to say the debate was about?
Yeah, me and his debate was about, does nature need time to exist?
What was the exact debate topic, please?
Transcendental argument for the necessity of existence.
Yeah, but see, the necessity of existence does not necessitate the equivalence or the unifocality of existence with nature and time as a coherent unit. Okay, it does not necessitate. You can have nature. Hold on. Let me give you an example. You can have quantum flux that causes, in some way, shape, or form, according to Lawrence Krauss's theory, because he understands quantum flux outside of the Hilbert space that we are currently in as nothing, and yet it's virtual particles popping in and out of existence in order to cause this Hilbert space time and classical space-time, because he functions off of classical space-time. So, and he's saying that classical space-time was forged out of virtual particles, quantum flux outside of a vacuum, outside of some type of, well, I mean, I can't necessarily say he's arguing that flux happens outside of some type of space, because he doesn't think this happens outside of a vacuum. You are required by means of quantum physics to have some type of Hilbert space, some type of theoretical space constructs that allow for the assessment of location for any quantum particle.
Yeah, that's time and nature.
What? That's not time. This is prior to classical space-time coming into existence.
Yeah, time and nature has existed.
No. It hasn't existed yet, but yet these virtual particles do.
Okay.
Right.
Hold on, I'm just to show you something. I need to.
This is like, and a lot of people don't understand this part, but
Google Drive.
The only real difference from my assessment at least, the only real difference between, say, Borde-Guth-Vilenkin theorem, as popularized theologically by William Lane Craig, and the universe out of nothing work from Lawrence Krauss, the only difference scientifically is Lawrence Krauss understands quantum flux happening in some way, shape, or form outside or prior to Hilbert space and also classical space-time. That's the only difference. Now, he might construct it in some type of, he has to construct these quantum fluxes in some type of space paradigm. Hilbert space is like a traditional theoretical physics space constraint in order to do dynamics. But technically speaking, he's saying that this space is nothing. He just quantifies it, nothingness, as a form of vertical particle fluctuation, of a virtual particle fluctuation, as it relates to fluctuations in very small particle analysis or quantum flux. So that's the only difference. He has some type of Hilbert space that constraints and allows him to do the mathematics, do the dynamics, but you can actually see in a Nobel conference, I don't think this is like for the Peace Prize, but in a Nobel conference on YouTube, Lawrence Krauss, you can look it up. There was a black man asked him this question. He said, how can you have dynamics without space? Because the whole point of his argument is that virtual particles fluxed, causing classic space-time to form, and this could be normative. That was Krauss's, and so the question was posed to him. He said, I don't know, maybe one of these students in the audience will figure it out. Science of the gaps, if you will. But and that's a pejorative punch at those that are pro-science. But yeah, he said, oh, maybe one of the students in the audience, one of the people watching this lecture, I don't know. But this is essential for his own paradigm to function, a universe from nothing. And by the way,
don't disagree.
virtual particles,
like I said, I ain't never tried to.
Virtual particles can exist but not be physical matter. Quantum includes virtual assessments.
I've never disagreed with any of those assumptions. I told you that time and nature.
Do you know what virtual means?
Share my screen? Can you share my screen? Can my
screen? Oh, but real quick, before we share the screen, do you know what virtual means?
Virtual.
Yes, as it relates to like quantum flux.
Like virtual particles?
Yes.
Possibilities. Are we talking about the possibilities?
They're calculated points. They're calculated points within a dynamic field of assessment. The space is a dynamic field of assessment. Okay. So, because so far outside of a dynamic field of assessment, you cannot make assessments. But what also must exist is space. And according to your own argument, this is just part of the assessment. This is why when we went over your argument, I asked you the question about where's space, because you never said, I'm speaking of classical space-time.
You should question no more.
And so I wanted to know your theory of space, not only if and how it relates to time, but I mean, like if you said, oh, I agree to classical space-time, that would have been it. I wouldn't need it to, how do they relate? Those are two different things. But yeah, go ahead.
My bad. I thought I was my bad. Can you show my screen? A1, is A1 out?
I'm here.
Oh, can you share my screen, please? Okay. This is my white paper. Please, don't nobody try to read chest. Please read. This is my this is my philosophy in a nutshell for you. This is one of my white papers. Quantum onlyism argues that existence has a minimal testable floor, ordered update, constraint and form. This paper states the complete only argument as a single coherent chain from closure, no outside of existence, to intelligibility requirements, to the equivalence claim existence, if and only if time and nature obtain. And finally, to the functional titles of God, which is time, Fati, and goddess, Mother Nature, without implying intention, worship, or any supernatural agent. So do you understand that abstract?
I do, but do you understand that you're making existence contingent? This is not a necessary argument of existence. This is a necessary argument for contingency.
I haven't even gave the argument yet.
This is a necessary argument for contingency.
You don't want the argument, do you?
I'm reading it. I'm listening to the way you're describing it. And I'm telling you, sir, you're necessarily arguing existence is dependent upon the conjoined unification of time, Father Time, and Mother Nature.
No, not the conjoined unification, just the togetherness.
What's the difference from your perspective in light of my language of your togetherness?
If you got a cake, if you're trying to make a cake and you got the ingredients right there on the counter together. Until you mix them into union, they're just ingredients that exist together.
No, they're ingredients that exist separately. They're ingredients that exist separately. And now you have existence dependent upon their separateness.
Can I finish my argument? We ain't even got to it. We still got definitions that we got to agree to. The argument is way down here. Can we get to the argument? We still got to go through all this because this is a philosophical worldview. It ain't just somebody saying something. and believe in somebody else's shit. See, what you got to do is answer for that claim that you was talking about.
You took somebody else's theorem.
Don't agree with
took somebody else's theorem and you applied it to you. It seems as if I do. I'm not going to deny the fact that I used, sir.
You just said
it. Listen. I'm not going to deny I use other people than myself formal syllogisms in order to articulate my own worldview in the most simplistic mode. Because I think my worldview is much more ambitious than yours. I think it actually does hold up to the criteria that is necessary for my worldview to be true.
You want to debate our worldviews?
Sir, you just had a debate about this.
You want to debate? No, we didn't. I had a debate.
I asked you to repeat the actual topic, and you won't articulate the actual topic of the debate.
You want to debate?
I asked you to repeat the topic of your last debate. You have yet to repeat the topic of your last debate.
Time to exist.
Does nature need time to exist? According to the way you're explaining it, no. They can exist separately without being unified or together. In fact, the analogy you gave just demonstrated that.
What are you trying to go to? Are you being disingenuous here?
And your analogy makes existence predicated upon two different objects, not itself.
Me and Suave Boss's argument. That argument's taking place. Do you want to compare your worldview with my worldview and see whose worldview stands up? If not, I don't even want to talk to you no more.
I mean, we're doing it right now in a sense.
No, we're not.
I'm demonstrating failures within your own worldview by means of your own articulation, because this is your own articulation. I've already stated an assessment of the syllogism you used and your own. Excuse you, sir.
Will you tell me how we get to God and Goddess in my argument?
Come on now. No, you're pulling a Roy Chess, man. Let him finish.
My bad. You tell me how we get to God and Goddess in my argument if you know my whole argument.
I didn't say your argument depended upon a God or Goddess existence.
That's what I'm saying.
Thank you for demonstrating. I agree to the language you use, which is metaphorical in nature. It's not exact and it's not theological in nature. I understood your argument to that extent.
Okay.
I remember in the debate, it was a series of questions that Suave asked you that was relative to the issue you're trying to press, as if it's my point. I'm not arguing as Suave did.
That's exactly what you're trying to argue.
That's not at all what I'm arguing. You just raised the point that I did not bring up. That's called bringing out a straw man in order to distract the audience from the actual issue at hand.
Yeah, man. Like I said, your worldview is trash compared to my worldview. Whenever you want to debate it, just let me know, man.
Okay.
All right.
I think you got demolished against Suave, and I do not argue like Suave.
Of course you would. I'm glad you're not.
I don't argue like Suave.
Glad you're not a judge.
I'm not Suave. like I just articulated what is the more general but yet very accurate means. Roy Chess, you still here. Roy Chess, what's the more general but very accurate means of a reductio or explosion by means of an argument? The general term used is what?
Well, in most cases, it could be shortened to explosion. Right?
Well,
Explosion.
yes, but there's another term. Okay, I just remembered it. A defeater.
A what?
Defeater. Defeater. Something that defeats the actual position one is arguing for. It's like, so I explained what a performative reductio is. A defeater, like this is the language you might read in, say, scholars like Plantinga, Alvin Plantinga. He talks about defeaters a lot, right? Roy Chess, are you familiar with Plantinga?
Not too much. No, I know he exists and stuff, but I don't have I'm not a scholar of him. No.
Okay, no problem. But yeah, he uses in a lot of traditional philosophical knowledge guys, epistemological knowledge guys. When I say that is they accept the requirement for the justification and warrant and a justified true belief. So the warrant aspect will be whatever justifies in some sense. But yeah, he would be of that position. I'm in general agreement with that. But yeah, so yeah, in general, because the language and implication of all of the type of contradictory implications, reductio, reductio could have been another synonym, but reductio, I think you articulated a couple of reductios, sir, just in this phone call. So, and I articulated very well where I thought you actually articulated these reductios. Not just performatively, but logistically in your subpoints for particular premises in your explanation. Okay. Do I think a debate is needed? No. But I don't have a problem with having this discussion with you. I actually don't think a debate would be conducive outside of a more or less open conversation concerning your argumentation. And maybe this open dialogue would be better for you because you might be able to switch up your syllogism. You might be able to switch up your application of a quote unquote transcendental argument. I think you're using transcendental wrong. Just to let you know, yeah, you're using transcendental wrong. Okay, I think you're using transcendental wrong. You're using the argument wrong as well. The main way why you're using the argument wrong is because whatever's on the opposite side, if you say existence is a necessary precondition for time and Father Time and Mother Nature, if that's how you want to argue, you have to realize in that second aspect, you have something that is non-transcendental encapsulated in it. A non-transcendental reality, which is the quantum or Mother Nature. However you want to understand Mother Nature, that is non-transcendental. Time, maybe, but Mother Nature is not a transcendental reality. Transcendental realities have to be justified by means of a greater and necessary, not just sufficient, but necessary ground. That's what transcendental arguments attempt to do.
Okay. And you saying that I don't do that?
Is Mother Nature on the right side of your dual arrow? Because what I remember is
Mother Nature on the right side of my dual arrow.
Yes, sir. I remember E, if and only if.
Are you talking about if and only if arrow? The if and only if arrow?
Yes.
Yeah, it's on the right. Yeah.
Okay, great. So now you're demonstrating the futility in your argument because Mother Nature is a physical concept. It is not a transcendental reality. It's a physical reality, not a transcendental reality.
Okay, can I reply to that, please?
I'm not cutting you off, sir.
Oh, okay. I was just making sure. I got to go back to our worldviews. This is why quantum onlyism beats that what you just said. First, quantum onlyism starts lower and more necessarily than what you started. Your worldview starts with interpretations, somebody else's, by the way, about warrant, justified true belief, transcendental categories, and the proper use of argument labels. That's what yours do. Quantum onlyism starts with simpler and harder questions. What must already be the case for any belief, any warrant, any argument, or truth claim to exist at all? That is already an advantage because the deeper my framework beats the framework that depends on what I'm talking about. So to even explain what you're talking about, you need this. Second, quantum onlyism identifies necessary conditions, not optional descriptions. If nothing exists without sequence, change, relation, structure, form, and distinction, then time and nature are not decorations inside of reality. They are the minimal conditions for reality. That's stronger than a worldview that begins by debating what counts as a justified belief, because justified belief is already downstream of existence. Third, why that is trash is because your worldview keeps confusing epistemology with ontology. You keep asking, how do I justify this? Quantum onlyism is asking, what must exist for your justifications to even be possible? That is a more fundamental question than that you got. You understand? You cannot warrant without a world. You cannot have a justified true belief without truth-bearing structure. No temporal sequence, identity, distinction, and relation. So quantum onlyism chop your legs off by showing that your whole epistemic discussion presupposes Fatimona frame, my time, my father time, mother nature frame. That's what yours already does. Fourth, quantum onlyism don't depend on a narrow philosophical school to survive. Your side keeps leaning on technical talk about transcendental arguments, realism, anti-realism, reductios, justification theory. I wrote it down as if we naming frameworks that settle reality. It doesn't. Quantum onlyism is more robust because it cashes out in every lane. And if you know philosophy, you know what I mean when I say cash it out. Philosophy, science, logic, language, measurement, causation, identity, experience, all already require ordered change, what I call time, and structured form, what I call nature. That means quantum onlyism is not a niche theory inside of one school. It's the base condition model that all the models that they had back then, I can't help it because you need to update. And fifth, quantum onlyism is clearer by necessity. The criticism you just quoted says Mother Nature is non-transcendental and therefore cannot function in a transcendental style argument. But that objection only works if transcendental means must be beyond the world in a supernatural or abstract way. And that's where y'all get caught because y'all keep on talking about supernatural. I'm not talking about supernatural. That's already a loaded and mistaken assumption in my framework. The point is not that Father Time and Mother Nature are outside existence as detached abstractions. The point is they are the necessary conditions of existence itself. This is how we kill infinite regress. So your criticism misses the target. You using transcendental in a school-specific way and then pretending that your argument fails because you pretend that my argument fails because it don't fit your preferred label. That means the real issue is not whether my argument meets your transcendental textbook use. The real issue is whether you have to identify, and can you identify what must be true for existence, intelligibility, in an argument to occur at all. And on that question, quantum onlyism beats you. I got other ways that I could beat you.
I mean, I could if I was an intellectual, inconsiderate imbecile as you are, I could Google all of my argumentation, rebuttals, and articulate what.
Google, I have a plethora of material.
Sir, let me go ahead and repeat. I can demonstrate verbatim that you just read off of some chat word interface, a rebuttal of statements that I made that actually did not take in consideration the implications of my statements, and you actually argued again from the beginning, again from the very first state. What was the first statement you made in rebuttal to me?
Let me show my screen. Hold on, I'm gonna show you why you lose. Let me get my screen ready so I can show you exactly what I was just reading. I got material for this. I told you, I've already went up.
And again, you don't understand the nature of your own disposition or your own argument, especially in light of what you're calling it as it relates to what you're identifying. You're claiming the necessary preconditions for not only like your argument. You don't understand what a transcendental argument is. If you want to go through the history of transcendental arguments, we could start at Kant. Kant asked, by means of natural phenomenon, what was the phenomenon? What was the necessary situations by which we can actually observe it? And this was in his critiques of pure reason of who? Since you've had philosophy 101. Who did? No. Stop Googling. Answer the freaking question.
What'd you say? What'd you say?
Who did Immanuel Kant, the founder of transcendental argumentation, who was he responding to?
Immanuel Kant's transcendental method was responding
in response to whom?
Hold on, let me think. It's been since 2010, but I'm pretty sure.
This is crazy because it's been since 2008 for me.
Yeah. I just started debating though. I didn't know I had to have my material ready like this. I just now started.
You over here talking about you got irrefutable dispositions. I mean, I would expect somebody using philosophical means of reasoning by means of strict logical syllogisms and the S5 means of rationality. And in light of the fact, I don't even think you're familiar with the critiques of transcendental arguments from Strauss.
Come on, man. What do you mean?
Ambitious, which is what you're attempting to argue. You're attempting to argue an ambitious means of a transcendental argument, even though it's completely disassociated from any known logical form or articulation of a transcendental argument.
It beat Kant. It beat Aristotle. It beat Hume. It beat Spinoza. It beat
I asked you one question, and that one question was who was David Kant? Who was Immanuel Kant responding to?
It don't matter.
It does matter. Who was Immanuel Kant responding to in his critiques of pure reason?
Who did I respond to?
I don't mind if you Google it. Google it, sir.
Make your worldview. So
Google it. Who was Immanuel Kant responding to in his critiques of pure reason? Like this is philosophically and argumentatively very important.
Whenever you want to debate, let's debate.
I don't understand why this nigga don't realize what the freak is going on. Excuse me, A1. I'm sorry. I've gotten a little frustrated. Decorum needs to be checked. Thank you. Okay. But I don't know if this guy realizes what his very ambitious attitude is regarding his own argument without actually being informed of the critical assessments.
I don't even know. Look at this.
Are you making an ambitious transcendental argument with your existence is necessary for Father Time and Mother Nature's unity or togetherness? Are you are you attempting to make a transcendental argument?
That's what he's claiming. So yeah, I would say yes.
Okay, Roy Chess, are you familiar? You said you don't like transcendental arguments, cool. But are you familiar with Strauss? Strauss's objections? No, Lawrence Strauss. I'm sorry. His name is similar. It's a different spelling. And he's a philosopher. If you go to the Encyclopedia of philosophy right now and look up transcendental arguments. I think he's the one that wrote the argument. Wrote the article. No. The guy, I believe his name is Barry Strauss or Stroud. I might be misremembering his name. Barry Stroud or Strauss in the Encyclopedia of Philosophy under Transcendental Arguments.
Man, the only transcendental arguments that I worry about is the ones that I answer to. So his must
That's
not have been.
sad because maybe you need to be aware of the problem with certain ambitious arguments for transcendental dispositions.
I'm just saying my transcendental argument beats theirs.
Oh, how? What? Since you're unfamiliar with it, how does it beat a position you're unfamiliar with?
Because if you use
because you have to guess. You have to guess. If you're unfamiliar with Barry Strauss's,
and then Occam's razor proves it also.
Actually, it doesn't. Occam's razor would not apply to transcendental arguments. Occam's razor would not apply to transcendental arguments.
You ask anybody else's.
Occam's razor does not apply to transcendental reasoning.
Are you serious? I'm done.
I'm genuine. Occam's razor cannot apply to transcendental reasoning.
Oh, I think you're talking about Leo Strauss.
I think his name was Barry Stroud. Again, look up if you Google. I can't do it right now. Roy Chess, are you on Encyclopedia of Philosophy looking up transcendental arguments?
Yes.
And what was his name? It should be at the top.
At the top. Did he write it? You're saying he wrote?
Yeah, he wrote the article. He wrote the article.
Okay.
I want to say he wrote the article.
I see it's copyright, so they may have updated. They may have updated this, so I don't see his name at the author.
Whenever you want to debate those dudes,
I see two names: Robert Stern and Tony Chen.
Okay, I know one of them had an interview. I know one of them had an interview. I know one of them had an interview. I know one of them had an interview on Parker's Pensy. And I'm sorry, everyone, for shouting out other YouTube pages, but it's a very good philosophical and philosophically informed.
You're allowed to shout out any other page over here, man.
All right, cool.
Do your thing.
Cool. And this dude ain't affiliated with the conscious community, so. But yeah, Parker's Pensy. He has a couple of videos on transcendental argumentation, but one of them he interviews, I think, the guy that wrote that article you should be looking at, Roy Chess, and anyone else is looking it up. But a lot of the assessments were initially made by, I think the guy's name was Barry Stroud or something like that. Okay, but the reason why I'm pointing this out is even though that dude was completely ignorant. Hear me, Owl? Completely ignorant of my perspective, lines of rationale, justification for my own transcendental argumentation. He has some very constructive considerations to take heed of, especially if you want to make ambitious transcendental arguments.
For all the funniest.
I hear you, man. You're right.
You're attempting to make a very ambitious transcendental argument, just like I attempt to make.
You're right. Yours better than I see what it is now. You're right, Barbarian. Your transcendental argument didn't work. Mine ain't either. You right. You win.
I didn't say that mine didn't work. I think that you're again. I'm sorry you didn't hear my. I'm sorry you want to ignore what I stated when I first began to respond to your own statements. But I said the first thing you said was incoherent as it relates to what you're attempting to justify. And that was as it relates to your first subpoint, not the first clarification for that subpoint, but the first subpoint. I forget exactly the wording, but the first subpoint you listed.
My scholastic philosophy.
I was going to say this. Hear me out. The first sub point you listed is actually a better. You have a better argument for the existence of a mind. You have a better argument for the existence of a mind as it relates to that premise than you do for the existence of quantum only, which is a necessary requirement for existence that's contingent upon time, Father Time, and Mother Nature. I'm going to use the metaphorical language because I don't want to misrepresent you.
Would you like to debate any of that? Like I said, if you know anybody's transcendental argument who can beat mine, tell them to come debate me, and I'll show why quantum onlyism is the only logical explanation for existence.
That means existence is contingent, not transcendentally necessary for quantum realities or time. Like, you don't realize what you're arguing.
Of course I do. You don't realize what I'm arguing.
I actually do. I've had more than philosophy and logic 101. I've had more. So look here, sir. I disagree sometimes. Look here. I disagree sometimes with the brother Roy Chess. Okay, and I've never heard Roy Chess outline his own philosophy explicitly. I always hear him rebut to other people. And this isn't a jab at Roy Chess. I'm just saying. I can agree with certain disposition and issues that Roy Chess is bringing up in light of my post 101 logic and philosophy classes. Because you really don't get into the actual implications of, say, I don't know, paradoxes until at least philosophy 102.
It's 1213.
What? What's 1213? What's 1213?
I wasn't talking to you.
So you have the liar's paradox. That sounds like a statement to articulate the liar's paradox, right? So somewhere in the world, it just might be 1213, but I'm pretty sure nobody on the call is actually in the time zone where that reflects the actual time for them.
Man, like I said, I don't know what you're trying to say. Like I see, you got your own view, so of course.
And in all actuality, it could actually not be 12. It cannot be. It cannot on this planet right now. Hold on, hear me out.
To the test, so
on this planet right now.
That's cool.
On this planet. On this planet right now. On this planet right now, the person made that comment. That's cool. The person made that comment within the first 2 minutes of an hour. Therefore, it is impossible because our time zones don't switch with minutes. They switch with the hour. The current mode of accounting for time on this planet is that brother, whoever made that comment, is actually incorrect. Truthfully, incorrect. It could not be 1213 a minute, 2 or 3 minutes ago anywhere on the planet.
What are you
so
talking
I misspoke.
About? I was telling somebody that's over here with me the number on my board right there.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that somebody was trying to crack a joke.
That's crazy. They went into a whole thing.
I thought somebody was trying to crack a joke. I'm with Roy Chess as it relates to certain stigmas with the Hotep community. I'm sorry, but I'm against Roy Chess as it applies to certain aspects of the Hotep community. You don't got to be Hotep to request for a source, Roy Chess.
No, but I agree with that. But they're making it sound like if you don't have a source, you can't possibly have knowledge. You can't possibly be correct. That's the thing I'm going against. Not that you're asking for a source.
Well, if
they're
that's
saying
the
that
case,
if without a source, then you can't have knowledge. That's the thing I'm objecting.
You reject that?
Yes.
Yes.
I object that because yes, I can deduce things without a source. I don't need a source.
That too.
Same thing with mathematics. Like you don't need a source to say 5 times 5 is 25. So rationally, you can have knowledge without scientists.
Don't you need a presupposition as it relates to the the decimus, the utilization of numerics.
What do you mean? Like you
Like, for example, if we're doing the circumference of a circle, we're using the hexadecimal number for 360 degrees of a circle. We're not using our modern, and even when it comes to time, we're using a similar mathematical equation. We don't use univocal mathematical paradigms for our numerics.
And how else? And how else do you think we should attest to individuality or showing individual numbers to a certain number or anything like that? How do you think we should do it?
Yeah, so this is an interesting point. I could argue from any transcendental, the necessary precondition is God. Therefore, mathematics, or as you asked me, let me correct myself, numerics, numbers, those are not physical things. They're transcendental realities. They seem to have some type of correlation with reality, like the physics of reality. I would argue that the God of the Bible is the necessary precondition, and his nature is the reflection, bears the necessary precondition for the reflection that we are able to observe in numbers, also logic, and scientific assessments. So what are numbers? They're entities, almost in a Platonic sense, that reflect God's nature, because our understanding of how the values function is constant, universal, and unchanging. Like the number one. And you can say the number one is not a physical object because I can draw it on a chalkboard. I can show it. I can demonstrate it with an index finger or a pinky finger extended and all my other fingers downwards. I can demonstrate it or show it, and then I can remove it from your viewpoint, and now it becomes an unseeable. Because then you can't go out in the world, look under a rock. Oh, wow, I found the number one. You can't pick up the number one, put it on a scale, and tell me it's atomic mass either. So numbers are transcendental realities. I think they are conceptual in nature, and as conceptual in nature, they reflect the mind of God. Therefore,
I'm up, King.
God is the necessary justification for numbers. Because God's nature reflects the characteristics by which numbers instantiate. I would say the same thing regarding the three basic modal laws of logic that are Aristotelian in initial construction and yet adapted into S5 mathematic argumentation.
And so would you debate that if I can prove that idea of God that you have needs time and nature to do anything? I debate you.
Logic doesn't need time because they transcend time and physicality. They transcend nature because they are transcendental realities. They are conceptual in nature. They point to a mind. The mind by which they reflect intellectually is the mind of God.
Would you want to debate that?
I mean, we've been discussing these issues. I've articulated my position earlier. You've been asking the same question. I've been interrogating you on this position. And you still don't realize how what's on one side for me, though more grandiose, the left side, God of the Bible, and on the right side, they share common points of similitude, transcendental realities. Quantum or Mother Nature is physical. Even virtual particles, in the sense of strict physicists, are physical realities, even though the language seems to contradict that. Virtual is synonymous with pseudo or false. I'm just saying. But according to strict scientific realists, they supposedly are real. And all of them are real. And so these very small wave particle, dual structured, again, dude, it's a lot I've already addressed. You have yet to respond to, and you still don't even realize that your last response, first point, was actually a better argument for a mind than it was for the quantum reality you're saying is contingent, is a necessary requirement for existence itself.
Would you like to debate that? Would you like
We're
to
discussing, man. We talking right now, ain't we?
Yeah, you want to debate that? I can prove to you that what you're saying is wrong.
How are you going to prove it?
Through debate. You want to debate it?
Debate is not proof.
Oh. Okay. Well, I don't know. Like I said,
I'm addressing your alleged proof.
I know the quantum.
I've been addressing your alleged proof for the other day after your dude. Listen very keenly. I've been addressing your alleged proof that you articulated by means of a very strict if and only if syllogism with the double arrow, parentheses, all of this good stuff. I've been addressing your proof.
You ain't addressed
this whole time.
Listen, I put an argument up there. I put a 14 premise argument. I put a 14 premise argument up there with 3 conclusions, and you did not want to read it. I asked you if you want to debate your worldview against anything.
I'm saying that your premises do not necessitate your conclusion.
Barbarian, come on.
The premises do not necessitate the conclusion because they actually could be articulated and posited for other alternatives, namely a mind. The very first thing you initially rebutted me on the last time you gave rebuttal, and I'll let you read it. You let me share my screen. When you did that the last time, the first premise that you articulated has a better explanation, and I do not like abductive arguments. But it has a better explanation because the necessary or the subpoints you articulated for your first premise and your last rebuttal or articulation of your position actually argues in favor of a mind, not existence. And for damn sure, not the togetherness of Father Time and Mother Nature.
That's why I know you ain't even looked at my argument, man. That's why I'm saying that's barbarian. Listen, man. It's so disingenuous of you. I thought you was better than this. Listen, exactly what I'm saying. Where your argument slips. You are taking abstract stability and turning it into a divine mind by assertion, not necessity. So I see why you're arguing this. And a lot of people who even see what I'm talking about will still argue it because, like I said, y'all will be done had a worldview for so long, and then to see the simplicity of what you're missing, and it drives you crazy. You say that numbers are not physical objects, therefore they are transcendental realities, therefore they reflect the mind of God. That's what you said. I wrote it down. That does not follow. That is a leap across 3 separate categories. 3 separate categories without a bridge. 3. Y'all be arguing this silly. First, not a physical object does not equal the mind of God. Second, conceptual does not equal divine. And third, stable does not equal personal. That is the first crack in your argument. The number 1 is not a rock, not a chair, not a molecule. Fine. But from that, it does not follow that one lives in the mind of God. All you have established is that the numbers are not ordinary physical objects. You have not established that they are mental contents of a divine being, that is an extra move. And it's exactly the kind of extra metaphysical baggage I was talking about that Occam's razors cut away. Now let's go a little bit deeper. I'm like my homeboy Humble say, what do he say? Let's go. I can't even remember what he be saying. A number is expressing a structure of something, the relation of something, distinction, identity, and the repeatable order. That is exactly what I mean by Mother Nature and Father Time functioning together. Nature gives distinguishable form, pattern, ratio, quantity, relation. Time gives order, sequence, succession. I'm waking people up, comparison. So numbers don't point to God first. They point first to the necessary conditions of intelligibility. You just lied when you said that point to God, that my worldview point that's a lie. Numbers do not point to God first. They point first to the necessary conditions of intelligibility, structured distinction, and ordered relation. That's Father Time and Mother Nature. You are inserting the mind of God where the work is already being done by the functional conditions that are existence. That is why my framework is tighter than yours. Now let's deal with logic. You talking about logic? You say the laws of logic transcend time, nature? No, that's too quick. And it confuses the description, the descriptive abstraction with what we see.
I'm glad you just demonstrated that you have no actual conceptual understanding of your own understanding of time. If you speak about time as by means of a chronological state of affairs where there's a past, present, and future, you have already applied the laws of logic. You have already identified distinctions within time.
And you've already admitted to space, time, and a creator. Yep.
That you've admitted that there's things that there's has if a warranted if there is a necessary justified warrant for whatever your belief is, this is the intentionality of a transcendental argument to provide the necessary warrant for whatever phenomenon experienced. And like this is why, for example, sir, like I don't like a lot of philosophers have recognized the reality that even Descartes' I think therefore I am is a transcendental argument. Because if to deny it is to neglect the thinker.
Is not. That's why I asked you, do you want to debate this? Why do you keep saying, listen, I ain't talking, I didn't admit no creator either. That is exactly the kind of slide I keep pointing out. You are taking one admission and smuggling in another conclusion that does not follow from that.
I'm trying to understand how your disposition actually demonstrates a transcendental reality when in fact what you're trying to say is necessary makes whatever transcendental reality contingent to that reality.
Barbarian, can I finish? If I acknowledge distinctions within time or even acknowledge space-time as a useful model, that does not equal admitting a creator. It only means I'm recognizing structured relations in reality.
Okay, let me give an analog of your own argument, sir. Contingency exists. Hear me out, sir. Contingency exists if and only if. I'm going to give an analog of your argument. I know you want to read off your script. I'm not reading a script. I'll give an analog of your own argument.
I have an
I'll give an analog of your own argument. If contingency, since contingency is true, I want to know if this sounds better logically, functionally, and deductively. Or since contingency is true, I want to know compared to your existence is necessary for time, nature, construct. I want to know if that makes more sense than contingency is necessary for the existence of either or the unification of both. So those other things must exist, not existence itself must exist, but they're self-identifiable. They're self-referential. If they're self-referential, which is what you were attempting to do by means of your equivocation, as Roy just pointed out, if they're self-referential, you have the wrong argument, because what's self-referential should also be before and after, because your intention is actually not a transcendental argument again. Your intention is to describe three components, or one component as it relates to two different entities. You're attempting to explain the necessary precondition of existence for two different entities, namely time and quantum.
Echo alert. Echo alert.
Yeah, I heard it too.
Somebody echoing.
Oh, there we go.
See, what I'm saying is this. You still trying to force my framework into your...
No, I'm addressing the actual argument.
This is crazy. All right, I'm done.
I'm addressing your argument and the syllogism directly.
Explain it. When you ask me questions, you don't need to say nothing.
Let him get it out.
Just steady interrupting every time I try to answer a question.
Go ahead, Al. It's on you.
Oh, my bad. It's crazy.
You got the floor, Al. Go ahead.
My bad. I kept on trying to unmute. What I'm saying is this, Barbarian. Like I said, you still trying to force my framework into your preferred template instead of answering my actual claim. My claim is not that contingency is necessary in the way you are framing it. My claim is that existence requires the minimum functional conditions of ordered change and structured form. That is time and nature. So the question is not whether contingency beats necessity or whether self-reference beats unification. The question is much simpler. What must already be true for anything to be at all? Do you understand this? Do you understand? Like, how do you not get that? I know ain't nobody ever asked this question. So this is why my philosophy excels, because nobody has ever answered this question. What must already
The question has been attempted to have been answered by a plethora of different people.
My answer is this. There must be distinguishable form and there must be ordered difference. Without those, nothing can exist, nothing can occur, nothing can be identified. And that's my argument. If
But
you
that's
refute
not true.
if you
That's
refute
not
it,
true.
if
On the
anybody
truth.
refutes it, let's just go. If anybody refutes, hold on, can I finish? If anybody refutes it, let's just go debate. Oh, my bad.
Hey,
that was the echo that was.
what's going on?
My bad. That was the echo that was doing that.
Hey, it's Hercules, man. See y'all up early, man. What's going on?
What's up, Hurt?
Peace, sir. How you feeling?
It's I know, right? Yo, so I mean, I've been listening to y'all for about an hour now, and I know you you're only you always want to debate people, but the brother, what he was saying was that you guys are already having a conversation. You know what I'm saying? There's no need to like, come on, let's debate. It's just you're already having a conversation, and so he's been pointing out to you that you're trying to where you're saying that Mother Nature and time is not transcendental, but the argument that you're making is a transcendental argument, and you keep overlooking that part. And the thing that I've asked you to do, and as I asked you to do, is you have to prove that nature and time has already existed. It did not come into existence. Because you said that it was already there. It never was created. And my argument against that is that it had to be created. You know what I'm saying? Because where did it come from? Now, I don't use Western philosophy. Okay, I use African philosophy. So if you're saying that it came from the original singularity, which our ancestors called Noon, then okay, I can understand that point because that singularity was already in existence, and that means that energy and time and matter already was in existence, but yet it was in a different form of existence, but it was already there because it came from the singularity. Now, if you're not saying that, then you have to prove that the singularity never happened, and I don't think you did, and I don't think you've shown that. But if you can, yeah, I think you have to show that because we know that the singularity happened to create this universe. All right, and you could prove that the singularity happened. So you would have to prove that it didn't happen, and that time and nature was already in existence.
Why would I have to prove that? First tell me this. Hurt. Do it. First tell me this. Noon. You said noon. I think what you're saying is noon is existence. Right? Right? Hurt. I couldn't hear you. Hurt.
Sorry. Hello.
Hurt, I couldn't hear you. Hurt.
No, noon is not existence itself. No.
Okay. Does noon exist? Okay. Does noon exist?
Not in the state that we exist in. No.
Does noon exist? Does noon exist? I don't care what state
not
it
in the
exists
state that
in. I don't
we
care
exist
what
in.
state it exists. It doesn't matter what state
Okay.
that
It
we
doesn't
exist
matter
in or
what
anything.
state
I
that
said
we
does
exist
noon
in or
exist?
It does
I
matter
said,
because
does
you
noon
talk about
exist?
two. It does matter because you're talking about two different states. We're talking about two different realities. You know what I'm saying? So it doesn't exist in our reality, in our state, in this existence that we're in now. So basically, no.
See, you shifting the burden
See,
from
you
those.
shifting burden from
Can you
those.
mute up? Because it keep on.
Can you mute up? Because it keep on.
Whoever that
Yeah,
is.
yeah. My bad.
I don't have to prove that the singularity never happened just because you prefer a singularity model. You first have to prove that the singularity is an established fact in the strong sense you're using it. And modern cosmology does not give you that clean victory. The Big Bang model is strongly supported as a model of an early, hot, dense, expanding universe, but that is not the same thing as proving a literal metaphysical beginning from an absolute singularity. Even standard references note that singularity language comes from the breakdown of our current models, and there are serious open questions about whether a singularity is a physical reality, a mathematical limit, or a sign that classical theory stopped working. So no, you do not get to say, we know the singularity happened, therefore prove it. That is backwards. The strong claim carries the burden. If you want to say that the singularity is established as an actual ontological origin, then prove that. If all you have that current cosmology points to an early dense state and possible singularity behavior is classical relativity, then that still does not refute my position. It only tells us that our universe is in its present form has an earlier boundary condition or model limit. It does not prove that time and nature came from absolute nothing, and it does not prove that existence itself began at that point. That's what y'all keep on getting wrong. This is why I asked y'all, do y'all want to debate me? But you don't, because you know I'll hammer you down. My view is simpler than that y'all have. Whether the universe passed through a singularity, a bounce, a pre-Big Bang phase, or another extreme early state. The argument from onlyism is about what must be true in any case for there to be any state, any transition, any structure, any law, or intelligibility at all. That's why it's transcendental. If there's a singularity, it is still in the condition spoken about. What I'm saying, y'all on a totally different, y'all not under the floor.
Hold on. If you're saying it's an absolute, if you're saying it's an absolute, then you have to rule out other options. Right? It's not up to us to rule out the other options because you're saying your solution is the only one that's correct. So you have to rule out why God can't exist.
You have
Why
to rule out
the
why God
singularity
can't exist. Why the singularity
Logically, as you call
Right,
it,
right, right.
the format is the same. Right, the
That's
left-hand
what I'm
side
saying.
is
That's what I
going to
want
be
to debate.
the left-hand side is going to be a variable, and the right-hand side is going to be a variable. All you're doing is changing the variable.
All you're doing is
You're making the same argument.
Right, right.
You're making the same argument structurally.
Right, right. Only you. I mean, you saying that it's not been proven, which is I'm saying it's not true. I'm saying you can open up any physics book and they talk about the Big Bang or the singularity. Period. And they talk about the cosmic radiation background. So
But
I'm
they
saying
didn't
though,
say
you
that was
haven't
they
shown
didn't say that was the first.
you haven't shown. Wait,
They
hold
didn't
up.
say that was
You
the
didn't
first
say.
time.
But I'm saying you haven't shown. But what I'm saying is that you haven't shown that those theories are incorrect. False or incorrect. Period. Compared to what you have. That's what I'm saying. You haven't shown that.
That's what I'm saying. I never said that the Big Bang didn't happen. What y'all trying to say is that time and nature didn't exist in some state, phase, or form before the Big Bang, and that the Big Bang was just an occurrence within existence. When we know that that was a current occurrence within existence. So y'all trying to say that a creator existed without time and nature and then created that point. I'm telling you that time and nature is that point, and anything within existence happens down the road because they have time and nature and have time and nature to exist. So that singularity that you are talking about doesn't mean that's the beginning of all. It's just a phase shift from
Thank you
unobservable
again.
to observable.
Thank you again for
But a
arguing
phase shift from where?
contingency of existence.
But a phase shift. Okay, a phase shift. So let me say this. That's one question I would have. I would say a phase shift from where? And the second thing I would ask is that this when we talking about noon, and it was in a state of let's say it was in a state of order. Okay, it was in the state. Let's just say it was in a state. Let's keep it. I'll just say it was in a state of zero. Okay, it was a constant state of zero. When you think about it, put it on a grid. Put it on a think about a map, a grid, the XY plane, X, Y, and Z plane, whichever one you want to look at it, is at a constant state of zero. Now, when the singularity happened, as the ancestors say, Allah spoke the universe into existence. So when Allah spoke the universe into existence, that's the singularity happening. Now, when Noon was in a constant state of zero, and if Ma never existed, then the singularity would not have happened because it would have stayed at a state of zero. What caused the singularity was the vibration of Ma, the speaking, the vibration of speaking, and you can model that. I've said this before. You can model that with the Dirac equation. It shows that. All right, that's the singularity happening, and it only happened because something caused it to happen. Now, okay, so if there was no creator, then I'm arguing that the singularity would have never happened. And so you were saying that time was already existed, and it's just a different phase. So I'm asking you, what phase was it in?
Again, just like I said, you saying that somebody said something, like spoke a word or something, for time and nature to come into existence. So that means that thing that you're talking about was already in existence. It was just bringing time and nature into existence, right? That's what you're saying. But the reason that I know that this isn't logical is because anything created, or if anything needs something to create, and then you're going to special plead. I know you are. You're going to special plead for Noon or whoever that is. But those conditions that I'm telling you about, that Noon or whoever you said that was that needed time to speak, are these conditions. It needs ordered update, and it needs structure and form. Because if it doesn't have that, it doesn't exist. See, you assuming the same thing you need to prove. You say the singularity would have stayed at zero unless a mind vibrated or spoke. That ain't an argument. That's a story that you layer on top of a cosmological picture. That's just what you want to say. And I can't say nothing about that. But you have to show that a mind existed before the singularity, that speaking applies there, and that vibration that you're talking about in your sense is the cause of that phase shift, because you already agreed that existence is there because that thing exists. So then it's bringing time and nature into existence. But like I just proved, it needs a time and nature to do anything. So you narrating agency into the event, and you ain't deriving that from what's necessary for that agent to even be able to act. This is why y'all lose. Second, the burden is still on you. You too, Roy Chess, since you want to jump on this side, because of this right here. Current cosmology does not give you a finished proof that a literal singularity is an established physical starting point in the metaphysical way that you're using it. Even NASA says that we don't have a definitive answer about whether time began there. And mainstream philosophy says that, I believe that the singularity language, at least that part is just a downstream phase shift. Like, this is what they say. It say the Big Bang was the quick expansion of the universe. It don't say that's where the universe started.
It does, actually.
The Big Bang bottle, no, it's not. It's very supported. It does not.
It does. That's what scientists say. It does.
It does not.
It does so. That's the whole thing about the singularity.
That's
the whole thing about the singularity. That's how they happen.
If it's expansion from the where's it expanded
no, it's
from?
not. No, it's not. It's supported as an early, hot, dense, expanding universe, but it ain't the same thing as proving that it's the start of the universe or that a divine mind caused that singularity.
No, the singularity caused the explosion. You're missing it. Without that singularity, the explosion wouldn't happen.
It wasn't an explosion.
It was. That's why it's called the Big Bang. What did you think it was?
The Big Bang.
What did you think it
right
was?
now,
I mean, you don't have to. You don't have to use the word explosion, but we know what we're saying. You know what we're saying. It probably wasn't an explosion. It probably wasn't a waterfall. Something I don't know, but you know what we're saying. Something happened for this universe to come into existence. That's what we're saying. Well, and you're saying that it didn't happen.
I try to describe it with the only logical explanation. I don't try to just use vibe words because this has to be the logical explanation. So we can't just be making stuff up or saying what feels good. We trying to find the explanation for what we're looking for. So
you're giving an origin argument.
You ask me what state time was in, my answer is this right here. I'm gonna tell you what state it was in. Whatever states make ordered difference possible at that phase.
Yeah,
I don't need to pretend that I had. I don't need
but you're still admitting to a creator, because if you're admitting that certain conditions have to be already prerequisite for certain things to happen, you've already admitted it by its
possibility of it.
No,
the possibility of it. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, he's correct.
Would you like to debate that, Cosmon?
There is no debate. You can't come at
I don't believe in creation.
I don't believe in creation.
Listen,
only you're missing the point. You're missing the point. Only you're missing the point because you want to be correct.
Y'all trying to make me look at everything like it's creation. But I don't look at existence as created. Y'all the ones that look at existence as created. So that's why y'all see that. I never said that existence was created. I said that time and nature has always been, and what we see now was a phase shift. Therefore, it doesn't even fit what y'all trying to say, Cosmon and Hercules, because I never said nothing about creation.
Okay, where's the phase shift? Where's the phase shift coming from?
You admitted it.
That's no, I didn't.
Yes, you did. It's the same
no,
thing.
I didn't. No, it's not.
Nature is creation.
No, it's not. I know nature real.
It is.
Yeah, nature and time real.
I
They're
said
the
nature.
precondition.
I said nature.
They're the functional preconditions of existence.
There is no creation without a creator. There is no nature without a creator.
I don't believe in creation. That's why I know it ain't no creation.
That's where you lost at, because you're
I
using
see a
belief.
self-sustaining system that has always been.
That's where you lost at. You're using belief.
Exactly.
Subjectivity.
I didn't say nothing about belief.
You said belief. Yes, you did.
No, I didn't. I said that ain't what I see. I see a self-sustaining system.
You said you don't believe in a creator.
Well, if you see a
self-sustaining
yes,
system,
that's what I'm saying.
Creators still.
You say
that means somebody had to put it together.
No, it
doesn't. If it's a system, systems come out of minds.
No, that's not what we get.
Based on mathematics. Based on mathematics.
So can we show? Can you show where the phase shift coming from? Can you show where the phase shift coming from?
It's proven that billions of years of time and nature interacting will come down to life as we are right now without no creator. I can prove it. Like I said, anybody ever want to debate it, let me know. I'm done talking with y'all.
That would be a scientific point of view.
Want to debate it. Y'all keep trying to poke holes in it because y'all want a creator. There is no creator. Your God is
you have to prove there's no creator.
Nature. I can prove it. When you want to debate it, let's debate it.
When you want to debate it, let's debate it.
We're debating it now, man.
You have to disprove it. If your thing is called onlyism, you have to disprove all other options. We don't have to prove our
debate league.
We don't have to prove our
debate league.
You have to rule them out because your thing is called onlyism. Like nothing else can be there. You're saying nothing else could be there, so you have to rule out everything else.
I don't have
that
to
means
go
God,
by your,
that means the singularity.
I don't go by your templates, Roy.
That means the flying spaghetti
whenever
monster.
you want to debate your worldview, creationism, whenever you want to debate that view,
we're talking about yours.
How incoherent that it is to say that your God is created outside of time and then he came down and angels came to Moses, came to Jesus. I'll kill all that creation story when you want to debate it. I'll show you that mine is more logical.
You're not understanding that the logical form is identical. The logical form is identical of all those arguments. The logical structure of all those arguments of origin are identical. All you're doing is changing the variables.
I have a white. Would you like my white paper with my argument so you can look at it and you can look at the whole argument and then you can say something, as opposed to just seeing three premises that I use to try to refute a little argument that I had with Suave Boss. Would you like the whole paper? This is what you guys need to do before you say anything so you won't look stupid. Because I promise you, when you give me my paper back with your criticism, you're going to say you was right and I follow onlyism now. Would you like my white paper? Send me your email.
Okay.
You too, Herc. You too, Cosma. You too, Sadiq. Well, Sadiq know what I'm saying. Anybody who wants it, send me your email and I'll send it to you. And then you can critique it and come back and tell me that I'm wrong again. At least I know you looked over it.
Can you explain the phase shift?
I can explain everything. This is the only logical explanation for existence.
And that right there means you have to rule out everything else.
I already ruled them out. This is how I know. I've also used the Bayesian analysis test to run Bayesian against all other worldviews.
How did you rule out God or the singularity? That's two.
To the structure of Oli.
How did you rule out God or the singularity? That's two examples right there. You didn't rule out those. You just said you don't believe in them.
I proved that they don't. I proved that they incoherent because nothing can exist outside of existence without a time and nature. Proving that time and nature has to already be for that idea that you have of God or the higher power to be coherent.
So why do those things have
incoherent? Because it's outside of time and nature.
You're still not getting it.
Wait, hold up. Wait, yeah,
you're still not getting it.
Yeah, wait, hold up. Yeah, I agree with that. Nothing can exist outside of time and nature. Now, what we're saying is that what I'm saying is that
that's fine.
They were brought into existence They were brought into existence. When they came into existence, that's when existence began to exist. Existence as our realities began to exist when they came into existence. Now, when we're talking about the singularity, when we talk about new, that's a different state of existence that we have no idea about. We can't even comprehend it because it's a different state of existence that you don't understand, that we don't understand.
That you talking
but
about
you know what?
existence.
But hold up, but you can prove.
Existence.
No, it's not. It's not our existence. Is what I'm saying. It's not our existence. That's what I'm saying. It's not our existence.
That existence exists. Listen. You can, this is where you got to be logical. Listen to me. Existence is one thing. I don't care where
I'm being logical.
Existence is one thing. Okay, listen then. Okay, something really listen.
All right, so now, okay, now
something really listen.
No, wait, hold up, because I listen, like I said, I listened to you for an hour. But listen, now I'll put it in math terms for you. Since we live in a three-dimensional world, that's our existence right here. So what I'm saying, the existence that we come from would be a four-dimensional world. Just like you cast a two-dimensional shadow, even though you're a three-dimensional person, a three-dimensional being. We cast two-dimensional shadows. So our universe, which is three-dimensional, is cast from a four-dimensional universe, casted a three-dimensional shadow. All right. Now, mathematically, I can map that with complex numbers. Complex numbers map to the fourth dimension. You cannot map them in our dimension. They do not map in three dimensions. That's how we know the other dimension is actually real. And we are a product of that dimension. So, like I said, when time and mother and nature came into existence, when they were created, that's when our existence began to exist. Now, outside of that, we cannot even vision the fourth dimensional world. Just like a two-dimensional entity would be able to vision us. They can't vision us, but we can vision them. So now that we know that we can map to the fourth dimension, we know that something came from that dimension into our dimension. And that's when our existence, that's where time and nature came from. And when it was created, this existence began to exist. It came into existence. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, I mean, I hear what you're saying. But you saying this, you saying something already existed that brought our existence into existence, right?
Yeah, yes, okay. Not from our,
okay.
Not in our dimension.
Hold on, just listen. Okay. So if something creates our existence, within it existence, I'm gonna agree with you right there. Just say something created our existence within existence, because like I said, something is in existence. That's cool. But what I'm telling you is that existence, that thing that created our existence is in, needs ordered update, structure, for it to be able to make our existence within this existence. So it still falls flat to Father Time and Mother Nature. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I understand what you. Yeah, I'm gonna say yes. I understand that. But I was still. But do you understand that when you're talking about it, it's coming into existence? From that different plane. Wait, from that different plane, it's not the same. It would not be the same thing as we know today. As it is, as time and nature as it is today, it would not be in the same form. Is what I'm saying.
Oh, I agree with you right there. That's what I say. That's what I agree with you. That's why I say I don't know. I got to. I got to listen to y'all more because
I don't know. I got to.
So I can see exactly, you know what I'm saying, the attributes and the things that y'all give to Noon and Mayat and stuff. Because like I said, man, I really think that we saying the same thing. It's just the names and the intention that I don't have.
It's just the names and the intention that I don't have.
I don't have a creation because I don't see if I take away.
I don't have a creation because I don't see
formation and I see that the universe.
I see formation.
When people say God, they usually looking for whatever created existence, and they should look for what sustains existence. But before they even get to the job that God should be doing,
before they even get to the
sustaining existence, they get to this intentional thing about intent. So we never get to the real purpose that God has. God's actual purpose, or that idea of God's actual purpose, is He created existence and He sustains existence. Okay,
He created existence.
I know that, and I can explain why there's an existence with time and nature, and what sustains existence. Existence sustains itself through the mechanisms of time and nature and entropy and all of those things. Then why would I say intentional when I can prove a functional existence of the same essence? And then that just means that I have to take accountability with the things I do, and I don't have to worry about who is right, who is wrong. I know I'm right because I won't be doing. I don't know who. I think it was GD. No, GD Capone was talking to somebody earlier that was talking about it. We know what it takes to get along. If I ain't hurting nobody and they ain't hurting me,
we know what it takes
we should
get along.
good.
If I ain't hurting nobody,
I don't need no God to tell me not to go over there and steal Roy Chest's shit. I ain't gonna stuff. I'm not gonna do it because I don't want Roy Chest stealing my stuff.
I'm not gonna do it.
I don't kill people, and I know it's wrong to kill people because if I didn't think it was wrong, I'd kill myself.
Because if I didn't think it was wrong, I'd kill myself.
But me not doing that, I
not
understand that that's the very thing that we should use for our compass of morality. If I'm trying to be, and I want to know, well, what stopped me from just going around doing it to anybody? Me not doing it to myself should let me know I don't do it to nobody else. I don't need no God for that. And then I still see existence just like it is. That y'all trying to tell me that a God that created it, that destroys me and they send me to hell and stuff. I don't want that. I don't want the devil.
I don't want the devil.
That's again. I think that's a different view. That's depends on who view you're looking at. Like I said, in the world, whose God you're looking at.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That's, you know what I'm saying. Right. The Abrahamic people, their gods, you know, said the Christians, the Islamists, the Jews and stuff. That's their, you know what I'm saying, how their stories work and their God work or whatever, you know what I'm saying? But when you look at the most of the African spiritual systems, they don't work like that. It's not about manipulating, you know, people and, you know, killing people, you know what I'm saying? Because it was an understanding of, you know, trying to live in harmony with the universe. So when you read those stories and, you know, saying you read the stuff, it's not about, you know, you got to go over here and kill these people, you know, to get to the Holy Land and all this stuff, or to get, you know, to the afterlife, you know, you got to take that. It's not like that. And so if you're going to follow, you know what I'm saying, or listen to the Western views of, you know, religion and stuff, then you're gonna come to that conclusion. Like, man, I don't want to deal with that. It's like why would I deal with it? You know, I don't want to deal with it. You know, it's a lot of stuff. Yeah, you could read in the Bible or the Quran or the Torah and stuff, and you'll be like, yeah, I'm not down with that. You know.
Yeah, for sure.
And you get to and you get to that your point. You get to your conclusion to where you at now, and that's how a lot of people get to that state. I was saying this last night with Jose. With black Americans, we grow up Christians or we grow up Muslims, most of us grew up most of us grew up Christians, and then we switched to being Muslim, or some people switch to being Jewish. You know, there's always a switch. Not always, but there's a lot of people that switch because they find conflicts in the religions that they grew up in, so they switch to something else, another religion. But the thing is, you don't see a lot of black people. I don't meet a lot of black people, but I know there are thousands of them who switch to like an African spiritual system. They overlook it. And most of us overlook it because we don't understand it. It's hard for us to understand their worldview because we grew up in a Western worldview. And once you and once you start reading, the spiritual systems from Africa, and you're looking at it, you're trying to understand how does it work, and where's the revelation? Where's the guidance, and is that there's no instructional guidance stuff like that. There's that because it's a living system. It's not about something being written down and you following these guidelines. It's a living system. It's a system that you have to participate in. What I'm saying? It's the rituals and the offerings and stuff. That's all a living system. And so it's hard for a lot of us to grasp that idea. And so we overlook it. And we move on to like I said, Islam, Buddhism, other isms and stuff. Instead of looking at what the ancestors did and how they lived and where they got their spiritual and moral ethical compasses from before the Arabs came, before the white people came into their existence and stuff, before they came around. So that they had to be something. They had to have a knowledge about something. They just weren't going around just willy-nilly. So that stuff, so I understand how you got to where you at now, and because a lot of people, like I said, a lot of our brothers and sisters go that route, who lose their faith in whether it's Islam or Christianity. They go that route, and yeah.
I hear you. That's why I told you I got to learn something from you and stuff, because I know a little bit about African science, but not a lot, not much as I should, and I don't mind learning nothing, because if it's correlations I'm looking for, and if I'm, what I'm saying, I like I say, I always say I put my worldview up to the challenge of anything. But if it's a worldview that I don't know nothing about, I just want to see because I see a lot of things when I go with what I go with, and then when I talk to some people and other people that have other worldviews, a lot of our worldviews match in a whole lot of places. It just be the labels, or basically somebody don't want to. I say the law of identity tells me that if two things have different functions, then I can identify them differently. And so a lot of people give nature a whole bunch of functions. One of those functions is the aspect of time. I don't think that's I believe, to me, and everything I see anyway, that's the only thing that's needed for an existence, and everything else is downstream. I'm sorry, I'm trying to send this email.
Hold on. Did you just say that your whole thing is based on an observation?
My transcendental argument?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is it based on an observation?
What do you base transcendental arguments on, Roy?
Well, not observation. That's for one thing.
Huh?
You don't base it on observation.
What do you base it on?
You don't base it on observation. It has to be an analytical argument. Right? It has to be.
Yeah, I don't go by the same steps you do. I don't go by the same steps you do, and we get the same thing.
I don't go by the same steps.
When you say a transcendental, like necessary, what must exist, that's usually an analytical argument, which is semantical, right? Like if I say a triangle must have three sides, that's a transcendental. That's an analytical, logical, necessary thing. Observations are not required.
Not all. You mean I can't? But I can have an observation if I want to.
I don't think that would be analytical at that point. Like you're making a scientific argument then.
I'm making a transcendental argument. How can you turn a transcendental argument?
Because
how can you do that, Roy Chess? How can I make an argument and then you tell me that my argument don't meet your standards? So
no, it's
wrong.
not my standards.
I know for a fact
it's not my standards.
That what my argument is. Like I've done all the research to have a whole philosophy. So how are you going to tell me? I hate this about you. I like you a lot because you're knowledgeable. But how are you going to tell me what my stuff is? You don't know nothing about it.
So you're using the wrong terminology then.
You really want people to think that they dumb, don't you?
No, you're using the wrong terminology then. So you keep saying that a transcendental argument, you keep defining a transcendental argument as what logically must exist, right? That's what you're saying in your premises. So if it must logically exist,
I haven't even sent you my premises yet.
No, this is what you said already. This is how you describe it. That's what you said.
Let me give you my argument. The other arguments. Listen. I was arguing. Do y'all understand what me and Suave Boss was arguing and what my argument is? Do y'all understand those are two different things?
I can understand that, but you said it multiple times and you said it even here.
Wait, hold on. If you understand that, and you understand that, for that argument, he didn't have to use his own argument. He didn't have to use his whole argument. He said he has a whole argument, and he said he'll send it to me. So let me send you the argument before you say something, because you're wrong about everything you're saying. I'm telling you, and you trying to tell me what my argument is doing. No, let me send you the paper so you can see. And
okay,
then
it's in the back.
Okay, I'm sending the one to Rebuke right now. Whoever Rebuke Prove Gmail is. Oh, wait. Maybe I can put Roy Chess here too. Hold on. Anybody else want this?
But I'm going by what you said so far. Yes, I haven't seen the entire argument. But if that's part of it, then it's a problem because you're using the wrong term then.
Okay.
Like, because your transcendental argument means it has to be analytical, that it has to be true. It has to have that property for it to be there. And which is what you've been saying. You're saying time and nature has to be there for existence. That's what you've been saying all this time.
Now there goes the argument. It's in you guys'.
I'm not going to read it right now. Of course not. But I need time to read it. Okay.
Well, next time we talk, then y'all be able to say it. We'll be able to argue it now. Y'all got my argument.
I need time to read it, right? So I might take a day or two to read it.
That's fine. That's fine.
Stuff like that.
Just please don't steal my argument.
I'm gonna publish it.
Don't laugh, Roy Chess. You know it's real.
I'm gonna publish it.
I already did that. No, but thank y'all. I want to tell y'all too. Thank y'all for even looking at me, and thank y'all for the questions. I'm trying to get better at being so hostile because I know when you ask questions, it's just questions you got. I know everybody got their own. Like me and Sadiq was saying, I believe it. Even if it's somebody else's, I still think it's your philosophy because it's the philosophy that makes you pick how you gonna act morally and shit. This mine right here. Now, then we must find out whose is true and whose is, you know what I'm saying, better to live by. Because after we get rid of all of those questions, we can move on to the real questions of existence. I feel like supernatural beliefs is what got us stuck at where we at. So I've went through and I tried to identify what should functionally be known as God and Goddess and Mother and Father. So we'll know what existence is, and everything else answers for itself. That's my argument. That's where I stand. I'm willing to debate it. You can take parts of it if you want to debate them parts. Like I got it lined up.
It sounds like you're trying to do what physicists are trying to do by explaining the theory of the world, right? There's something called the theory of everything.
Everything, yeah.
That's what it sounds like you're trying to do.
Hey, listen, Roy Chess, all of my papers together, I can send you other papers that answer the question, the hard questions of existence. All of them. All 16 of them are answered with Father Time and Mother Nature simply being the mechanisms that I use to look at existence and don't give no supernatural nothing and give everything a function with no intention. And it's wonderful. It's beautiful.
It may work out like it turns out to be valid, but you're gonna have to prove the soundness.
Yeah. And it's valid in sound, but still, even to that point, Roy Chess, is still gonna be people who disagree. Shit.
Don't worry about that if that's the case.
Yeah.
So, so well, damn, I probably. Sorry, 7 o'clock.
I'm gonna have to get off.
So what? I'm gonna have to get off. Yeah, me too. I'm ready to go. But let me ask. So how would you answer? How does your philosophy answer? How do we handle this? I guess chaotic world that we live in today.
Just what I was talking about, Hurt. I think we all have to find a way and sit down and understand that trying to find out who got more favor with God would still be defeating God's purpose anyway. Like, we going about this all backwards. And the reason I say this is because if I look at existence right now and the way that we got here to like where we at talking to this, by all of the atrocities and that humankind has been through and stuff, we know how we got here. We know that we could have accomplished that same thing without any atrocities if we would have had the right understanding of existence. But due to the mechanisms of it, we have to learn as we go. Learning as we go is cool. People have understandings at different times. There was a time where the supernatural belief in people telling people to do shit or things to get them to act a certain way or find their moral compass a certain way. It's fine. I don't disagree with none of that. But there's a time that we've come to that we have to get past those things. Look what's going on over there in Israel. Like, it ain't proving nothing for nobody in particular. I think somebody put a video on there earlier that was showing Joe Biden talking about how they could create an Israel. If we want to do anything in Israel, we just create a new Israel, create our own Israel. That means sending people over there and putting them in positions and stuff. That's how they've been doing it forever. They see something they like, oh, that's what they got, and then they go take it. We know who the Jews are that's over there in Iraq. We know who the Palestinians are. We know who really deserve things. We know the people who, I ain't gonna say we know this. I'm gonna just say there's a claim that the people of that land who really own it ain't even there. Yet we sit around over here still trying to talk about is we these people and that people and stuff. And we ain't got, you know what I'm saying? We have to get past that, and not just us as a people, not just the African science and I'm talking about the world, guys. We have to find a way to get paid for the atrocities that has been put upon us and then move on to the next frontier of life. And the next frontier is what? We know it's space exploration. We know it is. We know it's trying to find somewhere to live. We know it's doing biological studies and trying to find bodies to form bodies without souls. We know that it's trying to find the soul that's in deep in, and when his body get old, we can take that soul out and really put the soul that is that man into another body, and he can last longer. Not saying that body not gonna die, just he can last longer here in this body. We know that that's coming. It's not going to be magic. None of this is going to be magic. Nobody's coming to stop what's going on. Nobody's coming to save nobody from nothing. We know this. It's going to be us that save ourselves.
Yo, I'm about to roll out, man. I'm going to holler at y'all later.
Sorry about that. All right. Herc, I'm talking a bunch of bullshit. I'm a hush. GDN, I hope you ain't with us. Capone, you better not be sleep on me. Man, Cosmine sleep on me too? No, I know Cosmine ain't sleep on me. Who Who? Y'all better not give me this floor. Shout out to the Titans Debate League. Anybody that's still listening, man, leader of the Team Titans, A1. We in here going on 10 hours, man. 13 minutes. We had a lot of questions. A few of them covered onlyism. Roy Chess was going hard. You see, I can play this for y'all, man. I don't know if nobody listening or nothing, so I'm gonna just do this till A1 come cut it off. Good morning.
Welcome back to the deep dive. Today,
Welcome back to another. Today, we're going to tackle one of the oldest standoffs in human history, faith versus reason. We're going to explore a framework that's designed to replace ancient superstition with a new, functional logic of existence. You know, for centuries, this has been the great divide. On one side, you have faith, reaching for meaning, and on the other, science, demanding hard evidence. Both are powerful, and both feel kind of incomplete. But what if they were both just different ways of looking at the same underlying system? Exactly. What if the endless search for a beginning, a creator, a spark that exists outside of everything? What if that was the fundamental error that kept these two sides from ever meeting? That's the huge shift in perspective we're digging into today. Okay, so here's our roadmap. We'll start with that ancient problem, then we'll introduce the core idea that kind of closes the loop on it. After that, we'll look at the engine that runs reality, redefine our relationship with truth, and finally, see what this does to our biggest ideas about divinity itself. For pretty much 2 millennia, we've been haunted by one single question. Where did all of this come from? And that question, just by its very nature, it sent us looking for a cause that was outside of existence itself, which, when you think about it, created this huge philosophical dead end. And you can see the pattern, right? Both of these approaches assume there was a moment of beginning, a creation event. Religion gave it a personality, called it a creator. Science mechanized it, called it the Big Bang. But both were trying to solve a puzzle by looking for a piece that was never in the box to begin with. And here it is. This is the key that turns the whole lock. The real breakthrough isn't in finding a new answer. It's in realizing we've been asking the wrong question all along. It's not about creation. It's about formation. This is the foundation. And I know it sounds super obvious, but the implications are absolutely massive. You can't step outside of existence to observe it or test it or create it. Every single proof, every discovery, every doubt happens inside of it. This one simple idea closes the circle. Let me put it this way. When water freezes, ice isn't created from nothing, right? The molecules just reorganize themselves. Well, formation describes that, an internal shift in state, not some external miracle. So in this view, the universe didn't just appear, it just shifted phase from unobservable to observable. Okay, so if existence is this self-contained system, what's its engine? What are the mechanics driving it? Well, this framework says there are 2 fundamental, totally inseparable functions that operate as one single union. Let's meet Fatih and Mona. So Father Time is the pulse, the current of change and sequence, like a drummer keeping a constant rhythm. And Mother Nature is the pattern, the structure and form that the change moves through. She's the dancer moving to the beat. You can't have one without the other. Time without nature has nothing to move through, and nature without time is just frozen solid. And the geometry of how they interact is this incredible self-sustaining loop. You can almost think of it like a universal heartbeat. Fatih is the outward flow of motion and expansion, and Mona is the inward flow of form and contraction. It's just a perfect continuous feedback loop that powers itself. Now, this framework also completely reframes our relationship with truth itself. It asks us to move beyond a really ancient and powerful habit we all have, the habit of belief. See, in this system, recognition isn't just something humans do. It's the feedback mechanism built into all of reality. When you touch water, you feel it because the water pushes back. That feedback is recognition. The universe is constantly doing this with itself on every single scale. Belief is totally passive. It just asks you to accept a story. But recognition is active. It demands that you go and observe a function. One is about comfort, the other is about calibrating yourself with reality. And yeah, one leads to dogma, the other leads to real understanding. And this is the OWL, which stands for Only World Logic. And it's a great symbol for this shift. It represents that clear-eyed observation, seeing the mechanics of the system for exactly what they are, instead of dressing them up in the costumes of old stories and myths. So here's the really big question. If this is the framework, what happens to our most sacred ideas? Divinity, God. Does it destroy them? No. It reframes them. It translates them from the language of personality into the language of function. Here's how you do it. Just take any traditional attribute of a deity. Let's use omnipresent. First, you strip off the personality, the costume. The raw function is existing everywhere at all times. Well, everywhere needs structure and form. That's Mona. And all times needs sequence and duration. That's fatigue. So omnipresent isn't a superpower of some person. It's a core property of the Fati-Mona union. And this really is what it all comes down to. Divinity isn't some ruler sitting up in the sky. It's the equilibrium of the system itself. It's that perfect self-sustaining balance between the pulse of time and the pattern of nature. It was never a who, it was always a how. And this brings us to the final worldview.
It's a who and a how. We're still admitting the creator.
Reality.
What up, Cosmon? Man, what was you sleep? Did you fall asleep on me?
Nah, I was just handling something.
To its own elegant divine mechanics.
Oh, my bad. Did you want me to cut that off? Or?
No, go ahead, man. You can kick it, man. Go ahead.
Is the truest way to align with it. Then maybe the most profound reverence we can show isn't belief, but clear, honest observation. Maybe logic itself is the ultimate act of worship.
Uh-oh, Roy Chess gonna have a problem with that one. Let me see, man.
Custom tailored deep dive, designed specifically for you, the learner.
Yeah, we have a really huge one today.
We do. Whether you're prepping for a deep philosophical debate or catching up on the fringes of modern metaphysics, or you're just insanely curious about how different minds put the universe together.
You are in the exact right place.
Exactly. Because today's mission is, well, it's a massive one. We are exploring this sweeping, really paradigm-shifting framework presented across a towering stack of dense philosophical texts.
Right. Primarily, we're looking at divine mechanics, only noism logic, and the only argument white paper.
Alongside some incredibly vivid conceptual imagery that accompanied these sources, this framework is called only innerism.
Or sometimes referred to as divine mechanic.
Right. And it attempts to bridge science, philosophy, and spirituality, and this is the kicker, it aims to do so without relying on a single supernatural element.
Which is quite the intellectual journey, to say the least.
Oh, absolutely.
Our core goal today is really to help you navigate these texts. Fundamentally, they are trying to shift human understanding away from the concept of creation.
Creation inherently implying an outside creator, right? Making something from absolute nothingness.
Exactly. They want to move entirely toward the concept of formation.
Formation.
Yeah, formation being an internal mechanical reorganization of a reality that is already fundamentally there. It's a completely self-contained, self-sustaining system.
Before we jump into the deep end here, just a quick but very important disclaimer.
Definitely needed for this one.
Yeah. These texts make incredibly bold claims about religion, science, the nature of existence, and perceived flaws in traditional worldviews. They take aim at both left-wing secularism and right-wing classical theism.
They really pull no punches.
They don't. But our purpose here in this deep dive is absolutely not to endorse these views or take any sides. We are impartially reporting on the content provided, just to convey the fascinating ideas and the internal logic of the source material.
We're here for your intellectual exploration, nothing more, nothing less.
Exactly. We're looking at the architecture of the argument,
the mechanics of how this specific worldview operates, and the logical steps the author takes to get from A to B.
Okay, let's unpack this. The texts keep referencing these two acronyms as the ultimate building blocks of the entire philosophy.
Fati and Mona.
Fati and Mona. Now, I know they stand for Father Time and Mother Nature, but the author completely strips the traditional mythology away from those terms, right?
Oh, entirely. There are no personified gods here.
So how exactly are they defining them?
They are treating them strictly as mechanical principles. In this framework, Fati time represents sequence, motion, and awareness.
Sequence, motion, awareness. Got it.
It is the when of reality, the pulse, the active current of potential. And then Mona nature represents structure, form, and law.
So if time is the when, nature is the what?
Exactly. It's the pattern, the necessary resistance. You cannot have one without the other in an observable universe.
Because motion means nothing without a structure to move through.
Right. And structure is totally unobservable without the sequence of time to actually process it.
So it's pure physics and geometry, stripped of the bearded man in the clouds, or, the earth goddess tropes.
Correct.
But that brings us to the foundational rule of this entire text, what they call the only axiom. And this is really where the text draws a hard line in the sand.
Yeah, the only axiom states, very simply, nothing exists outside existence.
Nothing exists outside existence.
Which sounds like a tautology, almost obvious, but the philosophical implications are massive.
How so?
Well, the concept of an outside creator is logically rejected by these texts right out of the gate, because by definition, anything that exists must be part of existence.
You can't have a being that acts upon reality from outside of reality.
Exactly. Why?
Yeah.
Because to act requires sequence, which is time. And to possess properties requires structure, which is nature.
So any entity, no matter how powerful, is already bound by Fati and Mona.
Exactly. There is no outside.
I see. That naturally leads back to that concept of formation you mentioned earlier. If nothing is created from the outside, how did we get all this?
The author uses a really elegant analogy of water freezing into ice to explain this. When liquid water freezes, the ice doesn't magically appear out of absolute nothingness.
Right. It doesn't need to be created ex nihilo.
It simply reorganizes from liquid. The universe, according to divine mechanics, wasn't created from a void. It simply shifted phases.
It went from an unobservable state of perfect equilibrium
into a state of observable motion and form. Yes.
But the texts make a really specific, almost mathematical distinction between Fati and Mona just being together versus entering a union.
Yes, that distinction is crucial in the only Leasonism logic white paper.
What is the mechanism behind that phase shift?
Time and nature being together just means they are co-present. It makes existence possible. It's like having all the combustible materials in a room.
But no spark.
Exactly. A union is a completely different phase state. Union is when time and nature cross a threshold and become fully coupled and self-stabilizing.
So they bond.
They bond to create the ultimate state of being. That allows stable forms to persist, replicate, and diversify without immediately collapsing back into equilibrium.
And to visualize this union, the sources give us some genuinely striking imagery. I mean, the cover of the Divine Mechanics book features this incredibly vivid, glowing neon green and yellow toroidal sphere.
It's a torus.
Yeah, the torus. We know it's a staple in astrophysics and electromagnetism, like a smoke ring or a magnetic field. But why is it the defining symbol of onlyism?
Because in this framework, the torus is the universal geometry of perfect existence. It visually represents that continuous equilibrium we just talked about.
How does the energy flow work in that shape?
Energy flows outward from the center, which is the Fati or time aspect, pure motion, and then it curves, contracts, and loops back inward, which is the Mona or nature aspect, the structural resistance.
It's a perfectly self-sustaining loop that feeds itself from its own motion.
It is the geometry of a system that never needs an outside battery.
It's a beautiful concept. And it ties right into another wild, highly detailed piece of art provided in our stack. It's called the OWL.
Only world logic.
Right, or the only logical explanation of existence.
Yeah.
The image is this vibrant owl boasting these elaborate peacock-like feathers. But the eyes are what really draw you in.
They're very distinct.
One eye is a glowing golden hourglass representing Father Time, or Fati. The other eye is a swirling blue cosmic planet representing Mother Nature, or Mona. And the owl is holding a glowing star in one talon and a sprouting green plant in the other.
What's fascinating here is how that OWL imagery connects directly to the text's concept of fractal recurrence.
Fractal recurrence.
Yeah.
Meaning patterns repeating.
Right? The universe repeats its patterns across all scales. The same geometric rules that govern the toroidal spin of a massive galaxy also govern the spiral of a tiny DNA double helix.
Oh, wow.
It all scales mathematically, following the golden ratio to maximize recognition and efficiency. The universe is essentially an infinite series of mirrors,
reflecting the exact same fundamental Fati-Mona loop from the macro down to the micro.
Exactly. The star and the plant and the owl's talons represent that exact symmetry, the cosmic and the biological.
Here's where it gets really interesting, because the text takes that macro geometry and applies it directly to the microarchitecture of our own reality. It completely redefines particle physics.
It's a major departure from standard models.
Yeah, they state that a photon of light isn't just a unit of energy. In divine mechanics, a photon is described as a handshake between time and nature. I need you to translate that. How does a photon become a handshake?
It is a radical reframing of how we view the physical world. Where traditional physics sees dead, senseless particles just blindly bumping into each other, this framework sees recognition.
Recognition.
Yes. In only Noimism, awareness isn't some accidental byproduct that randomly happened when biological brains evolved. Awareness is the fundamental building block of the universe.
So a
photon traveling at a constant speed is literally a unit of self-awareness. Every single interaction between time's motion and nature's structure is an act of the universe recognizing itself.
And the text goes further to say that sound, what quantum physics calls phonons, is that exact same awareness, just solidifying into rhythm and eventually into solid matter.
Precisely. Matter is crystallized awareness.
That applies directly to biology, too. The text describes human DNA not just as a complex genetic molecule, but as a toroidal antenna.
An antenna physically tuned into this universal field of recognition.
Wait, if DNA is an antenna, how does the text view things like CRISPR, modern gene editing? Because usually altering DNA is viewed by purists as playing God or breaking the natural order.
The author flips that completely. The text discusses CRISPR not as some unnatural interference with biology, but as humanity actually rediscovering the universe's own mechanics of directed recognition. Yeah. By learning to edit DNA, we aren't breaking the rules. We're learning to edit the universe's own source code, using the universe's own tools. We are actively participating in the formation of reality.
I want you, the listener, to just imagine that for a second. Think of your own body right now. According to these sources, you are not a static, solid object. You are a dense, vibrating network of pure recognition.
Everything is in motion.
Every single cell in your body is communicating through what the texts call biophotons, literal light inside life, flashing and synchronizing to keep you coherent.
And that profound state of biological and informational coherence is what the texts ultimately define as the soul.
The soul, defined through mechanics.
Right. It completely abandons the idea of a supernatural ghost inhabiting a flesh machine. Instead, the soul is defined as an informational continuity of recognition.
An informational continuity.
It is a highly specific, localized quantum pattern of self-awareness that has temporarily stabilized.
Okay, let me play devil's advocate here. If I am just a localized, vibrating network of recognition, and my DNA is just the antenna picking up that specific signal, what happens to the signal and the antenna inevitably breaks down? Does the text just write off death as the end of the broadcast?
Not at all. Death is simply defined as decoherence.
Decoherence.
The physical biological antenna of the body can no longer sustain the structural pattern, so the localized pattern disperses back into the broader field. But the information itself isn't destroyed.
And reincarnation.
Reincarnation in this model isn't some mystical moral rebirth governed by a cosmic judge. It's simply recoherence.
Recoherence, finding a new antenna.
Exactly. That specific informational pattern of recognition persists in the universal field until it finds a new, highly resonant DNA antenna to tune into. It is fundamentally an acoustical vibrational process.
So it's just physics finding an available receiver. And that vibrational acoustic physics extends perfectly to the definitions of karma and dharma, too.
It strips all the mysticism away.
Right. Karma isn't a cosmic scorecard handing out punishments. It is pure vibrational accounting. It's acoustic feedback.
That's exactly it.
If you take an action that causes a massive discordant wave in the universal field, that wave naturally has to balance out. But the universe is literally sending you an acoustic bill for being a jerk.
That's a great way to put it. And dharma, on the flip side, is when you are functioning in harmonic alignment with the universal resonance.
The path of least resistance.
Right, in the physics of morality.
Yeah.
You aren't generating discordant waves, so you don't incur acoustic debt.
If we scale that up, what happens when a bunch of these tuned in antennas get together? Because the texts argue that these individual vibrating souls eventually coalesce to form a societal brain. Civilization itself is the universe trying to learn complex teamwork.
If we connect this to the bigger picture, yes, the texts envision a society that scales this exact toroidal harmony.
And we have an incredible image in our sources depicting exactly what this ideal societal brain looks like. It shows these massive toroidal domed cities.
Phase 3, recognition.
Hang on, let's go do some closing remarks.
The clear dome.
Man, did you follow? I mean, all right now. I don't know who else up in here. I think I'm the only one left.
Yep.
Shoot, I want to say another nice night. Shout out to the Coliseum. GD Capone still up in here. A1, leader of the Team Titans. And everybody's still up listening. I think everybody left, but I think you should have some good footage, everything. Another nice show, man.
Closing remarks, Capone? Or he might be knocked out.
Yeah, I think everybody was knocked out except for me.
Hey, I'm about to just go to a word from our sponsors and just straight in the stream. Rise and shine to those just waking up. And sweet dreams to those who have been up all night with us.
Yeah, we argued all night.
Coliseum arguments, baby. Oh, yeah. Don't forget to hit that Cash App up. Let me go ahead and go to a word from our sponsors about that. And
let's pause the noise for a second, because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellectual smoke. But you do. This is Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League. And what happens here doesn't survive on algorithms. It survives on the people who believe in it. When you support through Cash App, you're not just donating. You're fueling the arena. You're the reason we can bring in high-level guests. You're the reason we keep unbiased judges. You're the reason these debates stay sharp, fair, and uncompromised. This platform is built by thinkers, sustained by supporters, protected by the ones who know value when they see it. If this show has ever sharpened your mind, has ever entertained you, or has ever challenged what you thought you knew, then Cash App is how you say, keep this going. Not everyone contributes, but the ones who do, they're part of what makes this real. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, powered by the people who get it. This Saturday, March 14th, the Battle of Truth, the clash of intellects, Leandre McBride versus Elder Yara. Can Elder Yara, the seasoned veteran with decades of debate experience, prove he's an Israelite using only scripture? Or will Leandre, the brilliant PhD scholar, dismantle his claim with razor-sharp logic and scholarly precision? It's a high-stakes debate where faith meets knowledge and history is on the line. Two giants, one question. Can Elder Yara prove his Israelite identity through the word? This is a battle you don't want to miss. Tune in to Titans Debate League and witness the ultimate war of words. Who's got the facts? Who will leave the other in the dust? The countdown to the debate begins now. Coliseum of Arguments. Only the brave speak here. Are you not entertained?